This marks my inaugural experience embarking on a professional journey at Huangquan. The guest lavishly offered 1,000 yuan in spirit currency. Iron plate grilled liver is a culinary delight that showcases the rich, robust flavors of liver, expertly cooked to perfection. The dish begins with fresh, high-quality liver, which is marinated in a blend of aromatic spices and herbs, enhancing its natural flavor. Once marinated, the liver is placed on a preheated iron plate, allowing it to sear beautifully. The intense heat of the iron plate caramelizes the exterior, creating a delightful crust while keeping the inside tender and juicy. As the liver cooks, it releases a savory aroma that tantalizes the senses. To elevate the dish, it is often accompanied by sautéed vegetables, such as bell peppers and onions, which add a vibrant color and a sweet contrast to the savory liver. A drizzle of balsamic reduction or a sprinkle of sea salt can further enhance the flavors, providing a perfect balance to the richness of the liver. Served on a warm plate, this dish not only pleases the palate but also offers a visually appealing presentation, making it a delightful centerpiece for any meal. Furthermore, it is imperative to derive inspiration from the tale of the unprincipled young woman. Merely because the heart and soul are increasingly tormented by poison. The more one can anesthetize the nerves, the more effectively one can forget the suffering. The enigmatic guest abruptly stuffed a morsel into their mouth. Tears of profound emotion welled up in an instant. The fruit is as delectable as she was in those days. But she is none other than my beloved fiancée. The school beauty beside him immediately broke into a cold sweat. It turns out that this place is a game replica of the Underworld train. More than 40 students from the entire class were transported to 7 enigmatic realms. At that moment, an unusual figure approached from the opposite direction. Welcome, esteemed selectors, to the enigmatic realm. I am the overseer of the train of the Underworld. In the forthcoming 7 days, you shall all serve as employees of the train, diligently fulfilling your respective duties. Please endeavor to coexist harmoniously with the passengers. Remember, passengers are akin to deities. To lose a part of one's being due to an irritable demeanor is a grave folly. Do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Upon the conclusion of the session, rewards will be determined based on your performance. Certainly, I would be delighted to encounter you amidst the piles of bones, while my passengers, too, would surely relish the opportunity to indulge in a hearty feast. Lastly, do not venture into the realms of the first-class compartments or any superior sections. Otherwise, adverse events beyond your comprehension may transpire. Having spoken, he commanded everyone to promptly proceed to the changing room to don their uniforms. The carriage assigned to me is number 17. Fulfill the passengers' needs and receive 3 favorable reviews to complete today's task. Accompanying me are Chen Yu and the campus belle, Guqingyi. As the train doors swung open, a multitude of peculiar beings surged forth. In the twin scarlet depths of her eyes, an insatiable greed resided. In an instant, Chen Yu and Guqingyi were rooted to the spot in sheer terror. Had they not been adorned in the uniforms of the attendants, they would likely have been torn to shreds in an instant. Once again, I responded swiftly and promptly. Welcome aboard the train of the Underworld. Seeing the strange creatures did not provoke an immediate outburst. Guqingyi let out a long sigh of relief. I never expected Fu Chenjing to be so composed. I never anticipated that Fu Chen would remain so composed, solely because she was unaware that I had acquired the skills of awe and barrier breaker right from the outset. Not only can one pierce through the veil of confusion under specific circumstances, but also discern the truth concealed beneath the surface. One can enhance oneself by harnessing the emotions derived from the plunder of enigmatic artifacts. At that moment, a passenger ahead rang the call bell. I promptly made my way over. Only one traveler occupied the seat designated for 4 passengers. I politely inquired, "Esteemed passenger, may I assist you with anything?" He smiled with a playful glimmer in his eye. "I am famished. Please serve me a portion of sizzling liver on a hot plate." After indicating to the guests to wait for a moment, I followed the guidance of the signposts and successfully located the meal preparation room. As I pushed the door open, a heavy scent of blood assailed my senses. Rather than referring to it as a kitchen, it would be more fitting to describe it as a slaughterhouse. It is not merely cattle or sheep that are slaughtered, but humanity itself. I strode directly before an enigmatic chef. The passenger in carriage 17 desires a sizzling platter of heart and liver. Little did I expect, the chef menacingly brandished a 1-meter-long cleaver and threatened, "Newcomer? Be sensible and extract your own heart." Yet, I remained undaunted, fixing him with an unwavering glare. As a fellow railway employee, if your actions are discovered by the train conductor, it could lead to complications. As soon as the words were spoken, the enigmatic chef reluctantly averted his gaze. Soon, a sizzling platter of tender liver was prepared. As I lifted the tray, preparing to depart, a sharp sound echoed in my mind, triggering the shattering skill. The betrayal of his fiancée has left the man harboring resentment. Ultimately, he breached the sanctity of his fiancée's form. It is imperative to ascertain whether that woman's heart is indeed tainted. Since then, every time the man lays eyes upon a knife, he is reminded of that profoundly heart-wrenching past. My pupils constricted slightly. Her gaze settled upon the knives and forks flanking the plate. Fixing one's gaze upon the knives and forks flanking the plate, one must ensure their safety by avoiding any potential provocation of the malevolent spirits. Suddenly, I found the enigmatic chef once more. Where are the chopsticks? The enigmatic chef is exceedingly impatient. Hasn't the cutlery already been arranged? Are you questioning me? Do you believe I could best you? I retorted with disdain. If the dish were to grow cold and incite the passengers' discontent, could you bear the consequences? Do not be deceived by the chef's arrogance within the confines of the kitchen. Even he must acknowledge the presence of true power. The chopsticks are over there. Please retrieve them yourself. At that moment, the voice within my mind resounded once more. Triggering branches can seize emotions, successfully stimulating the enigmatic chef's feelings, and extracting 1 point of anger. Acquire 3 talismans for warding off malevolent forces. Before long, I placed the food elegantly upon the dining table. The enigmatic guest seized a piece of meat and promptly stuffed it into their mouth. The flavor was simply as delectable as she was. He casually produced a joss paper, declaring, "This is the gratuity you rightfully deserve. The first order has been successfully fulfilled." Just as I was about to embark on the second task, by chance, he encountered Guchingi, who was in the midst of delivering meals. She appeared with a pale complexion, holding a pot of soup. The soup contains a head, stewed to a tender, almost gelatinous texture. I inquired with concern, "How are things faring on your end?" Guchingi shook her head with a bitter smile. She had been so tense just moments ago, almost losing her 7 lives. Seeing me at ease and composed, she couldn't help but inquire, "Have you completed your first service?" I chuckled softly. "Now, I am preparing to embark on my second delivery." Indeed. Upon receiving such a response, Guchingi could not help but reveal a hint of beauty. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from ahead. In the next moment, one could see Chen kneeling on the ground, clutching his left eye. The eye of his was devoured by a strange creature opposite him. The peculiar object, while consuming, muttered with disdain, "Do possess a modicum of discernment. The next time, it will not be as simple as just a single eye." This scene instantly terrified Guchingi, causing her to tremble in fear. Yet I could not afford the luxury of sympathy. Turning away, I followed the sound of the bell towards the second guest. The item he desires is not particularly rare, it is merely a cup of tears. Thus, the service was promptly completed. After completing today's trio of tasks, I retreated to the lounge to unwind. Moments later, Guchingi and Xinyu also entered one after another. Xinyu wept as he walked, exclaiming, "My eyes, they have devoured my very sight. I can raise my head and behold myself unscathed, yet my heart carries a tinge of resentment and solace." At that moment, the train conductor entered. The 3 individuals performed admirably today. At the very least, they have all persevered. The other carriages are not as fortunate as you. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon me. Today, the performance of number 5752 has been outstanding. This reward of 300 dark coins is yours. However, Xinyu and Guchingi, they also received compensation based on their individual evaluations. The supervisor continued to speak. There is a small shop on the train where one can purchase food. May you possess the same fortune tomorrow as you do today. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Guchingi gently caressed her abdomen. Indeed, she felt a pang of hunger. Shall we first seek out something to eat? Thus, our group arrived at the convenience store. One can observe instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, and bread, an array of goods meticulously priced and readily available. Behind the counter stood a peculiar creature, characterized by its rotund visage and prominent ears. I took the initiative to speak first. Boss, I would like a bag of pork belly, please. That's 50 Ming coins, correct? As I spoke, I handed over a 100 yuan note. Unexpectedly, the sinister entity bellowed fiercely, "Do not sully my establishment with your vile and filthy hands." With a disdainful snort, he tossed a bag of dark, flat objects before me. Evidently, it is entirely dissimilar to the products displayed on the shelves. I intended to express something, yet upon gazing at the unkind visage of the rotund individual before me, I ultimately swallowed my words. He casually reached out and said, "You haven't given me my change yet." Fitu, upon hearing this, disdainfully tossed a 10 yuan ghost bill, saying, "Hurry up and get lost." I was momentarily taken aback, and my expression gradually darkened. The rotund figure bellowed, "Do you possess the privilege to negotiate? Is love a matter of choice?" With a sense of helplessness, I reluctantly tucked the joss paper back into my pocket. Silently vowing within, I shall seize the opportunity to ensure that this gluttonous merchant is left with no means of escape. With a spirit of experimentation, Gu Qingyi and Chen Yu stepped forward to purchase some food. Without exception, they all encountered the same predicament. Upon returning to the dormitory in the evening, I found myself in a compartment consisting solely of bunk beds. Chen Yu, exhausted, collapsed onto the lower bunk. Gu Qingyi felt somewhat at a loss. "Could you perhaps share a space with me and leave a spot for me?" Chen Yu responded with a cold laugh, "I fear that the lunatic Fu Chen might come and strike me down in the dead of night." "I dare not, for I fear that the madman Fu Chen might strike me down in the dead of night." With that, I shifted my position, allowing my gaze to wander indiscriminately over Gu Qingyi. "Why not come over to my place, where I can lie beside you?" Gu Qingyi instinctively took a few steps back. "There is no need for that." After uttering these words, she turned and made her way towards the restroom. When she returned to the compartment after freshening up, I had long since succumbed to slumber. Chen Yu gazed at her with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, Gu Qingyi climbed up to the upper bunk. "Fu Chen, could you possibly make some room for me?" Thus, the three of us drifted into the realm of dreams. Yet, while we were soundly asleep, the carriage door was quietly opened. Faintly, Chen Yu sensed a chill breeze seeping into his bedding. The chill caused him to shiver, and he opened his eyes. Though enveloped in utter darkness, one can still sense the presence of another quietly lying beside. He instinctively believed it to be Gu Qingyi. "Hey, little one. With my charm, how could I not captivate you?" Suddenly, my hands began to wander restlessly. Everything that can be touched is merely hair. The sensation of hair is all around. Chen Yu wears a sinister smile. "Why don't you bring your face closer? Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you." At that moment, a delicate and sweet voice echoed, "This is what you said, you know." Chen Yu's heart suddenly quivered, and his movements became momentarily frozen. This did not seem to be Gu Qingyi's voice, after all. Only the person beneath me spoke again. "Yet I am devoid of countenance. I hope my elder brother does not feel afraid." Chen Yu suddenly tumbled off the bed. "A ghost!" His piercing scream instantaneously roused me from slumber. The moment I switch on the light, I beheld a peculiar creature with long fur standing ominously before the bed. How could there be something uncanny in the lounge? Just as I was at a loss, Chang Mao stealthily approached Chen Yu. The long-haired specter crawled directly towards Chen Yu. "Come on, weren't we supposed to take responsibility for each other?" Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly, casting a desperate glance towards me for assistance. I pondered that if the matter remains unresolved, who knows what further mischief this enigmatic being might unleash. Immediately inquired, "Sister, is it rather inappropriate to intrude into someone else's room at such a late hour?" The long-haired figure pointed at Chen Yu, releasing a series of eerie chuckles. "It was he who lured me into this place. The desires of the living are indeed a delight to my heart. It seems that he can no longer satisfy my hunger. In that case, let us repay with flesh and blood." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Chen Yu. Seeing this, I decisively drew forth the talisman for dispelling evil and cast it towards the long-haired figure. Zhao Changmao dismissed it with a wave. As the long-haired creature flicked its tail, the talisman, upon making contact with its body, immediately radiated a golden light. The pain, excruciating and relentless, howled unabated until it ultimately faded into oblivion. Chen Yu and Gu Qingyi stared at me in a daze, as if Ping had yet to recover from her state of terror. Little did I anticipate that even the so-called lounge would prove to be unsafe. Suddenly turning around, he warned Shinyu. Keep your unwarranted thoughts to yourself. Otherwise, take your leave and find a place to reside elsewhere. The following day, when we returned to carriage 17 once more, the supervisor had already been awaiting there. It seems that anyone who dares to linger in bed will inevitably face a most dismal fate. At this moment, the supervisor spoke, remarking that the number of employees who perished last night was indeed overwhelming. Due to the current staff shortage, each of you must fulfill 6 service tasks before you can depart for the day. Upon hearing this, Shinyu and Guchingi's faces were filled with sorrow. The workload has doubled, undoubtedly resulting in a significant increase in the mortality rate. Without the luxury of further contemplation, a rapid ringing sound echoed from ahead. It is evident to anyone of sound mind that the more impatient a customer becomes, the greater the likelihood of their anger manifesting in confrontational behavior. Shinyu and Guchingi found themselves momentarily frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing this, I could only helplessly shrug my shoulders and stride forward. I am acutely aware that the absence of service extends far beyond the mere loss of a single life. I beheld a peculiar guest, resembling a creature swathed in bandages. With a nonchalant glance in my direction, he uttered, 1 serving of braised chicken leg, please. I was momentarily taken aback. Barbecue? Isn't that something only the living would indulge in? After repeatedly confirming with the guests, I hesitantly stepped into the dining preparation room. Upon hearing the name of the dish, the enigmatic chef let out a cold snort, unabashedly revealing his disdain. In his perspective, being a peculiar entity and consuming such things is undoubtedly a matter of great disgrace. Before long, a steaming plate of braised chicken thighs was ready. Just as I was about to take the plate, the enigmatic chef abruptly retracted his hand. This dish is quite fragrant, isn't it? After all, it is made from the sustenance of the living. If you dare to indulge in infidelity, I shall certainly render your legs useless. I let out a cold laugh. The dishes you prepare lack such enticing allure. Having spoken, he turned and exited the dining room. The irate chef wore a sullen expression, while I observed the dishes emanating an enticing aroma in the corridor. Once again, the barrier-breaking skill was activated. That day marked the 7th anniversary of their union. The girl entered the kitchen, preparing to make his favorite dish, braised chicken thighs. Yet, at the very moment of ignition, an explosion occurred due to a gas leak. In an instant, the inferno engulfed the two individuals, while the barley wine they had first shared at the dining table lay shattered, its seal unbroken. It turns out that this strange entity seeks the flavors of memories. Instantly, a thought surged into my mind. Suddenly, I altered my course and arrived at the convenience store. My boss bestowed upon me a bottle of barley wine. The rotund figure cast a disdainful glance at me. The price of barley wine is 100 Ming coins. Upon hearing this, I turned my gaze towards the wine cabinet behind me. It is clearly marked as 75 yuan above. He shifted his position, obstructing the view of the price tag. What are you staring at so indiscriminately? Beware, for I might just pluck your eyes out to serve as a drink. Upon witnessing this, I calmly retrieved a ghostly banknote. Upon witnessing this, I calmly retrieved a spirit token, yet in my heart, I could not help but add another entry to my ledger of grievances. Yet another account was added to my heart. Upon returning to carriage 17, the bandage ghost, who had been waiting for quite some time, expressed some dissatisfaction. Why are you so slow? Yet, I did not respond to him. I merely placed the plate upon the table. When the bandaged ghost beheld the bottle of barley wine, a fleeting look of surprise crossed its countenance, and it inquired with a hint of bewilderment. I should not have indulged in any alcohol. Esteemed passenger, this bottle of wine is a gift I have taken the liberty to bestow upon you. After a brief moment of silence, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his meal. I, too, seized the moment to uncork the bottle and poured the wine into 7 glasses. Such attentive service prompted Bandage to nod in satisfaction. He raised his goblet at random and poured the wine into his mouth. The rich aroma of barley wine instantly spread throughout his mouth. A long-buried image gradually emerges. This is the memory he has long yearned to reclaim. After a long time, the bandage gradually returned to its normal state. Thank you. This 300 ghost coins are a token of my appreciation. I never expected that I could still recall the beauty of her smile. Suddenly, the voice in my mind resounded once more, triggering the skill of emotional larceny. successfully awakening the memories of the slender ribbon specter. Seizing 1 point of affection and 1 point of sorrow. Plundering 1 point of affection and 1 point of sorrow. Award a spiritual weapon, a peachwood sword. At that moment, the carriage doors were abruptly swung open from the outside. A young maiden gracefully entered, approaching me. Her appearance and demeanor are indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet, an indistinct aura of unparalleled danger emanated from them, instilling an instinctive sense of dread in those nearby. If I am not mistaken, there exists a remarkably unique entity between humanity and the enigmatic. That is a being that is half human and half ghost. They were originally human. Yet it fell victim to the invasion of a mysterious entity, transforming into a symbiotic being. It is a presence more enigmatic than the most arcane of entities. Fortunately, their original nature was benevolent, thus their attitude towards the living is not as malevolent as that of ordinary malevolent entities. Suddenly, the young girl beckoned to me with a delicate gesture of her finger, inviting me to approach her. Then, he proceeded to walk ahead, lost in his own thoughts. Although there were some mistakes, I truly lacked the qualification to refuse, so I had no choice but to follow her obediently. Before long, the young girl came to a halt beside a dining table. This place appears quite delightful. I shall take a seat here. I looked up, only to discover that both the left and right sides were unmistakably filled with passengers. I was on the verge of expressing something, yet the words lingered on the tip of my tongue before I swallowed them back down. In contemplating the circumstances, it is indeed prudent to exercise caution and discretion in one's words and actions. As anticipated, the young girl's words immediately provoked discontent among the two passengers. "What do you mean, little rascal?" The girl pinched her nose, wearing a look of disdain. "What a pity, you have sullied my space." Upon hearing these words, the bull-headed demon was instantly consumed with rage. "You seek your own demise." As he spoke, he extended his large hand and struck out. He extended his large hand to strike, yet unexpectedly, the young girl merely flicked her fingers. The hand of the bull-headed monster suddenly erupted. In an instant, dark blood splattered across the ground. In an instant, the entire carriage was taken aback, as if all the peculiar entities within had dropped their jaws in astonishment. The young maiden displayed an expression of profound regret. This has only made matters worse. The Minotaur gazed incredulously at its own arm. "What have you done to me?" The young girl shouted, "Be quiet." As he spoke, he effortlessly pinched the air with one hand. In the next moment, the bull-headed creature was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. This gruesome scene left me utterly stunned, as a seemingly formidable creature met its demise right before my eyes. It is evident that this girl must not be trifled with. At that moment, she cast a frosty glance in my direction. "What are you still standing there for? Isn't cleaning supposed to be your responsibility?" However, just as I turned around to fetch the tools, only to discover that the supervisor had silently positioned themselves behind me. She gazed intently at the young girl. "How did you, a passenger, come to be in such a place?" A faint smile graced the corners of the young girl's lips. "I thought that the carriages occupied by these inferior beings might be somewhat entertaining, so I came to take a look." "Is there any issue?" In an instant, the atmosphere within the carriage grew tense once more. I cast a wary glance towards the two individuals. If they were to clash, the mere aftermath of their battle would be sufficient to bring about one's demise. Just as I hesitated on whether to take a leap of faith. However, I heard the supervisor say, "It is indeed our train crew's negligence. To express our sincere apologies. As long as you are willing, this seat will henceforth be yours to enjoy alone." The young girl let out a soft huff. "Then, do remember to tidy up this place thoroughly. Today is somewhat disappointing. I shall return to play another day." Having spoken, he departed in the direction from whence he came. Only after her departure did the tension in my heart finally begin to ease. He casually beckoned to Chen Yu and Guchingi, who were not far away, signaling them to join in the cleaning efforts. Chen Yu began to voice his discontent. Why not simply assign the cleaning crew to handle it? Moreover, whether it be the supervisor or the young maiden, it seems that Ping merely assigns you the task of cleaning, does it not? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. The compartment is so spacious that it takes me a considerable amount of time to tidy it up all by myself. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? There was even a hint of schadenfreude in his gaze. I remarked with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of one. The environment is so harsh, having been marred by malevolent incidents. What do you suppose the sentiments of those spectral beings might be? This provokes their displeasure. Whom shall they direct their ire towards then? Realizing the situation, Chen was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Without much hesitation, they joined me in commencing the task of cleaning the carriage. As I had anticipated, the passengers began to exhibit signs of agitation and restlessness. The attendant should expedite their actions. The odor is unbearable. Your movements are so sluggish, do you even need your hands and feet? Hurry over here and assist me with the cleaning. Although these passengers were unkind in their words, they became exceedingly cooperative when I began to clean. The sudden appearance of the supervisor made all the passengers realize one undeniable truth. The upper echelons of the train crew have, in fact, been observing all compartments closely. Should anyone dare to create chaos at this critical juncture, they would likely be treated as a cautionary example. After considerable effort, we finally managed to clean the carriage from end to end. Only the lingering stench that permeates the air has yet to dissipate. At that moment, I strode to the front of the carriage and clapped my hands. Drew the attention of numerous inquisitive gazes. The gaze of the multitude was drawn in. Esteemed passengers, kindly open the windows beside you, so that this foul odor may be dispelled. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the eerie entities gradually turned cold and sinister. How dare mere mortals presume to command us in our endeavors? Gu Qingyi was utterly astonished. Goodness, has he always been this courageous? However, in the midst of her bewildered gaze, those specters hesitated for a moment before obediently complying with her wishes. Ultimately, they do indeed harbor a distaste for the essence of such vile literature. I am not particularly fond of this unpleasant odor. I have lost track of time, yet I have finally completed today's tasks. As I gently pushed open the car door, ready to indulge in a moment of respite, I unexpectedly collided with a figure emerging before me. It was my supervisor. Her icy gaze fell upon me. Well done. Next is your leisure time. But it is confined to the train. If one wishes to flee, you would be wise to pray that even if one were to lose a pair of legs, another would remain to sustain one's endeavors. I pondered, at present, aside from my designated carriage number 17, as well as the lounge and the convenience store, I am largely unaware of the other areas of the train. I have no knowledge of how many individuals from my class have survived until now. Furthermore, I am uncertain about the fate of that fellow, Xu Yang. With this thought in mind, I made my way directly towards the other carriages. I surmise that the cleaning team consists predominantly of transient employees, who are likely to possess a greater breadth of knowledge. Inquiring with them undoubtedly represents the swiftest approach to gathering information. As I stepped into the carriage number 22, the corridor suddenly underwent a transformation. The already dim lights above abruptly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Is it a result of long-term neglect?
However, the corridor between the compartments was so short that a few steps would suffice to traverse it. With this thought in mind, Fu Chun proceeded forward once more. Yet, he soon discerned something distinctly amiss. 5 minutes had elapsed since the lights extinguished, yet the brief corridor seemed interminable. In the surrounding darkness, where one could hardly see their hand before their face, an ominous aura subtly permeated the air. Am I being toyed with? As if to validate Fu Chen's suspicion, a shadowy arm silently draped over his shoulder, accompanied by a low, gravelly voice from behind. Flesh, just what I need for a feast. No sooner had the words left the mouth than the arm tightened, inexorably constricting around Fu Chen's neck. A sensation of suffocation instantly surged forth, the icy chill penetrating his skin. Damn it! Fu Chan cursed under his breath, his neck straining as he swiftly retrieved a peachwood sword from his inventory, thrusting it backward with force. The creature yelped in pain, its grip loosening as a result. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Chan turned, eyes wide with vigilance. Yet he could only perceive an abyss of darkness. Amidst his caution, a judgment began to form in his mind. This creature's strength appeared rather feeble, and the peachwood sword indeed inflicted harm upon it. This promised to be entertaining. A surge of malevolence welled up within Fu Chun, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he taunted. Now you understand pain? I shall slay you. With that, he raised the peach wood sword and struck out, relying solely on instinct. In the haze, a vague silhouette seemed to scurry away in panic, but was nonetheless met by the blade, eliciting another shriek of agony. With this newfound success, Fu Chun felt an exhilarating rush. So, you wish to play? Very well, I shall indulge you. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Skill triggered. Frightening presence successfully instilled fear in the shadow demon. Gaining 1 point of dread. Acquired spiritual artifact. Coffin nail 7. A point of light penetrated his skin, radiating warmth from his lower back. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Fu Chun unleashed a surge of formidable strength, bringing the peachwood sword down once more. His tone dripped with mockery as he swung and scolded. Now you fear? Want to flee? Is it too late? Observing the scene, it became increasingly difficult to ascertain who the true menace was. The sounds of slicing wind and anguished cries reverberated through the air. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the shadow retreated, revealing the light once more. Fu Chen, drenched in sweat, finally ceased his assault. He was unaware of how many strikes he had delivered, his trembling arms now fatigued. In the corner, a huddled mass of shadow gradually coalesced, faintly taking on a humanoid form, shivering as it gazed at Fu Chun. Having anticipated an easy prey, he was instead met with a formidable adversary. Regret flooded in, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Now, can we converse amicably? Fu Chun leaned on his sword, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. The shadow demon, finally given the chance to speak, nodded vigorously, as if in a frenzy. Do you know where the cleaning crew is now? Upon hearing this, the shadow demon promptly pointed behind it. They finished cleaning in carriage 21 yesterday. Today, they are in carriage 22. Fu Chun pondered briefly before inquiring, Are you well acquainted with this area? The shadow demon hesitated for a moment, and immediately a wooden sword hovered ominously at his throat. Speak the truth, or I would not hesitate to strike again. With merely 2 hours of free time, Fu Chun clearly lacked the patience to squander it. Chapter 14. A surge of killing intent indeed. I am quite familiar with these few carriages. The shadow demon trembled in fear and quickly responded. Surely you have encountered several humans of similar age recently? What is their condition? Fu Chun, with a flicker of thought, began to press further. Altogether, the shadow demon paused momentarily, but feeling the chill of Fu Chen's icy gaze, his muddled thoughts swiftly cleared, and he divulged all he knew. In the past 2 days, 48 individuals have arrived. 13 perished yesterday, and 5 today, in just a brief span of 2 days. 18 lives had already been lost. The gravity of the situation caused Fu Chen's heart to sink. Seeing Fu Chun lost in thought, the shadow demon's dark eyes glinted with malice. Feeling humiliated by being subdued by a mere novice, he resolved to act. Suddenly, he lunged at Fu Chun, who appeared defenseless. You know not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. You shall meet your end. With narrowed eyes, Fu Chun leaped back lightly, his toes barely touching the ground. Within his inventory, one of the 7 neatly arranged coffin nails vanished, reappearing in his hand. Then, with a sharp flick of his wrist, the coffin nail shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, piercing the air with a chilling glint, and struck directly at the shadow demoness forehead. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the shadow demon was pinned to the ground, struggling futilely to free himself from the nail. How do you possess so many spiritual artifacts? According to rumors, the crew members aboard this train are mere novices, yet they should not have such formidable power. This was precisely why the shadow demon had dared to attack. Me? I am the chosen one. It is only natural that you cannot comprehend. Fu Chun smirked, his tone devoid of emotion, yet perfectly embodying the essence of arrogance. He pointed to the heavens and added, If you doubt it, feel free to inquire of them. Upon hearing this, the shadow demon seethed with rage, a surge of resentment causing him to spit out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. So filthy. Fu Chun raised a hand to cover his mouth and nose, displaying an expression of utter disdain, and turned to walk towards carriage 22. The shadow demon was taken aback and hurriedly called out, Where are you going? Release me. Stay put. Should you dare deceive me, I shall hold you accountable later. Fu Chen replied without turning back. Are you not afraid that once I escape, I shall consume your spiritual artifacts? The shadow demon glared fiercely, a hint of desperation in his eyes, which prompted Fu Chen to halt his steps. He turned around, jesting. You mean these coffin nails? I still have 6 left. If you dare to seize what belongs to me, you would do well to pray for a means of escape. Should I catch you, your fate would be sealed. As the tone of my voice deepened, the threat became increasingly palpable. In that moment, to the eyes of the shadow demon, this human lad appeared more terrifying than the fiercest of fiends. Under the weight of fear, it was compelled to abandon any thoughts of fleeing. Though our encounter was brief, the shadow demon understood that the individual before it was one who would follow through on his words. What was most disheartening was that it found itself utterly at his mercy. That's more like it. Behave yourself, Fu Chen remarked with a smile of approval, and continued to stride forward. With no shadow to obstruct his path, his journey proceeded with remarkable ease. In but a moment, Fu Chen emerged from the corridor into the 22nd carriage. Much like his own, this carriage was filled entirely with spectral passengers. However, he was struck by the realization that only 2 attendants were present. If they were not preoccupied with other tasks, Fu Chen sighed softly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Both attendants were engrossed in their duties, making it inconvenient to approach them at that moment. Fortunately, they had already sensed his presence and cast him knowing glances. Although Fu Chen typically remained silent and nearly invisible within his class, encountering familiar faces in this peculiar environment evoked an instinctive sense of warmth. He quietly withdrew from the carriage, choosing not to disturb the atmosphere, and leaned against the corridor to await their attention. The shadow demon, seeing him return, felt a flicker of joy and called out from afar. Hey, can you let me go now? Silence. Fu Chen replied, his mood far from amiable, and his tone lacked any semblance of politeness. The demon, hearing his cold words, felt a swell of resentment, but dared not retort, fearing that a single misstep might provoke a violent response. With a forlorn expression, the shadow demon muttered to itself, What is so impressive? Isn't it just relying on a couple of spiritual artifacts? Just wait until I gather some allies. I'll make sure you regret crossing me. As the demon's thoughts meandered further, it even began to envision scenes of tormenting Fu Chen beneath its feet. A sinister smile creeping onto its face until a sudden cough jolted it back to reality. Clearing its throat, the shadow demon was startled and quickly glanced sideways. There stood the human boy, observing it with a smile that bore no warmth, which caused a tightening in its chest. What was he thinking? Why was he smiling so mischievously? Fu Chen's cold smile was devoid of warmth. Having finally caught a demon, he could manipulate at will. He was determined not to squander this opportunity. With ample time at his disposal, Fu Chen resolved to gather more information. He pointed towards the rear carriage and voiced his earlier concern. Why are there only 2 attendants in carriage 22? One died this morning. The shadow demon replied candidly, seemingly having succumbed to Fu Chen's intimidation and grown surprisingly compliant. The casual manner in which it recounted the death of its fellow classmate caused Fu Chen's already heavy heart to grow even colder. Without uttering a word, he drew forth the peachwood sword and plunged it down fiercely, eliciting a lifetime of anguished howls. By heavens, do you truly believe you can bully me, the Ghost Lord? The shadow ghost, in a fit of rage, donned a visage of desperation, ready to fight to the death. After all, if compliance only invites punishment, why not resist? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so for a malevolent spirit such as itself? Fu Chen remained unperturbed, his gaze perpetually icy. Between the parting of his lips, he uttered a singular line. Does my classmate's death bear any connection to you? With the utterance of these words, his aura shifted dramatically. The shadow ghost's previously heightened ferocity dissipated instantly. It was baffled, unable to comprehend how this youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, could exude such a palpable aura of murderous intent. Chapter 15. Calamity and affection. No, it was not me. It was the passengers in the carriage. The shadow ghost instinctively retorted, fearful that Fu Chen might act in wrath. After such a tumultuous exchange, It had genuinely grown fearful. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Why provoke those beyond one's means? Is that so? Fu Chen withdrew the wooden sword, causing the shadow ghost to convulse in pain. He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. You should have mentioned it earlier. It would have saved us both trouble. I'm not a rogue, my apologies. Upon hearing this, the shadow ghost inwardly cursed. What a web of lies. Do you think I would fall for your deceit? Outwardly, it dared not reveal its disdain, begrudgingly echoing, indeed, indeed. As long as the other party refrained from violence, all would be well. At that moment, the door nearby swung open unexpectedly. A youth, of similar age to Fu Chen, stepped through and greeted him. Fu Chen, what brings you here? His tone faltered as he beheld the peculiar situation before him, a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension washing over him. It was evident to any observer that the atmosphere between the human and the ghost was deceptively harmonious, yet fundamentally eerie, particularly when he discerned the shadowy figure. His legs felt weak beneath him. The panic he displayed did not escape Fu Chen's notice, and the faint smile that had graced his face gradually vanished. He raised the sword's tip, pointing at the shadow ghost, and inquired of the youth, Li Jun, does this fellow bully you? The boy, Li Jun, glanced from Fu Chen to the ghost. Upon meeting the latter's chilling gaze, his heart tightened with trepidation, though he remained uncertain of the circumstances at hand. One truth was clear. This specter was not something he could contend with. Despite having been subjected to its torment over the past few days, even nearing death multiple times, Li Jun swallowed his grievances and indignation, forcing a stiff smile as he shook his head in denial. No, we're quite well here. Is that so? Fu Chen cast a cold glance at the shadow ghost, yet he had no intention of escalating the conflict. It was not fear that held him back, but rather concern that, upon his departure, the specter might turn its ire towards Li Jun and the others. After all, separated by several carriages, he might not arrive in time should any misfortune arise. Fu Chen was acutely aware of the supernatural presence nearby, making conversation somewhat delicate. He therefore sheathed his peachwood sword and stepped forward, draping an arm over Li Jun's shoulder. Come, let us speak over here. Moments later, the two arrived at a relatively secluded corner. Li Jun craned his neck, glancing apprehensively towards the shadowy specter, and in a hushed tone, he inquired, what is the situation? Fu Chen shrugged and responded with a light chuckle. No need to worry. It seems reasonable enough. I intend to befriend it. In the future, should I require assistance, I will simply invoke my name. Upon hearing this, Li Jun regarded Fu Chen with skepticism, cautioning, you ought to be careful. The abilities of these spirits are varied and unpredictable. You never know when you might fall into their trap. In just 2 days, these apparitions had already imparted several lessons to the students, and those who did not pay heed had met their demise. Yet Fu Chen remained undeterred, reassuring, rest assured. The spirits I have encountered have all been quite amiable. Is that so? Then you are indeed fortunate. Li Jun sighed slightly, parting his lips to speak, but ultimately choosing to remain silent. It was a rare reunion. Why dwell on sorrowful tidings? Observing Li Jun's reticence, Fu Chen tactfully shifted the topic. You are a crew member as well, are you not? Li Jun gestured to his uniform, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace his face as he jested. Our uniforms do seem rather similar, don't they? Are you familiar with the cleaning crew? Due to their differing roles, Fu Chen was indeed curious. Yes, they should be coming to clean our carriage shortly. Li Jun pondered for a moment before adding, unlike us, they are under the supervision of a rather formidable specter, which adds considerable pressure. Ah, I hope everyone remains safe, Fu Chen remarked, stroking his chin with genuine concern. In a world rife with malevolent spirits, he sincerely wished for everyone's safe return to the realm of the living. By the way, Chu Yang is in carriage 23. Do you want to? As he spoke, Li Jun appeared hesitant. After a brief pause, he shook his head. Perhaps not. What? Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, initially believing he would need to locate the cleaning crew to inquire about Chu Yang's whereabouts, but unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. Noticing Li Jun's reluctance to elaborate, Fu Chen pressed, I came to find him. Do you have any news? After a moment of silence, Li Jun sighed and said, in the carriage Chu Yang was responsible for, He is the only crew member left. The words hung in the air, yet Fu Chun swallowed them back. The occurrence of casualties among their classmates was, after all, the result of those vicious spirits. Reflecting on the previous day, he recalled how Chen Yu, who had shared his carriage, had lost an eye. It was only after stepping outside that Fu Chun truly grasped the heavy burden that the word fortune carried, as spoken by the puppet's supervisor. Noting Fu Chun's grim expression, Li Jun offered a resigned piece of advice. The spirits in that carriage are exceedingly dangerous. You would do well to avoid it. Fu Chun exhaled deeply, then revealed a reassuring smile, stating, I am fully aware. Li Jun gazed distantly at the clock hanging on the doorframe. Without further ado, I must return to accompany Xiao Yuan. She is alone in the carriage, and if anything were to go awry, it would be disastrous. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun hurriedly retraced his steps to the carriage. Watching his hurried departure, Fu Chen's emotions were rather complex. The Xiao Yuan that Li Jun mentioned is his romantic partner. Logically, being assigned to the same carriage to look out for one another should be a fortunate circumstance. Yet in such an environment, affection can transform into a burden of sorts. If one were to face death, what then for the one who survives? To resist would invite demise. To do nothing, could one truly endure the weight of it all? Contemplating this, Fu Chan felt a deep sense of helplessness, resigned to silently pray for the couple's safety. He gathered his thoughts, stepped forward, and pushed open the carriage door. Upon entering, he saw Li Jun and Tang Xiao Yuan attending to a ghostly entity in the distance. They wore cautious smiles on their faces, striving to appear more welcoming. Humble, submissive, timid, from a considerable distance, Fu Chun noticed Li Jun's hand, concealed behind his back, discreetly reaching towards Tang Xiao Yuan. He gently patted her trembling hand. The gesture light, yet profoundly resolute, as if through the sincerity of love, they silently mocked the impotence of fate. Chapter 16. Life and Death. Witnessing this scene, Fu Chun could not help but smile slightly, choosing not to intrude, but instead quietly traversing the carriage. Just as he reached the corridor separating the carriages, he encountered a line of individuals standing rigidly against the wall. Their postures were erect, expressions blank, and they uttered not a word. They appeared devoid of vitality, as if they had been tamed into ghostly forms. These individuals were clad in dark green uniforms, most of which were filthy and exuded a repugnant stench. Fu Chan was horrified to recognize familiar faces among them, his spirits sinking. If all went as expected, these were the members of the cleaning crew he had long sought. However, their conditions seemed far from optimistic. As Fu Chan grew wary, an elderly voice suddenly emerged beside him. Young man. Startled, Fu Chan instinctively recoiled to the side. A peculiar sensation underfoot accompanied by a muffled sound caught his attention. Had he stepped on something? Without time for contemplation, he turned to look beside him, only to find an aged face marred by decay looming near. Though the darkened eye sockets contained no eyeballs, Fu Chan could sense that the figure was appraising him. A nervous smile crept onto Fu Chen's face as he shifted his foot back, feeling a sticky sensation. Madam, it's rather inappropriate to stand so close, given our differences. If he was not mistaken, this was the ghostly overseer of the cleaning crew that Li Jun had previously mentioned. He, you little one, you speak quite amusingly. The ghostly old woman cackled, her mouth stretching to reveal jagged teeth, a sinister grin spreading across her face. I cannot even find my eyes. How could I possibly take advantage of you? Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's heart tightened, the sensation beneath his feet remaining persistently sticky. At that moment, a vague suspicion arose within him. Had he just accidentally crushed the eyeball belonging to this ghostly old woman? This was indeed quite unfortunate. Despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, Fu Chan maintained a calm demeanor and swiftly shifted the topic, introducing himself. Madam, I am the attendant of the 17th carriage. My supervisor mentioned that I have 2 hours of free time. May I pass through? Fu Chan cautiously observed the old woman's expression, and it appeared that, as she claimed, she truly could see nothing. In this case, it was undoubtedly wise to employ the 36 stratagems and retreat. Young talent, how delightful! The ghostly old woman remarked, her tone reminiscent of an ordinary elderly person, contrasting starkly with her frightening visage. She then redirected the conversation, pointing at the cleaners standing against the wall, lightly chiding them while discussing death as if it were a trivial matter. Unlike these useless wretches under my command. Perhaps if I kill 2 today, those who survive might show a bit more cleverness. Observing his classmates, who wore expressions of numbness, Fu Chen felt a weight settle upon him. Among the crowd, many regained their spark and cast him glances urging him to leave quickly. This only complicated Fu Chen's emotions, plunging him into a moment of contemplation. From the old woman's words, it was not difficult to deduce her status aboard the train. Though she may not rival the puppet's supervisor, her position was undoubtedly not insignificant. Even after having dealt with the shadowy specter, Fu Chen did not overestimate himself, nor did he believe he possessed the capability to disrupt the order of the train. A wave of helplessness washed over him, prompting a sigh to escape his lips. "What's the matter? Do you wish to work for me?" The sudden invitation left Fu Chen momentarily speechless. "How about I grant you an extra life? Since it's your first mistake, I want to kill you." The ghostly old woman chuckled ominously, clearly believing her offer to be exceedingly tempting. "There's no need for that." Fu Chen waved his hand, preparing to make his escape. "What a pity," the old woman replied, her hands clasped behind her back as she shook her head slightly, just as Fu Chen was about to take a step away. The piercing tone of the old woman reached his ears once more. "Ah, young one." Fu Chen froze, turning back, his gaze instinctively glancing at the murky red and white liquid on the floor, feigning nonchalance as he responded. "What is it, madam? If you happen to find any eyeballs, remember to return them to me," she said, her voice dropping to a murmur as she turned to walk towards the group of cleaners by the wall. Although she could regenerate, it would undoubtedly be inconvenient for her in the meantime. Seeing this, Fu Chen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Upon further reflection, if she had indeed lost her sight, perhaps she would overlook the mistakes made by his classmates, thereby sparing them from punishment. With this thought in mind, Fu Chen resolved to assist the ghostly old woman in her search for her eyeballs, not with the intent of returning them, but rather to crush them together. With this notion, he cast one last glance at his classmates, who appeared dazed and tormented, silently praying for them before he completely traversed the aisle. Upon entering the 23rd carriage, one finds the space somewhat sparse, with only a handful of passengers present. Some recline against their seats, deeply ensconced in slumber, their exposed limbs rising and falling, a grotesque display of flesh and blood. Others, however, lean forward, their necks craned with rapt attention fixed on a singular point of interest. At that focal juncture, a youth kneels upon the floor, weary droplets of sweat cascading down from his matted hair. The rhythmic sound of dripping echoes, a reminder of his arduous task yet to be completed. Before him, seated in a chair, is a ghastly entity, its skin flayed from its body. It regards its crossed legs with a disdainful air, a sinister grin distorting its bloodied visage, rendering it a sight most harrowing. Is your efficiency so lamentable that you wish to meet the same fate as your 2 companions? The boy's hand, which had been incessantly wiping, falters momentarily, not from fear of the creature's threats, but due to the relentless onslaught of agonizing memories flooding his mind. His amiable nature has allowed him to maintain amicable relationships with his classmates. However, witnessing their tragic demises leaves him powerless and tormented. Guilt, remorse, indignation, impotence, and despair collide within him, causing the veins on his hands to bulge as he begins to tremble slightly. The taunts of the flayed creature grow increasingly brazen. "Are you frightened?" It jeers, rising to address the surrounding malevolent spirits. "What do you think will happen when this lad soils himself?" Laughter erupts among the fiends, their raucous voices devaluing human life to mere trifles. It seems they wield the power of life and death solely based on their whims. For such is the nature of reality. Just then, a dissonant voice disrupts the cacophony near the entrance of the carriage. I dare say, this may not be entirely appropriate. At that moment, the train of the Underworld plunges into a tunnel. The dim light from outside, already meager, vanishes, enveloping the surroundings in complete darkness. Inside the carriage, the overhead lights sway, casting a dim, orange glow that barely illuminates the scene. Dozens of crimson eyes fixate on the entrance, gleaming with a thirst for blood. Under the oppressive gaze of the spectral beings, tension escalates, and the atmosphere grows unbearably heavy. The earlier proclamation had emanated from Chen. In the face of such dire circumstances, he maintains a calm demeanor, his lips curling into a semblance of composure, his manner as deferential as ever. Esteemed passengers, please feel free to express your needs. There is no necessity for violence, is there? Kneeling on the ground, Chuyang gazes at Chen as he approaches, his initial astonishment swiftly morphing into panic. He yearns to cry out for the latter to flee, yet finds himself bereft of the audacity to speak in such a dire setting. Any misstep could lead to a singular, fatal outcome for both. As he observes Chen's nonchalant approach, his heart tightens with dread. Before he could even open his mouth to persuade the departure, a voice laden with mockery echoed beside him. Is this a newly appointed attendant? Quite efficient, aren't they? The skinning demon sneered, its gaze gradually turning cold, and its tone deepened ominously. Under its scrutiny, Chen had already approached the table, smiling as he bowed slightly. Esteemed passenger, may I inquire what displeased you about my colleague? Ha! The skinning demon let out a chilling laugh, crossing its arms and leaning back against the chair, lifting a leg to kick at the kneeling Chuyang. With the force of the blow, Chuyang instantly lost his balance, his body uncontrollably rolling on the ground before crashing heavily onto the adjacent seat. Bang! It was only after a muffled sound that he finally came to a halt. Gritting his teeth, Chuyang stifled his cries of pain. Chen, however, remained indifferent to his plight, not even glancing back, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the skinning demon. You can't even clean this small area properly. Do you deserve to live? The skinning demon pointed at the ground, its facial muscles twitching grotesquely as it spoke, exuding a terrifying aura. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. If cleanliness is the issue, allow me to assist you. Chen replied, his expression unchanged, exuding calmness and composure. He resembled a veteran employee who had been on the train for over a decade, providing no opportunity for the skinning demon to criticize him. After speaking, he crouched down, picking up a cloth to wipe the surface. Before him lay a floor stained with thick, dark blood. Judging by the color, it was evident that some of it belonged to the skinning demon itself. With no skin to protect it, blood continuously seeped from its surface. Whether due to inability to control it or a deliberate act remained unclear. The fresher blood, of course, belonged to his fellow classmate. However, the tragedy had already unfolded. There was no need to dwell on sorrow. Resolving the immediate problem was his foremost duty. With such thoughts in mind, Chen diligently began to wipe, quickly clearing a relatively clean area. This scene, observed by Chuyang from behind, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. If it weren't for his own ineptitude, his friend wouldn't be in such peril. In Chuyang's memory, Chen, regardless of the circumstances, always appeared languid and disinterested. He was mostly taciturn and would only converse more with Chuyang. Though fundamentally kind-hearted, he maintained a certain distance from everyone, as if belonging to a different realm. The closer their relationship, the more profound this feeling became. As Chuyang gazed at the calm and reliable figure before him, he began to feel a sense of relief. Even amidst chaos, Chen was willing to shoulder the crisis on his behalf. Such an act could only be performed by Chen. With a slight exhale of relief, Chen completed the cleaning of one area. At this pace, he should be able to resolve the matter swiftly. Once finished, with some protective measures in place, he could prevent the continuously bleeding, skinning demon from soiling the floor again. Good job. Livestock. Chen heard a sound emanating from the table and turned to look. The skinning specter grinned widely, exposing a jagged array of sharp teeth, its sinister smile directed at him. Although Chen had managed to evade any fault-finding from the specter, it did not imply that it would refrain from causing trouble or easily let Chen and his companion go. Having finally discovered a source of amusement, the specter intended to revel in it. It reached out and picked up a severed finger that lay on the table, positioning it before itself. The mangled cross-section revealed unmistakably that this was its handiwork. Under Chen's increasingly grave gaze, the specter toyed with the finger, forcibly snapping it into 3 segments at the joints. The sound of breaking knuckles echoed sharply. With each crack, the specter's obscured visage twisted grotesquely, an expression of malevolent delight adorning its face. Do you know whose finger this is? Upon hearing this, a conjecture instantly burgeoned within Fu Chen's mind. Undoubtedly, this finger belonged to one of the two unfortunate classmates. Observing Fu Chen's silence, the specter's smile contorted further. Would you like to know what they cried out in their final moments? The specter opened its maw wide and began to scream. A morbidly ecstatic grin spread across its face, inciting laughter from the myriad of spirits aboard the vehicle. Such a fine performance. Truly exceptional. Quite the talent. It was unexpected, yet it was indeed a display of theatrical prowess. In my opinion, it ought to be more harrowing, more despairing. Chuyang trembled at the comments. Visions of his companion's tragic demise flooding his thoughts, stirring a tempest of fear within him. Agonized screams, crimson blood, severed limbs. It felt as if he were reliving that harrowing despair. He bent over, clutching his head with both hands, whispering a desperate plea. "Stop talking, please, just stop." This reaction satisfied the specter immensely. It ceased its screams, not out of sympathy, but rather erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Fu Chen, silently immersing a blood-soaked rag into a bucket, watched as it released a wash of crimson that quickly mingled with the murky water. After wringing the cloth clean, he resumed scrubbing the floor. The specter observed this scene, its sickly grin fading as it coldly inquired, "Why do you not react, you wretched creature?" As soon as the words left its lips, it discarded the 3 severed fingers before Fu Chen as one might shoo away a stray dog. "Here, why not eat them?" Chapter 18. A lesson in discipline. The specter's deranged antics were evidently aimed at provoking Fu Chen, and it had succeeded. Fu Chen gazed at the 3 severed fingers on the floor, his usually tranquil and unfathomable black eyes beginning to roil with a tempest of emotions. It was not sorrow, nor anger, nor despair, but rather an overwhelming sense of madness. Like a wildfire, it spread uncontrollably, intensifying with each passing moment. "Dear passenger, your actions seem rather inappropriate," he intoned, his voice resonating with a deep, somber timbre. "Huh?" The skinned ghost leaned forward, feigning surprise as it tilted its ear and inquired, "What did you say?" The supervisor had stated that should we encounter passengers who disturb the order of the train, we possess the authority to deliver a lesson. No sooner had the words left its lips than Fu Chen's thoughts stirred, and a brilliant white light erupted from his palm. The radiance gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into an ancient peach-wood sword. Without further ado, Fu Chen raised the sword and swiftly slashed towards the unsuspecting skin ghost. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed, and 2 severed limbs lay sprawled upon the floor. If these hands cannot be tamed, then let them be discarded. Rising to his feet, Fu Chen's face bore a manic, sinister smile. "To be frank, I am most curious to know what you spectral beings transform into upon your demise." The sudden turn of events left all the apparitions in the carriage momentarily stunned. Even the disarmed skinned ghost merely stared blankly at its severed limbs. Its breathing quickened, culminating in a shrill scream. "How dare you? I will kill you. I will kill you." In response came a derisive laugh. "Oomph. Your current wails are hardly more dignified than your earlier performance, are they? Seizing upon your misfortune to claim your life." Fu Chen seemed determined to embody this age-old adage fully, as 3 ebony coffin nails suddenly appeared in his hand, which he deftly cast forth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 nails struck the skinned ghost, embedding themselves firmly in its forehead and shoulders, pinning it to the table. Uncertain of the skinned ghost's vital weakness, Fu Chen resorted to conventional wisdom, swinging his sword towards its neck. Should this tactic prove futile, he would be compelled to utilize his limited supply of exorcising talismans, as their previous efficacy had been commendable. Just as Fu Chen mentally calculated his subsequent moves, the blade of the peach-wood sword pierced the skinned ghost's neck with ease, akin to slicing through tofu, encountering little resistance. A plume of white smoke ascended, carrying with it a pungent, acrid odor that quickly permeated the air. Thud! The head of the skinned ghost fell to the ground, producing a resonant sound. How could this be? Death swiftly dulled its crimson eyes to a lifeless gray, and it could not utter its final words before perishing. Its body began to decay rapidly, transforming into a mass of putrid flesh, leaving behind a grisly remnant that barely resembled a human form. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Fu Chun's mind. Skill activated, emotion plunder, successfully slain the skin ghost, gaining 5 points of malice. Acquired item, soul soothing incense X3, as 5 luminous orbs entered his being in succession. Fu Chun immediately felt a warm surge coursing through him, hotter and more intense than ever before. This time, he could distinctly perceive that his body was undergoing some transformation. In truth, after several modifications, his eyesight, sense of smell, hearing, and various other faculties had been enhanced. However, the most pronounced change was the emergence of a sixth sense, transcending the 5 normal senses. While ordinary individuals instinctively feel fear in the presence of malevolent spirits, Fu Chun found himself evolving beyond such primal instincts. However, the current Fu Chun has already acquired the ability to roughly discern the strength of spectral beings. For instance, the skinning ghost bears little difference from the shadow ghost lurking in the corridor, representing one of the most inferior existences within the realm of spirits. Nevertheless, it remains a foe that ordinary individuals cannot contend with. Recognizing this fact has emboldened the skinning ghost to act with increasing impunity, deriving pleasure from the torment of the living and flaunting its own power. However, not all spirits within this train car are as easily dealt with as the skinning ghost. At this moment, they have begun to awaken to the situation. How dare mere livestock rise in rebellion? They have even slain one of their own in plain sight. Such a transgression against their hierarchical status is intolerable for the spirits. To them, merely allowing Fu Chun to survive is a profound humiliation. An oppressive aura of ghostly energy surged within the carriage, dimming the light further. The chilling gusts stirred the edges of Fu Chen's garments, causing them to flutter ominously. Hostile gazes converged from all directions, saturating the atmosphere with palpable tension. His heart raced violently, sending shockwaves through every nerve in his body. His prior decision to strike was founded on the belief that he could slay the skinning ghost. Yet, who could have anticipated that these unfamiliar spirits, merely co-passengers on the same train, would unite so resolutely? Was there truly no escape from this dire fate? Brother Chun, what shall we do? Chu Young trembled, taking a stance back-to-back with Fu Chun. No further words were necessary. Their actions spoke volumes of their solidarity. Brother Yang, I am at a loss as well. Fu Chun replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You are intelligent and perform well academically. Perhaps you could devise a plan? His tone remained relatively lighthearted, prompting Chu Yang to roll his eyes dramatically. Even in such dire circumstances, he was still joking, yet this levity provided a slight reprieve for his otherwise taut nerves, which were on the brink of snapping. However, the current situation evidently did not permit the two to indulge in banter. From a closer proximity, a ghost with disheveled hair rose to its feet. A viscous, indiscernible liquid dripped from its locks, rising in tendrils of greenish smoke. A pallid visage emerged from the cascading dark strands, its mouth agape, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Two wretched livestock, come and satisfy my hunger, it hissed, bending forward as it swiftly advanced upon them. An increasing number of spirits rose from their seats, encircling Fu Chun and Chu Yang. The oppressive, ghostly energy intensified, compressing the surrounding light until it was reduced to an impenetrable darkness. Chu Yang gazed in terror at the twin crimson eyes that ignited within the blackness, his legs betraying him as he stumbled against Fu Chun's back. With a mournful expression, he exclaimed in panic, "It's over. It seems we are destined to perish." From behind, Fu Chen's voice, though slightly more composed, reached him. "Do not worry. I have my own clever stratagem." Just as the words left his lips, he added, "Though I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Enough with the chatter. Do something quickly." Chapter 19. A casual encounter. 3 flickering lights gradually illuminated the darkness, appearing strikingly brilliant. 3 ethereal flames ascended slowly, twisted and torn by a fierce, chilling wind. Within mere moments, a captivating fragrance began to permeate the entire carriage, filling the air with an exquisite aroma. What could the scent be? Previously gripped by terror, Chu Yang found himself surprisingly calm, murmuring in confusion. The soul-calming incense. A newly acquired spiritual artifact. Fu Chen held 3 pillars of incense, each exuding a dark golden hue. However, he remained uncertain of its effects, particularly regarding the spectral beings. A sense of trepidation lingered within him, prompting him to ignite all 3 pillars of the soul, calming incense at once. Should this fail to pacify the spirits, it would surely lead to a dire fate. Perhaps it was the influence of the incense, or some other unknown factor, but even amidst the perilous situation, Fu Chen felt little fear and no regret. As he had previously stated, he was indeed curious about the forms these spirits would take upon their second demise. If they were to succumb to the silence of death once more, what was there to fear? Ultimately, it was merely the end of life. Lost in thought, Fu Chen was unaware that a faint smile had crept upon his lips, his expression appearing both frenzied and distorted. His deep black eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, gazing intently at the increasingly bewildered spirits. What has come over me? They are but insignificant beings. Why should I care? Absurdity, disperse. The spirits, now devoid of their former menace, appeared somewhat dazed. They murmured to themselves, returning calmly to their designated places. As the spirits dispersed, the dense aura of the supernatural subsided, and the gusts of chilling wind suddenly ceased. At that moment, the train burst forth from the tunnel. The light streaming through the windows was, as usual, a dull gray, yet it added a touch of brightness to the carriage. Within the confines of vision, the light repeated itself. Has it ended? Chu Yang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his tone tinged with disbelief. What else could it be? Fu Chen shrugged, his previously taut nerves relaxing slightly. It was quite a spectacle, wasn't it? Chu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, and, as was customary, playfully punched Fu Chen on the shoulder. Wasn't it exhilarating? Fu Chen chuckled softly in agreement, his gaze lingering on the partially burned pillars of soul-calming incense. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he let a few ashes fall. Unexpectedly, the incense's effects surpassed all expectations. What a waste, he murmured quietly, a bittersweet smile gracing his features, feeling a twinge of regret. Would it still be usable if extinguished now? Despite his musings, Fu Chen had no intention of extinguishing the incense just yet. The tumultuous spirits had only just calmed. Who could predict what might occur if he snuffed out the incense now? At that moment, Chu Yang curiously leaned forward, inquiring, "Hey, Brother Chen, do you have any more of this treasure? Could you spare me some? Do you think I'm running a wholesale business?" Fu Chen rolled his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at him. Chu Yang awkwardly scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, it was a valid point. "Here, take this." He handed over the 3 incense sticks meant for calming souls, while Fu Chen calmly instructed, "Light 1, extinguish the other 2. Should you encounter a troublesome passenger again, light it at once." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, I cannot guarantee the effectiveness next time, so do exercise caution." Without hesitation, Chu Yang accepted the incense, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, this stuff really smells delightful." With that, he brought the calming incense closer, inhaling deeply and instantly feeling a sense of peace envelop him. But don't indulge too much. Who knows if it has any side effects? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression stiffened, instinctively retracting his neck and murmuring softly, "Perhaps it's better to let them indulge a little more." He found a suitable position to ensure that the spirits within the vehicle could partake, then proceeded to light the incense. Following this, he cautiously extinguished the remaining 2 sticks and, with a flicker of intent, stored them away in his inventory. Gradually, the interior of the vehicle succumbed to tranquility. Under the influence of the calming incense, the spirits settled into a semblance of slumber. "Oh, now you can relax a bit," Fu Chen remarked, strolling leisurely while occasionally glancing at a particular spirit, then at a fierce apparition. He muttered softly, often uttering words of pity and sorrow, seemingly unfazed by their dire conditions, even as one had a broken neck and another was headless. What is there to admire? Just as Chu Yang turned around, He was greeted by this rather peculiar scene, yet he felt no surprise. After all, the one orchestrating such eccentricities was Fu Chen. Regardless of how bizarre the actions might be, they were entirely within reason. Bored, might as well take a look around, Fu Chen chuckled, pointing at a spirit that was sound asleep. Look at this fellow, he's drooling. Chu Yang followed his gaze, his lips twitching, unable to muster a smile. The spirit in question was a slit-mouthed ghost, its cheeks hollowed out, and its cracked mouth nearly stretching to the nape of its neck. A thick, foul drool hung from its jagged teeth, creating a long, viscous strand that was utterly revolting to behold. Your dark sense of humor is becoming increasingly severe, Chu Yang remarked, adding, are you really not considering visiting a psychologist? Unnecessary. Fu Chen waved dismissivity. After all the diagnoses, isn't this the state we find ourselves in? He seemed unfazed. Continuing, in my view, those as normal as you miss out on much of the fun. As they conversed, the two positioned themselves near the door, though they appeared relaxed. It did not imply a complete absence of vigilance. The duration for which the calming incense would burn remained uncertain, as did the consequences should the spirits awaken. Leaning against the doorframe, Fu Chen observed the happenings within the vehicle. To lighten the mood, he initiated casual conversation. Understanding Chu Yang's disposition, he refrained from inquiring about the deaths of the other two classmates, deeming it an unnecessary source of sorrow. At the top of the doorframe, a clock ticked steadily, the second hand moving with a rhythmic tick-tock sound. Fu Chen glanced up briefly before turning to Chu Yang and said, it is nearly time. I must return to my compartment. If they awaken and seek me out, tell them I have perished. Before the words had fully left his lips, Fu Chen pivoted and strode toward the exit, leaving Chu Yang in a state of bewilderment. Hey, weren't you assigned to this carriage? Do you truly believe such nonsense? Fu Chen pushed the door open without looking back and uttered a dismissive remark. It was only then that Chu Yang realized that the speculation had originated solely from the skinning ghost. Fu Chen was merely indulging in a charade. Chapter 20. Not a good person. Upon returning to the corridor, Fu Chen noted that the cleaning crew, along with the ghostly old woman, had vanished without a trace. He continued onward and soon discovered a solitary eyeball, discarded in a corner. Concealed, somewhat obscured, it would have easily gone unnoticed without careful observation. It was evident that this was a deliberate act. The earlier scene replayed in his mind, his numb and sorrowful classmates, the malevolent, ghostly matron. Without hesitation, Fu Chen approached the corner and brought his foot down decisively. With a muffled thud, a mixture of crimson and white liquid splattered across the ground. For Fu Chen had crushed both of the ghostly matron's eyes. The thought stirred a sense of dark satisfaction within him. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sound from behind rendered him utterly still. The chaos in carriage 23 was instigated by you, was it not? Fu Chen stiffly turned around to face the elusive puppet supervisor, who had somehow appeared behind him. The proximity was less than half a meter, yet he had been completely unaware, as if the figure had materialized from thin air. On this journey through the train of the underworld, it seemed the puppet possessed an omniscient presence, rendering concealment futile. Therefore, Fu Chen could only respond candidly, yes. A moment of silence enveloped the corridor. Fu Chen's mind raced, contemplating his next course of action. To his surprise, the puppet shifted its tone, its mouth moving in a mechanical manner as it stated, "Then, you also quelled this uprising, correct?" Hearing this, Fu Chen's thoughts began to churn with newfound vigor. Given the puppet's capabilities, if it truly wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as crushing a chick. It appeared that perhaps there was room for negotiation. Without further hesitation, he replied, "Yes, I successfully mitigated a precarious threat to the train." The puppet snapped its fingers. With a sharp sound, 200 yuan ghostly notes materialized in Fu Chen's hand. As the saying goes, surviving great calamity surely brings blessings. Just as he was taken aback by this unexpected turn, the puppet's demeanor shifted, now imbued with malice. "It is a pity that you did not witness a more gruesome scene. It ought to have been more intense." The puppet now appeared entirely different from its earlier serious persona, as if it had merely been performing a task, and now its true nature was revealed. Its lifeless, fish-like eyes glimmered with a predatory glint, fixating on Fu Chen's feet. Sensing this, a heavy weight settled in Fu Chen's heart. If this fellow were to shamelessly run off to inform on me, attracting the attention of the vengeful old ghost, even 100 lives would not suffice to pay the price. Fortunately, it seems the puppet harbors no such intentions. How intriguing you are, indeed. I hope you can bring forth some splendid performances on this journey. To perish too early and too abruptly would be quite a pity. Having finished speaking, the puppet turned and departed. After a moment, Fu Chen let out a long sigh, wiping the beads of cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, how reckless, truly reckless. Now, he not only had to be wary of the group of spirits in the 23rd carriage, but also remain cautious of the old ghost who might come knocking at any moment. Either threat alone could lead to a gruesome demise. Given this, it was best not to dwell on it. Where the road leads, there will surely be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Seemingly engaged in self-reassurance, Fu Chen resumed his steps, continuing towards his designated work area. Soon, he passed by the 22nd carriage. Li Jun was absent, but Tang Xiaoyun awaited by the door, ready to summon him. Upon seeing Fu Chen, she cast a friendly glance his way. Fu Chen smiled in return, his mind assessing Li Jun's circumstances. It seemed he was preoccupied with other matters. With that thought, Fu Chen swiftly moved on, traversing several carriages. Eventually, he approached his assigned 17th carriage. At that moment, a distant voice reached him. Fu Chen, help me. Fu Chen bowed, tilting his head to look. Qinyu? Strangely, Qinyu appeared to be missing an arm, struggling to push a cart as he laboriously made his way towards the 17th carriage. Judging by the direction he came from, he must have just returned from the convenience store. The cart was filled to the brim with an assortment of snacks, though not intended for the living. Rather, it contained items like foot-soaking fingers and bursting eyeballs, all exquisitely presented, presumably to deter troublesome customers. Qin Yu's expression was fervent, as if grasping at a lifeline. Fu Chen, come here and help me. What's the matter? Although Fu Chen's pace was slow, he indeed approached Qin Yu. Damn it! A ghost creature picked a fight and took my arm. Qin Yu's neck was lined with prominent veins, his complaints off-topic, revealing a fragile and sensitive demeanor. Given the circumstances, even if he managed to return to reality alive, he would likely need years of care in a psychiatric institution. So, you intend to complete the cart-selling service now? Fu Chen furrowed his brow, pointing out the crux of the issue. Yes, this is my 5th service. Please help me. Before he could finish, Qin Yu released the cart handle and ambled towards the carriage, as if ready to abandon his task. What does this mean? At this point, Fu Chen's tone grew increasingly frosty. Just help me push the cart around the carriage, and I'll be eternally grateful. Qin Yu finished speaking and took another step away. Ugh, I don't think that's feasible. Until Fu Chen's words fell, Qin Yu came to a complete halt, questioning as classmates. Are you really unwilling to lend a hand for such a trivial matter? Is this what you call assistance? By your logic, are you suggesting I should do it for you? Fu Chen was acutely aware that in such a harsh environment where life was as fragile as grass, any issues arising during the sale would result in all blame falling upon him. All right, let us work together. I will finish quickly and then attend to my other matters. A tinge of resentment welled up within Qin Yu, yet he dared not reveal it. After all, Fu Chen was currently his only ally. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, Fu Chen crossed his arms and refused to budge. Why should I help you? Qin Yu, taken aback, instinctively retorted, as classmates, what harm is there in assisting one another? He had briefly entertained this thought, but now lacked the inclination. Fu Chen shrugged and replied, moreover, our relationship isn't particularly good, is it? The sharpness of his words left Qin Yu feeling frustrated with nowhere to vent, compelling him to continue pleading, old classmate, you are such a good person. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Fu Chen displayed a puzzled expression, pointing to his own nose. Old classmate, do you truly think I'm a good person? I hadn't realized your opinion of me was so lofty. However, I do not consider myself a good person. Chapter 21. Reasonable requests somewhat kind, but not excessively so. From the beginning to the end, Fu Chen's self-assessment remained unchanged. Furthermore, that scant kindness was contingent upon the recipient. Someone like Chen, you clearly fell outside the realm of those worthy of his goodwill. In a moment of exasperation, Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Fu Chen's next statement presented a glimmer of hope. I could help you, but Fu Chen extended his palm, rubbing his index and middle fingers against his thumb. The implication was unmistakable, and Chen Yu quickly grasped the meaning. But I don't have much money. Then that's that. Fu Chen shrugged and ambled towards the carriage, his demeanor exuding a leisurely air that intensified Chen Yu's simmering resentment. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he managed to regain his composure and called out, "Wait." Due to his poor performance in recent days, Chen Yu's wages were naturally limited. He pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket and offered them to Fu Chen, saying, "This is all the money I have. Is it enough?" It's a bit short." Fu Chen assessed the bills before tucking them away with a grin. "But since we are old classmates, I'll give you a friendly discount." Taking advantage while pretending to be kind. How despicable. Chen Yu cursed inwardly, forcing a friendly facade as he said to Fu Chen, "I will call out the sales, and you can push the cart. And how shall we divide the items requested by the passengers?" Fu Chen placed his hand on the cart's handle, yet remained stationary. "If our roles are unclear, service errors are inevitable. If passengers become dissatisfied, it may lead to unnecessary trouble. In such an environment, exercising caution is always prudent." As Chen Yu's words trailed off, he became acutely aware of Fu Chen's gradually cooling gaze and promptly corrected himself. "By all means. You can focus solely on pushing the cart. I shall handle the rest." Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's expression transformed as if by magic, replaced with a smile. "A pleasant collaboration," he remarked, before pushing the cart in tow behind Chen Yu. Although he held no fondness for this individual, he had no intention of undermining him. After all, one must fulfill their obligations when compensated. Yet, it was Chen Yu's insidious intentions that remained ever present. He would occasionally attempt to create chaos in front of the passengers, only to shift the blame onto Fu Chen. Without exception, Fu Chen deftly deflected each of these attempts with skillful words and composure. Soon enough, a round of sales service was completed. While the situation was tranquil, it belied the underlying tension between the two men. The moment the cart exited the carriage, the smile on Fu Chen's face vanished abruptly, his tone growing frosty. "Chen Yu, you certainly possess a fair share of cunning." Chen Yu hesitated, subtly inquiring, "What did you say?" Surprisingly, Fu Chen did not confront him directly. "Our collaboration ends here." He retrieved several shadowy coins from his pocket, smiling mischievously as he added, "Should such fortuitous opportunities arise again, do remember to call upon me." This brazen demeanor only served to stoke the embers of anger within Chen Yu. There will be no such opportunities forthcoming. If not for the time wasted cleaning the carriage today, I would not find myself in such a predicament. It was evident that Chen Yu attributed the responsibility of tidying the carriage entirely to Fu Chen, deepening his resentment. Fu Chen, unfazed by this hostility, merely stated a fact. The untidy carriage has stirred discontent among the spirits, provoking unrest. While the otherworldly girl and the puppet supervisor may remain indifferent, we cannot afford to. If we do not ensure the satisfaction of those influential figures, death would be inevitable today. With this pointed commentary, Chen Yu could only scoff in silence. Regrettably, Fu Chen elongated his tone, gesturing upward as he continued. "It seems we shall soon witness our first casualty." "What do you mean?" Chen Yu inquired, furrowing his brow as he followed Fu Chen's gaze. Above the doorframe, the clock's face ominously displayed the current time, 6:47. Only 13 minutes remained until the end of the shift. Yet, Chen Yu still had one service task left to complete. "I hope we shall meet again, my old classmate." Fu Chen waved farewell, retreating back into the carriage. The smile gracing his features took on a decidedly sinister quality in Chen Yu's eyes. "Help me. Just return the cart," Chen Yu implored, but Fu Chen remained unmoved, turning to push open the door. With a resounding bang, the door closed shut, seemingly carrying away Chen Yu's last glimmer of hope. Damn it, whether cursing himself or another. Chen Yu seized the cart with one arm and sprinted desperately towards the far end of the aisle, racing against time and the specter of death. As he re-entered the carriage, Fu Chen spotted Gu Qingyi busily at work on the other end. Her hair was already damp with sweat as she wiped down the tables, conversing animatedly as she did so, merely gazing upon the face, rife with remorse and anxiety. One can easily surmise that an apology is being tendered to the passengers. Observing this scene, Fu Chen raised an eyebrow and approached. Noticing the newcomer, Gu Qingyi instinctively turned to look, her demeanor shifting to one of wariness. However, upon recognizing Fu Chen, her vigilance gradually dissipated, replaced by a glance of entreaty. Given the presence of passengers, engaging in conversation was inappropriate. Thus, Fu Chen offered a gentle smile, conveying a query with his eyes. Swiftly, Gu Qingyi finished wiping the table, placed the rag into a bucket, and signaled to Fu Chen with her eyes. Understanding her intent, Fu Chen promptly lifted the bucket and departed. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi hurriedly retrieved the toppled cup from the table and rushed towards the exit of the carriage. Their seamless cooperation was nothing short of remarkable. After returning the cleaning supplies, Fu Chen stood quietly by the door, awaiting the end of his shift. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyi returned to the carriage, serving a glass of thick, crimson beverage to the previously attended table. Once her tasks were complete, she approached Fu Chen, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Fu Chen responded with a faint smile, offering no further words. He was more than willing to extend a helping hand for such uncomplicated and low-risk requests. After all, as Chen Yu had remarked, it was not excessive to lend a small favor among classmates. "How has today fared?" Fu Chen inquired casually. "Fortunately, your assistance was invaluable. I just completed the 6th service." Gu Qingyi replied, panting and exhibiting a look of relief, before curiously asking, "Where have you been this afternoon? Nothing amiss, I hope?" "Me? I took a stroll through the rear carriage," Fu Chen replied. Gu Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had been utterly exhausted simply completing tasks alongside Chen Yu, while Fu Chen seemed to have meandered leisurely. Must the disparity between individuals be so vast? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingyi murmured, "Incredible." Suppressing her astonishment, she became increasingly curious. "What are the others? How are they faring?" Fu Chen lapsed into a brief silence before turning to Gu Qingyi and asking, "Do you truly wish to know?" "It's not particularly good news." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi's spirits sank slightly, yet her curiosity ultimately prevailed, and she nodded. Consequently, Fu Chen recounted his observations from the journey in a matter-of-fact tone. Upon learning of the dire circumstances and significant losses among their classmates, Gu Qingyi's emotions became exceedingly complex. Perhaps it was due to the fact that, up to this moment, there had been no fatalities among the crew in their 17th carriage, leading to a flicker of hope that returning to the realm of the living was a tangible possibility. However, the whims of life and death are ultimately unpredictable. Who could say how long this precarious situation would endure? Just as Fu Chen and Gu Qingyi succumbed to silence, a tremendous force violently thrust open the carriage door at the opposite end. Bang! The doorframe reverberated with a resounding crash, instantly capturing Fu Chen's attention. He initially anticipated the arrival of the spectral entities from Carriage 23, or perhaps the ghostly overseer seeking them out. Unexpectedly, it was Chen Yu who rushed into the carriage, hastily pushing a food cart. In a compartment teeming with malevolent spirits, his brazen actions as a living being were undoubtedly unwise. Yet at that moment, Chen Yu was too preoccupied to care, his sole focus on completing the final service. The consequences of failure were unknown, and the looming threat of punishment was palpable. However, everyone understood that the puppet supervisor was not one to be trifled with. Would anything happen to him? Gu Qingyi's tone was tinged with concern. It was evident to any discerning observer that Chen Yu was not in a stable state. Fu Chen shook his head, remaining silent. He could foresee the potential outcomes of what might transpire next. Indeed, when Chen Yu stepped through the door, the commotion he stirred incited the displeasure of the spirits within. They rose one by one, casting malevolent glances his way. "Should we lend a hand?" Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow, looking helplessly at Fu Chen, clearly relying on him as her anchor. "If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you remain compliant," Fu Chen replied flatly, his expression unchanged. "The current situation was beyond our involvement. No sooner had he spoken than a spirit could no longer contain its murderous intent. Flesh and blood, do you wish to die? The brief words acted as a spark, igniting the fury of the spirits. Such a lack of discretion in your actions. What purpose do you serve? To kill you would merely be a feast. I am eager to tear you apart. In mere moments, the atmosphere in the carriage became frenzied. Even with the train's regulations in place, the principle of the law does not punish the many held sway. How could the train crew provoke an entire carriage of passengers for the sake of a mere attendant? There was no benefit to be gained, and it could tarnish their reputation instead. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Qingyi instinctively shivered and drew closer to Fu Chun. While their camaraderie was real, it would be foolish to jeopardize their future for the sake of their past 2 years together. At times, a touch of selfishness in life is not a vice. As the overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the carriage, Qin Yu's chaotic thoughts abruptly cleared. His steps faltered, and he exclaimed in panic, "I am a crew member, fulfilling my duty. You cannot kill me." Upon spotting Fu Chun and Gu Qingyi at the opposite end, his gaze turned venomous. "Why aren't you helping me? Why? If I die, I will ensure you are dragged down to hell with me." With such malicious thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Yu pushed the food cart towards the passenger who had rung the summons bell. The spirits, intrigued, opted to observe the unfolding drama. Who would be the fortunate soul to strike first? For these entities, nothing was more entertaining than murder, each possessing their own twisted methods of torment. This was a sinister pastime cultivated over many years. Moments later, Qin Yu approached a passenger seated nearby. At this moment, fear had undeniably taken precedence, suppressing all other chaotic emotions. He trembled as he spoke. "Esteemed passengers, here is the sought-ed human tongue you requested." The ghastly figure regarded him with a sinister amusement, its eyes bulging grotesquely from their sockets, reflecting the gaze of one who observes a dying soul. "Set it down." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately lifted the plate from the dining cart and placed it on the table. "Please enjoy." No sooner had he uttered these words than he attempted to flee the scene as if his life depended on it. If he could just exit the carriage and endure until the end of his shift, surely he would survive. This thought had barely formed in his mind, not yet solidified, when it was abruptly extinguished by a voice laced with frost. "What about the dipping sauce?" Qin Yu froze, stiffly turning his head to inquire, "What dipping sauce?" "I require the human brain dipping sauce." The ghoul's voice escalated sharply, exuding a suffocating aura that rendered Qin Yu immobile. "You did not mention this request earlier," he stammered, his heart racing, teeth clenched. "So, it appears I have erred?" As he spoke, the ghoul's lips curled into a malevolent grin. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine as he realized, in his panic, he had committed a grave mistake. At all times, one must never question the passengers. They are not gods, yet they are far more terrifying. "No, it is my oversight. I shall prepare it for you immediately." Qin Yu waved his hands in a flurry, desperate to amend his blunder, yanking the cart in a bid to escape. Yet, to his horror, he found it utterly immovable. Turning back, his pupils constricted in terror. The ghoul had grasped the cart, its voice dripping with malice as it said, "I observe that you attendants toil daily. There is no need for you to make another trip." Despite its words, it harbored no intention of sparing Qin Yu. "Isn't there a ready supply right here?" Its chilling gaze seemed to etch frost into Qin Yu's very soul. Terror gripped him, causing his legs to weaken and a warmth to spread beneath him as he pleaded pitifully, "Do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I cannot die." In the distance, Fu Chan watched this scene unfold, opening the carriage door to speak to Gu Qingyi. "Let us depart." Gu Qingyi, paralyzed by fear, stood rooted in place, appearing utterly bewildered. "If you wish to continue watching, you may remain here." With that, Fu Chan stepped out of the carriage. Witnessing a classmate being slaughtered by a ghoul was hardly a pleasant experience. "Wait for me." A rapid footfall echoed behind him. Soon after, a piercing scream intertwined with frenzied cheers, creating a tableau reminiscent of hell itself. Chapter 23. Turning the tables, the carriage door slowly closed, sealing off the horrific scene within. At that moment, it was precisely the end of the shift. A creaking sound emanated from the corner of the aisle, revealing the figure of the puppet supervisor. Fu Chan was already accustomed to such sights. while Gu Qingyi instinctively shrank behind him, still trembling with trepidation. The puppet wore a lifeless smile, its gaze fixed over the two as it stared at the carriage door. At last, it is your turn. After reveling in the misfortune, the puppet turned to Fu Chun and inquired, when will it be your turn, best employee? With that, several ghostly coins materialized in Fu Chen's hands. Regarding malice, nature remains indifferent. The puppeteer's tone shifted from mockery to a mechanical monotone as he declared, "This is your reward for being the best employee for 2 consecutive days." Fu Chan felt something new in his palm and glanced down to see a black badge with red lettering. By donning it, certain privileges would be bestowed upon him, such as the ability to interfere with meal arrangements, sell goods, allocate cleaning tasks, and gain access to the first-class carriage. Fu Chun narrowed his eyes, recalling the first-class carriage's ominous reputation. The puppeteer had made it abundantly clear upon their initial encounter that it was an exceedingly perilous place. While Fu Chan pondered this, the puppeteer had already completed the disbursement of Gu Qingyi's wages and turned to depart. As for the third employee, Qingyu, his fate was uncertain, scattered in pieces, and thus did not warrant concern. Once the puppeteer had completely vacated the area, Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows, glancing apprehensively towards the rear carriage. Don't overthink Qingyu. Many matters are beyond our control. Instead of worrying about others, we should focus on our own survival, Fu Chun remarked lightly, concluding with, first and foremost, we need to address the issue of dinner. With that, he began to walk ahead, leaving a pensive Gu Qingyi to follow, burdened by complex emotions. After a brief moment, the pair arrived at the small shop and halted. The rotund shopkeeper scrutinized them before breaking into a grin, eager to profit from unsuspecting customers. 1 chicken cutlet meal, and add an egg, Fu Chun ordered, unwilling to compromise his appetite despite having little extra money. He placed the coins on the counter. The shopkeeper carelessly tossed the goods onto the counter and begrudgingly returned the change. As anticipated, the actual price did not align with the displayed rates. Boss, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Fu Chun inquired with a gentle smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Good thing you reminded me. Otherwise, I might have made an error. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a glint of malice as he snatched back a coin from the change. Have you heard the old adage about greed? Fu Chan feigned enlightenment and added, oh wait, you're a ghost, so it's quite normal for you to be greedy. Bang! The shopkeeper slammed his palm on the counter and stood up, livid. You're courting death, human. Such provocation was intolerable to him. Shall I repeat myself? If you waste my breath, you owe me a bottle of water. Fu Chun, unfazed, reached into his pocket to retrieve the badge he had just acquired and affixed it to himself. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper's fierce gaze narrowed slightly, and he sneered. Do you think you're formidable just because of that? Not quite. Fu Chun shook his head and began to smile. I merely want you to understand that I have the right to act. He took out a peachwood sword from his inventory and leaped onto the counter, which was not particularly high. Without further ado, he swung the sword with considerable force. The sudden turn of events startled Gu Qingyi, causing her to retreat several steps. From her perspective, Fu Chun was undoubtedly walking a path to his own demise. The corpulent specter writhed, attempting to evade its fate. Yet, the confines of the counter proved too narrow, and it ultimately could not escape. With a sword lodged in its flesh, it erupted in a furious roar. How dare you! A wave of putrid stench enveloped the air as the grotesque creature widened its maw to an absurd degree, intending to swallow Fu Chun whole. Skill activated. Emotion thief. Successfully infuriated the corpulent specter, gained 5 points of fury. Acquired item. Carpenter saw as the light merged with his being. Fu Chun felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him. With a mighty kick, he sent the rising specter crashing back down. A resounding crash echoed as various goods tumbled from the shelves. How is this possible? The corpulent specter, bewildered, could not comprehend how this mere creature could possess such formidable strength. Surprised, are you? Fu Chun arched an eyebrow, equally astonished by his newfound prowess. I must admit, I did not foresee this either. As he spoke, a tool appeared in his hand, the very saw he had just acquired. Weighing it thoughtfully, he remarked, quite satisfactory. In an instant, he wielded the sword in one hand and the saw in the other, charging directly at the corpulent specter. Startled, it flailed, its blubbery form quivering grotesquely like writhing maggots. At that moment, the specter truly sensed the impending peril. Who could have anticipated that the livestock it once toyed with now wielded two mystical artifacts? Now do you understand how I dare? Without waiting for a response, Fu Chen swung the saw downwards. The jagged teeth sank into the specter's thick layer of fat, tearing a gaping wound in its exterior from which dark, foul blood gushed forth. Accompanying the pain was an even more intense fury. I will kill you. The specter extended its massive hand, viciously swiping at Fu Chen. The palm, akin to a giant fan, stirred up a tempest. Yet, just as it was about to strike Fu Chen, an invisible force abruptly halted it. A flash of black light streaked by, followed by an agonizing throb. The corpulent specter quickly withdrew its hand, its gaze landing on the identification badge worn by Fu Chen. This seemingly ordinary badge now radiated an intense black glow, representing the very rules of the train. Surprised? Unexpected? Fu Chen grinned, his smile slightly twisted. I hope you can entertain me a while longer. Do try not to die, for I shall depend on you for sustenance. With a flourish, Fu Chen swung his sword and saw, the contrasting sounds of metal clashing echoing in the air. In no time, the small shop was drenched in thick, foul blood. Stop. Please, no more. The corpulent specter begged, yet Fu Chen remained indifferent. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, with the surroundings coated in blood, Fu Chen finally ceased his assault. He crouched down, playfully patting the specter's cheek, and inquired, Shall we settle our accounts now? Chapter 24. A teachably foolish youth, I will return it all, every last bit. The already battered specter dared not utter a word of defiance, trembling with palpable fear in its eyes. Pleased with the outcome, Fu Chen nodded slightly and remarked, Would it not have been easier to do this from the start? Why endure such physical torment? The corpulent specter, disregarding its injuries, promptly propped itself up from the floor. Having nearly been eviscerated by Fu Chen, this action resulted in its internal organs spilling forth from the wound, cascading onto the ground. With a swift motion, Fu Chen stepped back, expressing mild disgust. Perhaps you should tidy yourself up first? The specter, silenced by its predicament, bent down to stuff its entrails back inside. Subsequently, it sidestepped Fu Chen to approach the counter, retrieving the coins to return to him. Exactly as they were, down to the last cent. Didn't you also rob me yesterday? Fu Chen grinned as he pocketed the coins. Here you go. All of it. The specter gritted its teeth in silence, once more searching for change. Fu Chen gestured towards Gu Qingyi outside and continued. Shouldn't you also show some consideration for my classmates' money? The specter felt a mix of anger and helplessness. While it was infuriated by Fu Chen's audacity, it was resigned to the fact that power lay with the stronger party. At that moment, it was clear that Fu Chen held the upper hand. After returning the full amount, the specter awaited the departure of this living nightmare with eager anticipation. However, Fu Chen had no intention of leaving just yet. He stood there counting the money. After a brief moment, he exaggeratedly elongated his tone. Boss, the amount you returned is still incorrect. Impossible. I counted it meticulously. I owe you nothing. If I say it's wrong, then it is indeed wrong. Fu Chen brandished his weapon once more and proceeded to strike without further ado. Following a series of anguished wails, the specter's recently stuffed intestines were once again exposed, now accompanied by several additional openings, oozing an unidentifiable viscous substance. Fu Chen wiped his brow and remarked, See, the figures don't add up. After this ordeal, the specter dared not retort, feebly nodding in agreement. Who could predict whether this madman might lash out again at a moment's notice? With great effort, it extracted a stack of ghostly currency from the counter and shoved it into Fu Chen's hands, reassuring itself that it was merely paying for its misfortune. Holding the ghostly bills in one hand, Fu Chen patted them with the other. Without counting, he simply gauged the weight and smiled, saying, Now that's the correct amount. The smug demeanor only served to infuriate the specter further, its face contorting with rage. Usually, it was the one extorting others. Who would have thought today it would find itself on the receiving end? Fu Chen stowed his weapon away and patted the specter's cheek. I am not unreasonable. I merely hope you could be a bit wiser next time. After all, I will still need your assistance in the days to come. Repeatedly engaging in such actions can become quite tiresome for me as well. The specter, unable to argue, felt that time had stretched unbearably long, internally lamenting. Why hasn't that damn bandit left yet? Fu Chun beckoned to Gu Qingyi in the corridor. What shall we eat? My treat. Seeing this, Gu Qingyi cautiously approached, glancing between the smiling Fu Chun and the gloomy specter. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly uttered, I would like a pineapple bun and a bottle of milk. The chubby shopkeeper dutifully placed the items on the counter. Fu Qin glanced at the price list and extracted a 50 yuan bill, placing it on counter. Give me my change. Without a word, the shopkeeper promptly retrieved 20. Although it was a straightforward transaction, Fu Chan frowned and coldly remarked, Have you forgotten again? Soon, 20 transformed into 200. Now that's more like it. A child can be taught. Even decayed wood can be carved. Warm up my meal. I am hungry. While the shopkeeper heated the food, Fu Chan discreetly snatched a bottle of mineral water from the shelf. Exiting the convenience store, he approached Gu Qingyi. Unscrewing the bottle, he offered it to her. Could you help me wash my face? At that moment, Fu Chan appeared as if he had bathed in tainted blood. With not a single clean spot on him, this ghastly visage instinctively instilled fear in Gu Qingyi. After a brief moment of hesitation, she extended her hand to accept the water bottle. Ah, this feels much better. Fu Chan washed away the blood from his face, revealing his true countenance. At that instant, the shopkeeper brought out the chicken rice from the microwave, ready to unveil it for utensils. Thanks. Seeing this, Fu Chan strode forward, interrupting the action, snatched the lunchbox, and grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks, then led Gu Qingyi back to the lounge. The shopkeeper squinted slightly, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. Poisoning him? I fear I have missed my chance. In the lounge, Fu Chan devoured the chicken rice, the rich aroma filling the room. Indeed, rice is the most satisfying. He mumbled through mouthfuls. His seemingly nonchalant demeanor left Gu Qingyi in shock. Aren't you afraid? Fu Chan swallowed his food, puzzled. What did you say? That is a malevolent spirit. Aren't you worried it might retaliate later? Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed as she articulated her concerns. We have no idea how long it has been on the train or what connections it possesses. If it summons help, I fear for you at this point. Gu Qingyi halted her words. The death of Qin Yu had cast a heavy shadow over her. Why worry so much? Fu Chan resumed eating, dismissively stating, if one comes, I will kill it. If two come, I will slay them both. There are only two outcomes. Either I perish or they fear me. After hearing this, Gu Qingyi appeared contemplative, biting into her bread and sipping the milk. The room fell into a silence. After a while, both finished their meals. Once Fu Chan disposed of the trash, he turned to Gu Qingyi and asked, Do you want to take a shower? Or shall I go first? The congealed blood on him had hardened into an uncomfortable crust. Gu Qingyi had no objections and nodded in agreement. Thus, Fu Chen entered the bathroom. With a click, the switch emitted a sharp sound, and the bulb cast a bright light. However, the sight before Fu Chan left him momentarily stunned. The once filthy and chaotic bathroom was now immaculate and orderly. There was no foul odor, no stains, and even the floor tiles had been meticulously cleaned. What was happening? Fu Chen paused for a moment and inquired of Gu Qingyi outside. Did you clean the bathroom? Gu Qingyi, intrigued, approached and upon seeing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head in confusion. Who had the time to clean amidst a day filled with busyness? Puzzled, Fu Chan contemplated briefly, his dark pupils narrowing slightly. During their absence, it seemed someone had infiltrated the house once again. Chapter 25. The new employee, be cautious, it may still be here. Fu Chan immediately adopted a defensive stance, his gaze sweeping the room. The furnishings were sparse, leaving little room for concealment. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon the wooden wardrobe. At that moment, Gu Qingyi, frightened, had shrunk behind Fu Chan, cautiously following in his footsteps. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, causing Gu Qingyi to gasp and instinctively clutch the hem of Fu Chen's clothing. This is truly unsettling. Fu Chan muttered under his breath as he drew forth a peachwood sword and stepped toward the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a ghostly figure standing quietly outside. Its wet, long hair hung down, obscuring its features. A female ghost? Fu Chen tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, bracing himself for a confrontation. "Is there something you need?" he asked. "In the bathroom. I have taken care of things for you," came a low male voice from beneath the dark hair. With that, the figure handed Fu Chen a dark red box. Skeptical, he accepted it, but had no intention of opening it. Under his gaze, the ghostly figure added, "Be safe tonight," in a tone that was neither a warning nor a threat. Then, it departed, leaving Fu Chen to ponder. Closing the door, Fu Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to open the box. I hope it's not filled with toxic gas. Yet, with no grievances between them, the entity should not wish harm upon him. Could it be, as Gu Qingyi suggested, that the rotund ghost had sought assistance? In just 2 days, he had indeed accumulated many adversaries. Caution was imperative. Just as Fu Chen was deep in thought, Gu Qingyi asked, "Fu Chen, is something wrong?" "I don't know," he shrugged, placing the box on the table. "Just open the door. If anything happens, remember to drag me away." Gu Qingyi's heart tightened at his words. Noting her troubled expression, Fu Chen smiled reassuringly and added, "Don't feel pressured. If there is no opportunity, so be it. Preserving your life is what matters most." With that, he reached for the wooden box and opened it. Upon seeing its contents, his taut nerves relaxed. Towels, bath towels, shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, and a toothbrush, all common toiletries, neatly arranged. Despite this unexpected kindness, Fu Chen remained vigilant. Something unusual must be afoot. The events of the day replayed in his mind, ultimately drawing his attention to the identification badge around his neck. Could they truly be so kind? Fu Chen murmured in puzzlement. "It seems that my recent elevation in status has garnered me such rewards. Though these items are rather commonplace and not particularly precious, they're undeniably essential for someone like Fu Chen. This gesture, though modest in its material value, carries profound sentiment." With a playful demeanor, Fu Chen picked up a towel, shampoo, and body wash, making his way towards the bathroom. Behind him, a soft voice broke the silence. "Fu Chen, what's wrong?" He paused, turning back to gaze at Gu Qingyi with curiosity. Her cheeks flushed slightly, betraying her embarrassment. She timidly pointed at the items in the wooden box and asked, "May I use these?" "Of course, feel free," Fu Chen replied with a smile before entering the bathroom. Ecstatic, Gu Qingyi hurried to the wooden box, her heart brimming with joy as she began to explore its contents. The gift box also contained facial cleansers and body lotions among other skincare products. In a corner, she even discovered a bottle of perfume. Unable to contain her excitement, she sprayed it on and inhaled deeply, a look of bliss spreading across her face. Gradually, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Shortly after, Fu Chen emerged, towel drying his wet hair and murmuring to himself, "It's rather inconvenient without a hairdryer. I should get one when I have the chance." He mused about the reasonable use of his privileges, contemplating that such actions could hardly be construed as overstepping. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi was still squatting in front of the wooden box, eagerly trying out various skincare products. With the unfortunate passing of Qin Yu, the upper and lower bunks were now available for Fu Chen and Gu Qingyi's allocation, eliminating the need for the cramped conditions of the previous night. Fu Chen then inquired, "Would you prefer the upper or lower bunk?" Gu Qingyi hesitated, memories of the dark-haired specter that intruded upon them last night lingering in her mind. She began, but her voice trailed off. However, Fu Chen discerned the unease in her eyes. Either is fine, just don't steal my blanket at night," he replied, settling on the edge of the bed to continue drying his hair. "Thank you." Gu Qingyi's face turned a vivid shade of crimson as she gathered the various skincare items and hurried towards the bathroom. Once her hair was sufficiently dry, Fu Chen retrieved his peachwood sword, placing it beneath his pillow. "I hope tonight will be peaceful," he thought before collapsing onto the bed. In the stillness of the night, the once quiet corridor was disrupted by faint rustling sounds. Thump, thump, thump. Startled awake, Gu Qingyi opened her eyes wide with fear and curled up beside Fu Chen. Outside, the knocking continued incessantly. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qingyi resolved to wake Fu Chen. She gently poked him and whispered, "Fu Chun, wake up, there's something outside." Much to her surprise, the seemingly deep-sleeping Fu Chun was remarkably alert. "Ignore it. Just close your eyes and rest. Insufficient sleep will hinder our ability to face tomorrow's tasks." His calm demeanor provided Gu Qingyi with great reassurance. Aside from the unusual noise, the night remained relatively tranquil. As dawn broke, both Fu Chun and Gu Qingyi arrived at the carriage on time. To their astonishment, two attendants stood by the door, both with human faces yet displaying expressions of terror and panic. Moreover, Fu Chun was not acquainted with these two individuals. In other words, they were not classmates. After a brief contemplation, Fu Chun understood. It was likely due to the recent casualties. New recruits had been hastily brought in. The enigmatic world operates without reason. When the living have suffered substantial losses, simply bring in more. However, if there were ample personnel, everyone's tasks would surely become much more manageable. Fu Chun could only think this way, yet he was perplexed by the fact that, according to the regulation of 3 attendants per carriage, there was evidently an additional person present. At that moment, the two newly arrived attendants noticed Fu Chun and his companion's arrival. They seemed inclined to inquire about something, but hesitated to approach. "Allow me to introduce. These are your new colleagues." The puppet supervisor suddenly appeared and continued, "I hope you can foster a harmonious relationship." Sensing Fu Chen esse inner confusion. Its cold gaze swept over him as it began to assign today's tasks. "You will go to the catering room today, responsible for preparing meals for the passengers. As long as you complete 2 services with satisfactory evaluations, you will fulfill your task." Fu Chen's expression darkened. It turned out that the issuance of work badges yesterday was due to the necessity of position adjustments. Chapter 26, The Strange Young Girl Beside Him. Gu Qingyi was equally astonished. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Fu Chun, though they would not interact directly with the passengers. The meals they enjoyed would need to be prepared by the catering staff. If the food produced provoked dissatisfaction among the passengers, the blame would inevitably fall upon the caterer, rendering the position even more perilous. Furthermore, according to the puppet supervisor's requirements, each service had to receive a good evaluation, thus directly elevating the difficulty of the task. "Understood." Fu Chun composed himself and responded. The puppet had no regard for his emotions. It was merely issuing a command. Fu Chun had neither the privilege nor the option to refuse. Following this, the puppet supervisor began to assign tasks to the remaining 3 attendants. To Fu Chen's surprise, Gu Qingyi's workload remained unchanged from the previous day, despite the increase in personnel. This indicated that the augmentation of their tasks was unrelated to the number of staff. It was purely malicious. Once all relevant matters had been addressed, the puppet departed. "Fu Chun, be extra cautious," Gu Qingyi advised, her brow furrowed with unease. "It's nothing to worry about. It's merely cooking," Fu Chun replied with a smile, striving to reassure her. "You, on the other hand, must keep pushing forward." But the food they consumed, she began, recalling the numerous culinary experiments he had undertaken over the years. Due to his background, Fu Chun had always cooked for himself. "Very well," Gu Qingyi conceded, but before she could finish her thought, the 2 new attendants approached. "Are you also living people?" "Puffed. Do I look like a corpse to you?" Fu Chun jested, his tone lightening the atmosphere. Unintentionally, he alleviated some of the tension in the hearts of the 2 newcomers. "Thank goodness, I thought this train was full of ghosts," one of them exclaimed, relief washing over their face as a smile broke through. He wanted to inquire further, but Fu Chun turned to Gu Qingyi and said, "If you have time, please speak with them. I must take my leave." Though they were not related by blood, their shared humanity compelled Fu Chun to extend a modicum of kindness. He sincerely hoped that more would survive and wished to impart some words of caution. However, it remained unclear what his new position entailed. Thus, he had no choice but to commence his duties promptly, leaving no room for idle chatter. After bidding farewell to the 3 individuals, Fu Chun hastened to the changing room. He removed his uniform and donned a pristine catering outfit. In a corner of the room, an old speaker crackled to life, followed by an announcement. "Passenger at seat 9 requires catering service. Please attend to them promptly." Fu Chun tidied his uniform slightly before stepping out. No sooner had he taken a few steps than his pace faltered, as if a thought had struck him. "Please, let it not be her," Fu Chen silently prayed, instinctively quickening his stride. Upon returning to the carriage and laying eyes on the passenger at table 9, his expression froze. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. Having been responsible for cleaning the area the previous day, he had made a special effort to ensure that Spot was spotless, thus the memory lingered. Yet, upon seeing the individual in question, his fleeting hope dissipated entirely. The passenger requiring his service was none other than that peculiar girl. Her unreasonable demeanor had etched itself deeply into his memory, having slaughtered a creature before the astonished gaze of all simply to demand her seat. Such brazen behavior was tantamount to trampling the train's regulations. What was even more astonishing was that the puppet supervisor ultimately chose to concede. All these incidents conveyed one undeniable truth to Fu Chen. This girl was not to be trifled with. Should she set her sights on him, the only solace might be that death would be swift. Cursing the puppet supervisor's loathsome visage, Fu Chen mentally berated him countless times. Eventually, he approached the table. Smiling as he bowed slightly, "Esteemed passenger, how may I assist you?" A living person? The peculiar girl withdrew her gaze from the scenery, resting her chin on one hand as she looked at Fu Chen with a mischievous smile. "My demands are rather lofty." Fu Chen instinctively swallowed, his professional smile becoming somewhat strained. "However, your dishes should be far more to my liking than those filthy undead. Now, what shall I have?" After a moment's hesitation, the girl commanded, "1 order of egg pancakes plus a cup of soy milk." Fu Chen was taken aback. It was not the dark cuisine he had anticipated. Yet, considering the girl's extraordinary nature, it was not surprising that she might prefer the food of the living. As he gazed at her in a daze, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. "Skill activated. Breakthrough. In my childhood, my mother often made me egg pancakes, and after a while I grew weary of them. But one time my mischievous brother, who had a penchant for nosebleeds, smeared a bit of his blood on the pancake. The taste was pungent, salty, and viscous. Yet, since that moment, I had developed an affinity for such a texture. Whenever my mother prepared pancakes, I would mischievously deliver a punch to my naughty younger brother, followed by a smudge of nasal blood on top. After the family fractured, this became my sole recollection of kin." Fu Chen's lips quivered slightly, taken aback by the unsettling preference of this innocent, charming girl. The murky, viscous nasal blood were the not once living beings. How could they have deviated from the norm from the very beginning? Reeling in his thoughts, Fu Chen maintained a demeanor of unwavering respect. "Please wait a moment," he stated, before striding away, soon arriving at the food preparation room. The bustling, ghostly chefs, catching a whiff of the human scent, instinctively cast their gazes upon him. Only upon discerning the uniform adorning Fu Chen did they temper their intense malice. With an expression of calm, Fu Chen began to rummage for ingredients. Flour, pure milk, scallions, eggs. These commonplace items in the present world were, at this moment, exceedingly hard to find. After rummaging through the meat chunks, he finally gathered all the necessary components. As for the soy milk, it merely required placing soybeans and water in the soy milk machine in the correct proportions. Soon, gazing at the nascent egg pancake, Fu Chen clenched his fist and viciously struck his own nose. Bang! It truly hurt. He had not held back, and an immediate wave of dizziness washed over him. Gritting his teeth, he stifled any sound. Wasting no time, he dipped a brush in the nasal blood and smeared it onto the egg pancake. The golden surface of the pancake was now adorned with a striking crimson hue. The ghostly chefs, witnessing such a bizarre scene, regarded him with the eyes of a fool. Indifferent, Fu Chen merely pulled out a tissue to staunch his nostrils, continuing his work before the blood had entirely ceased. In no time, a seemingly ordinary yet profoundly dark pancake was fully prepared. Removing the tissue, he gingerly touched his nose, assuring himself of its well-being, and proceeded to carry the tray towards the carriage. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, numerous passengers cast mocking glances in his direction. They were all curious about what fate awaited this human should he provoke the girl. It would be splendid if they could witness a scene of flesh and blood flying. Chapter 27. Morbid preferences in the face of the malevolent anticipation from the myriad of spirits. Fu Chen silently advanced with the tray. Arriving at a table, he placed the tray upon its surface. "Esteemed passengers, Please enjoy, he announced. The girl leaned closer, inhaling the aroma of the egg pancake, then lifted the soy milk, taking a delicate sip. Subsequently, she grasped the pancake and opened her small mouth to take a bite. A profound silence enveloped the carriage, all eyes fixated upon this moment. Nearby, Gu Qingyi and two newcomers anxiously prayed for Fu Chun. The girl chewed slowly, astonishingly elevating the act of eating the pancake to an air of elegance. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the pancake in her hands. "This is their flavor," she exclaimed. No sooner had the words left her lips than she began to voraciously devour the pancake, sauce splattering across her face, completely abandoning her previous demeanor of ladylike grace. Such a coarse manner of eating left the multitude of spirits utterly astounded. Even Fu Chun found it somewhat surprising. Was the entity attached to her truly a starving ghost? After the young girl finished her pancakes, she took generous gulps of soybean milk, then produced a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her mouth. Leaning back against her chair, she gently rubbed her round belly and remarked with satisfaction, "Being full is delightful." She cast a glance at Fu Chun, offering a compliment. "Your service is quite commendable." However, the warmth in her beautiful eyes swiftly turned to coldness. "But how did you know?" she queried, referring specifically to the detail of adding nosebleed to the pancakes. Although she had eaten her fill, the sensation of being observed left her decidedly uncomfortable. "What is this? It seems nothing can please her." Fu Chun internally lamented, maintaining a facade of composure while his thoughts raced. Moments later, inspiration struck. "I once had a mischievous younger sister. She had a penchant for picking her nose, which resulted in frequent nosebleeds." Upon hearing Fu Chun's fabricated tale, the chill in the girl's gaze dissipated, replaced by a sense of camaraderie. "Indeed, my brother is much the same. No matter how many times our mother scolds him, he always appears so filthy." Skill triggered, emotion snatched, successfully pleased the otherworldly girl, gaining 10 points of joy. Acquired item, Yin-Yang Pendant, which enables the wearer to manipulate the energies of life and death, thus obscuring the perceptions of both spirits and humans. Note, the more powerful the being, the easier it is to see through disguises. Confronted with such bountiful rewards, Fu Chun was momentarily taken aback. The 10 points of joy surged within him, amplifying his strength. In the past, the most he had ever gained from using the motion snatch skill was a mere 5 points of malice through slaying peeling ghosts. Yet, merely pleasing an otherworldly girl had yielded him 10 points of joy. Was this a peculiarity of her existence, or was it tied to his own capabilities? Keep the tip. If there's a next time, I hope you can surprise me again. On the table lay a ghostly coin, a hefty sum of 1,000. Fu Chen's pupils dilated. Unveil exclaming, "Ah oui, patron. May I borrow your leg for a moment?" After pocketing the ghostly coin, Fu Chun took the initiative to tidy up the utensils before making his exit. Not far off, Gu Qingyi watched the scene unfold and exhaled in relief, gently patting her substantial chest. For reasons unknown, Fu Chun had become a figure she instinctively relied upon. Were he to perish as well, the malevolent spirits of the daytime train or the sinister entities that might infiltrate her dormitory at night would be enough to shatter her sanity. A collection of spirits gazed at Fu Chun as he exited the carriage. Their expressions varied, most tinged with regret. Alas, the scene they had anticipated never materialized. However, that did not preclude its possibility in the future. Before long, Fu Chun encountered a second summons. This time, the passenger bore an exceedingly grotesque visage, terrifying even among the spirits. Its head had been gruesomely severed at an angle, revealing a grotesque mix of red and white brain matter. Yet, Fu Chun could sense that this passenger was not a ghostly entity. The reason one can survive with half a head is due to the intense malevolent aura emanating from that writhing mass of brain. Is it also an otherworldly being? With a sense of helplessness, Fu Chun pondered the misfortune that had befallen him. In this cramped train carriage, 2 such entities existed, and he had the misfortune of encountering both. Could it be that these beings were so numerous that they were running rampant? Yet, the teacher had not spoken of such a phenomenon in class. As Fu Chun approached, the half-headed being's murky single I suddenly ignited with a pathological excitement. Was there a hint of obsession? The sight sent a chill down Fu Chen's spine, and he inwardly cursed. Surely this fellow is not a lunatic? How could anyone withstand such a presence? Suppressing his unease, Fu Chen donned a professional smile and mechanically inquired, "Dear passenger, is there anything you require?" "I want to eat you," the half-headed being replied with a deranged grin that twisted further upon its face. Fu Chen paused, maintaining his smile. "Esteemed passenger, I am merely the staff responsible for serving your meals, not a mere ingredient for your consumption. Such a request is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree?" The half-headed being's eyes widened in astonishment. "I said I want to eat you. Did you not understand?" As these words fell, Fu Chen's eyes darkened, and he directed his thoughts to his inventory. Talismans for warding off evil, coffin nails, peachwood swords, saws. Was this persistent nonsense truly testing his patience? With so many spiritual tools at his disposal, if he couldn't subdue this creature, it would be his loss. At worst, he could apply some oil to his feet and flee, using an yin-yang talisman to hide among the spirits. He truly did not believe this being had the capability to seek out each spirit for trouble. With thoughts swirling, confidence surged within him. "Regrettably, esteemed passenger, I am unable to fulfill your request." Fu Chen once again affixed a professional smile, bowing slightly, though he was secretly preparing to take action. "Ha ha ha!" The half-headed being cackled ominously, appearing utterly mad. To Fu Chen, this only intensified his urge to strike. This wretched pervert, were it not for the fear of being overpowered, would he still be wasting words with you? Isn't that your companion? The half-headed being's gaze shifted past Fu Chen, landing on a figure some distance away. "She seems quite worried about you." Fu Chen furrowed his brow and glanced in that direction. At the far end of the carriage, Gu Qingyi looked on with an expression of concern. This was trouble. If the meal staff was off the menu, then perhaps a change of course was in order. In its words, there was a subtle revelation of the half-headed being's understanding of the train system. In recent days, he had dispatched numerous attendants. Consuming one more should pose no issue. The grin on the half-headed being's face grew ever more frenzied, completely disregarding the train's regulations. However, its mere presence here suggested a singular truth. Its power had grown formidable enough that even the train crew hesitated to confront it for the sake of a few attendants. With his brow tightly knitted, Fu Chen hurriedly contemplated a strategy, but the half-headed being offered no respite. Pointing at Gu Qingyi, it spoke with a mocking and cruel tone. "I want to eat her and turn her into a human stick. Do not squander this exquisite beauty. It must be presented with the finest vessels." Chapter 28, The Innate Malevolent Seed. The term human stick refers to an exceedingly cruel form of punishment from ancient times, wherein the limbs are severed. Yet death does not ensue immediately. The fate of the human stick is often one of two outcomes: a slow, agonizing bleed to death or a life of disability. This barbaric method of torture, however, enjoys a peculiar popularity in the enigmatic realm, as it provides these morbid entities with a comprehensive experience of sound, form, flavor, and even psychological torment. Consequently, the demands on those who prepare the dishes are exceptionally high. The manner in which wounds are cut and subsequently treated is of paramount importance. When Gu Qingyi sensed that the gaze of the half-headed entity and Fu Chen was fixated upon her, she instinctively took a step back. A profound sense of foreboding surged within her, fueled by her experiences over the past 3 days. With her pale visage, Gu Qingyi cast a pleading look toward Fu Chen. At the moment their eyes met, a weight settled heavily upon Fu Chen's heart. What should be done? Fu Chen averted his gaze and turned toward the half-headed entity. "Dear esteemed guest, might we consider changing the dish?" Yet this seemed to delight the half-headed being, despite having his orders rejected twice. It showed no signs of irritation, but rather broke into a grin. "No worries, I can always switch to another server. Turning you all into human sticks would be far more entertaining." A myriad of twisted, bloodthirsty emotions flickered within its murky single eye, all of them malevolent. Upon meeting such a gaze, Fu Chen too felt the influence, his own emotions beginning to spiral into agitation. Skill activated, breaking through obstacles. Some individuals are born malevolent. I am one such being. Regardless of gender, all are my favored prey. But if one must choose a favorite, it is the couple in fervent love. Their intertwining of passion and death yields the most exquisite experience, resonating deeply within me. Pure malice. The act of slaughter serves no other purpose than personal preference. Fu Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty, suddenly feeling the situation become exceedingly precarious. The peachwood sword had quietly found its way into his grasp. Ding, ding, ding. The half-headed entity pressed the summons bell with a playful demeanor, the ringing growing ever more urgent. Fu Chen's spirits began to plummet. Why not give it a try? After all, death is inevitable. It might be worth a gamble. Yet, how could he bring himself to harm a classmate? As Fu Chen pondered, he instinctively began to devise a strategy. Unaware of the half-headed entity's true strength, he understood that a preemptive strike was imperative. Once he initiated an attack, he must strive to subdue the opponent in the shortest time possible. Would binding with talismans and coffin nails, followed by striking with the peachwood sword and saw, suffice? Without further ado, a pitch-black coffin nail materialized in Fu Chen's hand, glinting ominously under the light. Suddenly, he smiled and proclaimed, "Allow me the honor of serving you, esteemed guest." Yet, as he prepared to act, he found an icy energy constraining his arm, rendering him utterly immobile. Creak, creak. Dear passenger, our Huangquan train does not entertain the notion of serving employees on the dining table. The puppet supervisor bypassed Fu Chen and approached the table. However, its presence did little to diminish the arrogant demeanor of the half-headed entity. With arms crossed and a countenance brimming with pride, it seemed quite pleased to escalate the situation further. What if I insist on eating? It questioned. What can you do? The puppet fell silent for a moment, its carved smile betraying no emotion. Inside the carriage, a profound silence ensued. After a while, the puppet's cold, emotionless voice echoed again. Passengers, please do not make things difficult for our train crew. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at the puppet in disbelief. When did this deceitful creature become so benevolent? Could it be that my handsomeness and capabilities have impressed it? Or perhaps, it is merely a matter of maintaining order on the train? After some reflection, Fu Chen unselfishly opted for the latter. I see, the half-headed entity remarked, its emotions gradually fading into a chilling void. Do you know why I chose to ride in the second-class carriage? It continued, tilting its head in a rather unsettling manner. Because within this carriage, whether human or ghost, lives are deemed expendable. I have many friends on this train in the first-class carriage. Should I summon them for some amusement? As the words fell, the exposed brain of the half-headed entity began to writhe. The red and white flesh started to collapse and wither, gradually turning a ghastly gray. From it emanated an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy, a decaying presence that dimmed the surrounding light. I understand now. The puppet slightly bowed, adopting a respectful demeanor. Esteemed passenger, I apologize for any offense and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive. May you enjoy your time. With that, the puppet departed, its footsteps creaking, never once glancing back at Fu Chen. Is that all? What about the rules? What about order? Goodness, is there no sense of decency? No boundaries? Fu Chen's mind erupted with indignation. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. The puppet would rather see the living perish without a trace than offer any aid. Now, who could possibly rescue him? The half-headed entity's smile took on a sinister twist as its palm fell upon the summoning bell. The ringing echoed like a death knell, sending jolts through Fu Chen's nerves. As soon as the new server arrived in response to the summons, he and Gu Qing would become the ingredients. At that moment, a melodic female voice chimed from behind. Hey, ugly, who are you calling expendable? Fu Chen turned in astonishment, discovering the ghostly girl had appeared beside him, an expression of discontent adorning her delicate face. I've never encountered such insults in my life. Little girl, your mouth isn't exactly clean either. Would you like your big brother to help you tidy it up? The half-headed entity's greedy gaze roamed over the girl with abandon. You are so beautiful. You must be delectable. Upon sensing that she too was of the otherworldly kind, it even extended its crimson tongue, eagerly licking its lips. So ugly and disgusting. The ghostly girl frowned, her face contorted in disdain. In the next moment, the expression on the half-human's face suddenly froze. before the watchful eyes of all. Its body began to disintegrate, not exploding as the specter had done the previous day, but rather transforming slowly into chunks of flesh. The sound of splattering meat echoed as it fell to the ground, releasing a foul stench, perhaps until its demise. It could not comprehend whom it had offended or how it had met its end. No one understood. The entire carriage fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere becoming eerily strange. How intriguing. Perhaps there were still companions in Car 1. The otherworldly girl mused to herself, tilting her head and casting a playful glance at Fu Chun, winking mischievously. Next time, I shall relish the meal you prepare. With that, she departed, bouncing away as if nothing had occurred, leaving one to wonder whom she would provoke next. Chapter 29. Always brave, once the girl had completely left, the other specters in the carriage gathered the courage to speak. Did you see that clearly? I didn't sense even the slightest trace of ghostly energy before it ended. What exactly is that girl's background? Fu Chan dazedly withdrew his gaze from the door and turned to regard the putrid mass of flesh on the floor, swallowing hard. He had been the closest to the scene of the carnage. The slaughter had undeniably unfolded right before him. Fortunately, the pancakes he made had not displeased the girl. Headstrong, domineering, unreasonably strong, the outcome one would face when opposing her seemed almost preordained. Fu Chun, are you all right? The concern in his companion's voice pulled him back to reality, and he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. I'm fine, really, but your face is paler than paper. I skipped breakfast, my energy is low. Fu Chun wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. I just want some quiet. I'll take my leave. Given that he had completed his service for the day, and with such an incident occurring, he had no desire to linger in a carriage overrun by specters. His encounters with the otherworldly girl had imparted a vivid understanding of the dangers lurking in this enigmatic realm. Discretion. It is imperative to remain discreet. He reflected on his aimless wandering the day prior, contemplating how fortunate he had been to survive thus far. Time sped by, and it soon arrived at the end of the workday. After a brief respite, Fu Chun made his way to the aisle, awaiting the day's settlement. Shortly, Gu Qingyi and two other attendants returned in succession. Fortunately, there had been no casualties today. Moments later, the closing bell rang. The puppet supervisor arrived punctually, as always, his lifeless eyes scanning the four of them before distributing their pay in order. However, when it came to Fu Chen's turn, the puppet fell into silence. You did not fulfill today's service quota. Thus there is no reward, only punishment. Fu Chen's brow furrowed, and his expression turned cold. I clearly completed 2 services. Did you truly complete the second task? The puppet's tone was flat, issuing a chilling inquiry. Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that according to standard protocol, he had indeed failed to fulfill his task. The passengers' demands were unreasonable, and having passed away before the meal was served made it clear that the service was unattainable. Due to this incident, another passenger had caused quite a commotion, resulting in significant losses for the train. The puppet's tone was fierce, revealing an unusual display of anger, indicating that it had suffered considerable setbacks. Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of amusement and curiosity about the girl's actions. However, the puppet showed no intention of providing answers, instead leaving a remark that immediately dampened Fu Chen's spirits. Tomorrow morning, I shall announce your punishment. As a mere livestock, you must remember your place. It is not for you to decide who can be provoked and who cannot. Fu Chen's heart sank, understanding that the puppet's veiled words referred to his own intentions. How dare they seek to harm me while forbidding retaliation? Once I gain strength, I shall unleash chaos upon this wretched train, much like that otherworldly girl. Fu Chen glared fiercely at the puppet's retreating figure, taking a long time to withdraw his gaze. Fu Chen, shall we go for a meal? You treated yesterday, so let me take my turn today, Gu Qingyi said, forcing a smile to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Fu Chen took a deep breath, stowing away his negative emotions. I'm not in the best mood today. Allow me to cover everyone's expenses, he declared, sweeping his arm grandly as he led the other 3 towards the convenience store. The counter of the convenience store still bore traces of yesterday's scuffle, though the merchandise had been neatly rearranged. The plump ghost leaned back in a chair, dozing off. Suddenly, it twitched violently, causing the items on the shelf to tremble. Healing quite rapidly. These specters are indeed extraordinary, Fu Chen murmured as he approached, raising his hand for a slap. Smack! Who dare strike me? The plump ghost jolted awake in surprise, only to find itself facing the person it least wanted to see. What do you want? In response, another crisp slap echoed through the air. Speak properly. Your mouth is so wide that I can feel your spit flying onto my face. Fu Chen wiped his face with disdain, rubbing it on his trousers. It was evident to any observer that he was merely seeking trouble. The plump ghost, realizing this, stood up, its ample flesh quivering as it growled. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? If you weren't easy to bully, why would I bother coming to you? Fu Chen shrugged, wearing an unassailable expression, which infuriated the plump ghost to the point of nearly spitting blood as it charged at him. Soon enough, the convenience store was engulfed in a fierce battle once again. In the corridor, the two new staff members stood dumbfounded. After a day of tense work, they understood all too well the ferocity of these specters. Witnessing this grotesque scene before them, they felt both bewildered and exhilarated. Has he always been this bold? One of them asked, the corner of his mouth twitching as he looked at Gu Qingyi. Having experienced the events of yesterday, she seemed to gradually acclimate. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingyi responded with uncertainty. In the beginning, he was not like this. Perhaps he was influenced by some sort of stimulus. After a while, the turmoil within the small shop began to subside. Fu Chen's chest heaved violently, clearly exhausted. Yet, on his face, there was a relaxed smile. It feels good, you, my old comrade, have been considerate, striking with both restraint and force, unlike those individuals who resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The corpulent figure sprawled on the ground felt a surge of anger, and a taste of blood filled his mouth, dark and viscous. This entire train, if not the whole world, surely no one wishes to kill this fellow more than I do. Alas, that emblem of regulation, the work badge, prohibited such actions. Why am I spitting blood again? Come, brother, allow me to offer you some water to soothe your throat, Fu Chen said, casually grabbing a bottle from the shelf, his demeanor more relaxed than in his own home. However, he did not offer it to the corpulent figure, but instead drank it himself. With a satisfying gulp, he wiped the corner of his mouth. Refreshing, he glanced at the feeble figure of the corpulent man, feigning embarrassment before tossing another bottle in his direction. My apologies, but I am thirsty too. Then, with a grand gesture, he called out to the three waiting in the aisle. Everyone, feel free. Tonight's expenses are on our corpulent friend. Chapter 30. No alternatives. The corpulent figure stared with murky eyes, dazed by the scene unfolding in the small shop. Although Fu Chen had spoken, the other three remained cautious, their gazes warily surveying the array of goods on the shelves. Merely witnessing this scene was a profound insult to the corpulent figure. How dare these creatures, who usually cower before him, behave so audaciously in his domain? As such thoughts coursed through his mind, his expression turned increasingly menacing. Corpulent brother, are you feeling ill as well? The corpulent figure's heart tightened as he suddenly noticed Fu Chen, who had been browsing just moments ago, now looking directly at him. He quickly shook his head vigorously, forcing a smile. No, I'm delighted to treat my brothers to a meal. He then glanced down at the wound that had been recently stitched and was now torn open by Fu Chen's blows, a pang of sorrow welling up within him. Suppressing his emotions, the corpulent figure clenched his teeth, forcing his insides down. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to shimmer in his eyes. As a malevolent spirit, when had he ever endured such humiliation? After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Fu Chen and Gu Qingyi bid farewell to the other two attendants. Due to being from different batches, they were not in the same resting area. Throughout the journey, Fu Chen remained silent. According to the puppet, his punishment would be announced the next day. What would that entail? As he pondered, a heaviness settled in his heart. Regardless, that cursed and sinister puppet would undoubtedly ensure his suffering. Very well, let's take it one step at a time. Upon returning to his room and hastily tidying up, Fu Chen lay down on the bed. Before long, gentle figure slipped beneath the covers, exuding a delicate fragrance. It was Gu Qingyi, her large, glistening eyes unable to penetrate the darkness enveloping the room, nor discern the thoughts of the youth beside her. After much hesitation, Gu Qingyi finally ventured. Fu Chun, are you asleep? No, Fu Chun replied, gazing at the ceiling as he stowed away the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. You must be quite tired. You should sleep. I am afraid, Gu Qingyi responded softly. Do not overthink it. We have managed thus far, have we not? Tomorrow marks the 4th day. We only need to endure 3 more days before we can return to the world of the living. Fu Chen's tone was flat, offering words of comfort that ultimately failed to quell the anxiety within Gu Qingyi. But you will face punishment tomorrow. I fear you may not return. Me? Fu Chun tilted his head, observing the petite figure curled up beside him, and suddenly chuckled. I have a strong constitution. I won't perish. After 2 days of companionship, he could sense the budding feelings Gu Qingyi harbored for him. Yet, to Fu Chun, it merely seemed to be a reliance born of their perilous circumstances, rather than genuine affection. Otherwise, he would not have appeared so oblivious. After all, who wouldn't yearn for a beautiful, fragrant, and soft girlfriend after so many years? Go to sleep. We have a myriad of tasks awaiting us tomorrow. As their conversation drew to a close, silence enveloped the room. This night, there were no malevolent spirits intruding, nor vengeful entities knocking at the door. The night passed quietly, peacefully. The following morning, a rhythmic knocking roused Fu Chun from his slumber. Top, top, top. He immediately opened his eyes, glancing at the wall clock, which indicated it was half an hour earlier than his usual work time. Who could it be? What's wrong? Gu Qingyi murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes, still enveloped in drowsiness. Nothing, you sleep on, Fu Chen replied as he rolled out of bed, donned his clothes, and grasped a peachwood sword, making his way to the door. He had a vague suspicion about the visitor. Upon opening the door, he found the puppet's supervisor standing calmly before him. Good morning, Fu Chan said with a resigned smile, offering a greeting. In half an hour, the train will make a scheduled stop. The puppet's words left Fu Chun momentarily stunned. This was the first time since boarding that the train would halt. Could it be that they had reached their destination? That cannot be. This trial is supposed to last a week, and we are only on the 4th day. If the journey is nearing its end, where shall we go next? Just as Fu Chun pondered these questions, the puppet's chilling voice interrupted his thoughts. You must proceed to the station's warehouse to procure an item for the train crew. Alone? Fu Chen asked skeptically. The puppet slowly nodded. This revelation brought a spark of joy to Fu Chen's heart. Could traveling alone signify freedom? Yet, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished by the puppet's nonchalant words. Do not entertain notions of escape. There is order aboard the train to protect you, but outside, it is not guaranteed. You would do well to pray that you can return to the train in time. At this, Fu Chen's spirits sank slightly. He was acutely aware that the words of the puppet's supervisor were not mere threats. As a living being in this malevolent world rife with malevolent spirits, lacking significant strength and any other means of support, merely surviving half a day would be a stroke of extraordinary luck. The items you are required to procure are contained within this envelope, the puppet said, placing a black envelope adorned with golden floral patterns into Fu Chen's hands, subtly exuding an air of opulence. However, the seal bore a golden wax emblem inscribed with the words "In Railway," indicating that the higher-ups preferred him to remain oblivious to the nature of his purchases. You shall deliver this envelope to the warehouse manager. It knows what to do. The puppet's expression was impassive, leaving Fu Chan too disheartened to voice any inquiries. Its role was merely to assign the task, and he was to carry out the requirements. Even without knowledge of what he was to procure or the dangers he might face, he had no alternative. Noticing Fu Chen's increasingly grave demeanor, the puppet's tone shifted to one of mockery. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Fu Chan replied, his expression betraying impatience. The puppet, unperturbed by such disrespectful words, found it amusing. It was not the first time employees had faltered, causing losses to the train. In such cases, perhaps only 1 in 10 would return alive. You may pray that you might be that 1 in 10. The smile etched on the puppet's face, painted in dark red, became increasingly distorted, filled with amusement. Shall we consider an alternative punishment? Fu Chen's lips twitched in protest. Do you wish to die? The puppet's tone turned cold, its brief numbers conveying an unyielding stance. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from that. Fu Chan forced a smile, trying to reassure himself. It's just a matter of purchasing something, after all. How significant can it be? At this juncture, he cast a doubtful glance at the puppet, inquiring, "So this means I can atone for my errors, right? You won't trouble me anymore?" The puppet laughed ominously. "Do you truly believe matters are so simple?" Chapter 31. As if the apocalypse had arrived, what do you mean? Fu Chan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Even if his life were expendable, he still possessed dignity. Time and again, was he to be trampled upon? If pushed to the brink, he might just take a saw to this wretched puppet. These fierce thoughts simmered within Fu Chan. Yet the fury was swiftly extinguished by the puppet's supervisor's words. Not only will your errors be absolved, but the train crew will also bestow certain rewards. Why not say so earlier? Fu Chen's demeanor shifted instantaneously to one of eager anticipation, raising an eyebrow. What rewards? If you successfully bring back the goods, we will elevate your rank. The position of carriage supervisor is only upward and never downward, granting you the protection of the train while alleviating most hazardous labor. This reward, while seemingly generous, weighed heavily on Fu Chen's mind. After several days, he was acutely aware that the train crew would never show a sudden kindness, and the puppet's supervisor before him was sinister to the core. The adage of opportunity coexisting with risk was particularly applicable at this moment. It seemed, as the puppet had ominously stated, that a perilous fate awaited him. "I hope you keep your word," Fu Chen replied, attempting to compose himself, though his tone carried a hint of resignation. "Ha ha ha. What a pity it would be if you were to perish out there." The puppet chuckled as it sauntered away, leaving Fu Chan perplexed by its mirth. He muttered a quiet curse. Crazy. There remained half an hour until the train arrived. Upon returning indoors, Gu Qingyi had fully regained consciousness. She had certainly overheard the earlier exchange by the door. Observing Fu Chan's grave demeanor, she cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" "Absolutely. Couldn't be better." Fu Chan managed a smile, though it was tinged with an undercurrent of helplessness. For a moment, Gu Qingyi was at a loss for words of comfort. To her, Fu Chan resembled a condemned prisoner merely delaying the inevitable. Death was simply a matter of time. Lost in thought, tears suddenly spilled from her eyes. Biting her lip, Gu Qingyi began to sob softly. "Hey, classmate Gu, I'm not crying, so why are you?" Fu Chan stood by the bed, feeling utterly out of his depth. Since childhood, nothing had been more challenging than dealing with a girl's tears. "Wah, you're about to die." Gu Qingyi sniffled, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Well, I do if you die. I can't take it. I'm truly on the brink of collapse." It seemed that the pent-up emotions she had harbored over the past days had finally erupted. Her intense sobbing left her gasping for breath, teetering on the edge of despair. "Hey, don't be like that," Fu Chen exclaimed, feeling flustered. This was far more daunting than dealing with the puppet's supervisor. He sat beside her on the bed, gently stroking her back. After a considerable time, Gu Qingyi began to calm down. With her red-rimmed eyes, she turned to Fu Chen and asked, "Will you die?" "Please don't curse me," Fu Chen replied, his lips twitching in exasperation. "Classmate Gu, although we've hardly interacted in class, here I am, perfectly fine, so why the tears?" His slightly humorous words eased Gu Qingyi's distress. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and extended her delicate pinky. "Then you promise me you must return alive. Let's make a pinky swear. Those who break their word are puppies." Such childish antics would typically earn Fu Chan's disregard. Yet looking at the earnest concern in the girl's eyes, he found himself unable to utter a refusal. "All right," he said, extending his finger. "But you must promise me to take good care of yourself as well." Pinky swear, cross my heart, for 100 years, no takebacks. In the dim light, the fingers of the boy and girl intertwined, forging a pact concerning their safety amidst the looming peril. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Gu Qingyi changed into her uniform, ready to head towards the train carriage. Before departing, she turned back to cast a glance at Fu Chen. After receiving an encouraging smile from the other, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. Once Gu Qingyi had left, Fu Chen stepped out of the room and quietly awaited by the car door. The train had arrived at its destination, Wangxiang Valley. "Passengers disembarking, please collect your belongings and do not leave behind any important items," announced a somewhat shrill female voice over the intercom. Fu Chun focused her consciousness on her inventory and retrieved the yin pendant from the yin-yang jade talisman. It was a pitch-black hook-shaped jade, exuding an intensely cold aura that seemed to seep through her skin and penetrate to her bones. How unfeeling, she thought to herself, quietly grumbling as she hung the yin jade around her neck. The aisle soon filled with numerous passengers preparing to disembark, quickly becoming crowded. At that moment, the gazes directed at Fu Chun no longer bore hostility. It seemed they had begun to regard her as one of their own. Observing this, Fu Chun felt a bit steadier. Despite the chilling nature of the yin jade, it proved quite useful indeed. After a while, the train jolted and eventually came to a complete stop. With a hiss, the long-sealed doors finally opened, unleashing a gust of cold wind that made Fu Chun shiver. Realizing she had dressed too lightly for the day, she tugged at her collar and stepped outside the train. This was her first glimpse of the world beyond since boarding. The sky was a dreary gray, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The state of the ground mirrored this bleak atmosphere. Fu Chun had intended to inhale some fresh air, but was instead met with a nauseating stench. Most of the buildings were in a state of ruin, prompting her to mutter complaints under her breath. After all, this was a platform. Couldn't these specters tidy up their surroundings? Perhaps it was some peculiar sense of aesthetics. Either way, she couldn't appreciate it. Old passengers disembarked while new ones boarded. The specters moved back and forth, revealing to Fu Chun that this station was not the final stop. The journey still stretched ahead. Moving with the tide of spirits, she glanced at the schedule on the platform and was briefly taken aback. Unlike the living world, the intervals between departures were exceedingly long, up to 6 hours. However, considering the train only stopped every 3 or 4 days, this was not particularly surprising. After all, the passengers needed to stretch their legs, didn't they? Reflecting on this, Fu Chun realized that her procurement mission was limited to just 6 hours. If she failed to return to the train by then, it would likely lead to a dead end. Blending in among the malevolent spirits, Fu Chun raised her head, scanning for signs. In a moment of distraction, she collided with a female specter. Almost simultaneously, she and the ghostly infant in the woman's arms shot her a glare filled with malice. Chapter 32. Hidden Task. My apologies, Fu Chun said, wishing to avoid any trouble as she prepared to leave. Just then, she felt a force tugging at the hem of her clothing. Frowning, she turned to see the ghostly infant giggling at her. As for the female specter, she did not intervene, allowing the child to mischief as it pleased. Are you not going to stop that? Fu Chun's palm gently spread open, and as he clenched it again, a flash of white light vanished. The peachwood sword materialized, signaling an unmistakable intent to engage in conflict. Upon witnessing this, the ghostly woman finally retracted the pale, ghostly arm of the infant, casting a fierce glare at Fu Chun. While soothing the child, she advanced forward. Wretched woman, Fu Chun muttered under his breath, sheathing the wooden sword as he resumed his search for a signpost. After considerable effort, he finally located the one directing him to the warehouse amidst the multitude of markers. Initially, Fu Chun had harbored concerns that merely relying on the yin jade, while mingling among the spirits, would render him recognizable. After all, the descriptions regarding the yin-yang talisman clearly stated that the more formidable the spirit, the easier it was for them to see through disguises. However, as he traversed this stretch, Fu Chun discerned that the spirits around him were predominantly in a hurry, paying little heed to his presence. Consequently, his stride became increasingly audacious, almost swaggering with a sense of secret delight. Just as he was about to extricate himself from the throng of spirits and make his way to the warehouse, he heard a chilling term that sent a shiver down his spine. Livestock. Fu Chun's feet momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure, feigning calm as he continued forward. Stop right there. A dense aura of ghostly energy emanated from behind him, compelling Fu Chun to halt his steps, as if he had inadvertently drawn attention to himself. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade of tranquility. Turning around, he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Are you addressing me?" Upon assessing the current situation, Fu Chun's heart sank once more. The train's arrival had surpassed a dozen minutes, and the majority of departing passengers had vacated the platform, yet many spirits lingered nearby. casually glancing around. He sensed at least 10 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Perhaps due to their relatively weaker powers, these spirits were unable to penetrate the disguise of the Yin Jade, leaving them somewhat puzzled. However, one spirit stood apart from the rest, a headless corpse, its body grotesquely decomposed. Amidst the exposed flesh, stark white bones could be discerned. Lacking a head, it possessed no facial features, yet this absence heightened its sensitivity to the surrounding aura, allowing it to detect Fu Chen's unusual presence among the throng of spirits. The echo of the headless spirit's footsteps reverberated on the platform, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. Like it, Fu Chan was keenly observing the entity, gauging its strength through the emanating ghostly energy. Were this scenario aboard the train, he would hardly have been intimidated, for the order maintained within would typically prompt spirits to remain as mere spectators. However, this was a different environment. Should his identity be exposed, they would undoubtedly turn against him, perceiving him as mere livestock. Would he perish before achieving his aim? Perhaps not. After a brief contemplation, Fu Chen resolved to maintain his composure. "Are you insulting me?" he boldly asserted, feigning confidence. The headless spirit appeared momentarily hesitant. "But your aura, are you insulting me?" Fu Chen's authoritative interruption cut through the air. Such a forceful demeanor instantly redirected the curious gazes of the observing spirits, who dismissed the encounter as a mere ordinary dispute. Witnessing this, Fu Chen felt an overwhelming desire to award himself a small golden trophy. The performance is becoming increasingly adept. The headless specter felt an unsettling discontent. Yet it was the one who initiated the confrontation, and it remains uncertain of the other's identity. For the moment, it was at a loss for words. At that instant, a hand rested upon its shoulder. "Are you seeking trouble with my friend?" In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from the headless specter, causing it to falter, and it hastily waved its hands, exclaiming, "No trouble." "That is reassuring." With those words, the ghostly presence reigned in its menacing energy. This scenario left Fu Chen momentarily stunned, pondering when he had acquired an ominous ghostly companion. However, upon closer inspection, he felt a wave of relief. The entity before him was none other than the bandaged ghost, who had regained precious memories of his girlfriend thanks to the barley wine he had gifted. "Weren't you a train attendant? What brings you here?" The bandaged ghost inquired as it stepped forward. "I've encountered a bit of trouble and need to purchase something for the train." Fu Chen shrugged, offering a wry smile. "Be cautious. Your disguise won't fool everyone." Clearly, the bandaged ghost belonged to that category. Its prowess took Fu Chen by surprise. He thought, after all, one cannot roam about unclothed, lest they be torn to shreds upon disembarking. Fu Chen shrugged, indulging in his habitual self-deprecating humor, then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, matters would have escalated into chaos." Through the bandages, he sensed what seemed to be a smile. "It is the memories you awakened that have dispelled my confusion. At least now, I know the identity of the person I have been desperately searching for." Fu Chen was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cold-bandaged ghost possessed such deep affections. "Keep pushing forward. You will surely find them." "I will." Just then, the voice of the system echoed unexpectedly. Skill triggered. Emotion thief successfully strengthened the bandaged ghost's resolve, gaining 5 points of affection. Acquired item, 5 split Huanglian 3. An exceedingly rare medicinal herb with remarkable detoxifying properties. Detoxification medicine. Given his current well-being, it seemed unlikely he would require it anytime soon. Fu Chen mused as he bid farewell to the bandaged ghost. Walking alone along the path, he noticed the presence of ghosts dwindling around him. This warehouse was so desolate that not even a specter could be seen. Quite fortunate, as it alleviated his fears of being discovered. Fu Chen murmured to himself, quickening his pace, evidently still haunted by his earlier experiences. After all, no one relishes the prospect of trifling with their own life, do they? After a while, Fu Chen arrived before a colossal structure. There was not a soul in sight, or rather, not even a ghostly presence. An eerie silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the occasional cold breeze that sent debris swirling into the air. "What a ghostly day," Fu Chen remarked, tugging at his collar as he stepped forward. Yet, the moment he crossed the threshold of the warehouse, the system's voice resonated once more. Triggering hidden task. Detection of a nearby area concealing entities suitable for fusion. The host is urged to locate and merge with them promptly. Successful completion of the task will yield a treasure chest. Failure will result in the confiscation of all spiritual artifacts. Fu Chun paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What exactly is this hidden task? The penalty seems rather severe, yet the reward is equally enticing. It is known that bounty hunters who traverse the mysterious realm ultimately seek treasure chests. Chapter 33. A certain death trap. What occupied Fu Chun's mind the most was the notion of merging with these entities and becoming an aberrant. The idea of harboring another existence within himself felt undeniably strange. Wouldn't anyone feel repulsed by the notion of their privacy being invaded? However, the thought of that immensely powerful aberrant girl stirred something within him. Regardless of the circumstances, it appeared he had no choice but to complete the task. If all his spiritual artifacts were confiscated, he would lose the concealment afforded by the inky jade. Wandering unprotected in the enigmatic world would be akin to a lamb straying into a den of wolves. Well, one must adapt when in a foreign land. Fu Chan forced a wry smile, muttering self-deprecatingly. Even if he felt like a duck being herded to market, at least he could still struggle for a while. Couldn't he? With that thought, Fu Chan hesitated no longer and stepped through the entrance to the warehouse. If one were to describe the scene before him in a single word, it would be dark. The vast space was illuminated only by small chandeliers hanging every few dozen meters, casting a pale light that failed to dispel the surrounding gloom. Did these ghostly entities possess exceptional vision? Why did they favor such utter darkness? Fu Chan mused inwardly, squinting for a moment before gradually acclimatizing to the environment. As he surveyed his surroundings, the pitch-black corners seemed to harbor lurking entities, causing his heart to instinctively tighten. Were an ordinary person to find themselves here, they would surely be overwhelmed by the suffocating atmosphere. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously, as if someone were trailing him. Where was the manager? Fu Chan furrowed his brow as he navigated between the rows of shelves. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted him, prompting a grimace as he turned to investigate. There, perched atop a towering shelf, lay a massive package. Blood, long congealed, had dripped down the sides of the shelf, creating dark streaks. The source of the putrid odor was unmistakable. Without needing to ponder further, Fu Chun surmised the contents of the package. He had encountered many malevolent spirits that feasted on the living, yet one that savored decaying corpses was a new experience. Perhaps this package had simply been forgotten. After walking a short distance, Fu Chun discerned a somewhat unusual figure in the faint light ahead. The manager? In the oppressive silence, an ominous atmosphere began to brew, and even Fu Chan felt a twinge of trepidation. It was merely a purchase, after all. He had every intention of paying. The customer is king, and surely he would not be treated with disdain. Fu Chan reassured himself, steadily closing the distance to the shadowy figure. As he drew nearer, he was astonished to discover that the individual before him possessed two heads. It seemed as though they were engaged in conversation. It also appeared they were hurling curses at one another. In any case, it was exceedingly peculiar. Clearing his throat, Fu Chun inquired, "May I ask if you are the warehouse manager?" The moment his words fell, both heads turned their attention towards him. Why is there a mere beast in our warehouse?" One head growled menacingly, while the other retorted with equal ferocity. "It must be your wretched self who failed to secure the warehouse door. We share the same body. If I did not close it, then neither did you." Two chilling gazes fixated on Fu Chan. However, he sensed that the likelihood of these seemingly dim-witted beings engaging in a brawl was greater. I am here to purchase some items," Fu Chan interjected, fearing that if their quarrel continued, he would not return to the train until nightfall. "Purchase items? How can you beasts possess any money?" One head scoffed disdainfully, prompting the other to chime in agreement. "It's a miracle you haven't been killed. Where would you find the money or the nerve to buy anything in our territory? Are you attempting to deceive us? Kill him, hang his head at the entrance, and see who dares to challenge us again." Their words had effectively rendered a death sentence upon Fu Chun. "Hey, You can argue all you want, but please do not take your anger out on me. Nevertheless, the fact that they could see through the disguise of the Jade hinted at their formidable prowess. This implied they indeed possessed the capability to bring him to ruin. Fu Chen's lips twitched as he attempted to shift their focus. I am an employee of a Yellow Spring train. This is something my supervisor requested I deliver to you. With that, he produced a black envelope from his bosom and presented it before the two-headed entity. Yellow Spring train? Almost simultaneously, both heads bore expressions of bewilderment. Noting their countenance, an unsettling feeling began to stir within Fu Chen. Could there have been some past grievances between this warehouse and the train? The sinister grin of the puppet supervisor flashed in his mind. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and while cursing internally, he felt compelled to clarify. Any past grievances have nothing to do with a mere errand boy like me. Upon hearing this, the two-headed creature displayed a wicked smile. Really? Prepare to welcome your misfortune. Fu Chen narrowed his eyes, taking a step back as he focused his consciousness on his inventory. With just a thought, various magical artifacts would reveal their splendor. Even if there was a disparity in strength, he refused to simply await his demise. Just when he believed the creature was about to strike, the two-headed being mockingly remarked, "Put away your pathetic intentions. You are not worthy to be our opponent. Hand it over." Despite being humiliated, Fu Chen remained unperturbed. A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. This is admirable indeed. As he handed over the envelope to the two-headed entity, he couldn't help but wonder. If this so-called misfortune did not involve violence, then what could it possibly be? Moments later, the two-headed creature spoke in a low tone. "Can you afford this item? Is it very expensive?" Fu Chen breu farò instantly. It is crucial to note that the cursed puppet never mentioned that the train crew would reimburse expenses. This implies that any funds expended on purchases must come from his own pocket. If he could afford it, he might as well consider it a necessary expenditure to avert disaster. However, if he could not afford it, there was no escape from a fatal outcome. That item was invaluable, and the paltry amount of shadow currency was utterly insufficient for acquisition. One head spoke in a monotone, while the other bore a hint of amusement. Furthermore, even if one had the means to purchase, there was no guarantee of returning with the train. At this moment, Fu Chen was left utterly bewildered. Throughout the ordeal, he had remained oblivious to the true nature of what he was supposed to procure. Upon hearing the two-headed specter's remarks, confusion enveloped him. Why would such a precious item require him to run errands? It became clear. The train crew had never intended for him to return alive. From the very beginning, this mission had been destined for a fatal conclusion. Despite this grim realization, Fu Chen remained undeterred. He donned a sycophantic expression and inquired, "Esteemed brothers, could you kindly offer me some guidance? Where do I come from, and where do I return? Do not linger here, lest I be compelled to eliminate you." Chapter 34. An ongoing uprising crack. Crack. In the pitch-black corner, a series of faint rustling noises emerged. Even with Fu Chen's current acuity of hearing, it took him a considerable time to discern that it was the sound of chewing. How is that creature still alive? Did you not proclaim last time that you had severely injured it? Not a single hair in sight. How could you act? You dare to deceive me. The two heads of the specter began to bicker furiously, yet their feet propelled them into a frenzied dash, unrelenting in their pace. They conjured a tempest, hurtling towards the source of the sound, leaving Fu Chen alone, slightly disheveled in the wind. What is happening? Soon, a cacophony of crashing and smashing resonated from the shelf area. Bang, clang, boom. In an instant, the scene devolved into utter chaos, with dense clouds of dust swirling in the air. These two creatures truly fear not the damage to the goods? What kind of absurd warehouse is this? With no regard for rules or order, momentarily pondering, Fu Chen resolved to investigate further. As he drew closer, he discovered that the two-headed specter was unleashing its ghostly energy, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Within the vicinity, shells had been transformed into heaps of scrap metal, and various goods lay shredded into fragments. Where is it? Where is it? Are you blind? Can you not find it yourself? The two-headed specter continued their incessant verbal sparring, their ghastly energy pulsating violently. Whoosh! A streak of dark light surged towards him, prompting Fu Chen to hastily evade. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to narrowly avoid the attack, though a significant portion of his garment was torn away. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted behind him, and upon glancing back, he saw the ground had been blasted into a spiderweb-like fissure. He swallowed hard, although he had anticipated some level of threat. He had not expected such formidable prowess from these two cunning beings. Not far off, amidst their squabbling, the two-headed specter had devolved into a physical altercation, with one head gripping the neck of the other with an ironclad grasp. A tremendous force caused the flesh beneath the skin to cave in, nearly tearing it apart. With a sudden, sickening sound, blood erupted into the air, and a severed head rolled to the ground, quickly transforming into a grotesque pile of flesh. The silence that followed was eerie, while the remaining head grinned, its cold gaze scanning the surroundings. Once I capture that little thief, I shall ensure they are dismembered beyond recognition. Fu Chen, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, muttering in disbelief, "Goodness, I've never seen someone so merciless towards themselves." No sooner had he spoken than a deep, guttural roar emanated from the severed neck. "Do you truly wish to end me?" Amidst the writhing flesh, bloody fibers began to weave together, and soon another head sprouted forth. It appeared they were vying for control of the body, each strike becoming more ferocious than the last. "Without me, how can you capture that thief? After all this time, have you succeeded? Aren't you just as useless?" Pathetic, truly pathetic. From a distance, Fu Chen discerned the essence of the conflict through their accusations. Had a thief invaded the warehouse? And it seemed the chaos had persisted for quite some time. Perhaps he could leverage this situation to his advantage. With that thought in mind, he called out to the bickering two-headed creature, "Hey, perhaps I can offer assistance." At that moment, the two-headed creature was battered and bleeding, its dark blood flowing profusely, looking utterly disheveled. Upon hearing his voice, both heads turned to him simultaneously. "You, a mere beast, dare to presume? We have failed to catch the thief. What confidence do you possess? Are you looking down on us?" In an instant, their hostility locked onto Fu Chen. Unable to capture the thief, they could at least vent their frustrations on a mere creature. After all, the journey between the train and the warehouse was long and fraught with spirits. Who would know if he perished within the warehouse? In that moment, the intent to kill was palpable. Yet Fu Chen remained unfazed. Instead, he pointed to the widespread chaos around him and retorted, "Is this the level of commotion you create every time you attempt to catch a thief? Indeed, otherwise how could it sustain any injury? Only when it is hurt will it reveal a flaw. When that moment arrives, we shall shred it to pieces and consume it, then dispose of it in the foulest pit." The two-headed creature agreed, which made Fu Chen's lips twitch in irritation. To him, the value of the goods they had destroyed far surpassed that of what the thief had stolen. "Have you considered that the very ghostly energy that dissipated when you charged in could have attracted its attention?" Upon hearing this, the two-headed creature paused, momentarily lost in thought. "Have you thought about it?" "I have not." "What nonsense fills your wooden head? Clearly, the control was in your hands. Why blame me?" Seeing the two about to argue once more, Fu Chen quickly interjected, "Unlike you, I can disguise myself with the jade. My aura is so faint that I can approach them undetected." The two-headed creature scratched its two heads, seemingly persuaded by Fu Chen's reasoning, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, as long as you can help us catch the thief, acquiring the goods you desire will be no issue." As soon as the words left one head, another head cast a discontented gaze, seemingly questioning the audacity of such unilateral action. However, upon receiving a silent signal, it chose to remain mute. "No problem, await my news," Fu Chen replied, then proceeded to depart on his own. He lacked the confidence to confront the troublesome spirit alone. His plan was to locate the entity, bind it momentarily with coffin nails, summon the two-headed ghost, and thereby complete the transaction. After a brief while, Fu Chen found himself navigating through the aisles of shelves alone. He perked up his ears, attempting to capture any faint sounds. However, all he could discern were distant shouts of the two-headed ghost arguing. "Hey, quiet down." The shout echoed throughout the warehouse, its reverberations fading into the distance. Moments later, the bickering ceased, plunging the warehouse back into a profound silence. Fu Chen continued his search. Yet after a considerable time, he found himself empty-handed. He could not help but lament the cunning nature of the thief. Following the earlier commotion caused by the two-headed ghost, the thief had seemingly evaporated. Not only was there no sound, but even their presence had completely vanished. This posed a challenge, as the warehouse lacked any timekeeping devices, and the time of day offered no guidance. The train was only available for a limited span of 6 hours. Fu Chen patiently traversed row after row of shelves. After an unknown duration, he suddenly detected a faint sound, a noise akin to the friction of objects. A thought crossed his mind, and several coffin nails materialized in his palm. "Found you." Fu Chen abruptly turned, ready to hurl the nails. "Wait," a voice from a dim corner urged, tinged with urgency. Furrowing his brow, Fu Chen tightened his grip on the nearly released coffin nails. The presence of a living being. The thief who had eluded the two-headed ghost turned out to be human? Did that mean he should still hand him over? Chapter 35. The Eerie Thief. Are you the one responsible for the theft? Fu Chen hesitated momentarily. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he felt no animosity towards this person and was reluctant to betray another living soul. "No, I'm just a forklift operator for the warehouse," the newcomer declared, raising his hands to indicate his lack of malice, and inquired, "Are you new here? A forklift operator?" Fu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. However, considering the enormous cargo that required moving, it was indeed plausible that a forklift was necessary. Yet, the chaotic state of the surroundings suggested that no one had been organizing things. In a world rife with spirits, steeped in deception and falsehoods, believing everything one hears is akin to folly. Moreover, the two-headed ghost had not mentioned this matter previously. "Here, this is my work badge." The individual maintained a relatively safe distance, retrieving an object from around his neck and tossing it towards Fu Chen. "If you have a badge as well, it should be similar to mine." Fu Chen raised his hand to catch it and examined the badge closely. It read, "Wang Sheng, forklift driver, Wangxiang Valley Station Warehouse." It seemed the individual had not lied. Fu Chen returned the badge, contemplating how to further inquire. "Why are you all alone here? Have you met the manager yet?" "You know, the one with two heads," Wang Sheng remarked casually while donning his ID badge. "They squabble incessantly, and if they can't agree, they resort to fighting. If I don't keep my distance, the aftermath of their battles could very well lead to my demise." Fu Chen could empathize with this sentiment. However, he remained unaware that he was the first living person Wang Sheng had encountered in quite some time, which was why he felt such a sense of familiarity. Wang Sheng gestured behind him, chuckling as he said, "Look at me. It's so comfortable being here all alone. Care for some snacks? They're all good stuff, not expired." Fu Chen's lips twitched as he followed Wang Sheng's. In the dim light, various snack bags and drink bottles were strewn about haphazardly, creating a mess that surpassed even that of a dog-eat den. "And you? What position have you secured?" Wang Sheng inquired, clearly treating Fu Chen as a colleague. I'm not. I'm just an employee of the Underworld train, here merely to purchase some items," Fu Chen replied. "Underworld train?" Wang Sheng's face reflected confusion, as if he had never heard of it. Observing this, Fu Chen surmised that Wang Sheng, like himself, was confined to a designated area. Yet, this environment seemed too comfortable. Not only was there a lack of quality goods, but they were also hiding away indulging in snacks, almost like nobles luxuriating in their privileges. "Doesn't anyone mind your actions?" Fu Chen asked. "Not really. The manager seldom comes by. The system is rather lenient, and work is quite relaxed," Wang Sheng responded nonchalantly as he walked ahead, tearing open a snack bag and munching away. The protective mechanisms of the Horror Investigation Bureau are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Wang Sheng had accessed the mysterious realm through a special login device, which explained his laid-back demeanor. However, under the device's influence, one was granted a death exemption, but not a relatively safe job. Compared to the Underworld train, this place was akin to paradise. "Hey, buddy, would you like some chips?" Wang Sheng offered a bag of potato chips with enthusiasm. "No, I need to find a thief. Time is of the essence." Fu Chen politely declined. "Aren't you here to buy something? Why are you concerned with catching a thief?" Wang Sheng frowned and leaned closer. "If you're looking for goods, I can assist you. But if it's a thief you're after, I would advise against it. Abandoning the pursuit would mean certain death. And Fu Chan was unwilling to give up. He immediately inquired, "What do you mean?" "That ghost is quite peculiar. If you wish to hear, I can tell you the tale," Wang Sheng replied. Nodding in agreement, Fu Chan prompted Wang Sheng to recount the details. "Before I arrived here, that ghost already existed. During my time here, I have encountered it numerous times. Perhaps it perceives me as too weak to pose a threat. Hence it pays me no mind," Wang Sheng said, self-deprecatingly pointing to his nose. "In the beginning, I would call for the manager. That fellow would either flee or remain frozen in place. The fierce manager would be rendered motionless, as if possessed by a mere glance from the ghost. As for me, I could only watch helplessly as it swaggered away. Over time, I grew indifferent, knowing I would soon return to the realm of the living." Wang Sheng reclined on the folding chair, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Was its power formidable? According to Fu Chen's first-hand observation, the double-headed specter possessed remarkable strength. Yet despite this, it managed to escape time and again. What could be the reason? Fu Chen's brow furrowed, grappling with the enigma of the creature's uncanny abilities. "I don't know," Wang Sheng replied succinctly, swinging his identification badge as he added, "With this badge for protection, it has never attacked me." Understanding dawned on Fu Chen. Just as a train follows its own set of rules, a warehouse has its own regulations. The principle is the same. However, you're different, so it would be wise for you to leave swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Sheng further remarked, "Moreover, our manager is no pushover." Fu Chen's spirits grew heavier. After a brief pause, he shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "Regardless, I must make an attempt." Coughing from a chip that lodged in his throat, Wang Sheng finally regained his composure. "Bro, I'm not joking with you. There was no choice. Returning empty-handed would surely spell doom for my brother." Fu Chen replied with a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. Wang Sheng empathized deeply. In the mysterious world, many matters lie beyond one's control. Nevertheless, he sincerely advised, "Isn't there a mechanism for survival? Don't be overly greedy. Returning alive is what truly matters." Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that in Wang Sheng's view, he too had entered the enigmatic realm through a special login device. "I was forcibly loaded in. There is no survival mechanism." Puffed. Just as he took a sip of his drink, Wang Sheng sprayed it out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Moments later, that shock transformed into pity. "Alas, as brothers, I shall do my utmost to assist you." Wang Sheng set aside his snacks and rose from the folding chair. Only by truly immersing oneself in the mysterious world can one fully grasp such helplessness. "Thank you." A hint of a smile finally broke through Fu Chen's solemn expression. "Why so formal between brothers?" Wang Sheng laughed heartily, waving his hand as he walked ahead. Fu Chen hurriedly followed, asking, "Where are we headed?" "Of course, we've got to find that rascal." "Do you truly believe you have the means to deal with it?" Not really sure. But can you guarantee we can locate it?" "Huh, I'm not so certain either." Chapter 36. The fragmented Huanglian Wang Sheng appeared rather unreliable, leaving Fu Chen momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Don't look at me like that. While I can't guarantee it, I do know the area where it often roams. Besides, that creature is quite audacious. With just the two of us, it won't hide." Wang Sheng suddenly halted, turning to face Fu Chen. "What's wrong?" Fu Chen instantly went on guard, gripping the coffin nail tightly. "Good brother, do you truly possess the ability to protect yourself?" Hearing the genuine concern in Wang Sheng's voice, Fu Chen's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, and he waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, my methods are more diverse than you might imagine." That said, Fu Chen felt a tinge of apprehension. Who could ascertain the capabilities of that thief? "Well, let us first observe the situation. Alas, if I were to lead you there and inadvertently cause your demise, I would be consumed by guilt. Should you find yourself in trouble, I shall summon the manager to ensure your safety." Wang Sheng furrowed his brow, rambling on. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen smiled and replied, "All right." A moment later, the two arrived at a designated area. Above them, a long sign hung down, indicating the medicinal zone. "Does it often linger here?" Fu Chen scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling upon the disordered shelves. Indeed, I delivered goods here this morning, only to find it in disarray again. Darn it, that rascal must not have gone far. The chaotic scene infuriated Wang Sheng, who gritted his teeth, eager to confront the thief. Fu Chan stroked his chin, deep in thought. The medicinal zone, which implies it has sustained injuries. Wang Sheng scratched his head in recollection and replied, "As far as I know, I've never seen the manager harmed by it. Anything prior to that remains a mystery. Let's proceed." With that, Fu Chun took the lead. The two began their search, and soon heard a faint noise. Crack, crack. Fu Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the source. There was no mistaking it. This was the gnawing sound he had heard earlier. "Follow me." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Fu Chun dashed ahead. In his swift movement, he retrieved various spiritual tools from the prop shelf, talismans for dispelling evil. Coffin nails, a peachwood sword, and a saw. In mere moments, he was fully armed. The fierce aura he exuded left Wang Sheng in stunned silence, murmuring, "Goodness, brother, are you this fierce?" Discarding the snack wrapper haphazardly, he sprinted to catch up. A moment later, Fu Chun came to an abrupt halt, his eyes alert as he gazed into a corner. There, a humanoid shadow was voraciously consuming the medicines in its grasp. Just as Wang Sheng had said, it showed no concern for their presence. "Wow, buddy, do you practice athletics? How can you run so fast?" Wang Sheng, breathless and leaning on his knees, was evidently exhausted. "Shoo!" Fu Chun gestured for silence, leaning closer to Wang Sheng's ear and whispering, "I shall approach it first. If anything goes awry, please call the manager for me." Wang Sheng nodded vigorously in response. Though he remained silent, his expression conveyed a clear message. "Leave it to me." Fu Chun took a deep breath and cautiously advanced. In truth, according to the original plan, all he needed to do was bind the entity with coffin nails and then summon the manager to complete the task. However, as Fu Chun drew nearer, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully located the target. Please merge with it promptly." This was the spectral entity that the system had instructed him to find as part of the hidden mission. Thus, it was imperative not to hand it over to the two-headed ghost too readily. Otherwise, he would face the consequence of having all his spiritual tools confiscated. "Hey there, buddy," Fu Chun called out from a distance, but the shadow ignored him. Reluctantly, he edged closer. As the distance diminishes, the outline of the phantom becomes increasingly distinct. It indeed takes on a humanoid form, yet appears remarkably blurred, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The sound of footsteps echoes incessantly, suddenly interrupted by a hoarse, cold reprimand. "Beast, you have crossed the line." Rather than feeling alarmed, Fu Chun experiences a surge of joy. After all, the entity has acknowledged his presence, has it not? "You're injured, are you not? Perhaps I can assist you." At this, the specter slowly turned around. Fu Chun then notices that it possesses neither mouth nor nose, only a single eye remaining. The once sacred golden hue now flickers with an eerie luminescence. The golden eye swivels, its icy gaze scanning up and down. "Is that all you have, those worthless scraps?" The specter's tone drips with mockery, evidently dismissing Fu Chen's worth. "Depart, before I am inclined to eliminate you." With that, it resumes consuming the medicine in its grasp. Despite the perilous situation, Fu Chun is resolute and begins to contemplate rapidly. Given the specter's unique constitution, if it were merely external injuries, it would not have risked hiding in this warehouse for such an extended period. Moreover, it continues to search for healing medications even now. Therefore, the injuries it has sustained are likely internal. A fleeting thought surfaces in his mind. Ultimately, Fu Chun, with a sense of tentative hope, retrieves an item from his inventory. "You're injured, are you not? If it is poison, why not try my remedy?" As his words fall, a sprig of herb materializes in Fu Chun's hand, none other than the five-split coptis. With its emergence, a rich medicinal aroma wafts through the air. The specter's movements abruptly halt. It instinctively senses that the herb in this human's possession holds significant importance for it. Whoosh! In the next moment, the five-split coptis vanishes from Fu Chun's grasp. Curse it, truly a thief, such swift movements. Fu Chun silently curses, realizing that despite his heightened vigilance, he failed to catch any of the specter's actions. At this point, he can only force a smile. My friend, since I've given you this, can we not have a proper conversation? The specter resumes its indifferent demeanor, nonchalantly consuming the 5-split coptis. With a series of chews, it swallows it down. Such a barbaric manner of consumption makes Fu Chen's lips twitch. Does this creature not fear an upset stomach? Is it not concerned that I might have poisoned it? Ugh. Discomfort has finally subsided. Though it lacks a face, the tone unmistakably conveys that the specter is relishing the moment. Beast, do you have more? Fu Chen eagerly responds as the specter finally speaks up. Indeed, I possess plenty of such herbs. Though only 2 remain, Fu Chen's expression radiates abundance. However, the specter does not care for the truth of his words and directly reaches out for more. Hand it over. I can give it to you, but only if you agree to follow me. There will be plenty. With the bait already set, Fu Chen plans to reel it in. Do you believe you are worthy of negotiating terms with me? In the blink of an eye, the specter has already approached Fu Chen. The thick, oppressive aura of malevolence suffocated him, rendering him breathless. Chapter 37, Concerning Death. Good brother, hold on a moment. I shall return shortly. Realizing the dire situation, Wang Sheng immediately took off in a frantic sprint. He understood that if Fu Chen faced this alone, it would inevitably lead to a dead end. Only by swiftly seeking the manager's assistance could he hope to secure a slim chance of survival. For such a loyal friend as Wang Sheng, Fu Chen wished to express his gratitude. However, enshrouded by the chilling presence of the specter, even uttering a word became an arduous task. Be honest and hand it over. The ghostly figure murmured, its golden eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. In the inventory, Fu Chen gritted his teeth and replied, each word deliberate. Even if you kill me, you shall not obtain it. Oh, you have reminded me. The specter seemed to possess a profound understanding of Fu Chen's kind, showing no unfamiliarity with the rare term inventory. Fu Chen's pupils constricted as he clenched his jaw and demanded, what do you intend to do? Are you foolish? You shall find out soon enough, the specter replied ominously, a hint of flippant mirth lacing its tone. With a resounding thud, the specter suddenly erupted, transforming into tendrils of black mist. In the blink of an eye, these dark vapors forcefully infiltrated Fu Chen's body through his orifices. Under the dim light, an extraordinarily eerie scene unfolded. Fu Chen's eyes gradually dulled, and he sank powerless to the ground. Yet his head remained raised high, unresponsive as the black mist filled his being, like a lifeless corpse. After a prolonged silence, a sinister smile began to form on his pallid face. Ugh, a bit nauseating, but tolerable. Fu Chen swayed as he stood, acutely aware of the changes occurring within him. A mass of pitch-black energy surged chaotically inside, while the specter, in horror, realized it could not control this vessel. An invisible force tightly bound it, as if trapped within a cage. The specter, oblivious to the fact that Fu Chen had triggered a hidden quest and received assistance from his system, could only furiously demand, what is happening? Damn you! What have you done? I haven't done anything. Did you not choose to enter? Fu Chen feigned innocence, responding nonchalantly. No, something is amiss with your body. The specter shrieked, sensing a disturbingly familiar energy coursing through various organs, concerning reincarnation, relating to the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. Even more terrifying was the realization that this energy was devouring it from within. It hurts so much. Let me out. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Since you've come, you might as well stick with me. Fu Chen chuckled lightly, feeling no surprise. In truth, he had begun plotting from the very beginning. Since the system required the fusion of a ghostly entity, Fu Chen surmised that he must lure the specter into his own body. However, this was merely a hypothesis based on the notion of shared corporeality between humans and spirits. Yet, aside from taking a gamble, it seemed there were no better options available. Fortunately, it now appears that the one in a state of panic is the ghostly figure, rather than oneself. After a considerable wait, Fu Chen began to feel perplexed. Since the ghostly presence has already entered his body, why has the system notification not yet arrived? Could it be that this situation does not qualify as a fusion? Listening to the increasingly mournful wails of the ghostly figure, It indeed seemed unlikely. Thus, Fu Chen feigned concern and inquired, "Hey, are you all right? I'm on the verge of losing my mind here. Do you think I'm okay?" The ghostly figure, tormented by excruciating pain, naturally responded with a most unpleasant demeanor. Fu Chen, refusing to indulge this attitude, clicked his tongue and remarked, "Tiske, I was considering lending a hand, but with an attitude like that, you might as well perish." With a shift in tone, he expressed a sense of regret. "Alas, how unfortunate it is that I failed to seize the medicine and instead jeopardized my own life." In a moment of desperation, the ghostly figure was compelled to lower its haughty head and plead with Fu Chen, "Save me." Fu Chen shrugged his shoulders and replied with a sense of resignation, "I am at a loss as to how to expel you from my body. It seems there is but one method to save you. Hurry." In response to the ghostly figure's urgency, Fu Chen continued at a leisurely pace, "My body will reject you, likely because you have not obtained permission." Before he could finish, the ghostly figure forcefully interrupted, "I said hurry up. All right. With an attitude like yours, cooperation is impossible. I beg you. Wouldn't it have been better to say that from the start?" Only when the ghostly figure had thoroughly surrendered did Fu Chen add, "So, of course, you must obtain permission. Do you understand that you need to fuse with me?" Unexpectedly, the once frantic ghostly figure fell into a profound silence. It had never anticipated that it would find itself in such a subservient position. Hey, are you dead?" No. The ghostly figure, on the brink of disintegration, no longer exuded its previous arrogance, and its tone had grown exceedingly feeble. "Are we proceeding or not? Why does it seem like I'm the one at a disadvantage? I haven't even minded you intruding upon my body." Fu Chen curled his lip, displaying a look of impatience. "Whatever, live or die. It's up to you." With that, he turned and continued walking ahead. Having been pushed to such an extent, the other party still refused to submit. It seemed that the hidden task was destined to remain unfulfilled. Recover all spiritual artifacts. Fu Chen's mood darkened. To traverse such a distance alone without the guise of the shadowy jade was a daunting prospect. Who could predict how the situation would unfold? Taking a deep breath and collecting his thoughts, Fu Chen resolved to think no more. At the very least, he had dealt with the troublesome thief in the warehouse. Had he not, he could only hope that the two-headed ghost would honor its promise and deliver the goods to him. However, the credibility of ghostly words was evidently quite low. Fu Chen shook his head in self-deprecation. The thoughts that had recently stirred within him sank back into despondency. He never imagined that despite his efforts over the past few days, he would find himself in such dire straits. Was death imminent? So be it. After all, life was of little value. Even if he were to perish, it was likely that no one would mourn his passing. Before long, those who once knew him would likely forget him. Teachers, classmates, friends. Thus, before facing death, perhaps it would be best to indulge in one grand escapade. Beneath the pallid light, Fu Chen traversed the realm of shadows and illumination, his silhouette tinged with a melancholic aura. Yet within the depths of his profound gaze, a tempest of madness began to brew. Do they wish for my demise? Then let us perish together, kill until we are no more. A surging wave of murderous intent stirred the dormant specter within him. If it still retained its form, the single-eyed golden pupil would undoubtedly reflect a visage of astonishment. Was this boy's predicament? There was no time for contemplation. In its moment of desperation, it resolved to grasp at the last vestige of hope and urgently called out, "Human, I wish to forge a pact with you." The tone had shifted, no longer condescending. A pact? Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that merging with a spectral entity required such an agreement. Yet, this brief lapse in thought, perceived through the eyes of the impatient specter, became a signal of refusal. "Do not compel me to kneel and beg you." Chapter 38. The Pact of Life and Death Dignity. One must live to possess dignity. Death signifies a gradual relinquishment of all perception, dissolving into nothingness and silence. Having experienced the brink of death once, the specter wished never to revisit that feeling again. It was a case of turning tides and unveiling hidden paths. Fu Chen felt an inner joy, though outwardly he appeared calm and indifferent, his tone tinged with disdain. Very well. If I must endure you, then I shall reluctantly take you in." His seemingly casual remark incited the specter to rally its spirit with renewed vigor, urgently urging, "Hurry, hurry. Compose the incantation." Do you know how?" Fu Chan pondered silently for a moment, meticulously analyzing the myriad of information the system had just implanted in his mind. After a brief pause, a steady voice emerged. "I do." He bit his fingertip and raised his hand to inscribe in the air. What unfolded was an extraordinary spectacle. Droplets of crystal-clear blood seeped from the wound, tracing the path of his fingers suspended in the air. Gradually, they formed an ancient and obscure incantation. The loss of blood rendered Fu Chen's lips pale, yet his countenance remained solemn. "With my blood as the pact, and your soul as the lock, borrowing the power of the heavens and the abyss, I shall breach the divide between life and death. Herein, we forge a covenant, bound in life and death, irrevocable. Do you consent?" In the next moment, the specter uttered a soft reply, "I do." As the words fell, a wisp of black mist emerged from Fu Chan's chest, intertwining with the blood-written incantation before him. The fusion of soul and blood, the entanglement of black and red, solidified the covenant. Vaguely, Fu Chan sensed an inexplicable essence had been added to him. This was the power of the pact. "Congratulations, host!" Successfully merged with the targeted spectral entity, acquiring a special-grade treasure chest. Symbiotic Spectre, Zhou Lu ability level, Calamity, signature ghost technique, the 6 eyes of dread. Details: each eye harbors a unique ability. Activating one amplifies the powers exponentially. Current stage: a single eye of the soul-destroying ghost. Zhou Lui. How peculiar that the specter bears such an erudite name. Yet what does Calamity level entail? Regardless, its abilities sound formidable indeed. As for the treasure chest, it was unceremoniously tossed into the inventory. Despite the curiosity regarding the rewards it might conceal, the current circumstances were not conducive to its opening. At that moment, Fu Chan suddenly felt a sharp pain beneath his right eyelid. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, only to encounter a long, dark fissure. What on earth is happening? If there had been anyone nearby, they would have noticed the conspicuous, inky crack sprawling across the right side of Fu Chen's face. The crack grew longer and wider, ultimately revealing a golden eye. It spun around languidly and weakly replied, "It's me. Could you possibly choose a different location?" Fu Chan furrowed his brow and rolled his eyes dramatically, exuding an air of despair. After all, he considered himself somewhat handsome, and having an additional eye on his face felt akin to disfigurement. "No, it was monstrous. I refuse." Zhou Luyi's tone was abrupt yet tinged with a hint of pride. "I am a person of stature. I cannot simply hide away. One must admit, to a certain extent, the life and death contract was rather equitable." While Fu Chan benefited from Zhou Luyi's assistance, the latter also possessed the right to select its dwelling place, thus fulfilling each other's needs. After a brief silence, Fu Chan sighed softly and remarked, "Fine, do as you wish." With that, he stepped forward, intending to report back to the two-headed ghost. After such a tumultuous episode, he was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but he hoped he could return to the train in time. The golden eye slowly closed, preparing to recuperate. Fu Chan touched his cheek, relieved to find it back to normal, and a surge of joy welled up within him. "Good brother, in the future, unless necessary, please refrain from emerging. This arrangement is quite satisfactory." Zhou Lu, in a state of extreme weakness, was too fatigued to respond, yet Fu Chan was unconcerned. Before he could take more than a few steps, he sensed a surging wave of malevolent energy ahead. "Little thief, where do you think you're running? Kill it. Kill it. Tear it to shreds." The two-headed ghost's imposing presence was as formidable as ever, evidently disregarding Fu Chen's earlier words. No wonder they could never capture Zhou Lu. Just as Fu Chan was silently mocking this, the two-headed ghost closed in rapidly. Observing Fu Chen's seemingly relaxed demeanor, it immediately demanded, "Where's the thief? He escaped again, has he? If so, you're of no use to me." The tone of the two-headed ghost grew increasingly ominous, clearly intent on venting its frustration through violence. "I have dealt with him," Fu Chan replied calmly, unperturbed by the malice directed at him. The two-headed ghost raised its voice incredulously, its expression dripping with disdain. If you don't believe me, go ahead and search. If you find even a trace of him, I'll concede defeat. Fu Chen shrugged and chuckled lightly. Stay right here. If you dare to run, I guarantee you'll wish you were never born. With that, the two-headed ghost unleashed a gust of dark wind and dashed back in the direction Fu Chen had come from. Hey buddy, are you alright? Wang Sheng approached slowly, clearly fatigued and still catching his breath as he inquired. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Fu Chen raised his arms in a display of assurance and sincerely added, Thank you. Wang Sheng waved his hand dismissively, a long-lost smile gracing his face. As he drew nearer, he scrutinized the surroundings with a hint of skepticism. The thief? Did you truly eliminate him? After a moment of hesitation, Fu Chen decided against concealment, gesturing towards his own face. It seems to reside here. Wang Sheng was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Observing his reaction, Fu Chen quickly made a shushing gesture. Hush, it has merged with me, not taken possession. An extraordinary being? Wang Sheng, not a novice, was certainly familiar with such entities. Fu Chen nodded, poised to articulate his thoughts when a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Who would have imagined that the pesky thief tormenting us for so long has truly been dealt with? How exhilarating! What a delight! Alas, I could not witness his demise firsthand. Tonight, I shall feast upon two souls to celebrate. In a rare moment of harmony, the two heads, typically at odds, broke into broad smiles. Seeing this, Fu Chen also allowed a smile to grace his lips, patting Wang Sheng on the shoulder. My friend, stay safe. I must take my leave shortly. I am pressed for time. With the matter reaching a conclusion, it should not be too arduous to return the goods to the train. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the two-headed spirit abruptly interrupted. Kid, here's your reward. The two-headed spirit loftily tossed a handful of ghostly coins, each bearing a denomination of 100. Under ordinary circumstances, this would indeed amount to a considerable sum. Yet, Fu Chen frowned, his tone icy. Manager, this is not what we agreed upon, is it? The two-headed spirit glared with its four eyes, letting out a derisive snicker. Bestowing you these coins is already an act of great generosity on our part. Do not overreach mere livestock. Chapter 39. Do not trust human words. Even with discontent simmering within, there was no need to quarrel over money. Fu Chen bent down to gather the scattered coins, tucking them into his garments. As livestock, this is appropriate. Now leave. Do not disturb our celebration. The two-headed spirit waved dismissively, preparing to depart. But what about the goods I requested? Fu Chen's eyes gleamed with a hidden intent, leaving others unaware of his calculations. The two-headed spirit paused, turning back with a face now shrouded in darkness. Know when to withdraw. Do not be insatiable. What nonsense! Eliminate him. The other head contorted with rage, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Nay, this money is my reward for apprehending the thief. I will purchase the goods at the agreed price. Fu Chen maintained his composure, his tone tranquil. You are courting death. Then remain here. As the two-headed spirit finished its declaration, a sinister energy erupted forth. Boom! Dark mist enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Witnessing this, Wang Sheng's legs buckled, paralyzed by fear. After surviving thus far, could he truly trigger the mechanism of invulnerability now? But he stepped back. Fu Chen's calm words yanked him from his terror. Take care. Before he could finish, Wang Sheng fled in haste. Only then did Fu Chen feel a modicum of relief, given their fleeting acquaintance. It was no small feat for the other to reach such a level. Remaining here would only complicate matters for oneself. My friend, would you care to show your face? Fu Chen appeared to be talking to himself, yet he was actually seeking assistance from Zhou Lu Yi. Ah, weren't you just reluctant to let me out? Zhou Lu Yi teased, evidently eager to witness the unfolding drama. Enough with the chatter. We rise and fall together. If I perish, you shall not escape unscathed. With a sense of assurance, Fu Chen remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of defiance. Quite bold of you. At worst, once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you with a 5-split Huanglian. As the saying goes, one must balance punishment with reward, and Fu Chen had struck the perfect chord. It was settled. As the words left his lips, a fissure suddenly appeared on his face, revealing a golden eye that slowly opened. It emanated a unique essence belonging to Zhou Lu Yi. Not far away, the two-headed ghost, poised to attack, momentarily froze in confusion. What is happening? Wasn't it dead? How can it be with you? After a brief contemplation, its bewilderment swiftly morphed into rage, and the two-headed ghost bellowed, "You little rascal! How dare you deceive us?" Skill activated. Emotion Steel successfully enraged the two-headed ghost. Gaining 10 points of fury. Acquired item. 5 split Huanglian X5. Fu Chen shrugged and chuckled, saying, "I do not heed ghostly words, so do not trust human ones." TSK. Still too foolish and naive. As emotions surged, the malevolent aura emanating from the two-headed ghost intensified. "You shall die." Boom! An incredibly dense, ghostly energy coalesced into a black serpent, hurtling directly towards Fu Chen. "Wait!" Fu Chen raised his hand and commanded sharply. The two-headed ghost was taken aback and instinctively dispersed its attack. As the black smoke dissipated, Fu Chen's composed smile was revealed, appearing increasingly bizarre in the eyes of the two-headed ghost. This creature exuded a sinister essence from start to finish, necessitating caution on their part. Yet on the surface, the two-headed ghost continued to bark ominously. "What? Afraid of death? You could have left quietly before. Now, it's too late to flee." Fu Chen shook his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I fear death. It's that if I die, you will find yourselves in quite a predicament." Upon hearing this, the two-headed ghost's heart sank, prompting them to speculate. Could it be that this lad harbors a formidable power behind him? Just as they were grappling with their doubts, Fu Chen pointed at the golden eye that had manifested on his face, stating, "If I die, this fellow will emerge." "One tiet?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Lu Yi chimed in appropriately. "I'm very hungry and want to eat a lot." A new fissure appeared on Fu Chen's cheek, revealing a mouth adorned with a wicked grin. The malevolent aura that radiated from it instantly evoked a multitude of memories for the two-headed ghost. During this time, the value of the goods Zhou Lu Yi had pilfered had escalated to an exceedingly alarming amount. Even now, they had yet to devise a means to replenish their losses. Should they allow this little thief to continue unchecked, they might find themselves unable to retain their position as warehouse managers. Observing the hesitation on the two-headed ghost's face, Fu Chen gently coaxed them. "I will help you capture the thief, and in return, you shall provide me with the goods I desire." A mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? The two-headed demon was oblivious to the profound bond between Fu Chen and Zhou Lu Yi, taking their words at face value and beginning to waver. After a prolonged silence, one of the heads gritted its teeth and declared, "Fine, it's a deal." The other head, visibly irate, opened its mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. "That's the spirit." Fu Chen smiled slightly, embodying a sense of having gained an advantage while feigning innocence. In truth, given his nature, he was not averse to harnessing Zhou Lu Yi's power to deliver a sound thrashing to the duplicitous two-headed demon. However, Zhou Lu Yi was currently in a state of profound weakness. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was likely that he would collapse to the ground like a dead dog after just 2 exchanges. "Follow me," the two-headed demon said, moving ahead with a somewhat defeated demeanor. The heads had never anticipated that one day they would be bested by a mere beast. Not far away, Wang Sheng stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed with shock while a sense of admiration welled up within him. Discreetly, he gave Fu Chen a thumbs up, his approval unmistakable. Fu Chen, noticing this, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After a lengthy pause, the two-headed demon placed a completely crimson wooden box on the table. 1,500 pay up. As soon as the words left its mouth, the other head voiced its dissent. 2,000. Not a penny less. Seeing the two heads embroiled in a dispute, Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Did they truly consider him a fool to be slaughtered? With a thud, he slapped a 1,000 yuan note onto the table. Is this amount acceptable or not? Fu Chen shot them a sidelong glance, adopting a defiant demeanor. At that moment, a crack appeared on his face, perfectly timed to convey his intent. The two-headed demon glanced at the note, then at Fu Chen's soon-to-be-opened golden eyes. After a moment of hesitation, it weakly remarked, 1,000 is truly insufficient. Even 1,500 would be a loss. Fine, I'll add an extra 100, considering your plight. Fu Chen feigned difficulty, producing another note. Having already exhausted his funds, he truly had nothing more to give. All right, the two-headed demon, gritting its teeth, ultimately decided to part with the cursed object. Thank you. Fu Chen beamed, casting a parting glance at Wang Sheng, signaling their farewell. He then intended to turn and depart, heading back to the Yellow Springs train. However, as he reached for the wooden box, a wave of ominous energy surged through him at the moment his fingertips brushed the handle. Anger, anxiety, hatred, disgust, and sorrow, an overwhelming torrent of malevolent emotions instantly clouded his mind. Chapter 40. A lesson to be learned. Thud. 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 Several muffled sounds emanated from within the wooden box. Alive? Fu Chen immediately reined in his tumultuous emotions, suppressing the chaos within. The heart. Zhou Luyi's voice echoed in his mind. A heart that continues to beat even after leaving its body? What kind of madness is this? However, in this enigmatic world, nothing seemed too strange, no matter how bizarre. Fu Chen grasped the wooden box and strode toward the exit. Damn that beast. You've cost us dearly this time. Should we return, I shall ensure you regret it. In the distance, how shall we explain this? The two-headed demon cursed fiercely, its words trailing off into despair. Wang Sheng gazed at the receding figure, his heart brimming with admiration. How dashing, truly remarkable, especially considering the absence of any invulnerability. Every decision was a gamble with life, amplifying his respect infinitely. When Fu Chen once again beheld the gray, overcast sky, he felt an uncanny sense of disconnection, as if it were from a different era. After a moment's contemplation, he removed the jade of the underworld he wore and tossed it into his inventory. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhou Lu inquired, perplexed by his actions. TSK. The disguise of this jade can be seen through by any moderately powerful spirit, Fu Chen replied as he continued on his path. Such subterfuge appeared to lack conviction. It would be far better to embrace his identity as an other and present himself openly. My friend, when the time comes, do ensure to maintain my dignity. Do not retreat. This tactic, known as the empty city stratagem, left Zhou Lu momentarily dumbfounded. Though disinclined to voice a response, his golden eyes remained wide open. Soon, the spirits along the roadside began to multiply. The essence of the living instantly captured their attention. A living being? Let us devour him. Wait, look at his face. He has but one eye. Another, he may not be easily trifled with. As expected, the common spirits dared not approach. Fu Chen strolled leisurely, absorbed in his own thoughts. After some time, he stumbled upon a clock. 12:30? There is still time. The taut string of his heart relaxed somewhat, and he exhaled slowly. What do you have in that box? Fu Chen glanced sideways at a particularly grotesque demon standing nearby. It possessed a gaping maw filled with serrated teeth, arrayed in layers that filled its entire mouth. At that moment, the giant-mouthed demon fixed its greedy gaze upon the wooden box in Fu Chen's hands, unable to conceal its avarice. What business is it of yours? Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, preparing to depart with the box. Stop. Hand it over. The giant-mouthed demon bellowed, its malevolent aura spreading with the force of its roar. And if I refuse, what will you do? Fu Chen's expression darkened as he halted, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. The giant-mouthed demon did not respond, its mouth widening to an alarming extent, soon dominating most of its visage. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with impending conflict. Fu Chen remained unperturbed, yet as the number of gazes around him multiplied, his countenance began to sour. One foe is manageable, but if a swarm of spirits descends, that would pose a significant dilemma. My friend, can you handle this? Fu Chen inquired, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Are you joking? In my feeble state, I would advise you to flee post-haste, Zhou Lu replied, seemingly lacking in courage, instinctively wishing to escape when confronted with trouble. TSK, is this the resolve of a calamity-level spirit? Fu Chen scolded, his tone laced with disdain. Could such an unseemly creature truly intimidate him? While he spoke thus, his hands remained swift and decisive. As the brilliant light flickered and vanished, coffin nails, peachwood swords, and talismans for dispelling evil suddenly materialized, surrounded by numerous vengeful spirits. Where could one flee? It would be wiser to capture one and slay it, perhaps to serve as a warning to the others. Just as Fu Chun resolved to act, he heard Zhou Lu Yi's voice, tinged with surprise. One? That is more than sufficient. Why didn't you mention earlier? Finish him. The massive jaws of the ghoul, observing Fu Chan's hesitation, could no longer contain its murderous intent and lunged forward, exclaiming, I shall devour you. With a cold snort, the gleam in Fu Chen's golden eye intensified. In a flash, a chilling aura surged forth like a fountain. Dense black markings spread across the right side of his face, rendering his visage terrifyingly grotesque. Fu Chen stood his ground, raising a leg with a fierce demeanor and delivering a powerful kick. The dark energy surged, unleashing an overwhelming force. Bang! The robust body of the ghoul was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a train, crashing to the ground and rolling helplessly while spewing black blood. Well, I take back my earlier words. Brother Zhou is formidable. Let us continue. With that, Fu Chen charged towards the ghoul once more, not granting a moment to recover before delivering another crushing stomp. Bang! The ghoul's chest caved in, exposing shattered bones, while the ground cracked under the impact. You wish to feast? I'll make you regret it. With a thought, Fu Chen flicked his wrist, sending the coffin nail shooting forth, landing squarely in the ghoul's gaping maw. A howl of agony erupted from the ghoul as it became pinned to the ground, unable to move. What followed was a scene of utter brutality. Fu Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow enveloped in ghostly energy, delivering a terrifying force. Letting you covet my belongings, resorting to violence without a word. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The resounding crashes echoed, sending shivers through the surrounding spirits. Who could have anticipated that the stranger would be so ruthless? That's enough. My ghostly power is nearly depleted. Zhou Liu Yi Suden intergested, pulling Fu Chen back from his frenzied state. Panting heavily, Fu Chen gazed at the ghoul, now unrecognizable, and shook his aching arms, feeling exhilarated. Noticing the astonished looks from the surrounding spirits, he broke into a grin. What are you staring at? Do you covet my box? At these words, the curious spirits were startled and scattered like birds. In a matter of moments, the once crowded corridor was left desolate. Bending down, Fu Chen patted the ghoul's bloodied face. Next time you wish to seize something by force, remember to assess your own strength. With that, he disdainfully retrieved the coffin nail from the ghoul's mouth. There was still a considerable distance to traverse, and he needed to cherish every spiritual artifact. This was precisely why he chose to spare the ghoul's life. With the wooden box in hand, Fu Chen resumed his hurried journey. After enduring this series of tribulations, the time for departure drew ever closer. Consequently, regardless of what transpired next, the possibility of missing the bus loomed large. Around him, numerous entities in a frantic rush to catch their transportation grew increasingly dense. This, in turn, signified that the environment in which Fu Chen found himself had become considerably more perilous. Chapter 41. Numbness. There is a meat livestock. Do not approach. He is an outsider. Just moments ago, I witnessed a monstrous creature with a gaping maw coveting his belongings, only to be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. How tragic. The tactic of employing a harsh lesson to instill fear was evidently quite effective. As Fu Chen navigated through the throng of specters, a space miraculously cleared around him. The eyes of the surrounding spirits brimmed with apprehension, fearful of being targeted by this formidable figure. Thus, Fu Chen appeared relatively unperturbed, though his pace remained hurried. Make way! Make way! Everyone is rushing for the bus. Let's not stir further trouble. Shang Lu Yi, squinting with his solitary eye, paid no heed. He was acutely aware that Fu Chen was merely a fa ade of strength, yet he could not deny the latter's remarkable composure. After all, who would dare to bellow at a host of malevolent spirits? Moments later, panting heavily, Fu Chen finally reached the platform. A mere 10 minutes remained until departure. After a brief moment of discernment, he dashed toward the 17th carriage. As he leaped onto the train, he caught sight of the doll overseer standing nearby. "I never expected you to return alive," the doll intoned, its lifeless eyes rolling as they settled upon the golden pupils that adorned Fu Chen's face. Fu Chen paid no mind to the scrutiny, directly extending the wooden box in his grasp. "I have brought back the item, though I am uncertain of its contents and whether it aligns with your desires. Having fulfilled the commission and returned the item intact. Any ensuing disputes regarding the transaction would pertain solely to the train and the warehouse and would bear no relation to him." "I shall conduct the examination," the doll replied, accepting the box before adding, "We shall convene promptly tomorrow." With that, it departed, its steps creaking as it walked away. At long last, the dust settled, and Fu Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. In just half a day, he had encountered a multitude of events, leaving him utterly drained. "Attention all passengers. The train is about to depart. Please make haste to your designated carriages." A sharp female voice blared over the loudspeaker. Leaning against the door, Fu Chen surveyed the hasty specters surrounding him, pondering their activities. Were these beings so busy with? Do they lead lives like ordinary people? Working, dining, and resting? This seemingly chaotic and mystical world appeared to possess a semblance of order. However, Fu Chen remained indifferent, disinterested in delving deeper. In merely 2 days, he should be able to return to the realm of the living. As the train doors gradually closed, Fu Chen withdrew his thoughts. A rumble emanated from his stomach, causing him to pause momentarily. Before he chuckled ruefully, "I should have asked Wang Sheng for something to eat." With a leisurely stride, he made his way toward the small shop. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking at the counter jolted the portly spirit from its slumber. "Who is it? What do you want to buy?" She hastily wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth, and upon recognizing the visitor, her expression darkened. "If I don't give you a beating today, at least let me sample something good." Fu Chen leaned against the counter, a smirk playing on his lips. "Just wait." The rotund figure, fat head ghost, chose not to engage in further banter with Fu Chen and promptly turned to rummage through his supplies. Before long, he presented a box of hearty, mixed dishes. "Is it cold? If my stomach gets upset, I will hold you accountable." Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling Fat Head Ghost to heat the meal. "You." Fat Head Ghost swallowed his curses, sensing a peculiar change in Fu Chen's demeanor today. His aura felt even more enigmatic. Regardless, he was aware that Fu Chen was an entity beyond his control. Dismissing his thoughts, the simple-minded Fat Head Ghost replied, "Just give it a moment." Shortly thereafter, a steaming box meal was placed upon the counter. Another bottle of water. Fat Head Ghost silently complied, handing it over obediently. "Thanks." After placing the requisite amount of coins on the table, Fu Chen returned to the lounge, indulging in his meal with gusto. As he chewed, he murmured to himself, pondering the situation with Gu Qingyi. Had it not been for his exhaustion, he would have considered wandering through the carriage. Once satiated, Fu Chen collapsed on a bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. As night fell, Gu Qingyi and another attendant exited the carriage, both wearing grim expressions. Typically gentle-natured, Gu Qingyi forced herself to be strong, offering reassurance to the remaining companion. "Don't worry, as long as we do our jobs well, there won't be any accidents." Despite her words, everyone understood the truth. When it came to those ghostly beings, no matter how diligent one was, they would always find fault. The other attendant managed a strained smile and nodded weakly. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways. In the desolate corridor, Gu Qingyi walked alone. Though her stomach grumbled with hunger, she had no intention of eating, merely trudging forward in a daze. Perhaps feeling a chill, she rubbed her arms helplessly, a sense of sorrow brewing within her. Qingyi was dead. Fu Chen had left, and even a newly arrived recruit had met their end today. When would her turn come? It should be soon, right? With tears welling in her eyes, Gu Qingyi unexpectedly smiled, as if liberated by some unseen influence. She suddenly felt that in such an environment, death was no longer terrifying. All she needed to do was wait patiently, and that would suffice. Regrettably, she never got to see her family again. Lost in her thoughts, tears streamed down her face. As she pushed open the door to her room, the dim light of the corridor revealed a figure lying on the bed. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and even the tears that had flowed so freely were abruptly stifled. Gu Qingyi quietly entered the room, stealthily grasping the fruit knife resting on the table. With a startled cry, she lunged forward, aiming the knife at the figure on the bed. The dim light glinted ominously off the blade, reflecting a chilling gleam. In an instant, Gu Qingyi's arm, wielding a knife, was firmly grasped by a powerful hand. "Foolish woman, what do you intend to do?" In the darkness, a golden eye opened. Simultaneously, Fu Chen awoke from his slumber, immediately sensing that Zhou Li had taken control of his arm. What was happening? As he comprehended the situation, the hazy nightgown slipped away, and his tone escalated, filled with disbelief. "Gu Qingyi, are you trying to kill me?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Qingyi's wrist trembled, causing the fruit knife to clatter to the floor. "No, I didn't know it was you in bed." She hastily shook her head, feeling utterly flustered. Just kill her," Zhou Li remarked coldly, malice evident in his golden eye. Had it not been for his keen perception, he might have truly found himself in a predicament. To Fu Chen's surprise, he released Gu Qingyi's arm, lazily stretching while speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Let bygones be bygones. I shall spare you this time. But do not let it happen again." Chapter 42. The Face of Fear. Fu Chen, your face. Gu Qingyi took a step back, eyeing the golden eye with trepidation. Observing her reaction, Fu Chen smiled slightly. "With such a timid disposition, how could you dare to harm me? It was merely an unexpected incident, but fortunately, it was resolved." Xiao Zhou returned. Upon hearing this address, Zhou Li narrowed his single eye menacingly, revealing deep dissatisfaction. However, he ultimately remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. "Zhou Ge, others are watching. Do not take it to heart. We must collaborate well in the future to ensure a longer and more comfortable existence. Do you agree?" As the saying goes, there are two faces to every situation. Fu Chen conveyed this through thought. Yet, Zhou Li could hardly be bothered to respond, either angered or finding Fu Chen's behavior childish. As Fu Chen returned to his usual self, Gu Qingyi immediately rushed forward, sobbing as she complained. "Another person died today. I can hardly bear it. Thankfully, you have returned." Fu Chen felt the soft impact against his chest, his face turning crimson as he appeared somewhat flustered. "Hey, Gu classmate, do try to maintain some decorum." It was only then that Gu Qingyi realized her actions were indeed inappropriate, quickly loosening her tight embrace and murmuring, "I thought you're dead. We have no grievances. Let bygones be bygones, and there is no need to curse me now, right?" Fu Chen replied lightly, teasingly. "You're insufferable." Gu Qingyi pouted, only then noticing the dimness of the surroundings. Thus, she took the opportunity to walk towards the door under the pretext of turning on the light. With a crisp click, the room was illuminated by the warm, orange glow. Gu Qingyi glanced back and was suddenly struck by how the once despised, cramped dormitory now radiated warmth. That sense of safety stemmed entirely from the young man within. Fu Chen glanced at the time. It was just past 7. "You haven't eaten, have you?" Gu Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "Let us go. A hearty meal will prepare us for the tasks ahead." Fu Chen was perplexed. As he uttered those words, Gu Qingyi's previously flushed face deepened in color. He could not help but reflect on the enigma of a woman's heart, pondering the myriad thoughts that occupied her mind. Time flew swiftly, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. The anticipated yet dreaded event did not occur. The next day, before the alarm rang, Fu Chen awoke, having enjoyed a restful slumber. Beside him, Gu Qingyi curled up like a little kitten, sleeping soundly. "Hey, wake up! It's time to get to work," he gently called, then rolled out of bed. After a brief wash-up, he donned his uniform neatly. Moments later, Fu Chen and Gu Qingyi stepped outside. Upon reaching the assembly point, to his surprise, the puppet supervisor had arrived earlier than usual. "Good morning," Fu Chen greeted with a smile, exuding calmness. The puppet remained unresponsive, merely standing still. After a short while, another attendant arrived. It was only then that the puppet's dark pupils shifted, resting upon Fu Chen. "First and foremost, congratulations on your commendable performance in retrieving the essential cargo for the train. As per our agreement, your 7-day term is concluded ahead of schedule. You are now promoted to the position of carriage supervisor, responsible for overseeing carriages 15 to 20, ensuring employees complete their tasks and maintaining order among passengers." Upon completion of the announcement, Fu Chen suddenly found a work badge in his hand. Regrettably, he had not been assigned to the 22nd carriage where Chu Yang was located. Otherwise, he could have taken advantage of his position to extend some care. With this thought in mind, Fu Chen wore a flattering smile. Chief Supervisor, might I request a reassignment of my work area 2 carriages back? Unsurprisingly, the puppet ignored him, continuing to recite as if rehearsed. With this badge, you may freely access all areas. The puppet extended its palm, rotating its wrist gracefully. When the palm faced upward again, 2 crescent-shaped objects appeared seemingly out of thin air. This unique grade spiritual artifact is your final reward. Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how this rather unremarkable-looking item could be classified as a legendary spiritual artifact. It was well known that spiritual artifacts, like treasure chests, were categorized into 6 ranks: ordinary, rare, unique, legendary, mythical, and primordial. The unique grade spiritual artifacts that Fu Chen had seen in the news consistently fetch prices in the millions, if not billions. What a windfall, he thought, delighting in the prospect as he reached out to accept the artifact. Upon contact, he was surprised by its exceptionally smooth texture, though it emanated a somewhat chaotic aura. At that moment, a message flooded into his mind. Breakthrough, spiritual artifact, throwing Jiao, severing yin and yang, judging life and death. Originally a means of communication between humans and deities, after passing through countless hands, it has absorbed myriad causes and effects, possessing formidable lethality against entities. Divination? But I can't do that, Fu Chen muttered to himself as he focused on the last piece of information. Formidable lethality? So that means I can simply throw it? Fu Chen weighed the throwing dart in his hand, his gaze toward the puppet growing increasingly malevolent. The latter continued to assign tasks for the day to Gu Qingyi and another individual, seemingly oblivious to Fu Chen's ill intent. Yet in reality, it was of no concern to them. Some matters are best understood by those in subordinate positions. Then I suppose I ought to thank the supervisor, Fu Chen sighed, suppressing the wild thoughts in his mind, and smiled as he bowed in gratitude. The puppet's eyes darted momentarily towards him, offering a fleeting glance before saying nothing further. Once the tasks were assigned, it creaked away. Supervisor Fu, I hope you will take good care of us in the future, Gu Qingyi said cheerfully, genuinely happy for Fu Chen. Of course. Fu Chen responded enthusiastically, fastening his badge and holding a new uniform, putting on a stern facade. Hurry back to work. Run. Supervisor Fu is on the prowl. Gu Qingyi's laughter rang like silver bells as she and another employee dashed towards the carriage. Good luck. Fu Chen stood still, watching their departing figures with a warm smile, softly encouraging them. He then returned to his quarters to don a uniform that signified his role as the carriage supervisor. Inside the catering room of carriage number 15, despite the early hour, a bustling scene unfolded, with the clanging of various iron utensils echoing throughout. Move aside, you lot. If you're cooking next to me, I'll chop you all up. 2 caterers flinched, hastily dodging. Having performed well in the previous days, they had been promoted to caterers by the puppet. However, no one anticipated that upon entering the catering room, their status would become even more menial. I can't take it anymore. I'm on the brink of collapse, one of them said, wiping the splattered blood from his face, his voice trembling. Chapter 43. A new official takes office. Just 2 more days. Hold on. We will surely return. Lu Shang gently patted Li Xiaoyang's shoulder, offering quiet encouragement. Yet, he himself harbored doubts about the words he spoke. 2 days could change far too much. Li Xiaoyang suppressed his near-desperate emotions, his expression growing numb. You go ahead and deliver the meals. I must get busy, he said, turning to leave in search of ingredients. Lu Shang watched his anxious figure depart with a slight sigh. Then, balancing the tray in his hands, prepared to return to the carriage, wary of any hint of delay. If he provoked discontent among the ravenous passengers, it might be he who became breakfast. As he stepped into the aisle, he heard a soft call from nearby. Hey, is that Lu Shang? Lu Shang turned in surprise, only to spot a figure standing on the opposite side of the aisle. Upon closer inspection, his face lit up with joy. Fu Chen, you're still alive. Fu Chen's lips twitched, having spent considerable time with Gu Qingyi. He gradually adapted to this rather ungracious manner of greeting. "I'm alive and well," he replied cheerfully, gesturing toward his uniform. "This carriage, no." 15 marked the first stop of his new appointment. "Why does your uniform look different from ours? It seems I have encountered you before." Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before suddenly recalling with heightened intonation. "The supervisor?" "Indeed," Fu Chan smiled, observing Lu Sheng holding a food tray, instantly feeling a sense of familiarity. Just 2 days prior, he too had been a mere food service worker, meticulously cautious, fearful of offending passengers and those wretched chefs. "Are you in food service? Hurry up. We can chat later." The prompt snapped Lu Sheng back to reality. Almost forgetting that detail, he replied, "I'll find you later," and without delay, he hurried towards the carriage. New officials bring fresh vigor. Let the fire begin here, Fu Chun thought, retracting his gaze and casting a sidelong glance at the food service room. He was acutely aware of the audacious individuals inside, each adorned with a most detestable visage. With that remark, Fu Chun strode directly in. The moment he crossed the threshold, his brow furrowed. In one corner of the food service room, a fierce chef was bellowing furiously. "You can't even handle such trivial matters. How do you deserve to be here?" Veins bulged with rage, his massive muscles straining against the uniform, revealing glimpses of pallid skin beneath. Li Xiaoyang cowered in the corner, tears of despair streaming down his face as he pleaded incessantly, not for survival, but for death. "Just kill me. I can't take it anymore." This declaration struck a chord with a monstrous chef, who sinisterly curled his lips into a malevolent grin. "Kill you? Very well. My knife is swift. It won't hurt much." With that, the monstrous chef brandished a large cleaver, the glint of the blade sending shivers down spines. Li Xiaoyang shook his head in panic, his mind nearly shattered from torment, his words devolving into incoherent wails. "No, don't. Death would bring relief." The cruel smile on the chef's face widened as he lifted the cleaver, preparing to strike Li Xiaoyang's head. The other chefs watched eagerly, anticipating the crimson symbolizing death. "Are you engaging in a mutiny?" A cold voice suddenly rang out from the doorway, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Through tear-streaked eyes, Li Xiaoyang recognized a familiar yet distant figure. In his memory, this person always sat in the corner of the classroom, indifferent to everything, never participating in class activities. Li Xiaoyang sniffled, murmuring, "Fu Chun?" As if struck by a sudden realization, he leaned forward from his kneeling position and called out to Fu Chun, "Run." Quickly, to Li Xiaoyang. This place was akin to hell. He instinctively hoped that Fu Chun, as a fellow classmate, would escape swiftly. Fu Chun signaled with his eyes, reassuring him, then continued, "As members of the train crew, should we not collaborate and instead turn against our colleagues?" The chefs, noticing Fu Chen's uniform, largely fell silent. The monstrous chef, wielding the cleaver, sneered disdainfully. "You think you can command us just because you wear that uniform? You, a mere beast, are not worthy." Fu Chen also chuckled, smacking his lips as he remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK, your behavior is quite impudent, challenging your superior. Do you truly believe your score warrants such a deduction?" "What did you say?" A reduction in work evaluation naturally provokes the wrath of the green-skinned chef. With a bone-cutting knife in hand, the chef approached Fu Chan with an increasingly sullen expression. "I offer you one last chance. Vacate our territory." With the green-skinned chef at the forefront, the other chefs joined in the raucous uproar. "Get out! Get out! Accursed meat beast! If you refuse to leave, you shall become the ingredient." Unaware of the peril, you dare to flaunt your bravado here? After all, the law does not hold the many accountable, even if higher-ups investigate later. The blame will ultimately fall upon the green-skinned chef. Moreover, they sought to test the limits of this new supervisor. Should he exhibit weakness, it would present an opportunity for their treachery. Conversely, if he displayed firmness, they would simply bide their time. In any case, it was a situation that could hardly be deemed unfavorable for them. Listening to the clamorous shouts of his colleagues, the green-skinned chef's demeanor grew increasingly haughty. With arms crossed, he looked down upon Fu Chun from his elevated position. "I grant you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. You are prohibited from entering our meal preparation room henceforth." Upon uttering these words, the green-skinned chef felt akin to a valiant defender of territory. 3-2. The countdown resounded, yet Fu Chun paid no heed, continuing unabated. Carriage number 15. All chefs in the meal preparation room. Your collective performance score shall be deducted by 10 points. He retrieved a record book from his pocket and began to write swiftly. In the midst of his writing, he suddenly glanced at the name tag of the green-skinned chef before him, making a note. 1339. Instigator of the uproar. A seasoned employee, I see. Through his observations over the past few days, Fu Chan discerned that the smaller the employee number, the greater the seniority. For instance, he himself bore the number 5,752, having entered the workforce long after the green-skinned chef. Amidst these cold digits lay the lives of countless chosen ones. Faced with such disdain, the green-skinned chef was naturally incensed. He brandished the bone-cutting knife, directly aiming a strike at Fu Chun. In a flash, the blade glimmered, conjuring a fierce gust that rustled Fu Chen's garment. With a deft flick of his toes, he narrowly evaded the attack, the knife grazing his hair and severing a few strands. To lay hands upon a superior, an additional 20 points deducted. Fu Chan raised his record book with a smile, saying, "Look, your performance score has been entirely depleted. This month, you might earn not a single cent. As long as I eliminate you, who else can deduct my points?" The murderous glint in the green-skinned chef's eyes flared as he swung his knife once more. Chapter 44. A hidden blade and a smile with a whoosh. The sound of slicing air rang out as another strike descended, narrowly avoided by Fu Chan. He calmly tucked away his record book and rolled up his sleeves. "Since you welcome me in this manner, I shan't hold back." As he spoke, a peachwood sword materialized, striking directly at the green-skinned chef. In an unexpected turn, the chef's flank was severely lacerated, flesh falling to the floor and rapidly decaying. Plumes of white smoke rose, emanating an overwhelmingly foul odor. The green-skinned ghost chef instinctively covered its wound as the bone-cutting knife clattered to the ground, emitting a distinctive metallic hum. Fu Chan did not afford it a moment to retaliate. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the coffin nail shot forth. In an instant, the anguished form of the green-skinned ghost chef was pinned firmly against the wall, writhing in pain. Fu Chan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery, as he remarked, "With such meager skills, you dare to play the rebel? Cunning beast, resorting to ambushes and disregarding martial ethics." The ghost chef howled in agony, gritting its teeth in curses. Fu Chan approached the wall with a calm demeanor, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Beast, ambush, martial ethics?" Each word fell like a blade upon the ghost chef, eliciting continuous cries of despair. Soon, the ghost chef resembled a deflated balloon, its vitality waning. The only part of its body that remained firm, its mouth gradually softened, pleading for Fu Chun to cease. "Hierarchy crushes the weak. I care not for your martial ethics." It was only when the ghost chef could muster no strength to speak that Fu Chun sheathed his peachwood sword. He turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining ghost chefs in the room. "Who else wishes to be a rebel?" Silence ensued. The ghost chefs, like startled cicadas, wished to slap themselves, fearing that their earlier outcry might have drawn Fu Chan's ire. "Remember, your collective performance matters." Pleased with the scene before him, Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yet his expression shifted abruptly to one of coldness as he demanded, "Why are you all standing idle? Get to work." At his command, the ghost chefs dispersed like startled birds, hastening to their respective stations. Soon, the preparation room buzzed with activity once more. Though no ghost chef dared to speak above a whisper, the only sounds coming from the clattering of iron utensils. With Fu Chen present, they all appeared exceedingly cautious. It was only then that Li Xiaoyang, from the corner, dared to approach. He cast a wary glance at the green-skinned ghost chef pinned to the wall and cautiously inquired, "Is it going to be all right?" No sooner had he spoken than the ghost chef shot him a chilling glare, causing Li Xiaoyang to recoil in fear. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Fu Chun swiftly turned the ghost chef's face back. "Reflect on your actions." Fu Chun shook his hand nonchalantly, adding, "I'll let you down later if I remember this incident." He then turned to Li Xiaoyang and asked, "You are also a preparer, correct? Do you have any tasks at hand?" Li Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling his responsibilities. Time was of the essence, he thought. I must not delay. What dish? Fu Chen's calm demeanor offered a modicum of solace to Li Xiaoyang's frantic mind. Sometimes, composure is more crucial than comfort or encouragement. Honey-glazed shoulder blade, Li Xiaoyang instinctively replied, followed by a rueful smile. But the procedure is too complicated. I simply cannot manage it. What of it? Fu Chen chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the few ghost chefs who froze in fear. You all come here. You can prepare honey-glazed shoulder blade, can't you? The ghostly chefs hurriedly trotted over to Fu Chen, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. Let us get moving swiftly, Fu Chen urged, and as his words faded, the chefs dashed to the stoves, busily preparing. Li Xiaoyang watched in astonishment, never having imagined that these fearsome, ghostly chefs would be so cooperative. I always said that collaboration among colleagues is essential. Only through efficient and quality service can we enhance the reputation of our Huangquan train. Before long, a steaming dish of honey-glazed shoulder blade was presented. This is all I can assist you with. Moving forward, you must be more cautious. Fu Chen gently patted Li Xiaoyang's shoulder, his tone earnest. I understand. Li Xiaoyang nodded solemnly, aware that many matters still required his careful handling. Although Fu Chen could intervene in meal preparation, he could not interfere with the passengers or breach the numerous regulations of the train. Otherwise, it would be akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect oneself. Nonetheless, as long as he remained in charge, the war pressure on his colleagues would be considerably alleviated. And remember, don't let disagreements escalate to extremes, Fu Chen added with a light-hearted chuckle, which made Li Xiaoyang awkwardly scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Now get to work. Sure thing. With that, Li Xiaoyang hurriedly carried his tray towards the carriage. Make sure to work diligently. Fu Chen commanded the ghostly chefs in a stern tone, immediately eliciting their excessively submissive responses. Understood. No problem. You can trust us with the meals for carriage 15. Satisfied, Fu Chen nodded and placed his hands behind his back. Before departing, he cast a cold glance at the ghostly chef pinned to the wall, causing the latter to shudder and hastily turn his face to the wall. Thus, Fu Chen proceeded out of the meal preparation area, never retrieving the coffin nail. There were still 4 more carriages to inspect. Yet, as he stepped into the corridor between carriages 15 and 16, an unexpected figure caught his eye, the ghostly matron overseeing the cleaning crew. Fu Chen's expression stiffened. The last time they met, he had crushed her 2 eyeballs. Now, he was uncertain of her condition. The momentary awkwardness quickly faded, and Fu Chen approached her to greet. Ah, old lady, we meet again. The ghostly matron turned, and in her formerly hollow eye sockets, rudimentary eyeballs had begun to form, albeit appearing desiccated, much like dried jujubes. Despite her vision being exceedingly blurred, she could still recognize Fu Chen by his aura. Oh, aren't you that efficient young man? I've heard tales of your exploits. Bringing back that here, her voice suddenly faltered, a hint of surprise crossing her wrinkled face. Your aura seems a bit off. Fu Chen immediately understood she was referring to Zhou Lu. I've obtained a few things during my outings, quite well. Ah, indeed. You truly live up to being our group's young talent. We should have recruited you earlier. It would have saved us a lot of trouble. The ghostly matron chuckled warmly, her tone tinged with a touch of kindness. Yet, Fu Chen understood that this old fellow's methods were likely more cruel than any ghostly being. Otherwise, the students from a cleaning team would not have transformed in such a ghastly semblance of humanity. At that moment, the car door gradually creaked open. A group emerged, carrying various cleaning tools. A mere glance revealed to Fu Chen that the familiar faces he had seen before had dwindled to just a few. Chapter 45. Returned to the mortal realm, it remained uncertain how many batches of individuals stood before him now. Like their predecessors, these cleaners wore expressions of profound numbness, as if their souls had been forsaken, rendering them mere shells of existence. They silently positioned themselves beside the ghostly old woman, not even a sound escaping from their buckets and tools. How is it? I have trained them well. Haven Ti? The ghostly old woman chuckled merrily, as if boasting. I hear you've been promoted to supervisor? Would you like me to teach you a trick or two? That one be necessary, Fu Chen replied, raising an eyebrow and gesturing a polite refusal. He then turned to his surviving classmates, casting inquiring glances their way. However, this time, there was no response. As for the cleaning team, there was little he could do. Fu Chen sighed inwardly, hoping that the remaining 2 days would swiftly pass. After the ghostly old woman's group departed, he resumed his rounds. By the time he had inspected all 5 carriages, evening had fallen. Throughout the day, the selected individuals from the 15 to 20 carriages had fared considerably better under Fu Chen's discreet guidance. A flicker of long-lost brightness began to rise in everyone's eyes. A glimmer they called hope. At that moment, Fu Chen leaned against the window, his expression impassive as he gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery, lost in thought. The gray sky darkened at a visibly accelerated pace. Snapped back to reality, Fu Chen turned his attention to the sound of the car door creaking open. He looked over to see Gu Qingyi skipping out of the carriage, appearing quite cheerful. Behind her, another attendant's demeanor was evidently more relaxed than usual. Upon spotting Fu Chen, Gu Qingyi waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Supervisor Fu, are you alone?" Fu Chen shrugged, a light smile playing on his lips as he countered. "Is there a ghost lurking around?" "Goodness, stop saying such ominous things." Gu Qingyi chided playfully, then invited him. "Come on, join me for a meal." "All right." As days passed, the two seemed to have grown accustomed to this manner of interaction, while numerous subtle changes transpired around them. Time swiftly flew by, and 2 days had hurriedly elapsed. During this period, everything remained relatively calm. Those who had survived to the 5th day were, for the most part, no fools. Additionally, with Fu Chen's clandestine support through the rules, the casualty rate had been significantly minimized. Even so, various factors had still claimed a few individuals, leaving them eternally stranded on the train to the Underworld. On the evening of the 7th day, Fu Chen, along with his fellow selected individuals, received a notification. They were required to report to the conference room in order of their positions, from highest to lowest. Thus, as the chief steward of the carriage, Fu Chen was naturally the first to arrive. In the transformed conference room of the entire carriage, only the puppet supervisor stood silently at the center. "Congratulations, you have survived." Fu Chen clasped his hands and replied with a forced smile. "I must thank you for your care, dear supervisor." The puppet's tone paused momentarily before continuing in an emotionless manner. "The 7-day period has concluded. You have 2 choices. First, depart from this enigmatic world. Second, remain aboard our train and continue as my colleague." As the words fell, the sinister smile, painted in black and red on the puppet's face, grew even more malevolent. Having witnessed grand spectacles, Fu Chen was, of course, unfazed by it, even rolling his eyes in exasperation. No need for attention. The conditions here cannot compare to those at our school. Compared to the carriage chief, who could command numerous spirits and wield a certain degree of authority, Fu Chen preferred to remain an unremarkable student at school. At least the latter did not require facing these malevolent spirits or engaging in treacherous intrigues. With a shift in thought, Fu Chen inquired, "By the way, will the rewards I have obtained here be of any use in the future?" The puppet supervisor sluggishly nodded in response, stating, "Your position as a supervisor will be permanently retained, and various credentials can still be utilized. Of course, this is contingent upon your return to this world. Please do not curse me." Fu Chen pouted, yet his mind began to ponder. If the mysterious world resembles the yellow spring train, where the identities and items obtained by the chosen ones could be preserved, then would he not possess numerous identities in the future? A killer? A steward? Or perhaps a reckless thief? Regardless, if he were to be perplexed, he would have experience to share on Saturdays. It seemed rather intriguing when viewed from this perspective. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fu Chen shook his head, seemingly attempting to dismiss those bizarre notions entirely. As long as he returned to the real world and sold off the gains from his journey, the money earned would ensure a worry-free life. Why would he want to wade through this murky water again? As Fu Chen was lost in his thoughts, the puppet's cold voice echoed once more, "If there are no further inquiries, you may take your leave." With that, Fu Chen's tense nerves, which had been taut for days, began to relax. He waved at the puppet with a smile, bidding farewell. "Then, until we meet again, do remember to apply plenty of lubricant. I look forward to our next encounter." On the surface, he remained cordial, yet deep within, Fu Chun harbored thoughts of dismantling the puppet. However, he hoped there would be no opportunity to execute such intentions. This cursed place was one he had no desire to revisit. How could the puppet, having encountered numerous malevolent spirits, remain oblivious to Fu Chen's concealed malice? Begone! Upon uttering these words, Fu Chen immediately felt a flash of white light pass before his eyes. Following that, a powerful sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and the surrounding scene abruptly darkened, as if he were immersed in the void. Chosen 1. Fu Chun, Mission Performance. 157 points, System Mall activated, Spirit Artifact Reward, Paperman Substitute. Can exchange lives with a Paperman, negating 1 death. Skill Reward, Return to the Ruins. Note: when the host stimulates the emotions of the entity to the utmost, they gain the right to drag the other party into the realm of oblivion. Unless they relinquish their most cherished possession, they shall forever endure imprisonment. Shadow Coin Reward, 2,000. Territory Reward, permanent ownership of the Rebirth Tavern. The preceding items are rather straightforward. However, the territory reward left Fu Chun momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon realizing that he would no longer enter the enigmatic realm, he felt disinclined to ponder further. Once Fu Chun regained his senses, the scene before him appeared strikingly familiar. Desks, books, and a blackboard. This was a classroom. At last, he had returned. Fu Chun murmured softly, his expression neutral. Yet a whirlwind of emotions swirled within his eyes. Outside the window, the slanting sun wearily withdrew its rays as the night gradually draped its cloak over the horizon. Everything seemed unchanged from 7 days prior. Yet Fu Chun sensed that many things had quietly transformed. PS out. A student has returned. Quick. Emergency response. Perform a preliminary diagnosis and transport him to the hospital immediately. The sounds around him grew increasingly chaotic, turning his head in confusion. Fu Chun saw a group of medical personnel in white coats hastily approaching him. The sight of these angelic figures solidified his certainty. This was the real world. Neither a dream nor an illusion, a realm devoid of dark entities. How wonderful! Fu Chun mused with a faint smile, softly expressing his thoughts. Alas, the child seemed stunned. Why is he sitting there, grinning foolishly? Where are the psychologists? Hurry, someone needs to diagnose him. Within the classroom, more students gradually returned. As Fu Chun surveyed his surroundings, his gaze momentarily faltered upon seeing a familiar face. Chapter 46. The power of the Covenant. The corridor was teeming with students' families, their faces drawn and weary, uncertain of how long they had been waiting. As time dragged on, the mournful wails began to resonate. Many waited in vain, their hopes unfulfilled. In the classroom, where students once filled the seats, only a handful remained. Not far away, Tang Xiaoyuan sat in her original spot, her shoulders trembling slightly. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and tears from her classmates, her silhouette appeared exceedingly fragile. It was only when her family surrounded her that she could no longer contain the sorrow that had accumulated within, breaking down into anguished sobs. He saved me. He one tear returned. These two phrases echoed repeatedly through her sobs. Fu Chun could surmise what had transpired over the past few days. With a faint sigh, the warm smile of Li Jun surfaced in his mind. The sincere love he had witnessed firsthand ultimately succumbed to the scythe of misfortune. Before long, students were being carried on stretchers by medical personnel, Fu Chun included. Following a series of physical and mental evaluations, he and his classmates were assigned to their respective hospital rooms. Most of the beds were surrounded by family members offering comfort, yet Fu Chen's side remained devoid of company. The hushed inquiries of the relatives regarding their children created a gentle murmur, but it was slightly disruptive, failing to disturb Fu Chen's serene demeanor. In a state of utter ennui, he reclined on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a voice echoed from deep within his heart. "Kid, I never expected you to find yourself in such desolation." Fu Chun was jolted upright, nearly leaping from his bed in shock. It was the voice of Zhou Lui. "How did you end up here?" Fu Chun exclaimed, his tone rising in a moment of uncharacteristic distress. This commotion immediately drew the attention of those within the room, who cast curious glances in his direction. "Poor child, all alone, it must be tough." I'll call a psychologist to come and see him shortly. Would you like some fruit, dear? Are you hungry? Faced with their well-meaning concern, Fu Chun awkwardly waved his hand and explained, I had a nightmare, my apologies. After uttering this, he settled back onto his bed, attempting to feign tranquility. Yet, inwardly, he promptly sent a mental message to Zhou Lu Yi, demanding, How did you come to be here? You brought me back, Zhou Lu Yi replied. No, I meant how did you appear here? In his state of confusion, Fu Chan's inquiries lacked his usual composure. Idiot, Zhou Lu Yi retorted coolly, countering with a smirk, if I hadn't come with you, would I have simply perished over there? Do you comprehend what the power of the contract entails? It transcends life and death, crossing boundaries. Do you understand? The barrage of questions left Fu Chan momentarily stunned, but he gradually regained his composure. Indeed, he had seen numerous reports about extraordinary individuals in the news. Yet he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Why didn't you show up during the initial tests? Fu Chun mused, a look of resignation on his face as he grappled with this new reality. Do you think my spectral power is trivial? Zhou Lu Yi scoffed with a hint of arrogance. With just a little finesse, I could disrupt not only the doctor's perceptions, but even those machines. That's quite impressive. Fu Chun murmured, before turning to Zhou Lu Yi with a cautionary tone. Just don't appear out of nowhere. I wish to avoid attracting too much attention. Without waiting for a response, he reiterated, Fame brings trouble. One must be cautious, lest one become a target. Employing both emotion and reason, Fu Chen trusted that Zhou Lu Yi would understand. Puffed. Do you think I desire to be under scrutiny? Zhou Lu Yi replied. That's good to hear. Fu Chan sighed in relief, shifting to a slightly more comfortable position. Since he could not escape this situation, he resolved to cease overthinking it. However, Zhou Lu Yi, ever perceptive, suddenly bellowed, You wish to rid yourself of me? Planning to discard me now that you've no further use for me? No, just stay put, and let us coexist peacefully. Fu Chan hastily assured him, wary of provoking a reaction that might leave him with an unwanted addition to his visage. As the patients required their rest, family members gradually departed the ward as night deepened. The students remained mostly silent, exchanging occasional words of relief at having survived the ordeal. However, Fu Chen remained aloof from their conversations. The faint creak of the door immediately captured the attention of all the students, their fearful gazes fixated on the entrance. Clinging to the habits forged in the realm of the mysterious, Fu Chan straightened up and glanced over. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar head. Chu Yong, don't startle me. Remember to knock next time. Ugh. Thanks to your antics, I'll have to change my sheets again. Please call the nurse for me later. The classmates grumbled in discontent. Noticing this, Chu Yong chuckled awkwardly. All right, I just came to visit my good buddy. With that, he approached Fu Chen. You rascal. Why are you in our ward at this hour? Fu Chen jokingly scolded, only to notice that Chu Yong was holding a lunchbox. Don't even mention it. Just finished dealing with my mom, Chu Yong said as he pulled a chair closer and placed a lunchbox on the bedside table. Are you hungry? She prepared this for you, but hasn't had the time to come over. Thanks, Fu Chen replied without hesitation, opening the lunchbox and starting to eat. Over the past 2 years, he had often enjoyed meals at Chu Yang's home. The familiar taste brought him great joy, and he gave a thumbs up, praising, Auntie's cooking is as delightful as ever. If you like it, I'll ask her to pack you some more tomorrow, Chu Yang smiled, leaning closer and lowering his voice. By the way, the 3 incense sticks you gave me are truly treasures. Upon hearing this, Fu Chan paused slightly, asking the soul-soothing incense? Indeed, later, when some spirits attempted to cause trouble, I lit one, and they behaved as amiably as the old man next door, Chu Yang recounted, his expression somewhat smug. I've been frugal with it. I still have half a stick left. He then reached into his bag, seemingly wanting to return it. Don't bother. I don't need that anymore. Keep it as a memento, Fu Chen replied, his mouth full of food. All right, then I'll sell it. We can go on a trip during summer vacation. Chu Yang ditslaret, surveying the ward to ensure the others were not paying attention. He then whispered, Brother Chen, let me show you another treasure. What is it? Fu Chan raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. After all, everyone in the mysterious world had their own opportunities. He sincerely hoped Chu Yan had acquired something extraordinary. even if he didn't intend to use it. Selling it would yield a considerable sum. However, the next moment, Fu Chen nearly spat out his food. Chu Yang pulled out a pair of stained boxer shorts from his bag. With such a mischievous appearance and the object in hand, it was hard not to view him as peculiar. Fu Chen struggled to swallow his food, wiping his mouth with a napkin and casting Chu Yang a bewildered look. You have quite the unique hobby. However, we need to keep some distance from now on. Don't be deceived by its shabby appearance. It is a genuine spiritual artifact that can ward off misfortune. Chu Yang understood the importance of discretion when it came to wealth. After a brief demonstration, he stuffed the boxer shorts back into his bag. It should sell for at least 100 to 200,000. Then, my brother, I will treat you to some fine dining. Fu Chen smiled faintly, repeatedly agreeing. Good. Following Yang Ge, life is splendid. Chu Yang cheerfully approved. Curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, what about you? Have you obtained any treasures? Me? Before the words fully escaped his lips, Fu Chen paused, suddenly recalling something of great significance. I still have a unique treasure chest that I haven't opened. In his haste to leave the mysterious world, he had inadvertently left the chest obtained from completing a hidden task nestled in his inventory. Unique? Isn't that worth hundreds of thousands? Chu Yang instantly sprang from his chair, seizing Fu Chen's arm as they hurried toward the restroom. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. In the dead of night, two men rushed into the restroom, entering the same stall. Hurry, we can't wait, Chu Yang exclaimed, an expression of exhilaration plastered across his face. All right, what's the rush? Fu Chen, with a flicker of thought, summoned a wisp of white light that gradually coalesced into a treasure chest. Upon opening it, the familiar voice of the system echoed. Ghost Binding Rod 1, 6 Ding Fire Talisman 1. Goodness gracious, this is far superior to my undergarments. Chu Yang's eyes widened in envy, clearly impressed by the rod. Fu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother, if you wish to avoid being regarded as peculiar, perhaps refrain from uttering such bizarre remarks in a men's restroom. Come on, we're we to each other. Let's speak candidly. Chu Yang retorted, this rod is quite handy. He grasped the ghost binding rod, brandishing it for a moment before returning it to Fu Chen with a grin. From now on, I shall rely on you, Brother Chen, for guidance. Let's spend our wealth together, Fu Chen declared, exuding the flamboyant demeanor of a newly wealthy individual as he pushed the door open. They proceeded to the hospital room, where they exchanged farewells. As night deepened, the room quickly succumbed to silence. It wasn't long before the soft sounds of snoring filled the air, and Fu Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, medical staff flooded into the ward. After a series of examinations, one of the 6 occupants was taken away. From the nurses' discussions, it became apparent that the student being removed was experiencing psychological issues and required transfer to another department or even another hospital. Although the healthcare professionals did not explicitly state which hospital, it was not difficult to surmise. This was also the primary reason Fu Chen and the others were subjected to mandatory observation, aimed at preventing the emergence of a murderer incapable of distinguishing between the enigmatic and reality. After all, there were countless precedents for such cases. Later that evening, Gu Qingyi unexpectedly entered the ward. Fu Chen, the loosely fitting blue and white hospital gown accentuated the delicate contours of her figure. As a patient, Gu Qingyi had opted not to wear makeup, yet her naturally refined features stood out remarkably. Good morning, Fu Chen greeted with a smile. Gu Qingyi, beaming, settled beside the bed, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, although concerns still lingered in their words. The atmosphere was distinctly different from their time aboard the Yellow Springs train. Fu Chen had anticipated this. It was the unique circumstances that birthed special sentiments, which would dissipate once they returned to normalcy. Fortunately, throughout the entire ordeal, Fu Chen harbored no ulterior motives. In their conversation, there was not a trace of awkwardness. Rather, they engaged in lively banter. Gu Qingyi was thoroughly amused by Fu Chen's unique sense of humor, laughing heartily. Before departing, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Fu Chen. Without you, I truly wouldn't know how to survive in such an environment. We're classmates, after all. It would be rather distant to act otherwise, wouldn't it? Fu Chen shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. It's time to eat. You should hurry back. A contented smile graced Gu Qingyi's face as she waved goodbye. Once she left, the other classmates quickly gathered around. Fu Chun, when did you and the class flower get so close? At this remark, the crowd erupted in playful teasing. You really ought to put in some effort to win her over. Pursue her. Pursue her. As the saying goes, those who merely spectate are often the loudest. Yet amidst the clamor, another voice chimed in, "Oh no, I've been pursuing the goddess Gu for a whole year, and I'm still just a loyal admirer. Brother Fu, please don't intervene. Give your junior a chance?" Faced with their eager gazes, Fu Chan smiled lightly and encouraged, "Well then, good luck to you." The next 2 days swiftly passed, and the students gradually emerged from the shadows left by the enigmatic world. Following the hospital's final diagnosis, they returned home one after another. At this moment, Fu Chun stood alone in the slanting sunlight, holding his belongings. Family members of various patients entered and exited the hospital, some with joy and others with sorrow. Fu Chun approached the roadside and hailed a cab. After opening the door and relaying his destination, he fell into a contemplative silence. He gazed out at the bustling traffic beyond the window, the rapidly fading scenery becoming a blur, the sound of horns drifting away. In the ensuing silence, Fu Chun beheld a dim, grayish vista. The enigmatic world? "Hey, student, we've arrived." The driver's voice broke through his reverie, jolting Fu Chun back to reality. Oh, thank you." After paying the fare, Fu Chun stepped out of the car, his mind still lingering on the earlier vision. He furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "Have his symptoms worsened again?" What was meant as a self-reflection echoed within him, as he seemed to hear Zhou Lu's response. "Kid, why not return to the enigmatic world with me? After all, you seem to be alone wherever you are. It might be more exciting to seek out some thrills." The low, resonant voice held an almost enchanting quality, drawing Fu Chan into contemplation as he unwittingly replied, "That doesn't sound too bad, does it?" No sooner had he spoken than he quickly retracted his words. "You want me to risk my life? Are you out of your mind? TCH, your body never lies." Zhou Lu scoffed derisively, his tone laced with mockery. "Just now, your heart was racing quite a bit." How perplexing. Fu Chen, slightly irritated, recalled the grayish vision he had witnessed moments ago and immediately questioned, "Was it you meddling in my mind just now? What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Lu's tone remained teasing, as though he harbored some mischievous intent. "You'd better behave yourself," Fu Chen retorted, then chose to ignore him. Yet, the words of Saturday echoed in his mind, a reminder that even the most apparent truths could elude one's own understanding. The thrill, the excitement, and the heightened heartbeat made every nerve pulse with a jubilant fervor, ignited by a fear potent enough to be fatal. Chapter 48. A Glimmer of Warmth. Fu Chun abruptly shook his head, as if to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Even if it meant indulging in self-deception, reason persistently warned him against returning to that place. However, such resolve proved fleeting. He ascended the spiral staircase of the apartment, each step heavy with the weight of his thoughts. Behind him, the last rays of the setting sun were obstructed by the encroaching shadows, seemingly intent on stealing away the warmth lingering in his heart. The sound of footsteps echoed, each tread slightly burdensome. He retrieved the key to room 0307 and pushed open the door. After 7 days away, a thin layer of dust already settled on the table. Gazing at the empty room, the faith tethering him to the world began to waver. "What do you say? Will you come back with me?" The voice of Saturday resonated at that moment. "Get lost." Fu Chan inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions, and then began to jest. "A gilded cage is no better than one's own humble abode. I have returned." The habitual murmuring bore a certain ritualistic essence. Yet, Saturday, he clearly could not fathom the tumult of the living heart, and upon receiving a rejection, the tone turned decidedly ungracious. "Sentimental. You living folk are all sentimental. You know nothing." Fu Chun chuckled softly, his thoughts becoming more animated. Now, at least there was someone to converse with, even if this fellow's intentions were often nefarious. The existence of a contract ensured his safety. As the door to room 0307 closed, a narrow gap in the adjacent room 0308 revealed a curious eye peering out. He has returned, engaged in soliloquy, unaware of his own mutterings. Very well understood. Fu Chan set down his luggage and entered the bathroom to fetch various cleaning supplies, subsequently commencing his tidying efforts. The one-bedroom apartment contained minimal furnishings, a bed and a table in the bedroom, and a sofa with a coffee table in the living room. Due to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, every item was meticulously arranged, and soon the place was spotless. Though lacking any religious beliefs, Fu Chan held certain rituals in high regard. This thorough cleaning bore the symbolic meaning of purging the dust of the past. Once Fu Chan completed his tasks and sank into the sofa, the voice of Saturday wafted through the air. "Kid, it seems your neighbor next door is quite concerned about you. Indeed, Aunt Sue is a kind soul, though fate has not been kind to her." Fu Chan casually picked up a book from the coffee table, leafing through its pages while reflecting. In the prime of youth, one encounters someone they believe they can entrust their life to. Who would have thought that person would turn out to be a scoundrel, abandoning 2 children and fleeing? Thankfully, Li and Yi were understanding. Otherwise, it would have been truly disheartening. With this reflection, a sense of familial warmth began to infuse Fu Chen's heart. Hey, that's not what I meant. Saturday's sinister laughter left Fu Chan perplexed, prompting him to respond, "Speak plainly. You will understand in due time." Humph. Fu Chen rolled his eyes dramatically, too lazy to engage with the mysteriously aloof Zhou Lu. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. Tap, tap, tap. Without much thought, the corners of Fu Chen's mouth instinctively lifted. The only person who had visited at this hour could only be Su Run. He rose to open the door, revealing a woman of enduring charm standing outside. Dressed in ordinary home attire, she subtly concealed her alluring figure. Yet the delicate contours hinted at an undeniable allure, provoking endless imagination. Perhaps due to her exceptional upkeep, one might estimate her age to be no more than 25. But Fu Chen knew better. She was divorced and had 2 children. On Su, how many times must I tell you? Call me Sister Su. Su Riyun arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms slightly, her already ample confidence becoming even more pronounced. The police came by a couple of days ago. Are you in some sort of trouble? Fu Chan scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "Sister Su, you know me well. What trouble could an honest child like me be in? I merely ventured into a mysterious realm." Upon hearing this, Su Riyun's legs wobbled in fright, her tone rising sharply. "A mysterious realm? I've heard that many have died in that place." Fu Chan sighed softly, his previously warm smile taking on a more complex shade. "Indeed, many of my classmates were left behind there. Alas, such unfortunate children." Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Su Riyun swiftly changed the subject. "Have you eaten? Just returned from the hospital. I haven't eaten yet." Fu Chan rubbed his abdomen as heavier thoughts began to stir once more. "My sister made braised pork today. Why don't you join us?" With that, Su Riyun turned and headed next door. "Braised pork? That sounds delightful." Fu Chan did not hesitate, promptly following suit. Just as he closed his own door, he caught a glimpse of 2 small figures by the neighboring door, one boy and one girl, siblings. To this day, Fu Chen couldn't help but marvel at Su Riyun's remarkable genes. Both children resembled porcelain dolls. "Lili, ye. You don't mind if your brother mooches off you again, do you?" Upon hearing his familiar voice, the innocent smiles of Su Li and Su Yi brightened their little faces. "Brother, come quickly. Mommy said you got into trouble. We were so worried about you." "I'm just fine," Fu Chan replied with a smile as he followed the family of 3 into the house, immediately inhaling the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked fare. Ironically, it was precisely this kind of flavor that Fu Chan cherished most. Su Riyun entered the kitchen, thoughtfully adding another set of chopsticks and a bowl. "Thank you." Regardless of how many times he had visited, Fu Chan always expressed his gratitude somewhat awkwardly. For this, Su Riyun had emphasized numerous times that Fu Chan was like her 3rd child. Once Su Li and Su Yi grow up, you as the older brother must take good care of them. Fu Chan naturally agreed wholeheartedly, keeping the family's kindness etched in his heart. "Eat slowly. I heard that in the mysterious realm they eat." At this point, Su Riyun hurriedly silenced herself, swallowing her words after taking a few bites of rice. It seems that discussing such ominous matters at the dining table is quite an unpleasant affair. Nevertheless, I eventually managed to ascend to a supervisory position. Fu Chen chuckled nonchalantly, adding, moreover, the proprietor of the snack shop is exceedingly kind. Not only does he provide food, but he often slips money into my pockets. Su Ryun was momentarily taken aback. Is there such a delightful occurrence? How can this unprofitable venture sustain itself? Yet, it stands to reason that those malevolent spirits must differ significantly from ordinary folk. Meanwhile, in the enigmatic realm, the Hell train continued its relentless journey across the wasteland. On board, within the snack shop, the thunderous sound of snoring abruptly ceased. Achoo! Achoo! The rotund ghost wiped away his nasal discharge with a hand, chaotically smearing it across his body. His corpulent figure turned over behind the cramped counter, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber once more. Chapter 49. The essence of mystery having satisfied their appetites. Su Ryun began to tidy up the tableware. Xiao Chun, why don't you entertain Li Li and Yi Yi for a while? They've been missing you these past few days, and have been incessantly mentioning it. All right. Fu Chen agreed, and was subsequently pulled into the room by Su Li and Su Yi. Brother, you pretend to be the monster, and I shall be the hero. Su Li gleefully produced a toy and cheerfully placed it into Fu Chen's hands. What about me? I want to be a hero too. Su Yi, standing nearby, instantly became displeased and attempted to snatch the toy away. As the elder brother, Su Li found himself unable to resist and reluctantly surrendered the toy. He looked down at the remaining figurine in his hands and mumbled, "The hero's sidekick is also a hero." Thus, the trio began their playful antics. Though it was merely a game of make-believe among children, Fu Chan found himself thoroughly engaged. Observing this, Su Ryun refrained from interrupting. She settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, watching a particularly melodramatic series. Each time a touching scene unfolded, she would even pull out a few tissues to dab at her tears. As night deepened, Fu Chun glanced at the cartoon clock on the wall, then cheerfully informed the energized Su Li and Su Yi, "It's getting a bit late. I must head back now. We want to keep playing." Su Li protested, tugging at Fu Chen's shirt with reluctance. Su Yi, clutching the hero figurine, cast a pitiful glance, which softened Fu Chen's heart, though he remained firm. "If I have time tomorrow, I will visit the mall to pick out gifts for you. That way, both of you can become heroes." Su Li hesitita, but Su Yi eagerly agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. We want a truly formidable hero." Fu Chan bent down, chuckling as he ruffled her hair, affirming, "We'll get the most impressive one. But first, you both must wash up and get ready for bed." No sooner had he spoken than the two children dashed off to the bathroom. As for Fu Chun, he busied himself picking up the scattered toys. Shortly thereafter, Su Li and Su Yi returned to the room, obediently lying down on the bunk beds and covering themselves with blankets. "Brother, remember, we want the most powerful and the most visually striking hero figurines." All right, sleep tight," Fu Chun replied with a smile, extinguishing the light and quietly exiting the room. Aunt Su had yet to finish her sentence when Fu Chun noticed that Su Ryun had already succumbed to a deep slumber on the sofa, the television still flickering in the background. With a resigned shake of his head, Fu Chun picked up the blanket draped over the couch, intending to cover Su Ryun's curled form. Su Ryun seemed to sense his presence, letting out a soft murmur. Fu Chen paused momentarily, adjusting his movements to be gentler. Once he had carefully ensured everything was in place, he slowly closed the door behind him. Upon returning home, fatigue washed over Fu Chun. The raucous antics of Su Li and Su Yi echoed in his mind, prompting a smile as he mused about the boundless energy that children possess. Yet, there was an unsettling atmosphere within that household. At that moment, the long-silent Zhou Lu Yi suddenly spoke up. Fu Chun's heart tightened, and he inquired, "What is it?" To him, Su Ryun's family represented one of the few warm havens in this world. Since moving into the apartment and becoming acquainted with them, he had received much kindness over the years. He still vividly recalled their first meeting. Sitting alone on a swing in the park below, he had watched as Su Ryun, holding the younger Su Li and Su Yi by the hand, smiled and greeted him. The air in that house was thick with an enigmatic aura. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen esse mood darkened considerably. The summons from the mysterious realm shows no regard for age. If either Su Li or Su Yi were forcibly dragged into that world, their chances of returning alive would be virtually non-existent. This was something Fu Chen could never allow to happen. Who was behind this? He pondered. It was unclear. Zhou Liu Yi poset, seeming deperplied. My senses appear to be interfered with, making it difficult to determine the source of this enigmatic presence. He continued, in any case, if you wish to assist them, you must remain vigilant during this time. Fu Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. I understand. With the technology available today, it is not particularly challenging to artificially interfere with the summons from the mysterious realm. Through continuous updates and iterations, the special login device developed by the Horror Investigation Bureau has acquired such capabilities. This has even led to the emergence of a new profession known as the alternate selector. The process itself is relatively straightforward. As long as the device detects the enigmatic aura in the vicinity, it can simply select and transport accordingly. It appears that tomorrow will require not only a trip to the mall for toys, but also a visit to the Horror Investigation Bureau to procure a special login device. With his thoughts clarified, Fu Chen felt a slight easing of tension. As long as the matter can be resolved, it is not insurmountable. See? You still have to go back, don't you? Zhou Lu Yi chuckled heartily, as if relishing a successful scheme. Fate dictates, and human effort is often in vain. Fu Chen replied coolly, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "What are you so happy about?" Returning to his room, Fu Chen collapsed onto the soft bed, fully clothed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Fu Chen awoke early. In accordance with the biological clock he had developed aboard the Yellow Spring train. After taking a refreshing shower and donning a new set of clothes, I hailed a taxi to the branch of the Thrilling Investigation Bureau located in the bustling city of Fengdu. The driver's reckless driving made it seem as though he were piloting a plane rather than operating a taxi. Speeding along, he swiftly delivered me to my destination. Staggering out of the vehicle, I fought back the urge to vomit and remarked to the driver, "If you're interested, you should consider signing up for racing. Your skills could win you numerous accolades." What began as a jest took an unexpected turn when the driver chuckled heartily and replied, "I have a leg injury. I'm retired now." A vague sense of foreboding washed over me as I felt an ominous crow flying across the horizon. The expansive branch of the Thrilling Investigation Bureau was already bustling with pedestrians, despite the early hour. Most wore expressions heavy with clouds of worry, clearly anxious about the impending misfortune. Following the directional signs, I made my way to the instrument allocation hall. Upon reaching the counter, I diligently filled out various forms under the guidance of the staff. After a period of waiting, I received a pitch-black briefcase. Ordinarily, under normal circumstances, a special login device would be dispatched to each survivor who had previously ventured into the mysterious realm and returned alive, ensuring their future reentries would be secure. However, given the current situation, I had no time to spare. Exiting the Thrilling Investigation Bureau, the clock struck noon. Next, I needed to visit a shopping center to fulfill my promise. The images of the Su siblings floated through my mind. Looking up at the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, I felt no hesitation about my impending actions. Chapter 50. Becoming a hero. By the time I returned to my apartment, laden with various items, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. Instead of retreating to my own room, I headed directly next door. Pausing at the door, I contemplated briefly. It was Sunday, and Aunt Su was likely working a shift at the convenience store. As for Su Li and Su Yi, they were well-behaved, remaining at home. Setting down the gifts in my hands, I knocked gently on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Soon, a youthful voice responded from within. "Who is it?" Then, I could hear a faint exchange of dialogue. "Yi, where's the chair?" It's coming. "Stand still. Remember what Mom said about last time." "Don't worry. I've grown up several weeks since then." Standing before the peephole, I couldn't help but chuckle at their innocent banter. "Oh, it's Brother Chen. Ouch, ouch, ouch. See? I told you to be careful." In a moment, the door swung open, revealing Su Yi, who, noticing the abundance of items I carried, kindly stepped forward to assist. "What about Su Li?" Before I could finish my sentence, Su Li peeked out from beside the door, a sheepish grin on her face. "I just twisted my ankle." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow and quickly crouched down to examine her. Where did you twist it? Does it hurt? Suli gingerly tested her foot on the ground and twirled around, responding cheerfully. It's nothing. A hero doesn't fear a little pain. I let out a sigh of relief, raising the items in my hands as I confidently walked ahead. Come along, my hero. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Li and Su Yi immediately understood Fu Chen's intentions. After securely closing the door, they hurriedly followed him into their room. Once inside, Fu Chen set down the gifts and gestured with his chin. Here, these are all for you. What are you waiting for? Yay! Su Li and Su Yi cheered, eagerly beginning to unwrap the presents. Though they were modestly priced trinkets, Fu Chen, a financially strapped student, could not afford extravagant gifts. He had put considerable thought into selecting them. Through their time together, he had come to understand the preferences of the sibling duo. Consequently, joy soon radiated from Su Li and Su Yi as they embraced their new toys, brimming with excitement. Sitting nearby, with a warm smile, Fu Chen felt an indescribable sense of happiness envelop him. It was moments like these that made him feel truly alive. After a while, Su Yi carefully put away her gift, seemingly reluctant to part with it just yet. She scampered over to Fu Chen and exclaimed cheerfully, "Thank you, brother. You're welcome." Fu Chen replied with a smile. Su Ye's big, sparkling eyes darted curiously to the black suitcase beside Fu Chen, prompting her to ask, "Brother, what's this?" "This." Fu Chen pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "These are magic props. How about I perform a magic trick for you soon?" At this, Su Li was instantly drawn in, clapping his hands and saying, "Yes, yes. Let's wait until Mom returns to see it." Fu Chen placed the suitcase in a corner, carefully advising, "Don't touch anything, or a monster might emerge and eat you. Let's play." Su Li boldly produced his newly acquired toy. Thus, the three of them resumed their playful antics. In the cheerful atmosphere, time swiftly passed. Before long, the sun began to set. In the living room, the sound of keys jingling signaled someone's arrival. "Lili, Ye. Oh, is Xiaochen here too?" As Su Li and Su Yi dropped their toys and prepared to greet their visitor, Fu Chen raised a hand to halt them. As the evening sun streamed through the window, casting light upon his face, it added a touch of solemnity to his smile. "Now that everyone is here, it's time to address the mysterious aura surrounding us. Come, let me show you a magic trick." Fu Chen lifted the suitcase and placed it upon the small cartoon-themed desk. Su Li and Su Yi, filled with curiosity, gathered around. He opened the suitcase to reveal a special login device. At that moment, a small light on the panel flickered rhythmically, emanating a deep crimson glow. Just as Zhou Lu had indicated, one among the Su family had indeed been chosen by the mysterious realm. Fu Chen pressed a button, and the LCD screen began to shift, quickly revealing the information of the chosen one. "Oye," turning to the little girl beside him. Fu Chen noticed the wonder gleaming in her eyes. "Hey, why's my name up there?" she asked in astonishment. Fu Chen contemplated for a moment before segueing into the topic of heroes and monsters. "It signifies that the god of fate has selected you. You are destined to become a hero." As his words settled, he raised his hand to press another button to confirm the replacement. Fu Chen smiled faintly and asked Su Li and Su Yi, "Are you ready? The grand transformation is about to commence." Under the eager gazes of the two children, he pressed the confirm button. Instantly, a beam of white light erupted from the device, expanding until it enveloped Fu Chen entirely. Beep! A mechanical voice resonated, and in an instant, Fu Chen vanished from the small room, leaving Su Li and Su Yi in stunned silence. Just then, the door was pushed open by Su Run. Where's Xiaochen? His shoes are still here." Su Li turned to his mother, remaining silent. A sudden, intense sensation of weightlessness engulfed Fu Chen, as if he were suspended in nothingness, darkness enveloping his vision. "Kekekek, I'm back at last. I can already scent that filthy odor," spoke Zhou Li with a cheerful tone, brimming with anticipation. Fu Chen merely pouted, unusually refraining from retorting. As this was a self-directed intervention into the mysterious realm, there was no fixed time frame for his stay. Thus, he was unaware of how long he would remain in this space. Fortunately, within this realm, not only were his senses dulled, but even the concept of time had become infinitely ambiguous. After an indeterminate period, The scene before him began to sharpen. Fu Chen felt himself standing before a colossal structure, its shadow casting a veil over the surroundings. Dimly, he perceived that several individuals were also present, fellow chosen ones. However, their features remained exceedingly vague. A system panel materialized in his mind. Would you like to set a pseudonym? Obfuscate your appearance? Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how the device had evolved through numerous iterations to become remarkably user-friendly. Without hesitation, he selected yes, then hesitated slightly before entering the character's face mask in the pseudonym field. Registration successful, linking to the mysterious realm. Gradually, his senses returned. It was only then that Fu Chen discerned the faces of the other chosen ones surrounding him. However, they too were evidently using false identities, their appearances distorted by the system, transformed into a stylized form. Among them were both men and women, each adorned differently. Fu Chen cast a fleeting glance, noting a few distinguishing features before turning his attention to the massive structure before him, the Spirit Binding Academy. Chapter 51. Spirit Binding Academy. I trust that none among us are novices. The various rules need not be reiterated. A remarkably imposing man among the crowd spoke. I hope we can coexist peacefully. If any conflicts arise, do not say I did not warn you. His brash words seemed to emblazon arrogance upon his countenance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a derisive chuckle echoed in response. Ha! Take care of yourself, you oversized fool. Hearing the escalating dispute, Fu Chen turned to observe, soon realizing that it involved two chosen ones, pseudonymed by Hu and Xiahua. However, Fu Chen, eager to join the fray, could not have anticipated that the conversation would swiftly pivot to him. Look over there. Isn't there a level 1 fellow? Pseudonym? What a peculiar name. In an instant, the gazes of the other 9 individuals converged upon Fu Chen. Fu Chen maintained a composed demeanor, quietly returning the gaze of the 9 individuals before him. It was readily apparent that each of them bore an information bar atop their heads, symbolizing their respective ranks. The highest among them reached level 9, while the lowest stood at level 3. In stark contrast, the glaring number 1 above Fu Chen's head became exceedingly conspicuous. This was data recorded within the information repository of a specialized login device. Each player transported via this device would upload their performance rating upon returning to the realm of the living, thereby acquiring experience points for advancement. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, the selector, known by the pseudonym Watermelon Kid, stepped forward. He placed a hand on Fu Chen's shoulder. Speaking in a familiar tone, make good use of your invincibility mechanism. If you can return to the living world, do not hesitate. Understood, Fu Chen replied with a smile. Dismissing the comment lightly, he could not help but reminisce about the rewards he had received during his time on the Yellow Spring train. 2 paper avatars capable of saving his life. In addition to the invincibility mechanism, by his calculations, he possessed 3 lives to expend freely, reserving 1 for safety. Was this not akin to wielding a cheat? Let us proceed. It appears we will be residing here for the time being. With a grand gesture, the white tiger led the way. Most selectors were eager to follow suit, joining him without hesitation. The early bird gets the worm, they thought, leaving the braggarts to their own devices. Beside the entrance to the spirit binding compound sat a ghostly old man clad in a tank top and shorts, flip-flops adorning his feet. As the 10-person entourage approached, he did not even lift his head, engrossed in the newspaper before him. Silence enveloped the scene, with none daring to break the stillness. Even the previously boisterous white tiger stood quietly in place. After a moment, the old man seemed to finish reading a piece of information. He adjusted his reading glasses and turned to face the group. Single rooms for 30, shared rooms for 15. Water and electricity will be cut off at midnight. If you can accept this, pay your dues and choose your room. Most rooms are vacant, but do be cautious of the other residents when knocking. Any disputes? I take no responsibility. With this declaration, he established his identity as the landlord of the compound. Fu Chen raised an eyebrow in response. The necessity of rent was unexpected yet reasonable. However, if a complete novice arrived here without anyone to assist them, they might find themselves unable to enter the compound due to lack of funds, falling victim to an inevitable demise at this initial juncture. Reflecting on this, Fu Chan felt a sense of relief for having replaced Su Yi in this endeavor. Just as he pondered these thoughts, a sudden whooshing sound sliced through the air. Swish! Alarm bells rang in Fu Chen's mind, prompting an instinctive evasive maneuver. In the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A gleaming blade struck the landlord squarely on the back of his head, blood gushing forth in torrents and splattering across the ground. "You old fool. What kind of attitude is that? Put your legs down. Do you want to lose them?" The crowd turned in astonishment, only to behold an enraged, ghostly elder emerging, her aura swirling ominously around her. Faced with this unexpected spectacle, the onlookers were momentarily bewildered, utterly unsure of the unfolding events. However, the landlord remained composed, casually removing a kitchen knife, as if reflecting on a lifetime of use. "After all these years, how can one tire chopping?" he remarked, before casting a sidelong glance at Fu Chun and the others. "By the way, there's an assassin lurking within our courtyard, troubling me for quite some time. Many residents have fallen victim to him. How am I to sustain my business under such circumstances? You all ought to be cautious." Ding! Main quest initiated. Identify the assassin. Time limit. 10 days. At this juncture, the landlady approached. "Do remember to maintain good neighborly relations. Previously, some residents got into a scuffle, damaging my property." Ding! Side quest initiated. Foster amicable relationships with neighbors to earn additional points. Fu Chan noticed the contemplative expressions on the faces of the others, quickly discerning that they too had triggered system quests. A 10-day limit, 3 days longer than the Hell Train, suggested that the tasks would indeed be more arduous. As an assassin, Fu Chan did not anticipate any leniency towards the chosen ones. It was far more likely that they were the primary targets. Come, landlord. Let us move in." Baihu led the charge, paying his rent and striding towards the courtyard, with the others following suit. Moments later, only the watermelon boy and Fu Chen remained. "You must be a novice entering this mysterious realm for the first time. Would you like to borrow some money? Just pay me back in a few days." Faced with his generous offer, Fu Chen smiled politely and declined, saying, "No need." He then approached the landlord, requesting a single room. The landlord glanced at him with a detached expression, his decayed visage particularly unsettling. Once Fu Chun handed over the shadow coins, the landlord's menacing demeanor softened slightly. Truly a greedy specter, Fu Chun silently mused, before turning to the watermelon boy and inquiring, "Shall we go?" The watermelon boy appeared puzzled. Yet after paying his rent, he followed suit. "Where does a novice like you acquire such funds? 30 shadow coins is no trifling sum." Fu Chin shrugged, spinning a tale. "The login device brought me here. It can't possibly intend to offer me a door to slaughter, can it?" "That does make sense," the watermelon boy pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Subsequently, Fu Chun began to survey the spacious yet dilapidated courtyard. Despite its vastness, it was in a state of disrepair, with many areas covered in moss, exuding a dark and damp ambience. Next, it was time to locate his room. After a brief observation, he made his way towards the nearer eastern wing. Not far ahead, he could see the silhouettes of other chosen ones, all proceeding with caution, assessing the traces before each room to determine if any residents were present. This, indeed, posed the second challenge of the task. Disturbing those spectral beings during their rest could lead to dire consequences. A sudden scream pierced the air, instilling a profound sense of dread in the hearts of all who heard it. Chapter 52, A Midnight Visitor. Fu Chan immediately turned to see a chosen one being drawn into a house by an inky black malevolent force, as if it sought to drag him into the depths. "How dare you disturb my slumber? I shall tear you apart." A deep, hoarse roar emanated from within. "Help me. I don't want to die." The chosen one cried out in utter despair. Yet, rather than receiving aid, he was met with derision. Fool, if only you had been more cautious." One chosen one crossed his arms, showing no intention of offering assistance, while others opted to remain indifferent bystanders. The agonizing cries gradually faded, heralding the arrival of the first casualty. Simultaneously, other rooms inhabited by malevolent spirits began to stir, filled with suppressed growls, mournful wails, and furious roars. For the living, These ominous sounds served as a means to discern which rooms were occupied. The crowd gradually dispersed, eager to seize the opportunity to locate their own quarters. Before long, Fu Chen discovered a remarkably quiet room, 106, in a corner. The corridor outside bore no signs of human activity, with a thick layer of dust having accumulated. "I found it," Fu Chen declared, turning to the watermelon kid who had been following closely behind, a smile gracing his lips. "How am I supposed to find it?" The watermelon kid scratched his head, awkwardly suggesting, "Why don't you let me have this one?" In this world, there is no such thing as unsolicited goodwill. From the very beginning, he viewed Fu Chen, this novice, as a mere stepping stone. A mere 30 yen coins could procure a favorable impression, thereby establishing a tenuous trust. Is there a more advantageous bargain in existence? This strategy had proven successful time and again. However, Fu Chen was evidently not swayed by such tactics. He merely smiled, not engaging further, and said, "I wish you luck." With that, Fu Chen raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. In the next instant, a transformation occurred. Boom! A dense wave of malevolent energy surged forth from within the room, enveloping Fu Chen in an instant. The watermelon kid, witnessing this scene, instinctively retreated, his chest pounding with relief. Thank heavens this guy didn't fall for my ploy. Otherwise, I would have been the one ensnared. The inky malevolence continued to swirl, and a sinister voice echoed forth. Seeking death? Suppressing his own alarm, Fu Chen maintained his composure and replied, "The landlord mentioned a leak in your room and sent me to assist." Upon hearing the word landlord, the spirit's malevolence diminished slightly, though its tone remained hostile. "No, get lost." With that, the malevolent energy dissipated and the door slowly closed. Is that even possible? The watermelon kid was left dumbfounded, gazing at Fu Chen with astonishment. "There is nothing you can accomplish if you set your mind to it." Fu Chen shrugged, unconcerned by the watermelon kid's refusal to help. Given the absence of any familial ties, it is unreasonable to expect one to risk their life to offer aid. However, the favorable impression initially left by the other party has now been entirely obliterated. Fu Chen ceased his words, continuing forward in solitary silence. Witnessing this, the watermelon boy awkwardly retreated, realizing that since the other had lost their utility, there was no need for him to linger like a shadow. Each must rely on their own merits. Upon arriving at room 107, Fu Chen hesitated, the previous encounter weighing on his mind. At that moment, a fissure unexpectedly appeared beneath his eyelid, splitting open to reveal a pale, golden pupil. "It has been a while since I breathed fresh air," Zhou Lu remarked with evident delight, adding, "Rest assured, there is no one inside." Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, "Can you sense it?" "Of course, my perception of spirits is quite acute. One becomes attuned to it after a prolonged period," Zhou Lu replied nonchalantly. Fu Chen responded with mild indifference, then pondered aloud. "Why didn't you stop me earlier?" My senses were dulled at that moment." Zhou Lu attempted to maintain a neutral tone, though a hint of schadenfreude seeped through. This revelation led Fu Chen to understand that this fellow was eager to witness his misfortune. However, it also subtly indicated that Zhou Lu did not fear the occupant of room 106. As he pushed the door open, the interior's dilapidated state was as expected. Fu Chen had barely taken a few steps before he felt clouds of dust rising beneath his feet. It seemed a cleaning was in order. Upon entering the bathroom, he was met with a scene too grim to bear. The drain was obstructed by an inky mass, and the standing water was murky. Despite his previous harrowing experiences aboard the Yellow Springs train, Fu Chen couldn't suppress a sigh. Did the avaricious landlord not consider a cleaning? How could such a place be rented out? Though he grumbled, Fu Chen furrowed his brow and patiently set about tidying the space. Fortunately, the faucet functioned adequately. Had it released foul blood, it would have posed a significant dilemma. It was not out of superstition that Fu Chen was wary, but rather a concern that the room would become increasingly filthy. After all, no one desires to endure 10 days in such a dismal environment. Before long, he was busy again with mop and bucket in hand. In the process of disposing of waste, he left the door ajar. Once he had thoroughly cleaned the room, he glanced outside to find only darkness. Leaving the door ajar is a good habit, he mused. Who knows what might wander into his room at such a late hour? With this thought, Fu Chen approached the door, securing it firmly. However, just as he turned away, a knock resonated behind him. What on earth? Fu Chen esse breu farò instantly. In a world rife with terror, opening the door at night was hardly prudent. Well, I suppose it will cease soon, he muttered as he walked towards the bathroom to put away the cleaning tools. To his surprise, the knocking persisted even upon his return. Hud, 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 hud. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a certain rhythm that was vexing to the spirit. In the depths of the night, when one should be resting, why are you here behaving like a madman? Fu Chen, growing increasingly impatient, addressed Saturday. Can we handle the fellow outside? Let us see what we can do. Saturday, replied with a teasing tone, seemingly anticipating something. Let's give a shot. Fu Chen rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the door, flinging it open with a shout. For heaven's sake, are you lost after a drunken night? Outside stood a grotesque figure of substantial girth, its long, disheveled hair framing a face that exuded a pungent odor even from a distance. Its eyes glinted with unabashed greed, resembling a wolf hungrily eyeing its prey. Chapter 53. The Eccentric Resident. The gaze was fierce, akin to that of a predator. It revealed not a murderous intent, but something far more indescribable. Fu Chen felt a chill creep up his spine under the weight of that stare. He had anticipated a confrontation, but was instead greeted by a deviant. Hey there, why don't you find someone else to harass? The fire of desire in the creature's eyes began to wane, replaced by a malevolent glare directed at Fu Chen. A blend of anger and regret coalesced into a more sinister emotion. Skill activated. Emotion thief successfully incited the disdain of the entity from room 108. Seizing 10 points of malice. Acquired artifact. Enchantment incense. Possesses hallucinogenic properties capable of immersing entities in their deepest yearnings. Uncertain of its application, Fu Chen stored it in his inventory. He watched as the deviant creature entered room 108, then withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. After securing the door, the lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Fu Chen lay down on the freshly arranged bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, lost in contemplation. According to the side quest, he needed to cultivate good relations with his neighbors, yet the endeavor appeared far from smooth. After this encounter, the peculiar being from room 108 had undoubtedly begun to harbor a grudge against him. Nonetheless, there remained several neighbors worth approaching. After all, the main quest entailed unearthing the identity of an assassin, and the sole avenue for information lay within the words of the residents. Using the side quest to propel the main quest forward was indeed the proper approach. Regardless, these matters would have to wait until the morrow. Fu Chen thought it prudent to place the various artifacts from his inventory by the bedside, within easy reach for any unforeseen circumstances. With the presence of a vigilant companion like Saturday, he felt assured that trouble would likely be averted. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Fu Chen turned over and drifted into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, the corridor echoed with the rustling of sounds. Little did anyone know which unfortunate soul might find eternal rest beneath the veil of night. The dim light of dawn filtered through the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. There was no gentle morning sun, only a biting chill in the air. Fu Chen opened the door and immediately shivered from the cold. Adjusting his collar, he stepped outside. In the corridor, numerous seekers had already begun their exploration. Fu Chen was not in a hurry. He first intended to address his breakfast predicament, vaguely recalling that he had passed a small shop yesterday. He navigated his way there based on memory, and soon found himself standing before the establishment. Inside, he spotted the landlady he had encountered the previous day, her impressive knife-throwing skills still vividly etched in his mind. Fu Chen composed himself, adopting a polite demeanor, and greeted her with a cheerful "Good morning, ma'am." As expected, the landlady was far more adept at business than her indifferent counterpart, the landlord. Upon noticing Fu Chen's courteousness, she broke into a smile. However, the expression was marred by the gruesome disfigurement on one side of her face, rendering it anything but amiable. "Good morning, young man. What would you like to purchase?" Behind the landlady, a diverse array of goods lined the shelves. items for both the living and the undead. When Fu Chen's gaze fell upon a severed thigh hanging in the corner, his eye involuntarily twitched. "I would like a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water," he requested. The landlady flicked her fingers, and a wisp of ghostly energy coiled around the products, delivering them to Fu Chen with remarkable finesse. It was no wonder she could wield knives with such precision. It was best not to provoke her unless absolutely necessary. Fu Chen dutifully placed the ghostly currency on the counter and turned to leave, just as other seekers arrived to purchase their provisions. Ignoring them, he began to nibble on his biscuits while wandering about the courtyard. If one were to describe it in a single word, it would be grand. Had the layout not been relatively straightforward, Fu Chen feared he might lose his way in this expanse. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from a distance. Ping pong. Following the sound, Fu Chen discovered the landlord engaged in a morning practice session, playing table tennis. To his astonishment, he realized the landlord was playing against himself. Waves of ghostly energy surged as a shadow flickered on either side of the table. The orange-yellow ping-pong ball leaped across the surface like a bolt of lightning. Just as Fu Chen stood there, dumbfounded and marveling at the spectacle, the yellow streak suddenly halted. The shadow solidified, revealing the landlord. "Would you care to join me for a practice session? If I win, I shall take one of your organs. If I lose, you may request anything you desire." The landlord's tone was flat, yet it exuded an overwhelming confidence. Indeed, he had the capability to back it up. Fu Chen then noticed further away an assortment of jars and bottles meticulously arranged. Among them, an eyeball floated in a mysterious liquid, suddenly turning to lock eyes with him. What kind of monstrosities were these? Clearly, these were the landlord's trophies, deliberately displayed for ostentation. With a nervous smile, Fu Chen waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I'm afraid my skills are quite poor. Perhaps another time." As he stepped away, he resolved to himself. The landlord and landlady were not to be trifled with unless absolutely necessary. Maintaining a cordial relationship with them would certainly help him avoid unnecessary hardships. Little did he know, this principle had become even more pertinent and serious in the realm he now inhabited. Returning to the eastern chamber, I passed one room after another. Most of the residents had their doors firmly shut, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Furrowing his brow, Fu Chen found himself in a quandary. If the original inhabitants remained indoors, where could he seek information? Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, causing Fu Chen to flinch. "Goodness, are you out there consorting with another man again? This illegitimate child bears no resemblance to me. Who is the father? Speak. Is it that fellow next door?" Bang, bang. Another series of loud thuds erupted, creating a cacophony that seemed intent on tearing the home apart. Fu Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he fixated on the door of room 104. A dark, viscous liquid began to seep through the crack, spreading across the dust-laden floor, rendering it grotesque. The crimson fluid quickly pooled at Fu Chen's feet. "Oh, this situation appears rather grim. Ha 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 ha. What you cannot find will forever elude you." A woman's chilling laughter echoed from within. Thud! The door had been cracked open with a tremendous force, prompting Fu Chen to retreat hastily. "You may kill each other, but do not involve me. I will slay you all." As the words fell, an immense force shattered the door completely. Wooden splinters flew in every direction, and Fu Chen barely managed to dodge them. Upon regaining his focus, he was taken aback to discover that what had been hurled out was not a man or woman, but a pale, lifeless child. Chapter 54. The commission task, it was a matter that did not concern him, best left untouched. Besides, entanglement in such familial disputes was more trouble than it was worth. With this thought in mind, Fu Chen continued his stride towards his own room. Not far off, the child, cast out by a man from within, struck the ground, its pallid skin splitting open in an alarming display. The sight was grotesque, yet the child's small face bore an unsettling smile, exuding a malevolence unbefitting its tender age, sending chills down one's spine. "Daddy is good and bad," the child chirped cheerfully, seemingly indifferent to its own injuries. "I'll kill you, you illegitimate wretch." A figure burst forth from room 104, lunging at the child and reaching out to grasp its neck. In stark contrast to the child's slender neck, The man's hands appeared enormous. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he attempted to strangle the child mercilessly. Huh, you only have the audacity to act tough within your own den. At that moment, a mocking voice resonated from near the door. Startled, Fu Chan turned to see a woman leaning against the doorframe, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Her crimson lips parted as she began to exhale smoke. Amidst the haze, her gaze became more entrancing as it fell upon Fu Chan. You are the new resident? A thought flickered through Fu Chen's mind, and he seized the opportunity to foster neighborly relations. Indeed, I happened to pass by and heard quite the ruckus. I thought perhaps I could offer some assistance. He spun this freshly concocted lie, delivering it with a sincere expression that would put pearls to shame. Just a minor altercation, quite common, the woman said with a light laugh, inhaling deeply from her cigarette. Upon hearing the words, Fu Chan instinctively glanced towards the distance. The child pinned beneath the man exhibited an unnatural twist at the neck, nearly severed. Yet, a sinister smile lingered on the child's face. Pale lips parted, seemingly attempting to utter something, but under the immense pressure, only incoherent syllables escaped. Big sister, it seems your son is on the brink of death. Observing the situation, Fu Chan kindly offered a reminder. Death? The woman fell into a daze, only snapping back to reality when the burning cigarette stub seared her fingertips. She discarded the stub and, reaching behind her, produced an enormous cleaver, half her height. What a laugh, she said with an embarrassed smile, advancing towards the man with the blade before Fu Chan could respond. Why won't you die? The man exerted tremendous force, stretching the child's neck like rubber. Useless is indeed useless, incapable of anything, the woman mocked as she swung the cleaver. In the next instant, a fountain of blood erupted. The man's head tumbled away, rolling to a distance, yet his severed head continued to curse. Damn you, wretched woman, damned bastard. Just wait, I will kill you all. The woman paid no heed, merely scooping up the child from the ground. Let us go home. Mommy will make you something delicious. With that, she dragged the man's lifeless, headless body step by step towards the house. As she passed Fu Chan, the woman cheerfully extended an invitation. Have you had breakfast? Fu Chan, glancing at the corpse in her hands, needed no further contemplation to discern what her notion of breakfast entailed. Just had it. The woman, unperturbed, nodded with a smile. If there's a chance, you're welcome to join us for some fun. The door will need repairs again, she remarked, her voice fading as she moved further away, soon replaced by the sound of meat being chopped. Fu Chan couldn't help but feel perplexed. This household, while exceedingly hospitable, was undeniably twisted. How could one possibly interact with them? Was it truly necessary to dine at their abode? Fu Chan gazed at the distant head of the man, who was still vehemently shouting, Once I recover, I will wipe you all out. You little brat, what are you making a fuss about? I merely passed by. It has nothing to do with me, Fu Chan retorted and proceeded straight to his room. Not simple at all, came the voice of Zhou Yui. Huh, indeed. Fu Chan responded nonchalantly, his calm demeanor suggesting he had already put aside the earlier spectacle. As he walked past room 106, he noted it was another troublesome entity. After a brief consideration, he turned towards room 109. Knock, knock, knock. The door was swiftly opened, but only a small gap was revealed, through which a pale face partially appeared. Before Fu Chan could speak, the other party spoke first. I've seen you before. Fu Chan was taken aback, pondering that he had never been to this room nor had dealings with this individual. Where could they cross paths? With a creak, the wooden door was fully pulled open, revealing the complete visage of the entity within. One, I was locked in a gaze with Fu Chan, while the other was merely a hollow socket. Within it, delicate flesh pulsated, as if bearing witness to some unspoken grievance. Fu Chan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the image he had seen in the courtyard. Indeed, among the spoils of the landlord, there resided an eye. At that time, it had met his gaze as well. It seemed that its original owner stood before him now. Help me, the cyclopean specter uttered, its tone somewhat brusque, its expression eerily expressionless. Speak, and I shall listen. Fu Chan replied, withholding immediate consent, uttering instead a nonchalant remark. After all, there was no kinship here. One could not simply acquiesce to every demand made by a stranger. Redeem my eye, the one-eyed ghost lamented, clutching its socket in agony, its visage contorting in anguish. Fu Chen took a step back, instinctively bracing for an outburst. After all, the residents of this shared dwelling were hardly ordinary. If the specter desired his own eyes, he would not hesitate to defend himself. With that thought, he gripped the peachwood sword firmly in his hand. Ding! Triggered a D-level quest. Retrieve the eye for the resident of room 109. Quest success. Gain favor from the other party. Quest failure. Lose an organ or a piece of bodily tissue. Accept or decline. Fu Chen pondered briefly. Gaining favor would facilitate the progression of side quests, thereby advancing his investigation into the main storyline. Yet, the penalty seemed excessively severe. Habitually, he tended to envision the worst-case scenario. Losing an organ was not an option. Otherwise, he would be risking his very life. As for bodily tissue, hair, nails, surely those counted. In that light, it appeared manageable. Very well, I can assist, but I cannot guarantee success, he stated. The one-eyed ghost regarded him intently before silently closing the door. Was this the demeanor of one seeking assistance? Fu Chen scoffed, muttering that it was no wonder the ghost could not reclaim its eye. Nevertheless, words were one thing, actions another. It was still early. He hoped the landlord was still engaged in morning exercises. Contemplating this, Fu Chen retraced his steps. Not far into his journey, he encountered another selected participant, fortuitously heading in the same direction. Initially disinterested, Fu Chen was surprised when the other spoke first. Hey, rookie, why aren't you hiding in your room? What are you doing wandering about? I heard 2 more people died last night. I thought you'd be among them. Chapter 55. Information discrepancy thus, from the original group of 10, 3 had already met their demise. Fu Chen's expression darkened, which, in the eyes of the other participant, betrayed a hint of trepidation. Take my advice. Stay put in your room. You might just survive until the end of the 10 days. What seemed like a well-meaning warning was, in reality, laced with the disdain of an experienced player toward novice. In this enigmatic world, there were no hierarchies based on real-world status, only a relentless accumulation of power and experience. Consequently, players like Viper emerged, seemingly deriving a perverse satisfaction from belittling newcomers to elevate their own standing. Fu Chen cast a glance at the alias displayed above the other's head, which boldly proclaimed the name Viper. Indeed, the tongue can be quite venomous, and the demeanor rather juvenile. If one cannot articulate, perhaps silence would serve better. The serpent was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such audacity from the novice Fu Chen, who dared to retort. As a seasoned participant with 3 enigmatic experiences, he had never encountered such defiance before. Typically, newcomers were easily manipulated. The serpent's expression turned cold, and he spoke with a tone laced with hostility. You, insolent brat, possess little skill, yet boast with great bravado. Whether I possess skill or not, you shall soon find out. Fu Chen scoffed, already poised for action. As a fellow chosen one, he had no desire to clash with this group. However, when unprovoked hostility came knocking at his door, there remained no rationale for restraint. Such a resolute stance caught the serpent off guard. Just as tensions escalated, another player, masquerading as Bailon, approached, slightly alleviating the charged atmosphere. Why are you all standing around? Planning to brawl? Care to join in? Fu Chen smirked, his tone teasing. Bailon cast a curious glance at him. Among the chosen ones, a fatal confrontation was far more unjust than perishing at the hands of malevolent spirits. Seizing the moment, the serpent sought to enlist Bailon into his ranks. I intend to complete the landlord's commission. Who could have anticipated this madman blocking my path? We should unite to eliminate this unpredictable variable for a more peaceful future. Bailon, however, was not so easily swayed and deftly shifted the conversation. Have you both received the commission? Are you tasked with finding the landlord? Indeed, Fu Chen replied nonchalantly. It appeared that the other chosen ones were equally swift in their actions, already embarking on the side quests. Do you even have the right? The serpent seized the opportunity to belittle him, dripping with disdain. Fu Chen remained silent, merely casting a glance that suggested he regarded the serpent as a fool. He then strode purposefully toward the front courtyard. Time was of the essence. There was no need to engage with the simple-minded. The serpent and Bailon exchanged glances before following suit. I truly don't believe this kid has the capability to forge alliances with those deviants. Bailon's expression darkened at the remark. My neighbor is rather peculiar as well. At this, a silence enveloped them, both understanding the unspoken horrors they had witnessed. Upon Fu Chen's arrival at the ping-pong table, the landlord was reclining in a wicker chair, resting. Hearing the footsteps of the trio, he lazily opened his eyes and declared, "Let us have a match. If I win, I shall claim one organ. If I lose, you may have whatever you desire." Fu Chen's gaze sharpened as he began to analyze the implications. According to the landlord's words, only an organ could be wagered. Yet, the system's reward and punishment mechanism included hair and nails among other bodily tissues. This meant that if one were not cautious, they might unwittingly fall into the landlord's trap, incurring a far greater cost. That wretched old ghost harbored far more complexity beneath his seemingly simple facade. Before Fu Chen could speak, the serpent interjected, "If I win, it should pose no issue to exchange for the organs of other tenants, correct? That is only natural." The landlord replied. The landlord cast a fleeting glance at the viper, his murky pupils revealing an unmistakable greed. It seemed he was deliberating which part of the creature would be most suitable for his collection. "Is your skill truly exceptional?" Bailon cautiously assessed the situation, timidly posing the question. "Young man, to falter before battle is a grave folly." The landlord had already risen from his rattan chair, clearly unwilling to forego the opportunity to engage in combat. His icy gaze swept over the three individuals, and he impatiently inquired, "Who will be the first to challenge me?" "I will," the viper replied with a sneer, casting a disdainful glance at Fu Chen as if to provoke him. Fu Chen merely smiled nonchalantly, thinking that if the viper had witnessed the landlord's morning practice, he would not exhibit such confidence. Even he could only rely on the spectral energy of Zhou Yi on Saturdays, gambling with a sense of luck. However, since there was excitement to behold, he opted to observe the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, the viper and the landlord took their positions on either side of the ping-pong table. "We shall play by the standard 11-point rule," the landlord declared, tossing the ball into the viper's hands, his expression suddenly transforming to one of fervent enthusiasm. "Come on, young one, you best be ready." The viper grinned, leaning down to deftly toss the ping-pong ball, swinging his paddle with force. With a swift whoosh, the orange-yellow ball traced a fleeting shadow across the table. To be the first to take the stage indeed required some skill. Before Bailon's words of praise could dissipate, the landlord's figure shifted, launching an offensive with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack! The ping-pong ball landed on the ground, leaving the viper frozen in place, his expression one of bewilderment. "What has happened?" "One point," the landlord remarked, shaking his head, his brow furrowed. "Is this the extent of your ability?" The viper swallowed hard, picking up the ball that had fallen, his demeanor gradually darkening. "Let us go again." This time, his serve was swifter, yet the landlord's counterattack was even more ferocious. 2 points. The merciless pronouncement echoed, as if heralding the impending defeat. The match exhibited a one-sided trend, leaving Bailon dumbstruck. This is simply overwhelming. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail old specter could play with such vigor? Bailon, no longer hesitating, abandoned his task and turned to Fu Chen, declaring, "I suddenly have urgent business. I must take my leave. If the landlord inquires, you may tell him I was never here." Before his words could fully settle, Bailon hastily retreated, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Meanwhile, the score had reached match point, with the tally standing at 5-0. On the court, the viper was drenched in sweat, his face etched with terror. "I no longer wish to continue. The match is not over yet," the landlord stated, his expression darkening, his voice chillingly resolute. "If you lose, I shall claim one of your organs. If you disrupt the match, I will take your life." As his words fell, a menacing aura surged forth, enveloping the viper in a shroud of dread. Chapter 56, Extraordinary Talent Fight. "I will fight." Amidst the swirling black mist, the viper's face revealed sheer terror. Just moments ago, the grim reaper brushed past him. The match pressed on, as the landlord spoke with an impassive expression. In quick succession, a flash of yellow lightning streaked across the table. The serpent had lost, utterly and without the slightest chance of retaliation. "Leave behind your organs," the landlord demanded, a glint of insatiable desire in his eyes as they fell upon Fu Chen. Fu Chen felt a chill under his gaze, but had no intention of fleeing. Should the information provided by the system prove accurate, he would merely face defeat as a bald man. The commission task was worth witnessing. With this thought, Fu Chen's momentary panic settled into calm. However, the serpent on the field was evidently oblivious to this. He was now in a state of utter disarray, rooted to the spot in confusion. Do you intend to default?" Upon uttering these words, the landlord no longer concealed the murderous intent within. Once he dispatched his opponent, he could choose any body part he desired. After a moment's contemplation, the landlord resolved to leave the serpent with a complete corpse. He still lacked a human specimen in his collection. In his frenzy, the serpent blurted out, "My kidney. I'll give you my kidney. A bit cheap, but it will suffice." The landlord replied. With that, his form blurred, and in an instant, he appeared behind the serpent, thrusting his withered hand directly into the serpent's side. A piercing pain surged through the serpent, who instinctively attempted to resist, only to discover, with horror, that he was ensnared by a ghostly force, leaving even a finger immobile. Soon, a bloodied kidney was brutally extracted by the landlord, steam rising from it, appearing remarkably fresh. The serpent's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling under the agonizing torment before collapsing to the ground. In a panic, he retreated, his hand flashing with white light, seemingly retrieving a healing potion from his inventory. To his astonishment, the grisly wound on his side healed almost instantaneously. The landlord, kidney in hand, turned to Fu Chen and asked, "Boy, would you care to engage in a match with me?" "Naturally," Fu Chen replied with a calm demeanor. "Excellent. More residents make for a livelier atmosphere." The landlord chuckled, placing the kidney into a jar for display. In the distance, the serpent watched this scene, his eyes narrowing with malevolence. Yet, he was not foolish enough to attempt theft. To be active without a kidney was one thing, but to be caught stealing would surely lead to his demise. After tidying up his collection, the landlord eagerly approached the table, urging Fu Chen, "Young man, hasten your pace." Fu Chen stepped to the table and smiled, saying, "I wish to wager my hair." At this proclamation, the landlord's fervent expression instantly froze. He fell silent for a moment before responding quietly, "Very well." This scene, witnessed by the serpent from afar, nearly drove him to spit blood in fury. Is that even allowed? His healed wound began to throb anew. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing his legs to buckle, leaving his face more ghastly than if he had ingested a fly. "In a moment, I will call friend." With a heart full of resolve, Fu Chen felt an invigorating energy coursing through him as he projected his thoughts. "Buddy, come out and lend me a hand. I'm not skilled at playing ball." "Well, to be honest, neither am I." "Then why did you agree to this? What if we win?" After this exchange, Zhou Lu irreluctantly opened his eyes. His pale, golden irises were tranquil and reserved, while dark patterns crept from his eyes, swiftly enveloping half of Fu Chen's face, extending until they reached his neck, halting their expansion. Meanwhile, wisps of ghostly energy began to entwine around him. Across the way, the landlord observed this scene, feeling pleased rather than concerned. "Kid, you're significantly stronger than the previous one. Don't let my expectations down." "I shall give it my all." "Old man," Fu Chen declared with righteous fervor, subtly altering his form of address. Such an attitude, neither servile nor arrogant, garnered considerable goodwill from the landlord, who smiled and praised, "You, young man, are quite perceptive. Losing is not terrifying. The fear of losing is what truly frightens." With this declaration, it was evident that he had come to regard Fu Chen as a genuine rival. Skill activated. Emotion, thief, successfully aroused the landlord's fighting spirit. Acquired 10 points of joy. Acquired skill. Elite table tennis technique. The system's sudden notification was akin to a timely gift amidst adversity. Fu Chen immediately sensed the transformation within his physique. To reach the pinnacle, mere technique would not suffice. The system was enhancing his physical capabilities as well. Swift, sharp, and extraordinarily agile. "Are you ready, old man?" Fu Chen bent slightly, positioning the ball before him. Just the initial gesture revealed much to the landlord. A man remains a youth until death. The landlord felt the flames of youthful passion, long extinguished within him, reignite, and he bellowed, "Come." Fu Chan ceased his words and delivered serve. To the landlord's eyes, the speed was not particularly alarming. He grinned, relying on years of experience to return it. Yet in the next instant, the orange-yellow ball abruptly changed direction, soaring towards an unexpected trajectory. What kind of shot is this? The landlord's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no brute force, only finesse. Fu Chan shrugged, his tone remarkably relaxed. To the landlord, this demeanor was nothing short of a provocation. Bending to retrieve the ball, he shouted again. This time, the serve was in the landlord's hands. With a swift motion, his arm created an illusion, and his racket unleashed a flash of orange-yellow lightning. Instantly, Zhou Luyi's solitary eye radiated a faint golden light. With its assistance, Fu Chun managed to track the ball's erratic path. As long as he could see it, there was an opportunity to act. He captured the trajectory, anticipated the ball's route, and launched a counterattack. In a flash, Fu Chun swung his racket. With a crisp sound, the ping-pong ball danced peculiarly on the table once more. The landlord was astonished to find that years of playing experience had now become a hindrance. In merely an instant of misjudgment, the ball veered towards an unforeseen direction. As the opportunity to salvage the game slipped away, the match once again unfolded in a lopsided manner. Within a mere 10 minutes, the score reached the match point of 5-0, with Fu Chun claiming 5 and the landlord remaining at an unfortunate 0. Nevertheless, the latter still managed to serve a ball that seemed destined for failure. Moments later, the dust settled. The landlord's head hung low, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. At his feet, the bright orange ping-pong ball appeared glaringly conspicuous. "How did you manage this?" Fu Chan smirked, unabashedly declaring, "It's merely a gift of talent. Now, shall we fulfill our wager?" The landlord slowly raised his head, a murky emotion brewing in his eyes. Sensing the situation, Fu Chen's heart tightened, thinking to himself, surely, he doesn't intend to become a deadbeat? Chapter 57. A sense of injustice, what is it that you seek? The landlord's voice was raspy, his disfigured face twitching. "I desire the eye of the occupant in room 109. Fu Chan let out a silent sigh of relief, maintaining a calm demeanor. "What is your connection to Wu Yuanshan?" The landlord spoke as he approached the display case. Observing this, Fu Chan felt a surge of hope and followed closely behind, stating, "Just neighbors, engaging in benevolence." Witnessing the landlord's pitiable state with only one eye left, he naturally felt compelled to extend a helping hand. A stream of nonsensical chatter followed, disregarding whether the specter would believe it or not. Regardless, the jar containing the solitary eye was soon handed to Fu Chun. Inside the glass container, the eye spun and made eye contact with Fu Chun, this time filled with joy. With the item secured, Fu Chun bid his farewell, leaving the landlord to stare blankly at the ping-pong ball. Shortly thereafter, the snake approached, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitating. "What's wrong? Is your back no longer hurting?" Fu Chun cast a nonchalant glance his way. "You." The snake, flustered, abandoned any thoughts of seeking assistance, leaving behind a threatening remark, "You'll pay for this." Such threats hardly fazed Fu Chun. Before long, he found himself standing before the door of room 109. Wu Yuanshan had been waiting anxiously by the door. Without delay, he eagerly took the glass jar from Fu Chen's hands, extracted the eye, and forcefully inserted it into his eye socket. With a soft pop, he blinked slightly, and his eye was restored to its original state. "Thank you." Wu Yuanshan pointed to his newly restored eye, his previously cold expression now showing a hint of warmth. The match was thrilling. I could see everything. Feeling a strange mix of emotions, Fu Chun smiled in response. "As neighbors, we ought to assist one another." Wu Yuanshan continued, "You reside in room 107, correct? Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek my assistance." At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Task D-grade completed, obtaining Wu Yuanshan's promise. Additional points recorded. Acquired a spiritual item. Seal of Evil Suppression 3. Received a hint. Something seems to be hidden in the dry well in the backyard. Fu Chan placed the talisman in his inventory and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having wandered for quite some time, He realized he had indeed not ventured towards the direction of the backyard. Naturally, one could hardly know of the existence of a desolate well. What has transpired? Upon noticing the grave expression on his face, Wu Yuanshan inquired in a somber tone. Regaining his composure, Fu Chun took up the dialogue. Wu Ge, are you aware of the abandoned well in a backyard? I am. Wu Yuanshan nodded, adding, however, the backyard has long been neglected and was completely sealed off by the landlord recently. Are you planning to visit? Not particularly, just a casual inquiry. Fu Chun withheld his true intentions and, after bidding farewell, wandered thoughtfully towards his room. Should I challenge the landlord once more and borrow the key? That seems rather inappropriate. Losing twice in a row to a mere boy. What if he becomes desperate? Just as Fu Chun was engulfed in indecision, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by an immense force. Damn it! Who walks without looking? Fu Chun exclaimed, looking up to see a young girl standing nearby, flustered and repeatedly bowing in apology. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing her distressed state, Fu Chun felt it unkind to further escalate the situation. The girl's demeanor, actions, and even her complexion were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Had it not been for the chilling aura emanating from her, he might have almost regarded her as a living being. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his trousers, he asked, why are you in such a hurry? The girl, her eyes wide with terror, pointed in a certain direction and replied, there's a strange person following me. A strange person? Even spirits fear the peculiar? Yet, aren't the residents here all rather odd? Furrowing his brow, Fu Chun followed the direction indicated by the girl. There, in the corner of the west wing across the courtyard, a figure emerged partially from the shadows. Its face was largely obscured by a shroud of darkness, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that were particularly unsettling. With the intention of fostering good relations with his neighbors, Fu Chun reassured the girl beside him. Do not fear, I shall protect you. The absurdity of a living person claiming to safeguard a spirit was not lost on him. Nevertheless, the slightly frail figure of Fu Chun appeared remarkably reliable in the eyes of the girl, prompting her to instinctively shrink behind him and whisper, okay. A flash of white light emanated from Fu Chen's palm as he summoned his spear and coffin nails, adopting a stance of readiness. His gaze remained fixed upon the figure across, yet his thoughts wandered to Shulu Yi. Keep an eye out if that girl intends to strike. Control of this body is temporarily yours. Such a delightful prospect. Shulu Yi's tone rose in excitement, revealing a hint of anticipation. Fu Chun felt speechless, responding coolly. I have no desire to meet a grim fate. The shadow across seemed to hesitate. Their gazes met in the air. Just as the tension thickened, the figure dashed away with a whoosh. Fu Chun was left in astonishment, and when he regained his senses, the shadow had vanished entirely. What? Behind him? The girl's voice broke the silence. Thank you. Fu Chun, upon hearing this, waved dismissively. It's only natural to assist in the face of injustice. No need for such formality. The smile on the girl's face radiated the innocent romance characteristic of her age as she warmly invited Fu Chun. Would you like to come to my home for a visit? That might not be convenient. Fu Chun was momentarily taken aback, politely declining with a promise to attend to it another time, as he had pressing matters to address. Who could fathom the true nature concealed beneath the seemingly innocent fade of this young girl? Charging ahead would be far from a prudent decision. Having uttered these words, Fu Chun turned to depart. I reside in room 101. We shall definitely meet again. The girl's melodious voice startled him into hastening his steps. What peculiar inhabitants this courtyard held. As Fu Chun passed by room 105, his gaze instinctively wandered toward the inner courtyard. The severed head had mysteriously vanished. As you can see, the waist is nowhere to be found. Beside him, a woman leaned against the shattered door of room 105, exhaling clouds of smoke with her crimson lips. Fu Chun nodded before continuing on his way. Young man, would you be so kind as to assist me? Notification, quest triggered. Quest level, D. Request from the woman of room 105. Reluctant to stir up further trouble, Fu Chun hesitated momentarily before turning to the woman. Pray, enlighten me. You witnessed it too. Even if I sever his head, I cannot vanquish him entirely. Perhaps you could. The woman languidly released a smoke ring. her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Me? Her request, though unexpected, was somewhat anticipated, yet doubts lingered regarding his own capabilities. What grounds do I have? With a full set of spiritual artifacts plus myself, is that not sufficient? Just then, the derisive voice of Zhou Lu echoed. Old pal, you truly have a penchant for trouble. That fellow had his head lopped off and still roams freely. It's evident something is amiss. At this point, Fu Chen began to ponder. The residents of this courtyard appeared to be rather extraordinary. In the past, aboard the Huangquan train, he had vanquished numerous specters. Though they were indeed strange, he had never encountered a situation like this. You've noticed? Zhou Lui's tone was teasing, as if he had long been aware of something unspoken. Fu Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, Brother Zhou, do you have any insights? His tone and address conveyed a hint of flattery. Well, to obtain information, must one not offer something in return? At this, Fu Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Within his inventory, only one piece of 5-split Huanglian remained. However, it was also available in the System S shop at a reasonable price. Besides, there were numerous other items for purchase. A touch of generosity at times could undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of his endeavors. Thus, Fu Chen asked, an antidote or something else? I desire that specific antidote. The rest can wait. Zhou Lui's spirits lifted, and he swiftly made his demands. You are indeed quite poisoned. Fu Chen jested lightly, then acquiesced. Agreed. Now tell me, what have you discovered? The residents here exist in an unusual manner. Fu Chen's confusion deepened. What do you mean? They are utterly oblivious to the fact that they have already perished. In a tone of casual indifference, Zhou Yui's words prompted Fu Chen to fall into a moment of deep contemplation, recalling the sights and sounds of that morning. Although the residents here were all specters, they lived lives akin to ordinary people. Morning exercises were performed, and curses were exchanged. Such mundane occurrences among these ethereal beings felt undeniably peculiar. At this juncture, Zhou Liui added with a hint of foreboding. Furthermore, during your recent wanderings, I sensed an extremely perilous presence. If we were to confront it in our current state, it would be tantamount to certain death. The chill in Zhou Liui's voice sent a shiver through Fu Chen. Could it be that the assassin Zhou Liui spoke of was lurking nearby? Where is it? I do not know. Then what good is your information? Fu Chen felt an inkling of regret for the exorbitant price he had paid. Nothing else. Just be vigilant. This courtyard is anything but ordinary. What a useless exchange. Fu Chen felt exasperated, having made an effort to be generous, only to be led astray by Zhou Liui. No shirking responsibility now, and don't just stand there. Zhou Liui seemed to suppress a laugh, speaking with a hint of schadenfreude. That woman's gaze has grown increasingly strange. She probably thinks you're insane. As those words settled, Fu Chen regained his focus, noticing the woman's increasingly bizarre expression. I'm not insane. I know, the woman replied with a smile, taking a deep drag from her cigarette. Her smile, veiled in the smoke, carried a touch of bitterness, reminiscent of a desperate soul clinging to the last vestiges of hope. Grasping at a straw, she regarded Fu Chen and repeated her question. Can you help me? Just then, the sound of children's laughter echoed through the room. Fu Chen's gaze drifted past the woman, and through the dim light, he spotted a child seated on the floor. The earlier scene replayed vividly in his mind. Domestic violence? Indeed, he had encountered a wretched scoundrel. There must be countless tragic stories that he had yet to hear. At that moment, Fu Chen, filled with a sense of lament, suddenly noticed that the child's neck, which had been nearly severed, had now fully healed. Not a trace of injury remained on the woman either. The vitality of this family seemed remarkably resilient. Yet, none of this wavered his resolute determination. I will help you. His commitment was not solely for the sake of the mission, but also intertwined with personal sentiments. As Zhou Liui had suggested, possessing such advantages made the act of exacting justice against scoundrels seem inconsequential. Because I want to, and I can, that is all. Thank you, the woman bowed slightly, expressing her genuine gratitude. However, I cannot guarantee success. I will only do my utmost. Faced with such a peculiar family, Fu Chen dared not make any promises. It's all right, The woman maintained her smile, then invited Fu Chen. Would you care to join me for lunch? Fu Chen hesitated, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the interior of the house. There, on the cutting board beside the stove, lay a bloodied arm. Though these residents behave like humans, they are ultimately specters that feast on the living. Madam, you are too kind. I reside in room 107. At the slightest disturbance, I shall rush to your aid. With this assurance, the woman appeared considerably more at ease, her smile becoming more genuine. After departing from room 105, Fu Chen visited the small shop to procure a meal, even engaging in idle chatter with the landlady. Unfortunately, he gleaned no valuable information. Once satiated, Fu Chen returned to his room, contemplating strategies. Based on this morning's observations, while the man exhibited a violent temperament, he did not reveal any extraordinary abilities. Thus, with the dependable Peachwood's sword and coffin nails at hand, he should be able to confront him. Everything was prepared, save for the opportune moment. Fu Chen reclined on his bed, observing his crossed legs. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, he could not discern the time from the dim, overcast sky. Damn, how did I fall asleep? Fu Chen exclaimed inwardly, hastily rolling out of bed and pushing open the door. Upon entering the corridor, an overwhelming silence enveloped him. Was that scoundrel still absent? Perplexed, Fu Chen intended to inquire at room 105. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he heard a sound emanating from the inner courtyard. Hey, newcomer, you're still alive? Fu Chen rolled his eyes and turned to see the watermelon-headed boy. Upon spotting Fu Chen emerging from room 107, he lamented, Had I known earlier, I would have contested with you yesterday. If you wish to dispute for the room, the opportunity is still open, Fu Chen replied with a smirk, his gaze cold and restrained. Since the other party had already shown their true colors by tearing off the facade, there was no need for Fu Chen to be courteous. No need for that, the watermelon-headed boy shrugged, somewhat resigned. I merely wish to pass these 10 days peacefully. Besides, I have found a place to stay. He pointed towards the rear of the courtyard, adding, There's just a weirdo over there. Furrowing his brow, Fu Chen suddenly recalled the shadow he had encountered earlier. A stalker? Indeed, how did you know? The watermelon-headed boy was taken aback, then began to complain, that guy is always lurking in the corners, peeping at who knows what. Chapter 59. Shattered into fragments, where is it? Faced with this suspicious individual, Fu Chen immediately pressed for answers. Even if the person was not the assassin, their penchant for stalking and voyeurism would likely reveal secrets unknown to others. In due course, whether through polite inquiry or coercive questioning, he would be able to obtain some clues. If he encountered it, there would be no time to flee. Who knew which room it inhabited? Observing the indifferent watermelon-headed boy, Fu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, privately lamenting. Indeed, such a cowardly individual was unlikely to possess any useful information. It was no surprise that he resorted to exploiting newcomers with underhanded tactics. Conversely, the room across the way was one that Fu Chen had scarcely investigated. However, the size of the compound was quite substantial, with over 20 rented rooms alone. Moreover, most of the residents exuded a fearsome aura, making it exceedingly difficult to conduct a thorough investigation of each one. As Fu Chen pondered in silence, a cacophony of curses erupted from the far end of the corridor. Damn that woman. I've been recovering for ages, and I couldn't even have a drink. The man from room 105 radiated hostility, exuding a palpable aura of menace. He was clearly not one to be trifled with, prompting the watermelon boy to contemplate a hasty retreat. Observing the scene, Fu Chen remained silent, merely extracting a coffin nail from his arsenal, gripping it tightly in his palm. What? Do you intend to confront him? The watermelon boy, initially ready to flee, paused, intrigued by Fu Chen's demeanor. Are you looking to join in? No, I'm just here for the spectacle. With that, he concealed himself among the foliage of the inner courtyard, cautiously watching for any signs of danger, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Aka me piaka, Fu Chen scold dismissively, then turned his attention back to the matter at hand. He approached room 105 and directly obstructed the man's path. Beast, get out of my way. If you impede my progress, I will end you. A chilling, dark aura began to envelop the corridor, swiftly surrounding Fu Chen. In that tense moment, A faint voice emerged through the haze. What business do you have? Engaging in the deeds of a beast. Fu Chen's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no emotion. As he spoke, a golden eye abruptly opened beneath his eyelid, dark patterns spreading across his visage. The arrogant Zhou Lu Yi, emboldened, sneered defiantly, "Kill us? Do you possess that capability?" The spectral energy exploded forth, encircling Fu Chen. An extraordinary being? The man looked momentarily taken aback, then grinned wickedly. "Yours still." His words were cut short as a powerful arm seized his neck, freezing the malevolent grin on his face. Just as the man was grappling with disbelief, he felt his head forcefully slammed against the wall. Bang! The sound echoed, and the already dilapidated wall bore several new cracks. Enraged, the man bellowed, "You? What of it?" Fu Chen retorted, his movements swift and assertive as he yanked downwards. The overwhelming force sent the man crashing to the ground like a rag doll, utterly powerless to resist. "My goodness, is this a newcomer?" The watermelon boy, peering from the bushes, gasped in astonishment. His temper was notoriously volatile, and he would not hesitate to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Given the current situation, it appeared to him as though Fu Chen were treating the man like a father would his son. Meanwhile, the commotion stirred the occupants of room 105. A woman opened the door, and upon witnessing the scene, she broke into a wide smile. In her arms, a young child clapped gleefully, exclaiming, "Daddy's getting beaten! Hooray!" The innocent exuberance of the child belied a chilling undertone. Perhaps spurred by the spectacle, the man summoned his strength, attempting to retaliate. With his crimson eyes glaring, his head was already severely dented from the impact. A mixture of red and white liquid dripped down his grotesque face as he roared, "Kill! I will kill you all!" The spectral energy surged, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Fu Chen remained composed amidst the chaos. "Be careful." A woman set down a child and attempted to assist, only to hear a calm response, "No need." With a swift motion of his arm, 3 nails imbued with the power to suppress evil shot forth, piercing the man's forehead and both shoulders. In an instant, the malevolent aura emanating from him was forcefully subdued. A piercing wail of agony escaped his lips, the sheer intensity threatening to tear the corners of his mouth apart. "Let me ponder how to deal with you," Fu Chen mused, stroking his chin as he approached the man. "Decapitating you 1T suffice. Reducing you to a pulp, perhaps?" As he spoke, Fu Chen retrieved a saw from his toolkit and crouched down to commence his gruesome task. "Is this feasible?" The woman inquired, her brow furrowed. "Have you tried this before?" "Not at all." "Then allow me to give it a go," Fu Chen replied, continuing his work. The man's cries echoed hauntingly down the long corridor, prompting several residents to peek out of their doors, only to quickly retreat at the sight. No one wished to invite trouble, not even the specters. Moments latte. The man was reduced to 8 pieces, his wails transforming into desperate pleas for mercy. "Release me, I beg you. I can offer you money. A great deal of money." Fu Chen raised a hand to wipe the blood from his face, leaning closer to inquire, "How much?" Observing the scene, the woman, seemingly fearful that Fu Chen might turn on her, coldly interjected, "A worthless scoundrel who squanders his life on vice. What money could he possibly have? You wretched hag. Once I recover, I'll imprison you and make you my plaything." The man spat venomously. "Do not fret." Fu Chen shrugged, his tone laced with icy disdain. "I'm merely toying with him. Do you have a cloth or something? It's rather noisy." As soon as Fu Chen finished speaking, the woman dashed into the house, returning shortly with a filthy rag. Without hesitation, she stuffed it into the man's mouth. "At last, peace. Now, I shall resume my work." With that, Fu Chen began to saw again, muttering to himself, "Where might the vital point be? Surely, he cannot resurrect even in a state of pulp." "Zhu Gia, can you sense anything?" As he continued to dissect, the sensitive Zhou Lu Yi began to perceive a clue. After a moment of hesitation, it responded, "It is not due to the vital point." Fu Chen's movements faltered as he gazed at the man, now severed into multiple sections, his innards grotesquely exposed. He extracted the heart, examining it closely. It was still beating. Fu Chen couldn't help but recall the eyes of Wu Yuanshan from room 109. Even as a mere collectible of the landlord, detached from its body, those eyes still conveyed a sense of self-awareness. What could be the reason? After a moment of silence, Zhou Lu, he finally replied, "It resembles a law, the law of this compound. Kid, this place is far more intricate than we imagined. Fuchenese brau gradually farod. Is it impossible to kill him?" Chapter 60. Reciprocity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fu Chen turned to the woman beside him and inquired, "Annie, do you have a jar at home?" The woman appeared somewhat puzzled. Fu Chen gestured towards the man and smiled. "It seems he can no longer be killed. How about sealing him away?" After a moment's hesitation, the woman nodded. "All right, wait a moment." With that, she walked into the house. Fu Chen resumed his task, chopping the man into smaller pieces. Shortly thereafter, the woman returned, carrying a large jar. Fu Chen assessed the dimensions and remarked with a smile, "It should fit." He began tossing the meat chunks into the jar, repeating the process. Observing this, the woman stepped forward to assist. "Daddy is being cut into pieces." A child by the door clapped enthusiastically and innocently asked, "Mommy, are we going to eat Daddy again today?" "No, we likely won't be able to eat him anymore." The woman turned with a smile, the scene appearing exceedingly strange. Fu Chen, who had some understanding of this family, chose to remain oblivious, focusing intently on his work. Soon, all the pieces of meat were placed into the jar. With a thud, Fu Chen secured the lid and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. It was indeed a bit exhausting to engage in such activities for the first time. Not far away, a watermelon boy hiding in the bushes wore an odd expression upon hearing this. "Is this really your first time? Why are you so skilled at it? What now?" The woman frowned, glancing at the jar with a hint of concern in her eyes. Fu Chen curled his lips, a thought flashing through his mind as a white light appeared at his fingertips, revealing a piece of yellow talisman, the very talisman for sealing evil spirits. With a swift motion, Fu Chen slapped it onto the jar's lid. Instantly, the commotion from within ceased abruptly. "Wasn't he that simple? Rest assured, I reside in room 107. Should you have any after-sales inquiries, feel free to reach out to me." His clothes were already drenched in filthy blood, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Fu Chen tugged at his collar, yearning to dash back to his room for a refreshing bath. However, as the system's prompt remained silent, he had no choice but to stand there and wait. The woman gently caressed the jar, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. As her lips parted, she murmured, "How we come to this?" The only response was a profound silence. Completed the D-level commission, garnered the gratitude of room 105, additional points recorded. What about my reward? Spirit tools? Clues? After all this effort, is the system trying to cheat me? Fu Chen was taken aback, indignantly cursing the system for its stinginess. Had it not been for the generous rewards received previously, he might not have ventured into such murky waters. Taking a deep breath, Fu Chen sought to console himself. Building a good rapport with his family could be considered a positive outcome. At least he had dealt with a scoundrel. Hadn't he? How satisfying. A chill flickered in Fu Chen's eyes, a smirk unconsciously forming on his lips. "Thank you, my child." The woman turned. The fleeting moment of sorrow from earlier now entirely dissipated. It was as if all her misfortunes had been sealed away along with the man. The smile on the woman's face began to radiate a longing for the future, and her address towards Fu Chen became more affectionate. "It's just a small matter, Andy. You need not be so polite." Fu Chen gestured dismissively and turned to leave, modestly concealing his accomplishments. He could feel numerous pairs of eyes fixated on him from behind. Among them were expressions of gratitude from women and astonishment from the watermelon boy. Furthermore, in the distance, other chosen ones were also observing the situation. For the commotion Fu Chen had stirred earlier had nearly alerted all the residents of the courtyard. Having just completed a task, the white tiger gazed at Fu Chen's retreating figure and murmured to himself, "What is it about this newcomer named Feipu that feels off?" The same perplexity echoed in the minds of every chosen one present. However, these concerns bore no relevance to Fu Chen, who merely wished to return to his room for a bath. He had anticipated such an outcome long before taking action. Though the courtyard was expansive, its layout was fundamentally structured in a square. Any incident occurring in one area would swiftly be noticed elsewhere. Fame is a double-edged sword. but an alias bears no such weight. Occasionally showcasing one's talents could indeed alleviate numerous troubles. Fu Chen hurriedly returned to his abode, entirely unaware that, from the corner of the opposite wing, a gaze brimming with malice was fixed intently upon him. Not quite right, the voice of Zhou Lu Yi suddenly chimed in, its light golden pupils spinning around. It chuckled softly, saying, "Someone has entered your room." Fu Chen calmly secured his door and inquired, "Did we have a thief?" Upon uttering this, he instinctively felt the urge to inspect his belongings. Yet, upon a moment's pause, he recalled that he possessed nothing of value that would entice anyone. Was it that fellow from next door? Should he confront him? Zhou Lu Yi's tone carried a hint of amusement, seemingly intrigued. "Haven't you had enough yet?" Fu Chen rolled his eyes dramatically, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondering how he had become entangled with such a combative entity. Was it truly the case that venturing into a mysterious world was merely an excuse for daily brawls? Sensing Fu Chen's reluctance, Zhou Lu Yi expressed mild dissatisfaction. "Did you not enjoy yourself just now?" "Did I?" Fu Chen touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "You know the truth," Zhou Lu Yi retorted, steering the conversation back. "The filthy bug from next door has already encroached upon your territory. Do you intend to remain a coward?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Fu Chen nodded in agreement. "That's true." With those words, he turned and opened his door, stepping back into the corridor and heading towards the neighboring room. "Now that's more like it." Zhou Lu Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, seemingly invigorated by the earlier excitement, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty. "Let us fight. Let us fight. Fighting is unnecessary. We're neighbors, and we must handle this relationship wisely," Fu Chen stated as he knocked on the door of room 108. Inside, a rustling sound immediately ensued. The door opened slightly, revealing a pair of eyes filled with various desires. Upon recognizing the visitor, the peculiar man was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Fu Chen's face was smeared with blood, and his entire body was drenched in filthy liquid, emanating a nauseating stench. This appearance was indeed more terrifying than that of a malevolent spirit. "Do you have business?" The perverse ghost thought cautiously. It had anticipated that Fu Chen would perish at the hands of the resident of room 105. Seizing the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the other's dwelling during their struggle. To its surprise, this impoverished young man had come knocking at its door. Recalling the earlier horrific scene, the perverse ghost felt a flicker of trepidation. Can a ghost feel fear? Fu Chen discerned the answer in its eyes. Yes, it can. He suddenly burst into laughter, the bloodstains twisting grotesquely with his mirth. An age-old adage states that courtesy demands reciprocity, since you have entered my abode. Are you not inclined to invite me in for a visit? Chapter 61. Enchanted and bewildered, let me in, and I will show you a treasure. Fu Chen maintained his smile, emphasizing, "You will surely adore it." "I shall not look. Begone," the perverse ghost retorted, preparing to shut the door. However, it was horrified to discover that, no matter how forcefully it pushed, the wooden door remained immovable. Glancing up, it saw that Fu Chen had already raised a hand to brace against the door. "What are you planning?" Fu Chen did not respond, but instead stated, "If you put away the whip in your hand, perhaps we could have a conversation." The perverse ghost recoiled slightly, its gaze turning venomous. "There's no need for such hostility, is there?" Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually fading, and the emotions in his eyes grew cold. After a long hesitation, the perverse ghost finally opened the door. Having committed a heinous act, it also knew it was no match for Fu Chen. "That's more like it. Let us coexist harmoniously. There's no need to escalate our conflict." As Fu Chen stepped over the threshold, he was met with an extraordinarily complex odor. Looking around, he found the room in utter disarray, various objects scattered across the floor, watches, hairpins, undergarments. The perverse ghost seemed to possess an exceedingly odd collection habit, indiscriminately amassing items belonging to both genders. It was no wonder it had ventured into the abode of such a large man. Fu Chen pulled up a chair, pinched a pair of men's underwear hanging on the backrest, and remarked to the perverse ghost, "Close the door." In the past, had anyone dared to enter its domain, the perverse ghost would have unhesitatingly shut the door. Yet now, it appeared exceedingly hesitant. "Hurry up, do you not wish to see my treasure?" Fu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. his tone growing impatient. Seeing this, the perverse ghost finally complied and securely closed the door, warily inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "You will find out shortly." Fu Chan waved his hand, and a flash of white light appeared, revealing a stick of crimson incense in his grasp. "Hey, mind lending me a light?" The perverse ghost, upon hearing this, stood frozen in place. "This is enchantment incense. Do you not wish to immerse yourself in the illusion you desire most?" Fu Chen's lips curled into a smirk, resembling a fisherman patiently enticing a catch. As he spoke persuasively, "It will be an immersive experience." "Really?" the perverse ghost asked, half convinced, as it appeared to be intrigued. For beings of such insatiable desires, the unquenchable fire within them tormented them ceaselessly. Only by seeking pleasure through various eccentric means can one slightly extinguish it. Why not give it a try? We are in the same room. If the gas were toxic, I would let you close the door. Fu Chun reclined with his legs crossed, waving the incense in his hand. He could sense the perverse ghost's gaze firmly fixated on the alluring fragrance. Moreover, harboring enmity towards you brings me no advantage. Upon hearing this, the twisted ghost could no longer suppress the beastly desire roaring within, immediately beginning to rummage through the room. A flurry of searching ensued, tossing aside various items such as stockings and leather pants. Fu Chun, startled, quickly dodged, his expression one of utter disdain. Moments later, the perverse ghost handed him a lighter. Urging him, "Hurry up," Fu Chun accepted it without a word and ignited the incense. Wisps of white smoke soon filled the room. The ghost's eyes gradually glazed over, and he collapsed onto the bed, his oily visage soon revealing an expression of rapture, his corpulent form writhing like a maggot. In contrast, the incense had a lesser effect on Fu Chun, a living being. Vaguely, he could only perceive a void. As to what this projection represented, he was uncertain. Just as Fu Chun began to relax, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses suddenly materialized. "You haven't had your fill of killing yet." The bloodthirsty voice of Zhou Lu echoed, startling Fu Chun back to awareness. "Damn it, I almost forgot." In an instant, the desire for slaughter surged through him, nearly seizing control of his body. "Zhou Lu, wake up!" Fu Chun shouted in a fit of rage. "I wanna..." Zhou Lu managed to utter with great difficulty. In the next moment, as if a personality switch had occurred, his tone abruptly shifted. "Kill. Annihilate them all." The multitude of chaotic thoughts left Fu Chun dizzy. He was acutely aware that if this continued, he would surely commit unspeakable atrocities. As he contemplated this, blood vessels began to creep into his eyes. His crimson gaze fixated intently on the writhing perverse ghost upon the bed. The creature spat forth a stream of vile words, further unsettling Fu Chun's mind. Such a filthy being deserves to die. "No, I came here to build a rapport. How could I strike in the dark?" Fu Chun slapped his forehead, attempting to jolt himself awake through the pain. The images in his mind remained drenched in crimson. Zhou Lu showed no signs of awakening, continuing to ramble incoherently. It seemed he could only rely on himself now. Fu Chun strained to turn his head, his gaze landing on the tightly shut door. Bracing himself against the armchair, he shakily stood up, laboriously making his way towards the door. Sweat soaked his back, sustained solely by sheer will. A voice echoed within him, persistently advising, "After all, alone and unrestrained, what is there to lose? What harm is there in dying? Just do it, pursue whatever you desire. After all, this is who you are. Why suppress your nature?" This time, it was no longer Zhou Luyi's voice, but Fu Chun's own. "Leave, all of you, get out." Fu Chen's neck bulged with veins as he bellowed, forcefully pushing the door open, only to collapse straight to the ground. A wave of intense, gasping ensued as he greedily inhaled the fresh air, gradually silencing all distracting thoughts. Cold sweat dripped from Fu Chun as he propped himself up, slumping beside the door, his pallid face reflecting a lingering terror. After a while, Zhou Lu also began to regain his composure, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I never imagined I would be this weak." "Neither did I," Fu Chun replied, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "If it weren't for that entity within him, he would not be in such a dire predicament." After a prolonged silence, Zhou Lu Yi weakly added, "In my prime, this incense would not have affected me at all. Never mind, it is not your fault. I was careless." Fu Chan sighed slightly, choosing to let the matter rest. After all, the other party had assisted him considerably, and there was no need to make their relationship overly awkward. Were those scenes I witnessed earlier all you're doing? Just a bygone incident, best left unspoken. Seeing Zhou Lu Yi's reluctance to elaborate, Fu Chun did not press further. After a light-hearted exchange, their relationship returned to normalcy. After a lengthy pause, a disconcerting creak echoed through the room. Fu Chan turned to see the grotesque entity, inexplicably energized, bouncing up from the bed, its corpulent form rolling and scrambling down. Its eyes gleamed with frenzied desire, as if experiencing withdrawal. "Is there more? Give it to me." The hook was set. It was time for the struggle. Fu Chen's muked, leisurely inquiring, "This is a precious item. What reason do I have to give it to you?" Chapter 62. Soul tremor under Fu Chen's disdainful gaze. The grotesque entity crawled to his side, tears and snot mingling as it whimpered pitifully. "Good brother, please give it to me." Fu Chun, taken aback, fought the urge to kick it away. Just as he attempted to speak, he was interrupted by the entity's desperate plea. "If you give it to me, then you are my father." Fu Chen's eye twitched at the thought. "I am certainly not your father." However, outwardly, he bent down to assist the writhing entity, speaking gently. "Let us skip the father-son narrative. We could be brothers instead." Upon hearing Fu Chun relent, the grotesque entity immediately bellowed with newfound vigor, "Big brother." Fu Chun waved his wrist, producing a piece of enchanting incense as if conjuring a magic trick. Upon seeing this, the entity's eyes ignited with fervor, instinctively reaching out. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Fu Chan swatted its greasy hand away. "It is said that rarity enhances value. I only possess 3 of these. I already burned one." The entity swallowed hard, patiently awaiting further words. "In 9 days, I will vacate this place. During this time." Fu Chen did not finish his sentence, casting a casual glance at the grotesque entity. "Brother, I would brave fire and water for you." Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction and handed the enchanting incense to the entity. "Call me whenever you need." With that, the entity eagerly turned and rushed back into the room. "Be mindful of your health. Do not jeopardize your well-being," Fu Chun kindly advised before departing with a smile. Soon after, peculiar gasps emanated from room 108. After a long day of toil, Fu Chun sought to unwind, yet his instincts led him towards the backyard. What mysteries might lie within the dry well? He pondered this until a rusted iron gate obstructed his path, prompting him to halt. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the surrounding wall was not particularly high. Even an ordinary individual could easily scale the vines that adorned it. Fu Chan narrowed his eyes, a thought blossoming in his mind. Nevertheless, he chose to proceed forward, hoping to assess the situation further. Standing before the iron gate, he noticed a large, antiquated lock hanging on the latch. "With my current strength, it shouldn't be too challenging to pry it open," he mused, extending his hand towards it. In the next instant, a surge of excruciating pain jolted through him, compelling him to retract his hand. What on earth was that? Fu Chen gasped, shaking his hand in disbelief. There was a wisp of malevolent energy entwined around the lock. "You could force it open," said Zhou Lu leisurely, adding, "but the guardian would notice immediately." "Then let us seek an alternative route," Fu Chen replied, lifting his gaze towards the wall once more. "Do you think these vines serve no purpose?" Zhou Lu remarked with a teasing tone, causing Fu Chen to furrow his brow. He turned to scrutinize the extensive network of vines, which seemed to harbor the essence of the landlord. If ensnared, he would need to find a way to extricate himself swiftly. Otherwise, he would have to confront the landlord's imminent arrival. The thought of the landlord's alarming speed sent a shiver down his spine. He could arrive in an instant. "Very well. If the opportunity arises, we shall enter openly." Fu Chan chuckled awkwardly, retracing his steps. As he made his way along the narrow path to the inner courtyard, he spotted a robust figure from a distance. "White tiger," Fu Chan mused, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "How did you end up in such a dismal state?" To his surprise, the white tiger, possessing remarkable hearing, immediately turned to reveal a face marred by the loss of much of its skin. The exposed muscle fibers twitched, emitting a low growl of discontent. "What are you mumbling about?" Fu Chen shrugged in response. "Did you not hear me? Humph. Do you possess any fighting skills?" The white tiger glanced at Fu Chen dismissively, stating, "Fighting prowess is of little consequence. One must seek clues and complete tasks in this enigmatic realm." "TCH, just a novice," he concluded, preparing to leave. "Ah, truly the mark of an experienced player. You seem to have lost all sense of dignity," Fu Chen remarked, his tone laced with intrigue, though it appeared to provoke. It was, in essence, a means to extract information. Given the white tiger's straightforward demeanor, it was evident he was a blunt character. At such a moment, the art of provocation was undoubtedly effective. "How dare you mock me?" The white tiger seethed with rage, yet upon recalling Fu Chen's prior actions, he felt compelled to suppress his anger momentarily. "Go play in the mud," he muttered, dismissing the distraction as he focused on the critical investigation at hand. Fu Chen watched the robust figure retreating into the distance, his eyes narrowing with determination. Were there any leads on the assassin? Yet, it was evident that the other party would not share valuable intelligence. He could not afford to chase after a cold shoulder. With this thought in mind, Fu Chen returned to his room. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. He reclined on his bed, leisurely crossing his legs. Strange noises intermittently echoed from outside. What were those rascals up to so late at night? Fu Chen felt a twinge of impatience, but was not arrogant enough to demand silence from them. Not all residents were as easy to deal with as those in rooms 105 and 108. As for borrowing a key from the landlord, that would have to wait until the morrow, no matter how urgent the need. The night passed without further incident, save for the persistent clamor outside. At dawn, Fu Chen rose from his bed. Even then, the ruckus outside showed no signs of abating. He had been disturbed all night and had not slept well. Fatigue lingered, and irritation began to simmer within him, accompanied by a wildly reckless thought. Should we push the door open and take a look? Zhou Lu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. That is indeed an amusing notion, but I cannot guarantee that acting on it will not lead to peril. As the dawn approached, Fu Chen felt emboldened. His heart raced with anticipation. He licked his parched lips and approached the door, taking a deep breath. What a thrill! Every cell in his body quivered with excitement. He grasped the doorknob, the lock clicking sharply in response. With a sudden yank, he flung the door open, leaning out to survey the surroundings. His eyes widened as he beheld that the source of the noise was not residents, but rather swirling masses of dark, formless entities. They bore no human shape, no discernible features. They dispersed like smoke. What is all this ruckus? Can't a person get some sleep? Fu Chen furrowed his brow and called out in a low, commanding voice, instantly capturing their attention. In an instant, the cacophony ceased. The expansive courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 63. The lingering remnants of the inner courtyard. Fu Chen had intended to remain still, but he soon realized that the dark mist did not stir either. Though devoid of eyes, he felt their gaze upon him, a mix of confusion and curiosity, but no malice. What was happening? His brow furrowed slightly, though his expression softened. As the dim light brightened, the dark mist remained, unyielding in its place, until the illumination gradually obscured their presence. Faintly, Fu Chen thought he could hear whispers. "Run! Hide! Don't let it find you!" In a moment of bewilderment, he dashed towards a dissipating cloud of darkness, eager to engage and glean more information. Yet to his dismay, he found he could not even reach out to touch it. The presence before him was neither tangible nor visible, seemingly merely an illusion of the senses. Time flowed ceaselessly, minute by minute. As dawn broke, all the black mist vanished. Fu Chen gazed at the desolate courtyard, his heart laden with confusion, and thus turned to Zhou Lu for answers. "What are they?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Lu's response came, seemingly a recitation. A recitation? Receiving such an ambiguous reply only deepened Fu Chen's perplexity. They were beings that existed in life, much like you. Zhou Lu pondered, then began to speculate. After death, for some reason, they were detained here and could not dissipate. Their spiritual essence, weakened by the passage of time, transformed them into this indistinct form. After hearing this, Fu Chan fell into a moment of contemplation. To be akin to me in existence, does this refer to the chosen ones? From what he had previously witnessed, the black mist was innumerable, making it impossible to tally their numbers in such a short time. This suggested that many had perished within this compound, a reasonable notion in a world so enigmatic. What truly perplexed Fu Chan was why they had died, yet could not be reborn. Were those words spoken before their dissolution directed at him? Young one, this place is anything but simple, Zhou Lu emphasized gravely. I understand. I will remain vigilant. This place, shrouded in the uncanny, was clear to Fu Chan. By persistently advancing along the main thread of the narrative, perhaps he could unravel the myriad mysteries. First, he needed to borrow the key from the landlord to inspect the withered well in the backyard. After all, it was the only lead he had at present. However, he was uncertain if it had been practicing in the front yard at the break of dawn. After some deliberation, Fu Chan decided to visit the convenience store first, resolving his breakfast dilemma while also gathering information from the landlady. Moments later, he spotted two workers pushing a cart, unloading goods in front of the store. Fu Chan contemplated briefly and approached them, offering a greeting. Hey, good sirs, starting your work so early? Do you require assistance? The two delivery spirits paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by a mere mortal not only unafraid, but also proactively greeting them. The adage of not striking a smiling face did not hold much weight among spirits, particularly towards a mere mortal. One of the delivery spirits, with a disdainful expression, retorted, step aside, we don't need your bad luck. Do spirits fear bad luck? How peculiar. Fu Chan pointed to himself and, following the thread of conversation, inquired, I am but a living person. How could I bring you misfortune? No sooner had he spoken than he was met with two glances that seemed to regard him as a dying man. It appeared he was unaware of the fate that awaited him. TSK, we can still be spirits. Once you die, you won't even qualify to be one. The two spirits expressed their disdain, their tone laced with a hint of pride. Fu Chan raised an eyebrow, sensing he had grasped something crucial, and pressed on. Why? Why can I not even become a spirit? The delivery spirit looked up toward the courtyard, a flicker of fear in its eyes. Observing this, Fu Chan instinctively followed its gaze. Within the inner courtyard, everything remained as tranquil as ever. No comment, the delivery spirit averted its gaze, intending to return to its tasks. Is that so? Fu Chan responded, his eyes narrowing slightly, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. It appears that conventional means are unlikely to yield any valuable information. Good morning, young man. Suddenly, a frail and hoarse voice called out from behind. Good morning, Grandma. Fu Chan turned around, instantly donning a cheerful expression. What brings you here? The landlady inquired with a smile, her drooping eyelids obscuring her true emotions. I intended to buy some breakfast, but upon discovering the delivery was underway, I thought I might lend a hand. Fu Chan presented himself as an innocent child, his gaze remarkably clear. Let them be. I've already paid. It would be unreasonable to ask the tenants to help. The landlady clasped her hands behind her and walked ahead. What would you like to eat? After a moment as thought, Fu Chan responded, Do you have dumplings? As soon as he spoke, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, pork and green onion filling. Please. Yes, just blanch them for a moment. The landlady entered the shop and began rummaging. Such lively fare is certainly not prepared by their small establishment. So after some searching, she could only produce frozen dumplings. After a while, Fu Chan was savoring the steaming dumplings in his hands and asked the landlady, Grandma, where's Grandpa? I'd like to find him for some morning exercises. The landlady paused slightly, seemingly taken aback. In her recollection, few tenants dared to challenge the old man. However, she was pleased to hear this and chuckled. He.S. in the front yard. He.S. been there for quite some time. All right, replied Fu Chan, tossing the empty food container into the trash before heading toward the front yard. As he approached, he could hear the sounds of a ping-pong table, the whoosh of the ball mingling with the rhythmic claps. So diligent, Fu Chan murmured, observing the shifting, shadowy figure in the distance. You lost. Not yet, there is still one ball left. The old man continued his solo match, appearing to possess two distinct personalities as he taunted himself. Fu Chan stood by, arms crossed, watching with an air of calm. Whoosh! A ping-pong ball suddenly flew toward him, and Fu Chan's eyes widened as he raised his hand to catch it. Ouch! That hurt! His palm stung, turning red. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. You lost. I won. The old man, holding the paddle, muttered to himself before turning to Fu Chan. Good morning, Grandpa. Is there something you need? The old man, still brooding over yesterday's defeat, did not sound particularly amiable. I'm full and feeling idle. I thought I might stroll through the backyard. Fu Chan shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, that door is locked. The old man, well-versed in both the living and the deceased, understood Fu Chan's implication. I have the key. Let us have another match. If you win, I'll lend it to you. With that intent in mind, Fu Chan approached the table and picked up the paddle. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. Chapter 64. Exploring the backyard, the old man's eyes reignited with competitive spirit, his decayed visage suddenly appearing more spirited. This time, I'll let him challenge you. Who? Fu Chan surveyed the surroundings, finding no one else. The other me. The old man barked coldly. Fu Chan paused briefly, unaware of any shift in the other's demeanor, and continued his actions with unwavering consistency. This old fellow, could he be suffering from a bout of youthful delusion? As he pondered, the ping-pong ball began to bounce upon the table. Fu Chan dismissed his distractions, focused intently, and swung his paddle to counterattack. A thunderous, swirling drift shot forth. A bolt of lightning struck directly. The ball danced unpredictably, a capricious specter leaping from left to right. The landlord boisterously shouted the names of his techniques. Yet, 10 minutes later, his arms hung limply by his sides, staring silently at the ping-pong ball at his feet. Crushing defeat, yet again. Fu Chan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, realizing he should have held back a bit. What he was striking was not merely a ball, but the complexities of human interaction. Go away. I do not wish to see you today. The landlord tossed him a set of keys and then trudged heavily to a nearby wicker chair, his eyes clouded with self-doubt. After decades of play, he found himself outperformed by a mere youth. Has my edge dulled with age? With the keys in hand, Fu Chan resolved to take his leave. Well then, I shall be off. The landlord offered no response, lost in his melancholic reverie. After a brief moment, as Fu Chan stepped into the corridor, he spotted a summoner by the name of Sha Hua standing before a door. Her attire was disheveled, bearing multiple tears. The once smooth and delicate skin now bore several gory wounds, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet, a gentle smile graced her face as she extended an object toward him. Here, dear lady, I have retrieved your belongings. Beside the door stood an ancient specter, skin mottled with decay, sagging loosely from its visage. It accepted the frame, caressing it tenderly, eyes filled with nostalgia. It is good to have you back. Well, how would I survive without you? Once the specter retreated into the house, Xiahua lingered for a moment. Observing this, Fu Chan understood she was processing information provided by the system. The dried well in the backyard, was it? Xiahua's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Fu Chen's ears. This information was not exclusive to her, which was somewhat surprising. Given this, perhaps an invitation was in order? Fu Chan regarded Xiahua, pondering the possibilities. He had always been a solitary figure, rarely engaging with others. His understanding of the West Wing was dreadfully scant. Perhaps he could glean some insights from Xiahua. Furthermore, having another pair of eyes might lead to unexpected discoveries. Contemplating this, Fu Chan approached Xiahua and raised the keys in his hand. Would you care to join me? At his words, Xiahua's expression shifted to one of suspicion, regarding him as a potential eavesdropper. Just as she was about to question him coldly, her gaze fell upon the keys he held. She swallowed her words and replaced her expression with a smile. Is it a key to the backyard? Clearly, these seasoned players had conducted their investigations in their own ways. Otherwise, Xiahua would not have been aware of the backyard as sealed status. Fu Chen nodded, reiterating his invitation. Indeed, shall we go together? What then is the cost? Sahara crossed her arms, accentuating her already graceful figure. What do you desire? She inquired. I have no interest in your physique. I seek merely information, came the response. Fu Chan cast a fleeting glance before leading the way forward. My knowledge is limited. I am currently aware only of the dry well in the backyard. Are you familiar with the situation concerning the white tiger? Upon hearing this, Sahara pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, he resides next door? He returned yesterday looking utterly lifeless, shouting about unearthing the true culprit. Let us observe how that unfolds." With that, both individuals fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own motives. It is human nature to possess selfish inclinations. Valuable leads are seldom shared. After a brief moment of reflection, Fu Chan recalled the shadow he had seen the previous day and inquired further, "Is there a voyeuristic individual lurking in your vicinity? Since we began our housing search, he has been covertly observing us, quite unervingly. However, it appears he has yet to act. His aura emanates an ominous vibe that discourages any inclination to intervene." Having spoken, Sahara shifted the conversation, asking about Fu Chen's circumstances. "And what are your surroundings? How fares the situation?" Fu Chan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "The neighbors are all quite amiable. We coexist in harmony." Sahara pursed her lips, vividly recalling the heinous incident that transpired before room 105 the previous day. Although she arrived somewhat late, she witnessed Fu Chan calmly encasing the various body parts within jars. Through the vivid recounting by the watermelon boy, she gleaned further details. It was said that the conflict arose merely from an obstruction. The individual, who went by the alias of Mask, was described as more deranged than a lunatic. The community was cautioned to maintain their distance, wary of his potential unpredictability. Thus, Sahara consistently kept a relatively safe distance from Fu Chan. "Surely you're not a novice?" Sahara suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I have previously been forcibly integrated," Fu Chan replied, perceiving no need for concealment in such matters. "I see," Sahara murmured thoughtfully. To survive and return to the realm of the living without a death reprieve mechanism indicates that one is not ordinary. Certain survival tactics now made sense. Their conversation continued as they traversed the path leading to the backyard. Affixed to the door was an antiquated brass lock. Fu Chan, with key in hand, cautiously approached. This time, there was no jolt of resistance. The key slid effortlessly into the lock. With a gentle twist, a crisp sound of the tumblers echoed. The lock clicked open, and Fu Chan felt a surge of delight as he removed the brass lock and pushed open the rusted iron gate. The backyard was overrun with a myriad of plants. Having been neglected for an extended period, the very path was nearly obscured. What should have been a vibrant green now appeared lifeless, exuding an inexplicable chill that penetrated deeply beneath the skin. Sahara rubbed her arms, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Mask, could there be danger lurking here?" Fu Chan surveyed the surroundings, taking a moment to sense the atmosphere. "There is no malevolent presence here. Unless the plants are animated, we should be safe." It appears that verification of his words is required. No sooner had the words left his lips than the plants began to stir. The twisting branches emitted a series of sharp cracking sounds. Unperturbed, they advanced towards the two individuals by the iron gate. Viscous green sap splattered everywhere, rising from the ground in wisps of white vapor. Highly corrosive. Fu Chan took a step back, his brow furrowed slightly. What on earth is this? In this enigmatic world, is it not enough to guard against malevolent spirits, but one must also be wary of flora and fauna? These plants must have attained sentience. Sha Huadai furrowed her brow, revealing profound unease. Chapter 65. Deeply resentful, the five elements are in opposition, and fire can subdue wood. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fu Chan regained his composure. He raised his hand, revealing a triangular talisman of deep crimson hue. One side was adorned with the markings of the vermilion bird, while the other bore a large character. The edges were inscribed with intricate and arcane runes, enveloping both sides of the talisman. This was the spirit tool, the six-ding fire talisman, that Fu Chan had obtained from a special grade treasure chest. With its emergence, the air around them became noticeably drier. The plant's movements slowed slightly, yet they continued their advance towards the two. Unyielding, are they? Holding the fire talisman, Fu Chen's tone deepened as he commanded, "Six-ding fire, arise." As the words left his lips, the talisman erupted in a blaze of brilliant crimson flames. Against the onslaught of numerous plants, this flicker of fire seemed insignificantly small. Yet its mere presence was sufficient to impose order upon the chaotic scene. The flames danced, creating waves of heat that distorted the surrounding air. The natural antagonism forced the sentient plants to retreat, revealing a narrow path. Let's proceed. Fu Chen led the way, gripping the fire talisman firmly. Sha Huadai hesitated in her place. She possessed no fire-based spirit tool. If Fu Chen were to harbor deceit, she might very well meet her demise amidst these otherworldly creatures in the overgrown courtyard. Yet the main clue lay directly before them. Could she truly afford to abandon it? Are you coming? Fu Chen's footsteps faltered slightly as he turned to inquire. Coming. Sha Huadai responded immediately, stepping forward to closely follow Fu Chen, all the while remaining vigilant and seeking protection. The two ventured along the narrow path, soon encountering a stone well. Above the well, a wooden shed had decayed significantly. The roof lay collapsed on the ground, with rotting wood scattered about. The air was thick with a damp, putrid scent. Fu Chen's guard was up as he approached the well, cautiously, leaning over to peer inside. To his surprise, the dry well was visible to the bottom. There were no decaying corpses, nor any bones. This was not how it should be. What is wrong? Sha Huadai, her tension palpable, immediately inquired. Stay here. I will investigate below. With that, Fu Chen prepared to leap into the well. Wait. Sha Huadai called out, halting him. What is it? Fu Chen paused, turning to question her. Fire, the typically aloof Sha Huadai, appeared somewhat embarrassed, but the gravity of the situation left no room for her to consider her pride. If they lost the protection of the fire talisman, these plants would undoubtedly launch another assault. At that moment, she stood alone at the mouth of the well, facing an inevitable demise. This was the time to test the trust between individuals. Yet, in this enigmatic world, such trust often holds little value. Fu Chen was equally hesitant. If the other party seized the fire talisman and fled, not only would he lose a precious artifact, but he also had no certainty that Zhou Lu could escape from the backyard. Our aim is to investigate the main storyline, is it not? He subtly observed the nuanced changes in Sha Hua's expression, ready to refuse without hesitation at the slightest hint of deceit. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Ultimately, keeping the other party above served merely as a lookout, allowing him to ascend from the well at the first sign of trouble, thus avoiding the fate of being ambushed as he poked his head out. Yes, you must understand. My choice to enter here without any firearms was driven by this very purpose. Sha Hua expressed this overtly, yet covertly revealed her own intentions towards Fu Chen. The essence lay in mutual understanding and sincerity. Now, it is your turn. With that, she extended her hand. They had known each other for only a short time, yet were entrusting their lives to one another. A rather peculiar atmosphere gradually brewed between them. Fu Chen fell silent for a moment before handing the fire talisman to Sha Hua. This is now in your hands, he added with a jest. I entrust my life to you as well. As his words echoed, Fu Chen stepped toward the well, leaning slightly forward before plunging down. Zhou Lu, wake up. A pale golden eye slowly opened. What's all the noise? If there is danger, I will call you. You may wish to perish, but I have no such desire. Handing over the means of survival to another, I was just about to scold you. Zhou Luyi's tone was rather cold, venting his various grievances. However, Fu Chen unusually refrained from arguing, responding awkwardly. She's watching from above. We'll be safer down here. If a shadowy creature, unafraid of the fire talisman, silently blocks the well's mouth and attacks from above, we would be in peril. Zhou Lu pondered for a moment and found himself in agreement. Indeed, that was a valid concern. As their conversation unfolded, Fu Chen had already descended to the bottom of the well, beginning to explore his surroundings. It was akin to an ordinary dry well, encircled by dry stone walls. Only at the very bottom was there a pool of stagnant water, dark green and exceedingly filthy. Despite the repulsion, Fu Chen stubbornly knelt to search through it. Nothing was found. Disgusting. He shook off the droplets from his hands and disdainfully wiped the mossy residue on the stone wall. At that moment, he suddenly felt something. Were those human scratch marks? The scratches were erratic and haphazard, suggesting a profound depth of resentment capable of etching such deep grooves with mere hands. Fu Chen looked up towards the well's mouth. obscured by a wooden shelter, revealing not a glimmer of light. Only despair silently burgeoned within him. Why had this well been abandoned? And why was the entire backyard sealed off? Amidst a fleeting moment, a terrifying thought surged into my mind. Fu Chen's heart felt heavy as he lightly leaped from the well, propelled by Zhou Lu Yi's strength. "Have you discovered anything?" Xia Hua inquired, observing Fu Chen's grave expression as he returned the fire talisman. "There are scratch marks at the bottom of the well, imbued with deep resentment." With that, Fu Chen intended to depart. "Aren't you going to take another look?" Xia Hua followed closely behind. "We all harbor suspicions, do we not?" Fu Chen did not turn back, continuing on his path. Moments later, the two returned to the inner courtyard, where Fu Chen spotted a visibly anxious young girl. It was the tenant of room 101, whom he had encountered earlier. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had once again been followed. At the same time, the girl noticed Fu Chen and rushed over in search of assistance, her eyes brimming with tears of distress and urgency, her voice trembling slightly with fear. "Brother, please help me. That strange person has been following me. He wants tea, let me go home." "Do not worry, where is he?" Fu Chen gently reassured her, remaining vigilant for any impending anomalies. "Right there." The girl wiped away her tears with one hand while pointing behind her with the other. Fu Chen turned to look and suddenly spotted a shadowy figure huddled in the corner of the corridor. A pair of crimson eyes glimmered with unending malice. As their gazes locked once more, the atmosphere thickened with tension. "I have found you. You have coveted me for so long. It is time for an explanation." Chapter 66. Only emptiness remains with a thought. Fu Chen summoned the peach with sword and coffin nails. Without hesitation, he charged toward the shadow. "Others may fear you, but I do not. Strike. I have long found this sneaky fellow displeasing." Zhou Lu Yi's voice resonated with exuberance. Fu Chen remained silent, his focus unwavering on the shadow. In an instant, it darted toward the inner courtyard, moving so swiftly that the naked eye could only catch a fleeting glimpse. A pang of urgency struck Fu Chen's heart, and he immediately communicated with Zhou Lu Yi. "Old friend, lend me your strength." "No problem," came the reply. As the originally faint golden eye suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance. This opponent was formidable, and Zhou Lu Yi was fully committed. An eerie aura enveloped Fu Chen, amplifying his speed significantly. A whirlwind erupted in the inner courtyard, scattering leaves in its wake. Unsurprisingly, the shadow fled toward the area of the west wing. Though the courtyard was vast, at such a speed, it could be traversed in mere moments. Fu Chen sprinted after the shadow, resembling a ravenous wolf pursuing its prey. The door was violently thrust open as the shadow slipped inside. With another thunderous bang, the door slammed shut once more. It was only then that Fu Chen abruptly halted his pursuit, coming to a stop in front of room 212, nestled in the corner of the corridor. Xia Hua soon caught up with him. Simultaneously, Baihu, Du Shi, Bailan, and Shi Guawazi, all the remaining chosen ones, gathered at this very spot. Baihu furrowed his brow, eyeing Fu Chen warily. "Have you noticed too? His behavior is so suspicious. Isn't it only natural to be wary?" Fu Chen shrugged, his three eyes casting a glance simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Baihu's expression darkened abruptly. He had anticipated being the first to uncover the truth, yet found that the actions of others were equally swift. At this juncture, despite his reluctance to trust, he felt compelled to remain silent and turned away, refraining from further comments. Now that everyone had arrived, how about we share the rewards equally? The watermelon kid surveyed the crowd, his face beaming with a smile. Over the past few days, he had been solely focused on survival, gaining nothing in the process. However, seeing the commotion here, he merely wished to join in the excitement. Little did he expect to stumble upon unexpected gains. One must seize opportunities. He was not alone in this sentiment. Many in the crowd were equally uncertain of the truth, sharing akin thoughts. Naturally, they would not refute such a proposal. Before long, consensus was reached among the group. Baihu, still scowling, felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction brewing within him. Yet, swayed by the collective will, individual interests were evidently compromised. He resigned himself to the front lines, striving to earn more recognition. "Damn it, let's go for it." Baihu approached the door of room 212, seemingly eager to vent his pent-up frustration, and with a forceful kick, he sent the wooden door crashing down. Boom! As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the interior and were momentarily taken aback. A bed, a table, and a bench, nothing more. Where's that guy? Bailon stared in disbelief, asking vacantly. Everyone had witnessed the chase between Fu Chen and the shadow, and had seen it dart into this very room. Could it have escaped? Impatient and ambitious, Baihu strode boldly into the room, intending to inspect the back window. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted, frozen mid-stride. Seeing this, Xiahua furrowed her brows slightly. Having spent some time together, she had garnered a fair understanding of Baihu. Though he acted recklessly, he was not inherently bad. The others were equally perplexed, yet no one dared to advance recklessly. Victory was within reach. If they all charged together, surely they could overcome it. Suddenly, someone began to incite courage. Well then, why don't you go first? Yes, indeed. Don't just talk, lead the charge. And I will follow right behind you. The undercurrents of rivalry among them became undeniably apparent at that moment. After much debate, the snake, missing a kidney, could no longer contain its impatience. With an invulnerability mechanism in place, why were they still so cowardly? Just based on your merits. You think you can meddle with the main quest? It disdainfully remarked, casting a fierce glare at Fu Chen before departing, as if to blame him for withholding information that had led to its current frail condition. This weakened form had endured enough. With the invulnerability mechanism, it could restore itself to its prime. The snake thought this, and then stepped into the room. The others, unwilling to lag behind, surged in together. The snake approached Baihu, giving him a nudge. You big fool, why? Before it could finish, the words halted abruptly. All within the room seemed to have been ensnared by an invisible force. The scene descended into profound silence. Observing this unsettling spectacle, the watermelon boy patted his chest and retreated cautiously, a sense of trepidation washing over him. My goodness, is it truly this perilous? He turned to the immobile Fu Chen and inquired, shall we withdraw for the time being? Fu Chen cast a fleeting glance in his direction, remaining silent, and instead communicated telepathically with Zhou Lu Yi. Brother Zhou, do you discern any insights? The situation appears dire. Are we not considering retreat? Zhou Lu Yi responded with a hint of amusement. Fu Chen remained unresponsive, his silence betraying his resolute determination. Let us test the waters then. This specter does not seem overwhelmingly powerful, though its abilities appear somewhat peculiar. Zhou Lu Yi, opting to drop the pretense, remarked leisurely, however, we must venture further to ascertain the truth. Let us proceed. With that, Fu Chen finally took a step forward. Upon entering the room, an unsettling calm enveloped the atmosphere, exuding an eerie quality. A multitude of summoned contenders stood frozen, their expressions vacant as if turned to stone. What is the meaning of this? Fu Chen, while vigilant, could not help but feel perplexed. Young man, above you. Zhou Lu Yi's sudden shout reverberated through his mind. Alarm bells rang in Fu Chen's head as he instinctively looked up towards the ceiling. There, a shadowy figure clung to the corner at the rear, its crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. I caught you. As the words fell, a crimson glow erupted from its eyes. Caught off guard, Fu Chen was abruptly dragged into an illusion. It was then that he comprehended why Baihu and the others had suddenly fallen into a state of paralysis. It was not that they wished to remain still, but rather that they were unable to move. Here lay a void of darkness. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, all five senses were stripped away, leaving behind a sense of despair akin to being submerged in an abyss. Should one be imprisoned in this void? Even if the external specter made no move, the mere act of being ensnared could lead to the slow demise of Fu Chen and his companions. What to do? Fu Chen strained to mobilize his body, exerting force, yet receiving no response. Only his thoughts remained within his control. In his helplessness, he found himself filled with questions. If the adversary possessed such a formidable ability, why not strike sooner? The answer seemed singular. It had been waiting, biding its time to annihilate all the summoned contenders. Chapter 67. The strongest proxy. Just as silence enveloped the air, a voice echoed in his mind. Young man, do you require assistance? Zhou Lu Yi. Fu Chen blinked in surprise, not expecting to establish contact with Zhou Lu Yi. Perhaps what he could not achieve, Zhou Lu Yi might. Yet, if he relinquished control of his body, would he ever regain it? Such unnecessary worry. Zhou Lu Yi let out a derisive laugh, tinged with a hint of resignation. Engaging in self-deprecating humor. Do not forget, the contract stipulates clearly, you are the host, and I am merely a pitiable creature seeking to stretch my limbs. Quite true. Fu Chen chuckled lightly. The situation was dire, allowing no room for contemplation. He resolved to lower his guard. Although it sounded simple, the execution proved exceedingly difficult. Fear arises from the unknown. Who can fully relax their vigilance when ensconced in a realm of sensory void, with malevolent spirits lurking outside? Hurry up. That guy is coming down. The urgency in Saturday B's voice was palpable. The watermelon boy, lingering at the door, suddenly widened his eyes in terror, gazing up at the gaunt figure hanging from the ceiling. It was none other than the phantasmagoric specter. In an instant, the watermelon boy scrambled away in fright. The specter, however, merely redirected its gaze, seemingly uninterested. After all, there were so many lambs awaiting slaughter, and it was only natural to indulge in a feast. So where to begin? Though it was a rhetorical question, a target had already formed in its mind. The one who posed the greatest threat must be dealt with first. The specter strode directly towards Fu Chen, and anyone who dared obstruct its path would have their heads severed without hesitation. In mere moments, two round heads rolled onto the floor, the unfortunate poison snake and Bylon. Their corpses dissipated into motes of light, leaving them oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them. Finally, it's your turn, the specter mocked, its hand morphing into a blade as it swung mercilessly towards Fu Chen's neck. Do you truly think you are worthy? A mocking tone echoed as the specter realized, to its astonishment, that its hand was firmly grasped by a single hand, rendering it immobile. Fu Chen turned his head, a beaming smile gracing his face. Surprised? Unexpected? The specter was horrified to find that Fu Chen's eyes had transformed into one a profound black, the other a distant gold, exuding an aura starkly different from before. How is this possible? Despite its meticulous calculations, it never anticipated that Fu Chen had completely surrendered his body to a ghostly entity. In an instant, a surge of ghostly energy emanated from Fu Chen, enveloping the specter. Illusions? I'm rather adept at those myself. Shall we play? The brilliance in his golden eyes momentarily stunned the specter, liberating everyone within the room. What has transpired? Such potent, ghostly energy. A low exclamation broke the silence, and all gazes turned towards Fu Chen and the phantasmagoric specter. This guy has appeared. Everyone attack. Baihu bellowed, brandishing a knife steeped in malevolence, charging directly at the specter. Yet, with a mere glance, the specter froze him in place. Clang! The knife clattered to the ground, producing a metallic clang that reverberated through the air, as if to inform all present that even in its restrained state, the specter was not a foe to be trifled with. Don't be hasty. I'll kill you all soon. The specter twisted its body, its arm cracking unnaturally as it broke free from Fu Chen's grip. A chilling wave of ghostly energy surged forth, expanding like ink in water, rapidly engulfing the entire room in murky darkness. In that blackened haze, a single golden eye flickered to life. Ah, are you all waiting here to meet your demise? Everyone could sense that the visage before them was decidedly amiss. The atmosphere was peculiar. Perhaps it was wiser to retreat and reconsider their strategy. At this moment, these summoned ones, each harboring their own thoughts, remarkably reached a consensus, hastening towards the door in a frantic rush. The malevolent aura thickened, and the external light dimmed correspondingly. Should they delay any longer, they might find themselves unable to locate the door at all. After a brief period, the group of summoned individuals returned to the corridor in utter disarray, their gazes filled with terror as they glanced into the room. The oppressive atmosphere of malevolence enveloped them, punctuated by the occasional sound of rushing wind, yet no one knew what transpired within. Would that fellow perish? The white tiger, having narrowly escaped calamity, spoke in a hushed tone, vowing to remember Fu Chen's life-saving grace. Perhaps not. While others were oblivious, Xiahua had witnessed Fu Chen's prowess firsthand. With an array of spiritual artifacts at his disposal, who could say what he might conjure next? Within the swirling black fog, Fu Chen grinned, white light coalescing in his palm to manifest a ghostly binding rod, inscribed with intricate runes. The malevolent aura could obscure the vision of others, yet it posed no hindrance to Zhou Yi. One golden eye fixated on the corner, brimming with a provocative glint. The creature, which only dared to conceal itself, was indeed not as formidable as it appeared. The mundane tone of Fu Chen's voice transformed into an unbearable cacophony in the ears of the illusory ghost. "Do not be too arrogant," it shrieked, lunging toward Fu Chen. Its ghostly claws glimmered with a chilling light, trailing a streak of darkness through the air. With a smirk, Fu Chen brandished the rod, intercepting the ghostly claws, and swiftly followed up with a powerful strike. The impact landed upon the illusory ghost, producing a muffled thud, rendering it disoriented, its form bending in an unnatural manner. Thud! The illusory ghost was forcefully slammed against the wall. The tremendous force caused the entire room to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling. "Get up! Let us continue our game," Fu Chen proclaimed, an exceedingly wicked smile gracing his face as he leisurely approached the illusory ghost. He crouched down, seizing its head and forcibly turning its face towards him. "It is a rare opportunity to emerge. Do not disappoint my expectations." The look of resentment in the illusory ghost's eyes faded, replaced by an ingrained terror. Resistance was futile. They were not on the same level. Even its proud illusions were utterly crushed by Fu Chen's might. Noticing the flicker of fear in the ghost's eyes, Fu Chen narrowed his own slightly, seemingly losing interest. "What a pity. Killing you means I must return. Why not put up a fight?" With that, he gripped the illusory ghost's head, repeatedly slamming it against the ground. Thud! 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 The resounding crashes echoed, causing the floor to tremble. When the world is happening. In the corridor, the white tiger appeared utterly astonished. Are they attempting to demolish the house? If the landlord hears this, it could spell trouble. Just as those words left his lips, a deep voice resonated from behind. "What are you all gathered here for?" The landlord's decaying visage quivered, his eyes radiating a perilous glint. Upon witnessing this, none dared to respond. At that moment, from room 212, a severed head rolled out. Chapter 68. Spending money to avert disaster. As the dust settled, the golden gleam in Fu Chen's right eye also faded, returning to its previous, profound darkness. He surveyed the surrounding chaos, feeling a sense of unease. "Saturday, you've destroyed half of someone's house. How am I supposed to explain this?" The noise was unbearable, and fatigue washed over him as he longed for rest, trusting that things would work out. "Don't hide away. What if you cross paths with the landlord again?" Recalling the landlord's formidable speed, Fu Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Winning the game was feasible only because neither side had resorted to supernatural powers. In actual combat, the outcome was uncertain. "Coward!" Fu Chen cursed under his breath, turning to face the door. He could sense the landlord waiting outside, anticipating an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Fu Chen regained his composure. As he stepped outside, he was met with a chorus of incredulous gazes. "You killed him? How did you manage that? Aren't you a newcomer? This is a bit outrageous." Amidst the murmurs, the landlord's deep voice cut through the chatter. "What have you done?" Fu Chen shrugged, betraying little panic. "I merely dealt with a scoundrel." "You killed my tenant?" The landlord's expression grew icy, with decaying flesh peeling from its face, tendrils of ghostly energy beginning to emanate. The onlookers recoiled, fearing for their safety. "He is not dead," Fu Chen replied, kicking the deformed head on the ground, turning its face upward to meet the bloodshot, terrified eyes. "See? He is perfectly fine, just waiting for you to take care of him." Witnessing this, the landlord's anger somewhat abated, yet remained unyielding. "You destroyed my property? Some things remain hidden beneath the surface," Fu Chen said nonchalantly, turning to enter the house and leaving behind a parting remark. "Grandfather, come in and see for yourself." The landlord hesitated briefly, but decided to ascertain the truth before making a judgment. The others Two approached with curiosity. Upon entering the room, their steps faltered. The walls and floor were utterly shattered, with even the ceiling marred by numerous cracks. It was hard to fathom the ferocity of the prior battle. Only Chen knew that it had been a one-sided slaughter by Saturday. What lay within the cracks was even more horrifying. Hands, feet, torsos, skulls. The walls of the room were densely packed with corpses. There were men and women, young and old, some freshly deceased, others long since decayed. The commonality was their faces and postures, all grotesquely contorted. Clearly, they had endured hellish torment in life. The landlord surveyed the scene, its expression darkening to the point of dripping. It raised a hand, releasing wisps of ghostly energy, capturing the head that was lurking in the corridor, ready to flee at any moment. Was it all you're doing? At that moment, the phantasmal being, aware of its impending doom, ceased to tremble in fear and retorted ominously. Who else could it be? They were my finest trophies, far superior to your worthless trash. You would never comprehend how amusing it is to witness these individuals struggle in their final moments. As I listened intently, the landlord's fingers suddenly exerted force, sinking deeply into the skull. Do not disparage my collection. Soon, you shall become one of them. The landlord abruptly broke into a grin, lifting the head closer, scrutinizing it from top to bottom, and remarked, "You shall be the most extraordinary one." The phantasmagoric entity seemed to recall something, its expression contorting in fear. Kill me. Kill me." It cast a pleading glance at Chen, who, however, showed no inclination to respond. Life and death are not to be feared. To be unable to survive, to be unable to die, and to be eternally denied rebirth, that is truly terrifying. The landlord unleashed a wave of ghostly energy, sealing the phantasmagoric entity's mouth and nose, rendering it incapable of even a wail. Then he turned to Chen. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have still broken the rules." After speaking, the landlord's eyes darted around with a shrewd glint. "What a greedy old fellow you are." Chen silently cursed in his heart, yet outwardly forced a smile. "I shall cover the cost for the repairs of this room." Upon finishing his words, Chen flipped his wrist and produced 5 100 yuan ghostly notes. Consider it an expenditure to avert disaster. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly notes vanished from his hand. The landlord, holding the head in one hand and resting the other behind his back, sauntered towards the door. "I did say, do not engage in life and death struggles, or else you shall trouble this old man, right? Ah, the youth of today is so impetuous, lacking any composure. Young man, do drop by the front yard sometime for a game. I assure you, I will not lose to you again." As everyone watched his retreating figure, astonishment filled the air. When did the mask's relationship with the landlord become so amicable? Could it be that money truly makes even ghosts work? No, with a clear rank of one. How could the mask possess such wealth? As doubts multiplied with contemplation, the mask's image grew increasingly enigmatic to the onlookers. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, Hua emerged and inquired of Chen, "Have you completed the main quest? Do you see us returning?" Chen shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. If someone were to complete the main quest, all surviving participants from that batch would receive a prompt regarding their return to the real world. It was merely a secondary task. Chen forsta, doppia vor ipsilons mai. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden secondary task. Additional scoring has been recorded. This system has become increasingly miserly. After all the effort expended, not only was there no spirit artifact, but not even a clue was provided. Does this not merely increase the difficulty of the task? Not only Chen felt disheartened, but others, upon hearing him, sank further into despair. Who could have anticipated that a hidden task would lead them to the brink of near annihilation? At that moment, the recently revived Viper and Bailon hurried over. They had thought that, after paying the price for the immunity mechanism, they had grasped the phantasmagoric entity's weakness, only to find that the battle had already been quelled by Chen. Now, receiving news that this task was not the main quest only added to their grim expressions. Curse it! Not only did I squander my chance at rebirth, but I left with naught to show for it. The venomous serpent grumbled as he returned from whence he came. How utterly disappointing. I have no invulnerability to waste. Henceforth, I shall remain quietly in my chamber, awaiting the deadline to return to the mortal realm. Bylin, with a look of despair, murmured her way out as well. With their departure, the other summoned participants similarly lost interest, each retreating into their own thoughts. Seeing that Fu Chen remained motionless, Sha Hua teased. Feeling disheartened? Fu Chen, with his gaze lowered, slowly shook his head. Something felt amiss. Chapter 69. The joy of helping others. Though room 212 harbored a hallucinatory specter, an exceedingly deranged killer, it did not fulfill the primary objective's requirements. The only clues at hand were the scratches found at the bottom of the well in the backyard. Merely relying on this, one could not ascertain which resident it pertained to. So, what significance did this clue hold? Fu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he found himself enshrouded in perplexity. Observing his silence, Sha Hua chose not to press further and departed. Once everyone had left, Fu Chen finally murmured to himself, "How intricate." For a moment, he felt adrift, uncertain of his next steps, akin to a small boat lost in a foggy sea. As he wandered, he unconsciously returned to the eastern wing. I heard our little hero captured the pervert from across the way. Deep in thought, Fu Chen paused at the sound coming from ahead, looking up to see a woman from room 105 leaning against the doorframe, exhaling wisps of smoke as usual. "If you encounter trouble, feel free to call on me for assistance." With that, the woman retrieved a cleaver from behind her, giving it a slight flourish. The gleam of the blade was strikingly sharp. "Annie has her own skills, you know." Fu Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I'll be sure to do so next time." Yet, he hadn't anticipated that news would travel so swiftly. Perhaps the landlord had boasted about his newfound collection, spreading the word far and wide. Just as Fu Chen prepared to return to his room, another sound echoed through the corridor. "Wait." He turned to find the girl from room 101 rushing towards him. Breathless, yet wearing a look of joy. "Why the haste?" Fu Chen asked, raising an eyebrow. "I heard from Grandpa that the pervert has been caught," she exclaimed. Struggling to catch her breath, "Grandma and Grandpa would like to invite you to dinner, to thank you in person." Feeling the anticipation in her eyes, Fu Chen fell silent for a moment. Dinner with a house full of spirits? I can only imagine what the meal would consist of. Instinctively, he began to resist, wanting to decline the invitation. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Hidden D-class mission triggered. Proceed to room 101 and dine with the occupants. Curse be it, so stingy as to demand I undertake this and that. Do I owe you a debt? Fu Chen still harbored a grudge over the system's previous frugality, but consoled himself. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is intolerable. Uncertainly, he pondered whether the system might offer some useful hints to help him break the deadlock. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. How about this evening? Sure. Let me inform my grandparents so they can prepare. With that, the young girl skipped away cheerfully. Fu Chen returned to his room, intending to take a shower and rest. As he turned on the faucet, the water dripped softly before ceasing abruptly. Has the water stopped? He wondered, raising his partially wet head and perplexly adjusting the valve. But the water supply did not resume. While drying his hair, he stepped outside to inquire about the situation. Just as he exited his room, he heard a resident exclaim, "Landlady, why is there suddenly no water?" In the courtyard, the landlady hurried over. Room 212 caused a disturbance and damaged the underground water pipe. I've already sent someone to fix it, but it will take at least half a day. Fu Chen's eyes twitched slightly as he averted his gaze. In the courtyard, the enthusiastic snake approached the resident's door, asking, "Hey, do you need water? I can bring you a few buckets. Is that appropriate?" "Oh, it's just a small act of kindness. What a good spirit you all have, being so helpful. We should look out for each other in the future." Fu Chen listened to their exchange with a slight smirk before closing the door. That sharp-tongued fellow, being helpful? It was merely for the sake of the task. He removed his coat and laid down on the bed, exhausted. His body felt frail, after being tormented by Zhou Lu. Every inch ached. "Zhou Lu, wake me up later, so I don't miss mealtime," he murmured, eyes closing with a tone that was neither enthusiastic nor dismissive. "Understood," Zhou Lu replied quietly, aware of his own shortcomings. Just as Fu Chen succumbed to slumber, the inner courtyard was bustling with activity. Besides Snake, other selected candidates gradually joined the ranks of water carriers, eager to forge good relationships with the residents. Fetching water seemed far easier than tasks like organ redemption or seeking old relics. However, as time passed, their perspective shifted. The distance to the water source was considerable, and the back and forth was physically taxing. Moreover, as mealtime approached, the residents' demands grew increasingly peculiar. Clean this, watch that. Merely assisting them with food preparation required immense mental fortitude. Just as Snake exited the home of a resident who had been cooking human legs, he barely caught his breath before diving back into the fray. He arrived at room 105, unloaded the water buckets, and without even wiping the sweat from his brow, donned a smile. "Auntie, here is the water you requested." "Thank you." "Young man, please bring it inside and place in the kitchen." The woman exhaled a faint smoke ring, gesturing towards the interior. Snake silently rejoiced that this household did not impose any excessive demands. Moments later, nearly exhausted, he emerged from room 105. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Fu Chen yawning as he opened his door and stepped into the corridor. That lazy fellow. What does he expect to claim the title of best performer? The venomous Snake immediately became intrigued, scoffing derisively. Unperturbed by such trifling provocations, Fu Chen leisurely stretched and remarked, "Hey, water delivery man. I could use a bucket of water too. Can't you fetch it yourself?" The Snake, dismissive, turned to seek out another household. Just as he was about to step forward, he was halted by a woman from room 105. "Excuse me, young man, could you lend a hand?" The Snake paused, forced a smile, and inquired, "What is it, ma'am?" The woman pointed at Fu Chen and said, "He also needs water. He's a good lad." Such a request, voiced by different individuals, bore varying effects. The Snake, nearly ready to spit blood in anger, could only suppress his fury, even managing to conjure a stiff and unappealing smile, saying, "All right, ma'am, just a moment." With that, he stormed out, irate. Why must everyone stand by that wretched face? I loathe it. I truly loathe it. "Thank you, ma'am," Fu Chen said as he arrived at the door of room 105, beaming. "Water may be unnecessary, but that scoundrel must be dealt with." The woman smiled and replied, "Thanks to you, my days have been quite peaceful lately." She watched the Snake's retreating figure, a glint of coldness in her eyes. "It seems there is some history between you two. Do you require assistance?" Her calm tone, however, betrayed an unmistakable menace. Chapter 70, Dinner Together. Ultimately, these residents are merely predatory figures, though they have shown a degree of kindness towards Fu Chen. This benevolence is not without reason. On one hand, his conduct leaves no room for criticism. On the other, he possesses considerable strength as leverage. His two fierce displays of power had stirred quite a commotion within the compound. People, after all, fear trouble, spirits do too. Any resident considering a confrontation must first weigh their own capabilities. Noticing the woman's murderous intent, Fu Chen hastily waved his hand in refusal. "It's just a minor issue. I wouldn't want to trouble you, ma'am." As fellow chosen ones, and given that it was merely a verbal spat, Fu Chen had no desire to drive his opponent to the brink. After some casual conversation, the Snake finally returned with 2 large buckets of water. Seeing Fu Chen laughing with the woman filled him with indignation. With a loud thud, he set the buckets down, preparing to turn and leave. "Wait a moment, could you bring it inside for me?" Fu Chen said with a smile. "You." The Snake was about to curse, but immediately sensed the woman's dangerous gaze and quickly altered his tone. "What a splendid suggestion. I almost forgot. I'll be heading back now," feeling rather sticky and uncomfortable. With that, Fu Chen walked ahead while the Snake followed behind. Upon entering the room, the Snake gritted his teeth and muttered darkly, "That face, is it amusing?" Fu Chen feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. "Amusing? What are you talking about? Stop playing dumb. Is it entertaining to mock me?" The Snake's expression darkened as he set the water bucket down, poised to strike if provoked. What do you mean by that?" Fu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression turning playful. "Are you truly eager to play?" In light of this situation, the venomous serpent recalled the ruthless methods of the other party. Anguish constricted his heart, leaving him with no outlet for his emotions. He suddenly turned pale, collapsing into unconsciousness. "This is akin to a staged incident. I bear no responsibility," murmured Fu Chen, his gaze vacant as he observed the serpent convulsing on the ground and frothing at the mouth, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Could it truly be that a chosen one could perish from sheer indignation in the enigmatic realm? Perhaps it had not happened before, but it might now. Given the current circumstances, he ought to apply pressure to the Renjong point, he thought. Muttering to himself, Fu Chun bent down and firmly pressed his thumb against the serpent's Renjong. After a brief struggle, the serpent finally took a deep breath and calmed down. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the visage he loathed the most. The serpent hastily scrambled towards the door, nearly fleeing, likely left with a profound psychological scar from encountering a living person for the first time. Fu Chen, unfazed, picked up a bucket and hummed a tune as he made his way to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he donned a fresh set of clothes. After all, one should present oneself well when visiting others. Moments later, Fu Chen arrived at the door of room 101 and gently rapped on it. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door opened to reveal the smiling face of a young girl. Hurry, hurry. The meal is just ready. At her enthusiastic invitation, Fu Chen stepped inside. Unlike most residences, this room was exceptionally tidy. The curtains were drawn wide open, allowing ample light to flood in. While the furnishings bore a hint of age, they were meticulously maintained. Seated at the table were two elderly figures with serene expressions. Everything should have felt normal, yet in the mysterious world, it appeared exceedingly bizarre. What surprised Fu Chen even more was that the table was laden not with limbs, but with an array of home-cooked dishes. Slightly taken aback, he heard the grandfather at the table warmly invite him. Young man, please come and sit. The grandmother beside him added with a cheerful smile, You are unlike us. I hope you find the food to your liking. Though their tone was gentle, Fu Chen could sense an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. These two elders were formidable. Even if they had not reached the level of a landlord, they were likely not far from it. With a sense of trepidation, Fu Chen approached the table and took a seat, while the young girl sat beside him. Let's dig in. The girl looked at Fu Chen with eager anticipation. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of stir-fried meat. To his surprise, the culinary skill was quite impressive, with the seasoning perfectly balanced. I heard you have been of great assistance to our Xin. We have yet to find the opportunity to express our gratitude, the grandfather said kindly. Is there anything you need help with? Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback. The gaze of the elder seemed to scrutinize the very essence within him. No, I'm quite well. Fu Chen laughed awkwardly, deflecting the conversation. Throughout the meal, what appeared to be casual chatter was laced with a cold sweat that soaked his back. It was not the family's demeanor that was unfriendly, but rather the vast disparity in power. The potential consequences of a misstep were unimaginable. Even for Fu Chen, who typically exercised great caution in his words and actions, the pressure was palpable. With a forced smile, he navigated the situation, feeling an intense aversion to the sense of being manipulated. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each minute dragging on excruciatingly. As dusk descended, the dinner finally concluded. From the two elders, Fu Chen learned the young girl's name, Zhou Xin. Returning to the corridor, he released a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that behind the seemingly harmless Zhou Xin lay such a terrifying presence? If they chose to act, wouldn't he dealing with the phantoms be as effortless as crushing an ant? Why allow them to run amok? Just as Fu Chen pondered this, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on completing a hidden D-level task. Additional points have been recorded. You have received a hint. Room 104, with its door firmly shut, is not uninhabited. Fu Chen paused, beginning to recollect. Early on, when he and the watermelon boy were selecting rooms, he had indeed knocked on the door of room 104. However, there was no response, and the door remained locked. At that time, they both assumed the occupant was simply away. Yet, over the past 2 days, he had not witnessed anyone entering or exiting. At that moment, Fu Chen happened to pass by the door of room 104. The surrounding light dimmed, and the night grew ever more profound. To avert any unforeseen incidents, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of investigating further. With lingering doubts, he returned to his room. Since the system had provided this clue, it undoubtedly held significance. Like pieces of a puzzle, they may not reveal much individually, but when assembled, they could unveil the entire picture. Perhaps the truth would soon come to light. Hey, shall we take a stroll tonight? Fu Chan suddenly recalled the wispy remnants that appeared only at night. Could he glean more information from them? I advise against it. Zhou Lu Yi, who had been silent for a long while, finally spoke. Why? This morning they seemed rather docile, albeit a bit peculiar in appearance. Fu Chan expressed his confusion. Why are they called remnants? Because they are incomplete. Even their consciousness is muddled. What do you expect to learn from them? Zhou Lu Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. Moreover, I've already mentioned that this courtyard is far from simple. The most dangerous entity has yet to reveal itself. I see. Fu Chan gazed at the ceiling, his emotions flickering. Within the room, silence gradually descended. Chapter 71. New clue after heeding Zhou Lu Yi's warning. Fu Chan naturally dismissed the notion of venturing out at night. Based on the information at hand, the landlord, the landlady, and the elderly couple in room 101 were all beyond his capacity to contend with. What then would be the nature of the most perilous being? With this somewhat weighty thought, Fu Chan gradually succumbed to slumber. A night devoid of conversation passed. The next day, Fu Chan awoke to hushed whispers outside his door. Shoo, they're almost found, it's coming soon. Liberation, we're finally going to be free. Don't be like before. Furrowing his brow, Fu Chan, hearing these cryptic phrases, approached the door and pushed it open forcefully. Creak, as if silenced by an unseen force, the remnants suddenly fell silent. Upon witnessing this scenario, Fu Chan, unwilling to concede, inquired, could you perhaps divulge a bit more information? All that met his question was an enduring silence. As dawn gradually broke, the shroud of darkness began to dissipate. With a resigned sigh, Fu Chan retreated to his quarters. After a brief, cleansing ritual, he ventured once more into the corridor, making his way directly to room 104. Knocking tentatively on the door, he was taken aback when the previously shut door creaked open. A nauseating stench assailed his senses, reminiscent of a grotesque amalgamation of various waste products. Furrowing his brow and covering his nose, he peered into the dimly lit room. It bore a striking resemblance to his own living space, a modest single room. Tattered clothing, bedding, and an array of refuse littered the floor, leaving scarcely any space to stand. On the bed, curled up, was a youth, seemingly of similar age to Fu Chan. Hey, buddy. The boy lifted his head, his unkempt black hair revealing a grimy, yet strikingly handsome face. His gaze was vacant, staring blankly at Fu Chan. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Just as Fu Chan pondered how to initiate conversation, he noticed a droplet of transparent saliva trailing down from the corner of the boy's slightly parted lips. Hey, a living person. You're a living person. The boy broke into a foolish grin. Fu Chen instinctively braced himself. Who could say whether this seemingly daft individual was merely foolish or truly unhinged? The clues lay within the room, and he could not afford to abandon his pursuit. May I come in and have a seat? He ventured to ask. Who are you? The boy tilted his head, as if deep in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, You're a living person. Come quickly, I have something to show you. Fu Chan furrowed his brows, glancing around. We? He mused, noting that he was undeniably alone. Something felt amiss. With a sense of trepidation, he stepped into the room. The boy had already descended from the bed and was now crouched before a large wooden chest, rummaging through its contents. It's gone? How could it be gone? His eyes flickered between clarity and muddiness, his brow furrowed in concentration. Moments later, he seemed to surrender, sprawling on the floor in a carefree manner, once again breaking into a silly laugh. Observing this, Fu Chan approached the chest and knelt beside it. The items within appeared to be well preserved, indicative of their significance to the boy. Yet, as he touched them, he could not help but become smeared with some of the filthy muck. He picked up a frame containing a graduation photo. Even though their acquaintance had been brief, he easily recognized the striking youth amongst the crowd. In the photograph, the boy's radiant smile was a stark contrast to his current disheveled state. Setting the frame aside, Fu Chan then lifted a nearby tape recorder and cassette. A crackling sound erupted, and instead of a recording, a beautifully melodic piece of classical music filled the air. The boy, who had been rolling about on the floor, suddenly sat up as if jolted by electricity, pointing eagerly at a corner of the chest. He exclaimed, "To Fu Chun, my diary. It's my diary." As soon as the words were spoken, his eyes returned to a murky state. His arms lost strength and fell limply, striking the concrete floor with a dull thud. Fu Chan followed the direction indicated by the boy. In the corner lay a completely black notebook. Upon opening it, he discovered the boy's name, Li Changming, inscribed on the front page. The diary primarily contained mundane details: classes skipped yesterday, flirtations with a girl today. These ordinary occurrences of youth struck a chord with Fu Chun. In truth, through the behaviors and actions of the residents over the past few days, it was evident that they had lived lives akin to ordinary individuals. Even in death, they clung to their former habits. As he continued to peruse the pages, Fu Chan suddenly realized that, in all the entries, Li Changming never mentioned family. He turned a glance at Li Changming, who was sitting on the floor in a daze. Could it be that he too was an orphan? Fu Chan continued to read until he reached the end, where an unsettling turn of events was recorded. September 11th. School was abruptly canceled as students discussed a curse that was spreading, seemingly capable of awakening the darkest thoughts within people, prompting them to commit acts of madness they would ordinarily shy away from. September 13th. The curse continues to spread. Patients have emerged near the courtyard, and one has gone mad, killing many. September 17th. The curse has infiltrated the courtyard. I must hide and cannot be discovered by them. The distorted handwriting tore through the paper, making it easy to imagine the despair that filled the writer's heart when these words were penned. Fu Chan furrowed his brow and turned the page. For some reason, however, the subsequent content had been torn away, leaving behind a blank expanse. What could have happened? Just as Fu Chan found himself perplexed, a sound suddenly emanated from the door. "Hey, what are you doing here, young man?" The speaker was a woman from the adjacent room, 105. Fu Chan discreetly tucked the notebook into his pocket and replied nonchalantly, "The door was unlocked, so I came to see how things were." "Such a good-hearted lad," she chuckled as she entered the room and asked Li Changming, "Did you sneak out to play again last night?" It was fun, really fun." Li Changming responded with a foolish grin. "Get up and eat," the woman urged, pressing a bun into his hands. Li Changming began to eat heartily. Fu Chan pondered for a moment and then sighed softly. How pitiful, such a lonely soul, with no one to tidy his room. His tone revealed a hint of compassion, yet it was a veiled insinuation. Yes, he was once reliant on his sister, but a sudden misfortune left him alone. Since then, he has become this way, the woman lamented. "If you ever need anything, just call me. I will certainly help if I can." Fu Chan maintained the facade of a good Samaritan, but beneath his guise, his spirits gradually sank. Chapter 72. Survival and desperation, whether through photographs or notes. Li Changming had always been solitary. So, from where did the notion of a sister, with whom he was supposedly inseparable, arise? Fu Chan furrowed his brows as he exited the room. The woman in room 105 had been his closest ally, having extended her hand to assist him on several occasions. Yet now, why would she resort to deceit? A sense of wariness began to brew within him. The dagger that strikes from behind is often the most lethal. Contemplating this, he traversed the corridor and knocked on the doors of rooms 108 and 109 consecutively, both of which were inhabited by acquaintances. However, whether it was the deranged ghost or Wu Yuan Shan, they all echoed the same phrase. Li Changming indeed has a very gentle sister. This assertion shattered Fu Chen's previous conjectures. If that were indeed the case, why had Li Changming not mentioned his sister in his diary? Not even a single photograph had been preserved. According to the residents' accounts, their relationship should have been quite amiable. Where then did the discrepancy lie? With a heavy heart full of doubts, Fu Chan resolved to visit the small convenience store. Logically speaking, elderly women are often the most gossipy, and this particular one had never shown any hostility. Thus, she was an ideal source of information. Moments latte. Fu Chan stood before the store, making a lavish purchase that left the landlady grinning from ear to ear. Leaning against the counter, he munched on snacks while engaging in casual conversation. Although the topics were mundane, Fu Chan skillfully steered the dialogue, regaling the landlady with tales that delighted her immensely. As the atmosphere warmed, he inquired, "The young man in room 104 is quite unfortunate, isn't he?" "Indeed, his fate is harsh, and there's little one can do. The landlady sighed, lamenting the capriciousness of destiny. Had it not been for that accident, things might have turned out differently. Fu Chen subtly guided the conversation, and the landlady took the bait. Ah, you have no idea how thoughtless that child, Changming, can be. I remember one stormy night when he was out gallivanting with friends. His sister, Changqing, was beside herself with worry when he failed to return. She ventured out with an umbrella to search for him. The landlady recounted, her voice tinged with sorrow, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. And what happened? Once she stepped out, she never returned. After hearing the tale, Fu Chen felt a weight settle upon his heart. According to this narrative, the sister was named Li Changqing, while the brother was Li Changming. Their names, experiences, and even the cause of death were laid bare. Yet, the doubts in Fu Chen's mind only deepened rather than dissipated. The accounts he had heard and witnessed were utterly incongruous. Why was this so? Leaving the convenience store, he strolled thoughtfully, pondering the revelations. Around him, various summoned individuals passed by, engaged in their missions. With 5 days remaining until the deadline, everyone sought to complete additional side quests to enhance their scores during evaluation. As for the perilous main quest, no one dared to approach it. Yet Fu Chen clung tenaciously to the thread of clues, feeling that he was but a thin veil away from the truth. The scratches within the dry well, the curses inscribed in the diary, the upheaval within the courtyard, and the elusive figure of Li Changqing. These fragments scatter throughout my mind, yet I remain unable to piece them together. Hey, face mask, how is the main investigation progressing? Not far off, Baihu noticed Fu Chen's grave expression and called out. Although he had relinquished hope, it did not imply a lack of concern. I have some leads, but they are scarce. Fu Chen sighed lightly, offering a wry smile. In the beginning, we all misjudged the situation. Who would have thought you would be the most resilient? Baihu chuckled, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for what you did last time. Huh? Fu Chen momentarily paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. It's about the incident in room 212. I've never had the chance to thank you properly. Baihu scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I was overly reckless back then. Had it not been for your presence, I might have truly perished at the hands of that phantasmal fiend. I previously spoke out of turn. I apologize. Baihu wasted no time, bowing in earnest apology. Such directness left Fu Chen somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he was not one to harbor grudges, and after a brief moment, he waved his hand dismissively. It's no great matter. I was nearly forgetting it until you mentioned it. The two exchanged a knowing smile, putting past grievances behind them. Just then, the system's prompt echoed through the air. Beep, half the time limit has passed. The survival mode is now activated. The killer has been observing for several days and has gathered knowledge about all the chosen ones. They may strike at any moment. Please maintain the utmost vigilance. Every detail must be approached with caution. It could be anyone. Anyone could become the victim. Before being hunted, each chosen one has one opportunity to identify the killer. Successful identification leads directly to the completion of the main quest. Failure to identify results in immediate eradication. If you wish to avoid a demise of utter oblivion, please cherish your opportunity for immunity. Fu Chen's countenance darkened, and Baihu mirrored his gravity, murmuring, indeed, it will not allow us a moment of peace. The system's notification undoubtedly shattered the chosen one's hopes of maneuvering through chaos unscathed. Doing nothing would likely lead to a dead end. I believe this presents an opportunity for us to retaliate. Fu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Wasn't his labor over the past days aimed at unearthing the hidden killer? If it were to strike, it would inevitably reveal a flaw. Thus, there would be a trail to follow. Indeed, we possess a mechanism for immunity. Perhaps after resurrection, we can unmask the perpetrator. Baihu's suggestion carried immense risk alongside potential reward. With the emergence of this new mode, all chosen ones stood on equal footing once more. Regardless of whether they held clues, there was a chance to uncover the killer's trail. In fact, those who fell first might gain an advantage. A fierce desire to triumph ignited in Baihu's eyes as he smiled at Fu Chen. Brother Face Mask, we can finally compete again. Fu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Things may not be as straightforward. We must remain cautious. I'm aware, Baihu laughed heartily, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After all, it was a contest, each relying on their own skills. Fu Chen naturally harbored no aversion towards Baihu viewing him as a rival. Rather, he detested those who schemed behind his back. Good luck, take care. You too. Baihu responded with a hearty laugh before striding away, seemingly inviting his own demise. Fu Chen shook his head slightly, stroking his chin in contemplation, intending to return to his room to organize his thoughts. Just as he turned, a sudden sound of something crashing to the ground reached his ears. With a halt in his steps, Fu Chen glanced back, his pupils constricting in shock. Baihu's robust figure swayed unsteadily before collapsing heavily to the ground, his head rolling aside, the cheerful smile on his face now frozen in time. Chapter 73. Eradication of the Pit, as the corpse dissipated into motes of light. Fu Chen widened his eyes, jolted from his astonishment. His body tensed instantaneously, the peachwood sword and coffin nails materializing in his hands, warily poised for any potential anomalies. Concurrently, he communicated telepathically, Shang Lu Yi. Did you see that? I did, but only a glimpse. Who is it? Fu Chen's heart raced as he inquired. I don't know. Shang Lu Yi replied somewhat helplessly, murmuring, the speed was too swift, the action too decisive. The residual aura is insufficient to ascertain the identity. However, you may lower your guard. If we were truly targeted, the force would be beyond our capacity to withstand. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen sighed softly, promptly stowing his spiritual instruments into his inventory. The provocateur's actions exuded an air of invulnerability. Unless the identification mechanism was employed, resistance was futile. What should I do now? Just as Fu Chen stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss, he heard a gentle call from nearby. Face mask? Turning to look, he saw Xia Hua approaching, an acquaintance of his. Her face bore an expression of alarm as she hurried over, speaking uneasily. You received the system's notification as well, didn't you? Yes. Baihu lies dead over there. Fu Chen gestured towards the ground where the corpse had completely dissolved into light. Xia Hua furrowed her brows, remaining silent for a moment. Shall we join forces? Taken aback by the proposal, Fu Chen instinctively replied, You know I usually work alone. After a brief pause, he smiled and sincerely added, What I am about to undertake will be perilous. If your only desire is to return safely to the present world, allying with me may not be wise. At his words, Xia Hua's expression shifted subtly. Memories of the face mask's madness, calmness, and peculiarity flooded her mind. Ultimately, she dismissed the notion of forming an alliance. Very well, I wish you luck. With that, Xia Hua departed, her demeanor tinged with regret. She had her own thoughts regarding the main quest, but given the current circumstances, mere thoughts were futile. One needed the ability to implement them. Otherwise, it was akin to courting death. Returning to his room, Fu Chen retrieved his notebook and began to organize his thoughts. Moments later, the tip of his pen scratched across the paper, inscribing several names. Room 104, Li Changming. Room 105, a woman, and the unassuming landlady. According to the identification mechanism, success would complete the task, while failure would result in immediate eradication. Thus, armed with 2 paper effigies and a death immunity clause, even if all 3 identifications failed, one could return to the realm of the living unscathed. Shall we take the gamble? Faint light filtered through the window, casting a glow on Fu Chen's impassive profile. He stared at the 3 names inscribed on the paper, lingering in silence. Perhaps there is still time. It has already committed murder before our very eyes. Do you intend to continue dawdling? Zhou Lui, with his single eye wide open, regarded him with a playful glint in his pale golden gaze. This time it was the white tiger that fell. Next, it could very well be us. It once happened, Fu Chen replied in a flat tone, pausing before continuing. Its eagerness to display its lethal prowess signifies that it has indeed taken notice of us. Moreover, it conveys another message. It wishes to play. Fu Chen rose and walked toward the door, speaking as he went. You, as a fellow spirit, should have a profound understanding of such psychology. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu Yi fell into silence, the intensity in his narrowed golden eyes deepening. Furthermore, our current knowledge is woefully insufficient. We cannot afford to gamble with our lives. Can we? After speaking, Fu Chen pushed open the door. As he stepped into the corridor, he noticed a gathering in the courtyard, voices buzzing with discussion. Among the crowd, the white tiger appeared particularly grave. That fellow moves too swiftly. It's impossible to discern his actions. How do we proceed from here? Bailan Tao Fu Dao, nearly forming a frown. In terms of strength, the white tiger ranks among the upper echelon of this selection group. If he cannot perceive the assassin's movements, then the rest are surely at a loss. We have already utilized our immunity clause. I never imagined that a mere substitute selection would cost us our lives. The viper said, his expression dark and teeth clenched. It was evident that he was a professional substitute. The white tiger sighed heavily, visibly pained, and lamented, I've even expended my immunity item. This has turned into a significant loss. For the next few days, you may all continue your endeavors. I lack the resources to proceed. Bailan, disinterested, planned to retreat to her room in solitude. Observing this, the viper quickly interjected, do not leave. Solitude is tantamount to self-destruction. My suggestion is that we, those who do not intend to pursue the main storyline, gather in one room. We can keep an eye on one another and prevent being picked off one by one. Upon hearing this, the watermelon kid immediately raised both hands in agreement. That is a splendid proposal. Consequently, the crowd began to disperse. At that moment, the white tiger caught sight of Fu Chen in the corridor and offered a wry smile in greeting. The mask of the face. It seems my thoughts were indeed too naive. If such loopholes can be exploited, then the main storyline is rather simplistic. Fu Chen smiled, having anticipated this outcome. The white tiger, noticing his composure, curiously inquired, what are your plans? I intend to attempt a few commission tasks and see if I might glean some new insights. After all, Fu Chen originally intended to advance the main storyline through various side quests. Now, with a few clues in hand, he has not entirely returned to square one. This place feels rather peculiar. You should exercise caution, Bai Hu remarked, nodding thoughtfully. Is there a reason for this? Fu Chen inquired, rising an eyebrow. According to our levels, we shouldn't have been summoned here, Bai Hu continued, pointing at the level information bar above their heads. Among our group, the most seasoned individual is only level 7, merely an experienced newcomer. As for you, the lowest rank belongs to your level 1. The difficulty does not align with the levels. This is a trap laid out by the system for us. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen began to ponder. In terms of survival difficulty, the Binding Spirit Academy is indeed not on par with the Yellow Springs train, although the latter involves constant dealings with spirits. Adhering to the train's rules ensures that one's life is not in grave danger. In contrast, the Binding Spirit Academy requires not only confronting spirits, but also searching for various clues in an environment fraught with peril. Moreover, they must now contend with assassins hunting them down. Reflecting on this, Fu Chen could not help but smile wryly, echoing Bai Hu's sentiments. It seems this is designed to eliminate us. Chapter 74. The first death had I known this task would be so arduous. I would have negotiated for a higher fee with the employer. Clearly, Bai Hu, too, was a hired participant who had entered this enigmatic world under duress. He sighed helplessly, stating to Fu Chen, for the next few days, I must lay low. Otherwise, if the task fails and the curse returns to the employer, my reputation will be in jeopardy. Good brother, do your best. All the hopes of the village rest on your shoulders. With that, Bai Hu hurried to catch up with the others. This typically reckless man was now compelled to submit to the fear instilled by the academy. Thus, apart from Fu Chen, everyone else chose to lie low, merely hoping to return safely to the real world. For the next 3 days, Fu Chen mostly wandered aimlessly, occasionally triggering commission tasks. He built rapport with the neighbors while accumulating his performance ratings. Beneath this seemingly calm facade, however, lurked a tempest of danger. During these 3 days, assassins hidden in the shadows were unrelenting, eliminating several summoned participants without hesitation, utilizing the death immunity mechanism to return to the real world. Reputation, commissions, and benefits. All these external possessions became insignificantly trivial in the face of life and death. As the 7th day arrived, Fu Chen completed yet another level D commission task. Just when he thought it was another unremarkable day, the system notification finally arrived. You have received a hint. The landlord's resident ledger records the information of all tenants. Fu Chen's eyes brightened instantly as he hurried towards the front yard. Moments later, he arrived at the front yard, and as expected, the landlord was reclining in a wicker chair, resting. Hearing his footsteps, the landlord opened his eyes and glanced at Fu Chen with indifference. "What do you want, kid?" "Grandpa, could you lend me a hand?" Fu Chen replied with a smile. "Let us spar a couple of rounds first." The landlord rose from his wicker chair, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. After several days of arduous practice, he had regained his confidence, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to triumph over Fu Chen. "All right," Fu Chen readily responded. The two positioned themselves beside the table, the game poised to commence. The sharp sound of the ball colliding with the paddle resonated in harmonious cadence. Mere minutes later, the landlord's expression morphed into one of despondency. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Fu Chen coughed lightly and remarked, "Old man, you must acknowledge that your skills have significantly improved during this time." Upon hearing this, the landlord cast a skeptical glance at Fu Chen, awaiting further elaboration. "One cannot achieve results solely through solitary practice," he continued, shifting his tone to a more self-congratulatory manner. "But a worthy opponent can yield substantial benefits." The landlord pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "Speak. How may I assist you?" "I wish to peruse your tenant ledger," Fu Chen replied, contemplating before adding. "Specifically for the year that the siblings in room 104 moved in." "A trivial matter. I shall assist you shortly," the landlord said, returning to his wicker chair with a lackluster demeanor, closing his eyes and dismissing the conversation. "Thank you, old man," Fu Chen expressed his gratitude, refraining from further disturbance as he turned to depart. Upon entering the courtyard, an unusual noise emanated from the flower bed, causing Fu Chen to pause momentarily. A cold voice from the system echoed in his mind. "The summoner by Lan has been eliminated, exiting the mysterious world." Fu Chen's pupils contracted as he swiftly comprehended the situation, dashing toward the flower bed. At the edge of the flower bed, the corpse of the serpent had already dissipated into glimmering particles. The surroundings were devoid of any presence. Has it escaped again? Fu Chen squinted his eyes, muttering to himself. In an instant, a golden eye sprang open on his face. "Be cautious. It remains nearby." As he spoke, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into turmoil. A chilling aura of menace gripped the air, rendering Fu Chen immobile. At that moment, he swiftly focused his thoughts. "Identify Li Changming." The scene before him began to shift. A severed head tumbled to the ground, a fountain of blood soaring skyward. The summoner Lian Pu has been eliminated. Within the confines of the Western Chamber, the onlookers were instantly struck with disbelief. In such a short span, 2 individuals have been slain. "I warned you, Lian Pu's reckless nature would inevitably lead to trouble." The serpent chuckled lightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "Enough with the sardonic remarks. You should concern yourself more," Xiahua retorted, casting him a sidelong glance, her mood visibly darkening. Could a character like Lian Pu truly not withstand the existence within this shared residence? And what of our group? Scanning the room, she was met with the anxious visages of her companions. In the eastern chamber, within room 107, particles of light coalesced, gradually forming Fu Chen's likeness. His mind momentarily blank. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Is this the sensation of death? Fu Chen's eyes gradually sharpened, glimmering with intensity. Fortunately, my thoughts are swifter than its movements. Death is not terrifying, provided it holds value. Fu Chen approached the table, retrieved his notebook, and crossed out Li Changming's name on the page. His gaze descended, landing on the next line. "I hope this time I can complete the identification before being hunted." As Fu Chen's thoughts stirred, he retrieved a paper doll from the prop inventory. "Activate," he announced. At his command, the paper figure ignited spontaneously, blue flames dancing and curling into tendrils of smoke, as if it possessed a life of its own, eerily encircling Fu Chen. The entity was astonishingly powerful. Saturday, he opened his astonished golden eyes, expressing a mix of resignation and admiration. Even if he were to be obliterated by the very hands of another, he still would not have the chance to confirm the presence of his opponent. Wasn't that so? Fu Chen chuckled softly, murmuring, "Take your time, I will eventually catch it." Despite having experienced death once, his resurrection brought no discomfort. He pushed open the door and stepped once more into the corridor. Fu Chen, as usual, moved about as if nothing were amiss. He either engaged in casual conversations with neighbors or sat alone, lost in thought. Across from him, the summoners in the West Wing were taken aback by his demeanor. This fellow, after employing the death immunity mechanism, still had no intention of departing. I suspected he was not quite right in the head. Now it appears he is truly insane. He was not a reckless individual. There must be another reason. Xia Hua crossed the inner courtyard and approached Fu Chen, inquiring, "Why are you still here? If I'm not here, where else would I go?" Fu Chen lifted his gaze, teasingly countering her question. Without the protection of the death immunity mechanism, facing pursuit would signify true death. Xia Hua's brows furrowed slightly, sincerely advising, "Why not come and stay with us? Or perhaps we should adopt a more optimistic outlook." Shifting the topic, Fu Chen's smile remained unwavering. "Perhaps. I may not die after all." After a moment of silence, Xia Hua gazed deeply at Fu Chen. In her heart, she sensed that the calmness radiating from this youth was not feigned. Ultimately, Xia Hua uttered, "I hope so." Fu Chen watched her retreating figure, his smile brightening as he called out, "You too." Chapter 75. Layers unraveled. Time progressed to the morning of the 8th day. Fu Chen emerged from his room, languidly stifling a yawn. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stepped towards the front yard. In the courtyard, the landlord was not engaging in his morning exercises, but was instead leisurely seated in a wicker chair, sipping tea. "Good morning, Grandpa." Fu Chen approached, greeting him with the usual warmth. His gaze shifted to a weathered, yellowed ledger resting on the wooden table. The landlord, barely lifting his eyes, replied nonchalantly, "Return it promptly." "Do not lose it." "Understood," Fu Chen responded, picking up the resident ledger and turning to leave. He made a brief stop at the convenience store to chat with the landlady before returning home with breakfast. Sitting down in chair, he nibbled on a bun while perusing the resident ledger. As he leafed through the pages, his familiarity with the neighbors deepened. The family in room 101, led by Zhou Xin, had parents working away, leaving their daughter in the care of her grandparents. In room 104, younger brother Li Changming was a high school student, while his sister Li Changqing was attending university, managing to support their small household through diligent work study. The family in room 105 consisted of 3 members: the man named Gao Xiaoyang, the woman named Gu Lixiang, and their son, Gao Gujia. Once, life was filled with happiness and contentment, but due to a man's indulgence in alcohol and gambling, it all came crashing down. The peculiar inhabitant of room 108, named Chun Yu, is a reclusive youth ensnared by the clutches of internet addiction. In contrast, Wu Yuanshan from room 109 is a diligent office worker. As time unfolds, the resident ledger recounts various incidents, predominantly from the perspective of the landlord, documenting the trivialities of daily life. Fu Chen casually flipped through the pages, his motion momentarily stalling. Within this particular page lay the very information he had been relentlessly seeking. In September, a curse began to circulate throughout the city. I fortified the courtyard, yet an unforeseen event allowed someone to bring the curse back. After much deliberation, a decision was reached through voting. Fu Chen's gaze fixated on the name of the cursed individual, and the emotions in his eyes gradually dulled. It seemed he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. Ahaha! The eerie voice of Saturday Ean pierced the air, echoing with a sinister laugh as he remarked, "Living beings are far more intriguing. After death, becoming a ghost merely entails the repetitive pursuit of one's deepest obsessions. Where lies the thrill in that?" "Indeed, your words hold some truth." Fu Chen retorted with a cold scoff, though it was unclear whom he was mocking. Upon his first visit to the backyard, upon witnessing the scratches at the bottom of the dry well, a hypothesis began to germinate within him. The clue he held aimed to narrate a harrowing reality that had transpired. The contents inscribed within the ledger served to reconstruct the origins of the calamity that befell this place. Rising to his feet, Fu Chen pushed the door open. "First, I should return this." Moments later, he arrived at the front yard, returning the ledger to the landlord before taking a seat on a nearby chair. "Grandpa, this ledger appears to be quite aged, doesn't it?" Indeed, the landlord replied, his hand tracing the yellowing cover of the ledger, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. These are merely old tales. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten them. Pausing for a moment, the landlord turned to Fu Chun, inquiring, "What are you examining this for?" Fu Chun refrained from answering directly, instead countering, "Could you elaborate on the last recorded incident?" The landlord furrowed his brow and flipped the ledger to its final pages. "Incident? What incident? Did room 106 fail to pay rent?" An exceedingly strange occurrence unfolded. The landlord continued to flip through the pages, oblivious to the printed words at the end. Observing this, Fu Chen's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the expressions on the landlord's face. The bewilderment displayed was not feigned. It was genuine ignorance. Was it a matter of rules, restrictions, or something else entirely? With a sudden snap of the ledger, the landlord erupted in laughter. "Fortunately, you reminded me. I'll head to room 106 to collect the rent later. Now, would you care to join me for some physical exercise?" Fu Chun inhaled deeply and acquiesced. "That sounds agreeable." Shortly thereafter, the outcome of their match was determined. The landlord gazed at the orange-hued ping-pong ball upon the ground, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Kid, you couldn't even return that ball? I mentioned before." "Grandpa, your progress is truly remarkable," Fu Chun replied with a smile, complimenting, "At this rate, you could certainly bring home a trophy from a national competition." This acknowledgement instantly brought a smile of delight to the landlord. "You, young one, possess a way with words that I truly admire." Fu Chun continued to flatter the landlord, eliciting joyous laughter before taking his leave. As he entered the inner courtyard, Fu Chun whispered, "That fellow should be on the verge of losing his composure." "How can you be so certain?" Zhou Lu opened his golden eyes, surveying the surroundings. "I am quite assured. As the mystery unfolds, he must be in a state of panic." With a leisurely stride, Fu Chun, smiling, reassured the vigilant Zhou Lu, "Do not worry, not just yet." With nothing pressing to attend to, he altered his course towards the west wing. Upon arriving at the door of room 201, Fu Chun knocked gently. "Knock, knock, knock. Who's there?" A wary voice immediately responded from within. "It is I, the mask." Following his words, a rustling sound was heard inside, as if a discussion was taking place. Fu Chun raised an eyebrow, initially intending merely to greet Sha Hua and Bai Hu, with whom he shared a considerable connection. However, he was taken aback by the palpable fear exhibited by the occupants. Very well. Just as he was about to turn away, a creaking sound emerged from behind him. The door opened slightly, revealing several watchful eyes. Should the mask outside make any sudden movement, they would unleash their full force in retaliation. Observing this, Fu Chun raised his hands above his head, donning a friendly smile, and jested, "As fellow chosen ones, there is no need for such hostility, is there?" Upon hearing this, they cautiously opened the door wider. "Welcome to our ranks," Sha Hua sighed in relief, smiling as he offered a warm welcome. Before Fu Chun could respond, a figure known as the Viper scoffed derisively. "I fail to comprehend why you pretended to be so formidable before. In the end, you still need to huddle with us for warmth." Fu Chun paused, turning to face the Viper, a cold glint emerging in his eyes. "I too did not anticipate that you would survive for this long." The moment these words escaped his lips, the Viper grew defensive. "What are you planning?" With a smirk, Fu Chun replied, "I merely wish for you to quiet down." Instantly, the room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere becoming charged with tension. The other chosen ones were not foolish. They could collaborate against malevolent entities. Yet, their primary motive remained self-preservation. At this moment, it was clear that the mask's focus was solely on the Viper and posed no threat to the others. Considering the Viper's formidable prowess, no one stepped forward to defend him. "Look, the we you speak of is not as numerous as you might imagine," Fu Chun remarked with a playful smile, stepping closer to the Viper. The latter, sensing the shift, felt a twinge of panic. "Why you all?" Observing the scene, most around bore an attitude of indifference, as if it had nothing to do with them. Fu Chun approached the Viper, looking down imperiously, and asked, "Pray tell, what is it that compels you to provoke me so?" A flicker of murderous intent stirred within his dark eyes. The Viper, momentarily flustered, defiantly met his gaze. but soon averted his eyes with a spiteful glare. "How should I deal with you now?" Fu Chun remarked mockingly, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, Sha Hua approached with a worried expression. "Perhaps we should let this go?" he suggested. Ultimately, the Viper was a significant asset to their stronghold. If an internal conflict were to arise, leading to the Viper's downfall at the hands of the Masked One, it would undoubtedly spell considerable loss for the chosen faction. Fu Chun turned toward Sha Hua, his gaze piercing. Noticing the lingering chill in his eyes, Sha Hua felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He had hoped to mediate through their shared rapport, but what if the other party was unwilling to concede even an ounce of face? Given Sha Hua's understanding of Fu Chun, he believed it was plausible that anything could transpire. Unexpectedly, Fu Chun burst into laughter, his tone surprisingly genial. "Very well. Let us heed the lovely Miss Sha Hua's counsel." With that, he raised a hand and playfully slapped the Viper atop his head, causing the latter to flinch in surprise. "Be cautious. Trouble often arises from careless words," Fu Chun said with a cheerful smile, then surveyed the room. Among the crowd, he could not spot the white tiger. Thus, he inquired of Sha Hua, "Where is the white tiger?" After a brief silence, Sha Hua replied, "Last evening, he and Bai Lan went to the convenience store to procure provisions. Following the deaths of Bai Lan and you, he became the third casualty. 3 killed in succession." Fu Chen's pupils dilated, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that, during his own death and resurrection, so many events had unfolded. Over the past 3 days, the assailant had stealthily struck, eliminating solitary members. In response, they had formed pairs for protection, yet they still faced grim news. Sha Hua shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. Upon hearing this, Fu Chun comprehended the heightened vigilance of the group. It was no jest. One careless moment could lead to demise. Who wouldn't tread cautiously in such circumstances? As for himself, he was an exception, aside from last night's incident. He had remained relatively unscathed. But you, out there alone, how perilous that must be. You ought to join us. Sha Hua shifted the conversation, genuinely pleased that Fu Chun had joined their ranks. "I had no intention of joining you," Fu Chun replied, taken aback and offering an awkward smile. "What?" Sha Hua was momentarily speechless, staring in disbelief at Fu Chun. At that moment, the watermelon kid stepped forward, urging, "Don't be stubborn. It's dangerous out there." He gestured to his own nose, his expression comically earnest. "Look at me. I do nothing, yet I managed to get by just fine." Fu Chen's lips twitched in irritation as he cast a sidelong glance at the hopeless rascal. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, the watermelon kid indeed possessed a knack for survival. In the enigmatic world, survival reigned supreme. At the invitation of Sha Hua, Fu Chun remained in room 201 to share a meal. A group of individuals crowded together in a single room. Though cramped, it was lively. However, this atmosphere was not to Fu Chen's liking. After the meal, he did not linger but departed from room 201 directly. Upon returning to the East Wing, he wandered aimlessly, occasionally chatting with Gu Lixiang in room 105 and visiting Wu Yuan Shan in room 109. He appeared nonchalant, as if he inhabited a realm entirely separate from the group of refugees in room 201. Time swiftly passed, and nightfall enveloped the surroundings. It was only when darkness fully descended that Fu Chen returned to his room. He extinguished the light and reclined on his bed, casually crossing his legs. He awaited a return, whether it be tonight or tomorrow. In the shadows, a faint golden eye slowly opened. "Aren't you the least bit afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Fu Chun chuckled softly, his deep-set eyes revealing little emotion, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. "As you said, it is beyond our capacity to contend with. Rather than struggle in vain, it is better to lie back and accept our fate." "Ah, you have quite the perspective," Zhou Lu Yi replied with a laugh, asking, "What comes next? What comes next?" "We will inevitably find an opportunity to counterattack." Fu Chun pondered, the mental puzzle in his mind missing but a single piece. "However, we must first give it a chance." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow appeared outside the window. "It has arrived," Zhou Lu Yi remarked gravely. "Do you wish to stretch your limbs?" Fu Chan inquired, adding, if not, then it is of little consequence if this life perishes. Such words trivialize the notion of death. With a paper doll as a substitute, one can afford to speak boldly. Let us give it a try. Zhou Luyi's golden eyes ignited with a spark of combativeness. I too wish to ascertain its true weight. Then let us proceed. Fu Chan sprang from his bed with a nimble leap, swiftly making his way to the door. He pushed it open and stepped into the corridor. To the naked eye, only an impenetrable darkness was visible. Yet, with Zhou Luyi's support, Fu Chan could discern a shadow, standing silently not far away. Good evening, he greeted, his smile particularly beguiling in the deep of night. The shadow in the corridor hesitated slightly. You knew I would come? Fu Chan shrugged, teasingly responding, I didn't know initially, but now I do. A chilling laughter echoed through the corridor, elongated and sinister. You are the first to behold my true form and remain unafraid. There are many things you have yet to see. Perhaps you should venture into the outside world? Fu Chan wore his habitual smile, conversing as if with an old friend. Once I eliminate your kind, I may consider it, the shadow retorted, producing a massive blade from seemingly nowhere. You are unlike the others. You must have more than one life. I am curious to see how many you possess that are sufficient for me to kill. A chilling aura ascended, and long hair danced as if stirred by an invisible wind. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 77. The life-saving artifact. The uninvited guest was none other than Gu Lixiang, whom Fu Chan had met earlier that afternoon and had engaged in pleasant conversation with. Are you not going to identify her? Zhou Lu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he addressed Fu Chan. Identifying her incorrectly would lead to the same fate, Fu Chan replied mentally, adding, let's first deal with the immediate situation. In a flash, Gu Lixiang had closed the distance to stand before Fu Chan. Her hair whipped about her, revealing a face contorted by a malicious grin. With a knife in hand, she struck down towards Fu Chan with ferocity. The blade, infused with a mix of malevolent energy and chilling light, instinctively instilled fear. Fu Chen's eyes narrowed as he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, sidestepping the deadly blow. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the ground, creating a fissure and a brief burst of dazzling sparks. Not bad. I can still play, Fu Chan thought, remaining calm. With a flick of his mind, a peachwood sword and coffin nail materialized. He swiftly flicked his wrist, sending the coffin nail shooting forth, with himself following closely behind. However, this tried-and-true tactic was deftly evaded by Gu Lixiang. Naive, she exclaimed, lifting her knife and swinging it horizontally towards him. Fu Chan had no choice but to duck and evade the oncoming strike. With a flick of his wrist, another coffin nail was stealthily thrown. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, directing the peachwood sword straight at her chest. Gu Lixiang deflected the sword with ease, but was unable to dodge the coffin nail, which embedded itself into her wrist. A wave of pain and weakness surging through her. For a moment, she struggled to maintain her grip on the knife, with a fierce glint in her eyes. Gu Lixiang raised the knife with her other hand and charged at Fu Chan once more. The two figures engaged in a frenzied battle, their energies colliding violently. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Just as the stalemate ensued, two figures emerged from behind the door, the hinges creaking ominously. Fu Chan sensed their presence and remained unperturbed, a slow smile curling upon his lips. That's enough. With that thought, he deliberately exposed a flaw, hesitating slightly in the face of Gu Lixiang's onslaught. Slicing through the air, the long knife grazed his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground. Gu Lixiang gazed at the body, which gradually dissolved into motes of light, her expression betraying a hint of skepticism. This fellow was always enigmatic. She could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Yet, it was of little consequence. She resolved to kill him as many times as necessary. With that, Gu Lixiang dragged her knife into room 107, sitting on the bed, waiting in silence. If Fu Chan had been present, he might have recalled the internet term garden corpse. In room 207, the watermelon boy, on night watch, huddled in a corner, staring blankly out the window. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. The summoner's visage has been obliterated. The watermelon boy, momentarily stunned, murmured, I told you so, what's wrong with surviving? As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of light began to rise within the room. Seeing this phenomenon, the watermelon boy's nerves tightened to the breaking point, and he cried out, "Everyone, wake up! The assassin is here!" In such a perilous environment, the slumber of the gathered individuals was already quite tenuous. Even the slightest rustle of the wind would rouse them from their sleep, let alone a piercing scream. Xiaohua's delicate frame trembled slightly as she opened her eyes in terror. Her gaze shifted momentarily, landing upon the luminous point coalescing in the center of the room. At that moment, the others had already begun to voice their discontent. "You raucous child! What are you shouting about?" they exclaimed. Anyone with even a modicum of experience knows this is the appearance of a resurrected summoner. Nonetheless, they conceded, for the boy was merely at level 3. There was no need to trouble him further. Xiahua furrowed her brows, her eyes sweeping across the discontented faces surrounding her. There were neither too few nor too many, all gathered in this space. Who, then, would emerge from resurrection? Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes widened in realization, recalling the sole individual who stood apart from the group. Yet, had he not already perished once? How could he return? Just as her thoughts lingered in confusion, the luminous point began to take on a human form, accompanied by a low murmur. "It's about time." Zhou Lu rolled his eyes, seemingly still recovering from prior exertions, and asked in a daze, "Where is this? Did you think I merely came for a stroll this afternoon?" Fu Chen replied nonchalantly, "TSK, you clever little rascal. Let's huddle here for the night and confront it tomorrow." He added, "By the way, why didn't we identify the target earlier? Was it all for naught?" "There are complexities here that I am disinclined to explain," Fu Chen remarked, dismissing Zhou Lu Yi's lamentations and addressing the others, who wore expressions of uncertainty. "I hope my unexpected arrival at this late hour does not cause any inconvenience." Without hesitation, Xiahua took the lead in expressing her acceptance. "You're always welcome here." The others quickly echoed her sentiment. Even the venomous serpent merely averted its gaze, opting for silence. After all, the presence of someone as formidable as Fu Chen instilled a sense of confidence within them all. "How is it that you've died again?" Xiahua inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I engaged in a battle and lost." Fu Chen shrugged, taking a seat in the corner. Xiahua sat beside him, pondering before asking. But the death immunity mechanism had already been activated. How could you possibly resurrect? "An immunity item," came Fu Chen's succinct reply, which left Xiahua utterly astonished. Although she had suspected that this individual was far from ordinary, perhaps even a hidden powerhouse, the notion of an immunity item was a rare and invaluable existence. Contemplating this, a myriad of conjectures blossomed in Xiaohua's mind, and her gaze towards Fu Chen grew increasingly peculiar. The glaring number 1 above his head was particularly striking. "How can your strength be so mismatched with your level?" she queried. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you see a ghost?" Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, his question laced with curiosity. "No," Xiahua replied, recalling the exceedingly malevolent entity outside, wrapping her arms around her knees in a display of unease. Observing her discomfort, Fu Chen chuckled and offered, "Why do you think I chose to resurrect here?" Xiahua paused, caught off guard by the inquiry, and before she could respond, he continued, "In terms of sheer strength, it is likely that none of us combined would stand a chance against it. Identifying the mechanism of absolution is our true reliance." Upon hearing this, Xiahua immediately grasped Fu Chen's intent, and his previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly, finally revealing a faint smile. Leaning against the wall, Fu Chen surveyed the room's occupants, immersed in his own thoughts. This battle had yielded abundant rewards. Death and rebirth served a singular purpose: to reveal vulnerabilities, thereby inducing relaxation in the adversary's vigilance. The reason for not identifying Gu Lixiang was due to the machinations of the true puppet master. Those arriving tonight could be Gu Lixiang from room 105, Chen Yu from room 108, or even Wu Yuanshan from room 109. As long as it was someone he suspected, anyone could fit the bill. Chapter 78. Erasing memories tonight. One life must be sacrificed. The distinction lies merely in whether it is through suicide or murder. misled into making a false identification would result in immediate obliteration by the system. It would be better to muster the energy for a confrontation, thus ensuring a clear demise. Through this ordeal, Fu Chun gleaned further information. The hidden entity indeed wielded control over all residents of this compound, but could not impart its own power onto others. Otherwise, even with caution, he would not have been able to engage in such a prolonged struggle. He recalled that he and Zhou Liuyi had perished without even having the opportunity to react. One could only hope that the next to arrive would be the true body. Otherwise, there would be no option left but to gamble. Fu Chan smiled lightly, slowly closing his eyes. After the tumult, he was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Beside him, Xiahua turned her head, quietly observing the sleeping Fu Chan, and an unusual emotion stirred within her. It was not affection, but rather a profound curiosity. For an ordinary person, returning safely to the realm of the living would be an immense stroke of luck. Yet Fu Chan was different. Not only did he cling to the main storyline, but he also engaged in actions that seemed exceedingly reckless to others. Why such desperation? Xiahua clearly could not comprehend, attributing it solely to the distinction between the ordinary and the formidable. The night passed without incident. Time finally reached the 9th day. With only 1 day remaining until the 10-day deadline, the surviving individuals were invigorated, yet they understood that in such moments, vigilance must not wane. Fu Chen awoke, feeling a sharp ache in his shoulder. Turning his head, he found Xiahua, unbeknownst to him, had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Just as he hesitated whether to awaken her, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her drowsy eyes. Unlike her usual authoritative demeanor, she appeared almost childlike in her innocence. Fu Chun, the oblivious man, promptly withdrew, denying either party the opportunity for awkwardness. Watching his hasty retreat, Xiahua was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a quiet laugh. Fu Chun pushed the door open, stretching his limbs as he walked, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Despite the beauty at his side, he felt that his sleep had been far from restful. Damn it. This situation had left him with no home to return to. Today, he would ensure it would be made right. Fu Chan muttered curses under his breath, yet his footsteps were cautious as he slowly approached his room. The corridor still bore the remnants of last night's altercation. The floor was marred by fissures, and shards of glass littered the area from the broken windows. The landlady wore a troubled expression, clearly distressed by the damage. Upon noticing Fu Chen's approach, she placed her hands on her hips and inquired sternly, "Young man, what on earth happened here?" "I have no idea. I was visiting a neighbor across the way and just returned," Fu Chen replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he surveyed the room from the window. Inside, it was empty. Feeling somewhat reassured, Fu Chan shamelessly began to complain, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Who on earth could do such a thing? They've shattered my windows. How can I possibly live here? When will you be able to fix this, old lady?" Seeing his earnestness, the landlady sighed and responded, "Oh, I'll have the repairman come this afternoon." "That is good to hear. Otherwise, I'd freeze tonight." Fu Chen nodded, feeling no sense of impropriety. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Would you like some help, old lady?" The landlady's frown gradually eased as she beckoned him closer. "Young man, could you fetch a broom? Let's tidy up together and get this place clean as soon as possible." Afterward, she began to grumble about an old man who was preoccupied with his ping-pong games, neglecting his responsibilities. As she rambled on, Fu Chan smiled and occasionally chimed in. Time flew by as they busied themselves, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. "Young man, I will have the repairman come later. I assure you. You will be comfortable here," the landlady said, clearly more invested in the upkeep of the residence than her husband, who was rather indifferent. With that, she gathered her tools and departed. Just as Fu Chan was about to return to his room, a noise emanated from room 105. The door creaked open, revealing a figure stepping outside. "Hey, young man, would you like to come over for lunch?" Gu Lixiang warmly invited. "I've been wanting to treat you to a meal," but the opportunity never arose. Fu Chan found himself momentarily taken aback, recalling her attempt to attack him the previous night. Yet, he held his tongue, replying, "Sure, I'll come over shortly." After retreating to his room, he lowered his eyelids, revealing a glimmer of golden pupils. Why does she seem to have forgotten everything? He pondered, stroking his chin. I suspect that last night's memories have been erased by some hidden force. However, I will need further confirmation of this later. If I were to be poisoned, will my life be forfeit? Sure, Lu, he rolled his eyes and muttered, if you know it's a loss. Why would you still go? Fu Chun chuckled lightly, gazing out the window in contemplation, murmuring to himself, as you said, this courtyard is far from ordinary. Moreover, it seems that each of its residents carries a sorrowful past. Since the other party has extended kindness, I have no reason to decline. After a brief silence, Jolie finally spoke leisurely. You are quite carefree. Such a disposition. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from room 105. Fuchin arrived punctually. Under Gu Lixiang's warm hospitality, he was swiftly ushered to the table. Each dish laid before him was one of his favorites. If this were merely coincidence, it would indeed be an extraordinary one. This, Fuchin couldn't help but feel somewhat perplexed, his lips slightly parted, appearing somewhat dazed. I inquired with Granny about your usual purchases at the convenience store, which is how I prepared this feast, hoping you would enjoy it. Guam Lixiang, with her hair elegantly pinned back, wore a smile that exuded a touch of gentleness. After escaping the clutches of Gao Xiaoyang, she seemed transformed. Compared to the cold, malevolent specter she once was, she now embodied the essence of a living, breathing person. Fu Chan quelled his thoughts and picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs. Savoring it, the culinary skill was not exceptional, yet it possessed a flavor he seldom encountered. Delicious, Fu Chen exclaimed genuinity, giving a thumbs up and eagerly digging into his bowl. Deep within, he perceived Zhou Liyi's somewhat peculiar remark. Kid, why do you eat like a starving ghost? At this rate, you might choke before you even finish. Fu Chan continued unabated, replying telepathically, you know nothing. This meal carries the taste of home. Chapter 79. The unrecallable once satiated, Fu Chan leaned back in his chair, sporting a satisfied smile. Thank you for the hospitality. Observing this, Gu Lixiang mirrored his smile. I'm glad you enjoyed it. On the small chair, Gao Gu Jie clapped his hands in delight. Brother is great. Fu Chan bent down, unperturbed by Gao Gu Jie's corpse-like pallor, and pinched the chubby little face. Annie, no matter what happens tonight, please do not go out. Gu Lixiang, slightly taken aback, furrowed her brow and inquired, is something wrong? Nothing, just that it might get a bit noisy. Fu Chan replied with a calm smile as he prepared to depart. Perhaps out of maternal instinct, Gu Lixiang gazed at his somewhat gaunt figure and suddenly felt a surge of compassion. What burdens does this child carry? As time passed, darkness finally enveloped the sky. Fu Chan, resting within the room, slowly opened his eyes. Zhou, are you ready? Of course. It will be over soon. Fu Chan gazed through the window, observing the increasingly profound night, his mood eerily tranquil. Taking a deep breath, he swung his legs over the bed and stepped into the corridor. The surroundings were eerily quiet. A chill evening breeze rustled the various plants in the courtyard. In the hazy dimness, tendrils of black mist began to rise and coalesce. Those are the lingering remnants of the deceased. Fu Chan withdrew his gaze, murmuring softly to himself. In truth, the name of this courtyard has already provided an important clue. What could bind the spirits if not the souls themselves? Regrettably, from the beginning, no one has paid attention, merely deeming it inauspicious. As he spoke, he advanced forward. The lingering regrets of the residents were not born from a desire to fade away, but rather from an inability to do so. Ultimately, Fu Chan arrived at the door of room 104 and gently knocked. The door was unlocked and swung open with little effort. Inside, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed. Li Changming, shall we have a chat? Fu Chan leaned against the doorframe, his expression composed. In the dimly lit room, a pair of crimson eyes gradually illuminated. What would you like to discuss? At this moment, Li Changming no longer exhibited his previous foolishness. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence, displaying an utter disregard for life itself, as if transcending the boundaries of existence. Let's talk about your story, Fu Chan replied calmly, unperturbed. The crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and Li Changming did not rush to attack, instead choosing to wait quietly for what was to come. Thus, Fu Chan began to recount the entire sequence of events. Years ago, a pair of orphaned siblings relied on one another. The brother, lacking in ambition, depended entirely on his diligent sister, who worked tirelessly to support them, enabling them to move into this shared courtyard, where they possessed a modest yet exceedingly warm abode. At that time, this place had not yet descended into its current ghastly state. The neighbors were harmonious, assisting and caring for one another. Even amidst the strange curse ravaging the city, the residents of the courtyard united in solidarity, hoping to weather the storm together. However, the thoughtless brother made a grave mistake during that period. Before Fu Chan could finish his tale, Li Changming's breath became erratic, his fury intensifying. His chest heaved violently as he bellowed, "Do not speak any further." With that, Li Changming gesuden langed ati Fu Chen. Simultaneously, golden light erupted from his eyes, and the ghostly aura enveloped Fu Chun in protection. "Old friend, I leave it to you," Fu Chun declared, relinquishing control entirely to Zhou Liuyi while he continued narrating the intricate and tragic story. The situation grew tumultuous. The brother had not returned late at night, and the sister was naturally filled with anxiety. Ignoring the residents' objections, she ventured out into the torrential rain with an umbrella, desperately searching for her wayward brother. Ultimately, the brother returned to the courtyard first. As for the sister, she returned in the early hours of the next day, her body battered and bruised. What she endured that night remained a mystery. Yet, it was clear to all that she had returned bearing the curse that ravaged the city. Li Changming's assault became increasingly ferocious, and the room was nearly destroyed in the turmoil. "Stop! Do not speak any further." Zhou Liuyi controlled Fu Chen's body, frantically evading, appearing increasingly strained. Nevertheless, Fu Chen's tone remained unruffled. After deliberation, they reached a cruel decision: to imprison the sister to ensure everyone's safety. Furthermore, they compelled the brother to erase all traces of her existence, fabricating a narrative that she had gone out at night and met with misfortune. Under duress, he had no choice but to acquiesce, later attempting to rescue his sister in secret, preparing to flee this place. However, the ever-watchful residents soon detected his intentions. This time, it was the brother's turn to step forward, resolutely shielding his sister behind him. After a series of atrocities, his life was forever entrapped in that somber night. Overwhelmed by the tragedy, his sister chose to end her own life by leaping into the well in the backyard. Recollections of the most painful past were evoked, plunging Li Changming into utter madness. "Give me death. I demand your life. I shall kill you." Under the tempestuous onslaught, in but an instant, Fu Chen was left battered and bruised. "Damn it! How are we to proceed?" Zhou Yi cursed vehemently, mustering all his strength to defend himself. Yet, Fu Chan seemed unfazed, continuing to speak. In truth, the tale remains unfinished. Li Changming faltered momentarily, his assault easing slightly. "To my knowledge, the curse awakens the deepest malice within the human heart. Thus, I surmise that when the residents decided to imprison, the curse had already permeated the entire courtyard, leaving no one unscathed. Otherwise, how could they resort to such frenzied actions?" At this juncture, Li Changming finally ceased his attack. In the distance, he seemed to hear a crisp crack, the sound of memories long shrouded in hatred being revived. The warmth of the past began to resurface in his mind. Surely, the confinement they endured after their demise must come to an end? Fu Chan stood upon the corridor, clad in black, his garment fluttering without wind. Drawn by the commotion, residents emerged from their dwellings. Zhou Xinxin from room 101 held her grandparents' hands. Gu Lixiang from room 105 cradled Gao Gujia. Chen Yuguang from room 108 stood bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts. Wu Yuanshan from room 109 cast a puzzled glance. Regret, sorrow, and remorse surged within Li Changming, bringing him to his knees as he clutched his head in anguish. Why? Why must you tell me these things?" Fu Chen's expression remained inscrutable, his deep, dark eyes reflecting a profound tranquility. "Had it not been for you, how could matters have escalated to this extent?" Chapter 80. The Tavern of Rebirth. As the words fell, they ignited a tempest of emotions within Li Changming. After a fleeting silence, he gradually rose, the sorrow in his eyes beginning to dissipate. "Once you are erased, no one shall remember this past. It will not be long before I forget it again. Thus you must die." With that declaration, A chilling intent surged from Li Changming once more. I had wished to grant you a dignified end, but alas, one's nature is difficult to change. You remain as unruly as ever. Upon completing his statement, Fu Chun felt a subtle shift within him. Skill triggered. Return to void. The emotions of the spectral entity have reached their zenith, granting the right to drag it into the realm of oblivion. Shall it be executed immediately? In his line of vision, Li Changming had already approached. Fu Chun, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, parted his lips to utter a single word, yes. As the word left his mouth, a surge of pitch-black energy erupted around him, coiling towards Li Changming like serpentine dragons. The energy shifted and morphed, ultimately forming a circular portal. In the next moment, Li Changming's figure began to blur, and he vanished into thin air. As the darkness receded, tranquility enveloped the scene once more. At that moment, a chilling hand gently brushed against Fu Chen's neck. The fingertips, with their shattered nails, were a sight to behold, evoking a sense of horror. Where has my brother gone? To a place where recklessness is forbidden. Will he return? If he can let you go, you should be able to come back. A prolonged silence ensued. The hand gradually released its grip, falling limply. Only then did Fu Chun turn around. Behind him stood an extraordinarily beautiful young girl, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow, adding an element of pity to her visage. Observing her, Fu Chun could not help but exclaim, "You and your brother are both remarkably good-looking." "Thank you." Rather than being adversarial, the two spoke as if they were longtime friends. There were certain matters understood between them. Fu Chun could now identify her, completing the main quest. The only reason for his delay was mere curiosity about what the girl wished to convey. The young girl sat down on the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees. Fu Chun joined her, sitting side by side. The girl surveyed her surroundings, her gaze falling upon the somber scenery, and sighed, "This place should not be like this." Room 103 used to belong to a big brother who had a delightful dog named Haha. Room 204 is where my best friend lived. In room 209, there was an elderly lady who often brought us delicious treats. And then there was Grandpa. He was quite impressive. Once, he participated in a full table tennis tournament and won the second prize in the senior category, boasting about it for half a month. Grandma was kind as well. When my brother and I went shopping, she would always sell things to us at a lower price. As she reminisced, tears began to glisten in the corners of her eyes. Fu Chun's emotions were a tangle of complexity. After a long silence, he asked, "Do you regret it?" The girl smiled sadly and shook her head. In the face of natural disasters and human calamities, does it truly matter whether one regrets or not? Fu Chun fell into silence, inevitably reminded of the present world. How many lives have been lost due to the influence of this mysterious realm? This world is far more complex than one might assume, with even more despairing existences. The girl turned to Fu Chun, offering a faint smile. "You are quite remarkable. I wish you good fortune." As her words faded, her form began to disintegrate, scattering into fragments of light. Observing this, Fu Chun softly murmured, "Farewell, Li Changming." Thus, this hidden struggle came to a close. Even Fu Chun had to concede that his victory was not solely due to cleverness. Ultimately, the reward from his system were exceedingly generous. Without those two paper doll substitutes, he might have long been left to face the harsh winds of fate. Where would he find the resources to engage in such intricate maneuvers? As Li Changming completely vanished, the entire courtyard began to decay. Fu Chun turned around, looking at the neighbors with whom he had shared daily life. Their bodies, too, were slowly crumbling. Is it only through a true ending that one finds liberation? Fu Chun whispered, standing up and waving farewell. "Young man, thank you. Brother, if you have the chance, burn some of that for me." In the days to come, the path ahead appeared smooth, yet shortly thereafter, a multitude of malevolent spirits dissipated in succession, causing the entire courtyard to begin its collapse. Witnessing this, Zhou Lu could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. The curse was indeed formidable. After a moment of silence, Fu Chun surveyed the crumbling surroundings and recalled Li Changqing's earlier descriptions, solemnly uttering, "It is not only the curse that is terrifying, but also the human heart." Within the inner chamber, the survivors were engulfed in sheer terror. They had anticipated returning to the mortal realm the following day. Yet who could have foreseen that the puppeteer behind the scenes would create such a tumult? How were they to proceed now? Just as they were frantically attempting to flee, a sudden notification resonated in their minds. Congratulations, the face pattern recognition is complete. All chosen ones are about to depart from the mysterious realm. The group stood in stunned silence, save for Xiahua, who was unsurprised by this outcome. With a gentle smile, she softly remarked, "At last, it is over." In an instant, all chosen ones transformed into luminous motes of light and vanished. A powerful sensation of weightlessness enveloped Fu Chen, as if he were adrift in the void, and a system panel materialized before him. Chosen 1, Fu Chen, Main Quest, 11. Side Quest, 1139, Performance Rating, 173 points, Treasure Chest Reward, Legendary Treasure Chest X1, Ean Coins Reward, 5,000, Spirit Tool Reward, Thunder Strike Stone, Domain Reward, Remodeling Privilege, Allowing Expansion, Alteration and Enhancement of the existing domain. The dazzling array of rewards left Fu Chen momentarily dazed. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on the final piece of information. During the last settlement, he had acquired an establishment known as the Tavern of New Beginnings, which he had yet to visit. He began to muse. If only he could possess a tavern or an inn in reality, life would surely be leisurely. Although the domains in the mysterious world were far more precious than those in the mortal realm. Indeed, they could be deemed priceless. Fu Chen felt an enduring sense of detachment from these possessions, even if they were rightfully his. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit. With a slight shift in thought, another wave of weightlessness washed over him. Moments later, all his senses returned, and Fu Chen found himself standing in the middle of the street. Whoosh! An antiquated, vintage car sped past, stirring up genuine dust while a voice shouted in reprimand. "Damn it, you pedestrian! Are you blind to the road? Good grief, is this system truly this unreliable?" Fu Chen hastily moved toward the sidewalk, muttering curses under his breath. What if a single teleportation resulted in a fatal accident? Where'd I seek justice then? Upon reaching the roadside, he glanced upwards and immediately spotted a dilapidated sign. Scrawled upon it in a crooked fashion were the 4 characters, Tavern of New Beginnings. A chill wind swept through, sending the scattered debris swirling into the air. Observing this dismal sight, Fu Chen's expression turned blank, and he murmured, "Is this truly too shabby?" Chapter 81. 2 employees surely. The system has dug a pit for me. As Fu Chen continued to grumble, he approached the tavern. Upon stepping onto the wooden stairs, a creak echoed beneath his feet. Pausing momentarily, he couldn't help but worry that with just a few more steps, the staircase might suddenly give way. With a long, resigned sigh, I finally entered the tavern. I could even sense the dust rising beneath my feet with each step. Surely, the dirtiest and most chaotic roadside stall could not possibly be in such disarray. Logically, I should have 2 employees under my command, but where are they? A flicker of irritation surged within me as I surveyed the surroundings. Unsurprisingly, the business within the establishment was exceedingly dismal. The only movement came from the flies buzzing about, with no customers in sight. At the counter, a boy of perhaps 13 or 14 was dozing off. Even those who did enter showed no signs of alertness. Upon witnessing this, I furrowed my brow slightly, my expression growing more displeased. With a resounding slap of my palm against the table, the boy jolted awake, nearly toppling from his chair. Upon meeting my gaze, he exclaimed indignantly, "You beast!" I remained silent, merely tossing a coin onto the table. Instantly, the boy's demeanor transformed, and he beamed, "Oh, my esteemed guest. What would you like to drink?" "I shall have your finest concoction," I replied, taking a seat at the counter. "Right away," he exclaimed, swiftly seizing a cocktail shaker and bar spoon, his movements fluid as he began to showcase his skills. Before long, a glass of deep azure liquid was presented before me. "Enjoy your drink," the boy said, bowing slightly, his attitude radiating utmost respect. Clearly, whether in this world or a mysterious one, money is the universal truth. I raised the goblet to my lips, taking a delicate sip. Although I was no connoisseur, I could discern that the drink was remarkably smooth, yet full of vigor. "Very well, what is this beverage called?" It's called Number 23, a concoction of my own design, the boy replied sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. At these words, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was he not concerned about the potential consequences of what he had created? Oh, it's not that easy to die. I've had hundreds of cups myself. He laughed heartily, exuding pride. And you used the materials from the tavern? Of course, he replied instinctively, only to realize that perhaps he had spoken too hastily. Hey, why do you ask that? Material costs will be deducted from your wages, I remarked coldly as I downed the remainder of my drink. After a moment of stunned silence, the boy suddenly raised his voice. Huh? Who are you? A dense aura of ghostly energy enveloped him, suggesting he was ready to fight at any moment. I was taken aback by the intensity of his spirit. This seemingly insignificant employee was unexpectedly formidable. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he was tasked with overseeing a tavern. If the staff could not maintain order, the establishment would surely face frequent disturbances from inebriated patrons, rendering it better to simply close shop. Tension thickened in the air. I smiled slightly and raised my hand, slapping down the proof of ownership on the table. Upon seeing it, the boy's expression deflated like a punctured balloon, his demeanor becoming exceedingly deflated. He scrutinized my face cautiously and inquired, "Are you the owner?" Upon witnessing the other party's nod, the youth could hardly restrain himself from delivering 2 resounding slaps to his own face. He had certainly been aware of the tavern's new proprietor. However, during this period, he had not seen a single soul. Coupled with various circumstances, the clientele had dwindled significantly. Consequently, the atmosphere of work had become utterly lethargic. With drowsiness during shifts and a dismal attitude, one could only ponder how much of his wages should be deducted, chuckled Fu Chen. Yet in the next instant, the youth's inquiry caused Fu Chen's smile to falter. Could the boss settle last month's wages? Fu Chen maintained his frozen smile, attempting to mask his discomfort. Having operated as a negligent manager for over a month, he had seemingly not contemplated this matter. Who could have anticipated his return to this enigmatic world? After a brief moment, Fu Chen completed the wage payment and inquired, "What about the other employee?" The youth, gleefully counting the coins without lifting his gaze, responded, "She has been on the evening shift this week and should arrive shortly." Just as the words left his mouth, Fu Chen heard the door creak open, the hanging bell chiming softly. "Wu Meng, if that troublemaker from last night returns, let us simply dispose of it." The newcomer, a girl with vibrant blonde hair, spoke with an audacious tone, exuding a rebellious demeanor. Upon noticing the tavern's occupants, she paused, her gaze landing on Fu Chen. An outsider? At that moment, the youth known as Wu Meng was frantically signaling the girl, yet she feigned ignorance. Standing there, he urged her to leave promptly. If a brawl ensued and she got injured, they wouldn't cover her medical expenses. Fu Chen, observing the girl's defiant posture, couldn't he help but feel a sense of helplessness. How could his 2 employees be so utterly unreliable? Bartender, Wu Meng, age, 15, level, catastrophe level. Bartender, Luluo, age, 14, level, catastrophe level. There exists a hierarchy among individuals, and the same applies to spirits. Calamities, disasters, misfortunes, and natural disasters, akin to Li Changqing and Li Changming from the Binding Spirit Institute, who were roughly at the level of calamity. Yet, Fu Chen could not fathom why Zhou Lu Yi, designated as a disaster level by the system, was so easily overwhelmed by them. After much contemplation, he could only attribute it to the ceiling of his abilities. As for his 2 employees, though they were of a lower level than the Li siblings, they were by no means weak. At this juncture, Lu Luo finally took note of Wu Meng's frantic gestures, furrowing his brow and asking, "Are your eyelids twitching? What with the erratic movements?" Wu Meng rolled his eyes, casting a hopeless gaze in response. In light of this, he leaned closer to Fu Chen, mustering the courage to ask, "Boss, do you think there are areas where we can improve?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them immensely. As an employee, how could he be unaware of the tavern's predicament? Yes, there were indeed many issues. Fu Chen strolled around the tavern, pointing to a corner, and asked, "How was I unaware that we have a spider employee? Is that vast web intended for capturing pests?" Upon witnessing this, Lu Luo, was rendered speechless, casually tossing aside the spiked club in his hand and approaching. At long last, the proprietor has graced us with his presence. Truly as handsome and charming as the rumors suggest. A stream of idle chatter was abruptly interrupted by Fu Chen, who raised his hand and cast a sidelong glance. Enough, he declared. I find sweet words rather irksome. Chapter 82. A dismal future with a tone devoid of emotion. Fu Chen inquired. What was the situation with the unruly patron from last night that you just mentioned? Lu Luo and Wu Meng exchanged glances, then replied candidly. We suspect they were sent by the tavern across the street. Fu Chen appeared slightly puzzled. Boss, you may not be aware, Wu Meng sighed bitterly, surveying their surroundings. Our establishment is facing issues beyond just the aging decor. The tavern across the street is conspiring against us both overtly and covertly. Not only are they monopolizing various supplies, but they're also sending people to create disturbances. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his blood pressure rising. How long had he been here? Problems seemed to arise one after another. Nevertheless, regardless of how troublesome the situation, it must be addressed. He sighed lightly and said, let's first tackle the renovation issues. As soon as he spoke, Lu Luo's face fell with worry. Renovating the tavern will require a considerable sum of money. He then muttered under his breath, last month's wages. Fu Chen waved his hand, conjuring a stack of shadow coins with a flourish. Take it. I'm not one to owe wages. Lu Luo's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the coins, suddenly feeling invigorated for the impending confrontation. As for the renovations, I shall manage, Fu Chen thought, activating the transformation privilege granted by the system. Expand, renovate, and upgrade the existing territory. With a snap of his fingers, a dark mist erupted into being from the depths of the night outside the tavern. Boss, be careful. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Wu Meng and Lu Luo instinctively shielded Fu Chen. After all, he was their provider. They could not allow harm to befall him. Fear not, this is summoned by me. Fu Chen replied with a calm smile, signaling to them to remain at ease. The dark mist, seemingly alive, flowed through the doors and windows into the tavern. It swept through the interior, cleansing it from within. Garbage, filth, and dust vanished entirely. When the mist passed, all objects were revitalized. In mere moments, the entire tavern was restored to its former glory. As the dark mist receded, the two employees stood in stunned silence, clearly taken aback. Even Fu Chen, the orchestrator of this transformation, felt a twinge of astonishment. Despite being mentally prepared, he had not anticipated the system's capabilities to be so formidable. The modest tavern now exuded an air of elegance. While not ostentatious, it was exquisitely refined. Wu Meng dashed to the counter, eagerly examining the brand-new utensils, dancing with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Luo raced outside to behold the entire tavern, his mouth agape in shock. Every detail, from the leaky roof to the aging steps, had been meticulously restored. This is simply incredible, Lu Luo murmured, a deep admiration for Fu Chen blossoming within him. Cough, quite impressive indeed. Fu Chen arrived at the entrance, clearing his throat softly. Though he appeared outwardly calm, an air of inscrutability surrounded him. Internally, however, he was genuinely impressed by the efficiency of the system. His gaze drifted towards the distance, where he soon spotted a towering tavern. Its radiant lights illuminated the surrounding night, casting a warm glow. Atop the establishment, the words Zilai Tavern were boldly inscribed. Zilai? Fu Chen murmured to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly. The mere name of the tavern seemed to clash with his own Chonglai Tavern. At that moment, Lu Luo approached Fu Chen, following his gaze and hesitating momentarily with parted lips, as if caught in a quandary. What was on his mind? Fu Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired. It's nothing, Lu Luo replied, shaking his head, his expression marked by helplessness. Being young, finding work was exceedingly difficult. Yet, death had forever frozen his age, leaving him unable to grow further. There's no need to worry. We'll resolve it slowly, Fu Chen responded nonchalantly, inadvertently offering Lu Luo a semblance of reassurance. Detected that the host is facing challenges, it is recommended to unlock the employee module. Currently, the positions missing at Chonglai Tavern include manager, resident singer, server, and security. Unlocking the manager position allows for the management of staff and the formulation of future operational plans. Unlocking the resident singer position can attract customers through performances. Unlock. How many positions are there? Fu Chang glanced at the two employees currently juggling multiple roles, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Returning his focus, he concentrated on the manager position within the system prompt. Managing staff and developing plans. Wasn't this precisely what he was lacking? With this, he could operate his tavern with greater stability. Without much hesitation, Fu Chun opted to unlock the manager position. Insufficient level, unlocking fail. Fu Chen's complexion darkened, and he felt a hint of awkwardness. After the Spirit Binding Academy, he had barely reached level 3. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small line of text next to the manager position. The position can only be unlocked when the host reaches level 4. However, the requirements for unlocking the other positions were somewhat lower, albeit at a considerable cost. Well, it was a fleeting hope, he thought. Noticing Fu Chen's continued silence, the two employees dared not speak. Wu Mang felt a surge of anxiety, silently speculating if the new owner might abandon the tavern due to the arduous path ahead. Just as he pondered how to seek a new employer, Fu Chan's words dispelled his doubts. Focus on your work, don't overthink it. Your wages will be paid. Wu Mang's eyes brightened, and he immediately exclaimed, "The boss is generous. Wishing you good health, boss." At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the area. Alarm bells rang in Lu Luo's heart, and he hastily urged Fu Chun, "Boss, you should go inside." "What's wrong?" Fu Chun squinted, directing his gaze toward the source of the ominous wind. There, 3 peculiar and distorted figures were slowly approaching the tavern. They were the drunken troublemakers from the previous night, as Lu Luo had mentioned. With resolve, Lu Luo brandished his spike club. In an instant, a chilling intent to kill filled the air. Beside him, Wu Mang unexpectedly produced a long knife, evidently prepared for battle. Having witnessed many grand spectacles, Fu Chan felt no alarm. Instead, he jested. "Do you all bring your own weapons to work?" Wu Mang grinned and replied, "Of course. How else would we maintain order?" "Fear not. I shall allow them to stand still for you to strike." Fu Chan paused, adding, "I wish to display their heads at the entrance, though I worry it may mar the aesthetic." As these words fell, the 3 drunken brutes approached the tavern, exuding a nauseating stench of alcohol. They were grotesquely rotund, yet their limbs appeared sickly thin. Their mouths and noses were smeared with a viscous, unsightly mixture of saliva and mucus. Their murky gazes fixated on Fu Chan. "Meat? Is this tonight's delicacy? I'm hungry. I want meat. I want wine." Chapter 83. Preparing for action, the 3 drunken brutes spoke with insolence, and Fu Chan, disinclined to waste words, declared, "Prepare for action." With that, 3 coffin nails materialized between his fingers. A flick of his wrist sent them hurtling forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 dark nails whistled through the air, glinting with a sinister light as they aimed for the brutes' foreheads. Uncertain of the foe's strength, Fu Chun was not yet finished. With his other hand forming a sword-like gesture, a flash of white light transformed into a yellow talisman. The exorcism talisman. He raised his hand and tossed the talisman into the air, where it firmly anchored above the 3 drunken brutes. The talisman ignited without flame, radiating golden light, binding them in place. With no avenue for escape, the coffin nails drove mercilessly into their foreheads. "Ah!" The 3 brutes shrieked in anguish, their eyes blazing red, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "Damnable livestock, I will slay you." This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Wu Mang and Lu Luo momentarily stunned. Who could have anticipated that the new boss would not only act generously, but also wield such ruthless measures? "What are you dawdling for?" Fu Chun arched an eyebrow, his hands tightening slightly as the peachwood sword and ghost-binding rod appeared in his grasp. Only then did the 2 bewildered employees snap back to reality, raising their weapons and charging at the 3 drunken brutes. In no time, a one-sided massacre erupted. Witnessing the scene before him, which could only be described as brutal, Fu Chan felt a twinge of unease and discreetly inquired of Zhou Lu Yi, If my two employees join forces, could we prevail? We cannot. Zhou Lu responded bluntly, showing no shame, and added, those three brutes are likely overmatched as well. What use are you? Fu Chan scoffed inwardly, muttering to himself. Engaging directly was a fool's errand. It was wiser to let his subordinates handle it. With his keen intellect and an array of spiritual tools, he understood the importance of strategy. If Zhou Lu were to open his eyes at that moment, he would undoubtedly receive a significant eye roll from Fu Chan. Moments later, an overwhelmingly foul odor began to rise before the tavern. Luo wiped the blood from his face with a fierce grin that twisted his features, as if he remained insatiable. He swung his spiked club repeatedly, smashing it down onto the pile of flesh before him. What a violent maniac, muttered Fu Chan under his breath. Wu Meng glanced at Fu Chan, then at the frenzied Luo, cautiously approaching the latter and whispering, "Hey, don't lose control. The boss is still watching." Upon hearing this, the red glow in Luo's eyes gradually subsided, and he turned around with an awkward smile, saying, "Boss, I've dealt with the troublemakers." Fu Chan swallowed hard as he looked at the three piles of flesh on the ground, recognizing they were undeniably dead. "If you have the time, clean this up. I'd hate for it to be spotless one day and a mess again shortly after." Wu Meng and Luo stood straight, responding in unison, "Yes. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave," Fu Chan said, preparing to depart. Given the current situation, it seemed the supervisor position required an upgrade to unlock. However, after the ordeal at the Spirit Binding Academy, Fu Chan was utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to pursue that now. The future could wait. He only yearned to return to the real world and rest. He hoped that when he returned next time, the tavern would remain clean and tidy. With that, Fu Chan transformed into a speck of light and dissipated. Once he had completely vanished, Wu Meng rushed into the tavern, leaving Luo standing alone. "The new boss is quite charming," he mused. Moments later, Wu Meng returned with a mop and bucket in hand. "Stop daydreaming and clean up first." Luo appeared lost in thought, muttering, "Don't you think a boss who is tough and speaks little is incredibly handsome?" Upon hearing this, Wu Meng tilted his head in contemplation before nodding in agreement. That is indeed true. As the sensation of weightlessness gradually faded, the various senses began to restore. When Fu Chan's vision cleared, he realized he was still in Su Li and Su Ye's room. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright glow on the floor. Outside, there was an unsettling silence. This was preferable for Fu Chan, who had never enjoyed being the center of attention. He smiled softly and stepped outside. Upon reaching the living room, his movements suddenly froze. There lay Su Rian curled up on the sofa, her face etched with fatigue. Even in her sleep, her brow remained furrowed. The two little ones, Su Li and Su Yi, might be oblivious to the events, but as an adult with a certain understanding of the mysterious world, she was deeply concerned about Fu Chan's well-being. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Su," Fu Chan said with a warm smile as he approached the sofa, covering Su Riyun with a blanket as he usually did. This gentle action startled her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar face she had been worried about. Su Riyun sat up straight instinctively and enveloped Fu Chan in her embrace. This single mother, who chose to be strong in the face of all challenges, broke down into tears at that moment. "You foolish child, did you go to that place?" Fu Chan struggled to breathe as he nodded slowly. "There's nothing to worry about. Everyone there is quite well. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I was nearly choked." Upon hearing this, Su Riyun finally loosened her grip, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Fu Chan with concern. "Are you injured anywhere? Should we go to the hospital?" It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine." Fu Chan exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling to reassure her. "No, we must go to the hospital for a checkup." Su Riyun hastily went inside to dress, then took Fu Chen's hand, leading him toward the hospital. Along the way, her typically kind and cheerful demeanor turned serious as she stated earnestly, "You must never make such reckless decisions again. If you hadn't returned, I would have felt guilty for a lifetime." Fu Chan was momentarily taken aback and, after a pause, replied, "All right, I promise you." Although he said this, deep down, he held a different belief. If that young girl Su Yi were to enter the Binding Spirit Academy, she likely wouldn't last a single day. Some matters, regardless of the past or future, are unavoidable. Fu Chan firmly believed that one must bear the consequences of their choices, and there was nothing to regret. Su Duiun, clearly understanding Fu Chen's character, spoke earnestly. Chen, you shouldn't shoulder everything alone. Remember, we have the Bureau of Strange Investigations to turn to for help. Fu Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at the hospital, they underwent a series of examinations. When the results confirmed everything was normal, Su Rian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, it's nothing, Fu Chen remarked with a smile. Thank goodness. Su Rian's face finally broke into a long-awaited smile. Chapter 84. A stable world. In the internship office of the Bureau of Strange Investigations, Hua Shasha sat in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, a more seasoned employee approached with a coffee, his gaze subtly drifting over her. He then stood beside her, smiling as he asked, Shasha, are you still recovering from the shock? Hua Shasha shook her head, letting out a sigh without responding. Observing her demeanor, the male employee perceived her lingering fear and made an effort to assert his presence. Don't dwell on it too much, it's all in the past. He added, attempting to show off. When I first joined the Bureau, I was in a similar situation. I was completely at a loss, facing the spirits, and needed time to recover after returning to the real world. But look at me now, I've become adept at it. Hua Shasha chuckled softly and replied, in this venture into the realm of the strange, there was a great master in our team. He drew all the firepower and pushed the main storyline forward. The rest of us were just surviving. The male employee raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. You've had a few experiences in the strange realm. How could you let someone else steal the spotlight? It's different, Hua Shasha said, feeling somewhat defeated as she recounted the entire experience. After listening quietly, the male employee's expression turned peculiar as he frowned and asked, are you saying he was only at level 1? Yes, Hua Shasha nodded, forcing a smile as she added, if it weren't for the special login device requiring biometric identification, I would have thought he had hired someone to play for him. It can't be that extraordinary, can it? The male employee took a sip of coffee, attempting to regain some composure with an expression of indifference. His thoughts were meticulous, and he handled matters with calmness. The occasional eccentricity seemed to be calculated. How could such a character possibly be rated at only a single level? With a playful tone, the male employee posed a probing question. Could it be that you've developed a fondness for the players on the social platform? This only served to further mythologize his exploits. Jokingly, he remarked that the most beautiful flower in the office could hardly be easily acquired by outsiders. All the male employees were secretly vying for her attention, hoping for an advantageous position. Naturally, Washasha understood all of this but chose to dismiss such attentions. This time was no exception. She picked up the notebook on her desk and stated coolly, I need to work now. You can carry on. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. The male colleague forced a nonchalant smile and left with his coffee, while also mentally noting the player on the social platform. The following day, Fu Chen awoke to the blaring of an alarm clock. Through the gaps in the curtains, he could glimpse the bright sunlight outside, devoid of any foul odors or threats from the supernatural. Life in the present world remained stable. Stifling a yawn, Fu Chen reached for his phone on the bedside table to turn off the alarm. Just as he was about to indulge in a delightful return to slumber, he caught sight of his phone screen lighting up with an incoming message. The school? Upon recognizing the sender, Fu Chen paused momentarily. After the last incident where the entire class was forcibly drawn into a mysterious world, only a handful had returned. The school had urgently suspended classes, and the timeline for resuming them was yet undetermined. Filled with curiosity, Fu Chen opened the message details. All students of Class 3, Grade 11, are to attend class today at 2 p.m. promptly. Fu Chen was taken aback and murmured, so soon? We are resuming classes? He had previously heard that Class 2, Grade 12, had taken an entire month off before being reorganized with other classes. Glancing at the time, it was just past 8 in the morning. Never mind, he thought. I shall deal with it later. Tossing his phone aside, Fu Chen drifted back into a deep sleep. When he finally awoke, it was already noon. He rolled out of bed, quickly washed up, threw on a black hoodie, and hurried downstairs. After grabbing a quick bowl of noodles by the roadside, He hailed a taxi to school. The afternoon campus was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Given the frequent occurrences of mysterious events, the upheaval in Class 3, Grade 11 had not caused much of a stir. After all, most people's lives had to continue as usual. Students were seen in small groups, chatting and laughing as they passed. Influenced by the surroundings, Chen felt a surge of liveliness, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he reflected. Compared to the mysterious world, this truly felt like paradise. I wouldn't say that. A voice from the depths of his mind, reminiscent of Saturday, echoed softly. Be quiet. You're such a buzzkill. Chan's expression darkened as he retorted, before making his way toward the classroom. Moments later, he entered the classroom and cast a quick glance around, spotting a number of familiar faces. Chuyang, Tang Xiaowan, Gu Qingyi. The expressions on everyone's faces were marked by evident fatigue. As Gu Qingyi noticed Fu Chen's arrival, she raised her hand in greeting. Fu Chen, come sit beside me. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Chuyang from behind. Brother Chen, come over here. In the vast classroom, which only housed a handful of students, the emptiness was palpable. Many seats remained unoccupied, allowing for a carefree choice of where to sit. Fu Chen nodded and smiled at Gu Qingyi then. Under her slightly forlorn gaze, he walked toward Chuyang. Once seated, Chuyang eagerly inquired, how have you been lately? Well enough, eating and sleeping fine. Nothing to complain about, Fu Chen replied, casting a glance at Chuyang's deep-set dark circles, concluding, but you seem to be in a rather bleak situation. Don't mention it. You know the conditions in my compartment. Chuyang lamented with a wry smile. Usually it's fine, but at night I keep dreaming of that dreadful place. Try to look on the bright side. It's a rare experience. I assent it. Just as the two were engaging in light-hearted banter, a figure entered through the front door of the classroom. Dressed in a formal suit, with hair meticulously styled, the individual approached the podium, surveyed the room, and stated, Good afternoon, students. Allow me to introduce myself. With that, he turned to the blackboard and began to write. My name is Yin Liang. I will be your instructor this afternoon. At the back of the classroom, Fu Chen and Chuyang sat with their arms crossed, reclining comfortably in their chairs. Yin Liang? I've never seen him before, nor do I know what subject he teaches, Chuyang murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it seemed to echo in the air. You need not doubt my identity. The subject I will teach is related to the mysterious world, he declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classroom fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Yin Liang. Confusion, concern, suspicion, and above all, fear permeated the atmosphere. The mention of the mysterious world had undoubtedly left an indelible shadow in the hearts of all present, awakening the most reluctant memories. Stop! I don't want to hear it. A student immediately stood up, face pale with terror, and walked swiftly toward the door. Following this lead, others quickly joined suit. I never wish to return to that place, nor do I wish to learn about it. Yin Liang, observing this reaction, did not intervene. Instead, he spoke calmly. I understand your fears and concerns. However, the choice of whether or not to return to that place is not yours to make. What does that mean? Several students halted in their tracks, questioning him simultaneously. An ominous premonition crept into the hearts of all. Only Fu Chen remained composed, quietly observing the scene within the classroom. Could it really be that dire? Chuyang murmured, a frown etched on his face. The next moment, his apprehensions were met with the worst possible revelation. As you might expect, compulsory summoning is not a one-time occurrence. Yin Liang stated expressionlessly, continuing, before the age of 18, compulsory summoning is inevitable. After this juncture, it becomes a matter of chance. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The probability is merely 1 in 10 million. Even with such reassurances, the tension in the hearts of the students did not ease. The classroom was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Some individuals had slumped to the floor, weeping for their parents. Upon witnessing this, Yin Liang calmly remarked, Do not forget, your parents are equally susceptible to being summoned into the mysterious realm. In the face of this calamity, no one can be entirely exempt. His rational words, at this moment, appeared rather cruel. Nonetheless, they gradually quieted the classroom. Initially resistant to the lecture, out of fear of the horrors of the unknown, They now realized that deepening their understanding was the wisest course to navigate potential dangers. Students cast pleading glances towards Yin Liang. Observing this, he nodded in satisfaction. According to the information released by the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations, individuals who suffer a second summoning will bear a dark, crescent-shaped curse mark on their hearts. There would be a few days preparation time, the duration varying depending on circumstances. During this interval, one could delegate someone else to enter the mysterious realm on their behalf. Every city has organizations like ours, dedicated to assisting summoned individuals with such challenges. As students, you will naturally receive some discounts on the fees. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen began to comprehend the situation. He had initially presumed that this young man, named Yin Liang, was an educator sent by the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations to conduct a lecture. Little did he realize that the individual was actually part of a substitute organization, merely there to promote their services, likely having signed some contract with the school that permitted their presence on campus. Fu Chen couldn't help but recall the existence of venomous entities. Losing all interest in continuing to listen, the classroom erupted into a clamor once more, with students discussing animatedly, their faces displaying a mix of emotions. Having experienced the yellow spring train, they all understood the gravity of entering the mysterious world. It was a perilous endeavor. Even if Yin Liang promised a discount, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. Not everyone came from affluent backgrounds, and even when faced with the opportunity to survive, one's family situation would determine whether they could afford it. Just as panic began to set in among the crowd, Yin Liang spoke again. I merely offer a suggestion. You may also strive independently. After all, under the protection of the death exemption mechanism, safety is significantly enhanced. However, only by experiencing the entirety of the mysterious ordeal will the curse mark be fully eradicated. The choice is entirely yours. He provided them with contact information, allowing those interested to take it for themselves. His carefully crafted rhetoric effectively managed to sway these naive students. Soon, someone stepped forward to collect a business card, securing additional options for their future. Even the most financially challenged student cautiously tucked the card away. Gu Qingyi approached Fu Chen, appearing rather hesitant. What are you standing there for? If you wish to chat, just take a seat, Fu Chen suggested with a smile, gesturing to an empty spot at the table in front. After Gu Qingyi sat down, a silence fell between them. After 2 years of acquaintance, nearly everyone was aware of Fu Chen's family circumstances. Without parents, he was not in a financially comfortable position. However, to speak candidly can often risk wounding another's pride. Gu Qingyi deliberated for a considerable time before turning to Fu Chen. She raised the card she had just received from Yin Liang and attempted to adopt a casual tone, jesting, if there is a need, this could be taken into consideration. Unexpectedly, her acting skills faltered, and she inadvertently blurted out, if you cannot afford the fee, I can lend it to you. You can repay me slowly, or even with your life. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Fu Chen's expression froze in disbelief. Sitting nearby, Chu Yang was equally astonished, staring wide-eyed. He cast an odd glance at Fu Chen, silently giving him a thumbs up. Truly, my brother Chen can easily handle even Gu Banhua. It was only at this moment that Gu Qingyi realized her words were inappropriate, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Clearing his throat, Fu Chen coughed lightly twice to dispel the awkward atmosphere. I appreciate the goodwill, but regarding the substitute selection business, we can discuss it another time. Although he said this, Fu Chen was not one to live off others. However, certain platitudes were necessary to maintain a relatively harmonious relationship. As the tension eased, the three began to engage in casual conversation. On the podium, Yin Liang retrieved a laptop from his bag and connected it to the multimedia system. He then moved to the side and lowered the projection screen. Following that, he clapped his hands, drawing the students' attention to himself. Those who enter the mysterious world through the special summoning device must verify their identities. Yin Liang held the mouse, moved the cursor, and projected a list onto the screen. Students, please take a look. This is the recent performance of our summoners from Fengdu City in the mysterious world. These statistics have been compiled and published by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, so they cannot be fabricated. With a shift in tone, Yin Liang emphasized on this list, the players ranked 7th, 13th, and 21st all hail from our organization. Their experience is immensely rich, allowing them to adeptly handle various situations. Our strength and foundation are indeed worthy of your trust. As his words settled, murmurs began to ripple through the classroom. Chu Yang, too, whispered, "This substitute selection organization does seem to have something substantial." Fu Chun rolled his eyes, marveling at Yin Liang's talent for promotion. No matter the circumstance, he could link it back to the organization's business. Given the current situation, it was evident that the objective had been accomplished, leaving an indelible impression on the minds of the students. However, for Chu Yang, it was all mere nonsense. "How boring, are you all leaving?" He stood up, addressing Chu Yang and Gu Qingyi. Glancing at the list, he suddenly spotted something very familiar, ranked 11th face.